military experts from Russia, from Europe. I listen to all sources. I don't know how many times I have to say that, man.
But but what I'm asking, you're giving a specific detail, 8-1, right? Okay.
Yes, they all
Where are
say
you
the same
getting
thing.
that
Some
fact
say
from?
6-1, some say 10-1. I've heard crazy numbers, but they're always on the Russian side. Always. Like, I wish it wasn't
I want to
true,
see
guys. I
sources.
mean, I don't want them to die. I mean, I don't want Ukraine to
You
lose.
don't. What?
I don't. What, do you think I'm an evil person that I want people to die? I'm just assessing a
That's not the
military
accusation.
situation.
Evil,
I
I
do think
take you
you're
very
a bit
clearly.
evil, yeah, because you choose to say untrue things a lot, and that is a
Shut up, Don. Everybody
part of
knows you're a
being evil.
clown. Yeah. Well, your opinion is useless here.
Man, if the ratio
Well, you
was
were
8 to 1,
posturing, so
the
you asked for it.
Ukrainian front would have collapsed years ago. Would have collapsed in a week.
You got to understand the nature of this war, man. You got to understand the
it's
nature of this war.
I know
It's not a
attrition. Both
regular
sides-
war.
I know, dog. But to say that the Ukrainian losses are 8-1 just seems like insane propaganda.
I
Actually, your
seriously
opinion
doubt
is
it.
useless.
If I may, look, I seriously doubt it's 8-1, and I'm gonna say it. Look, I would wish the war would have ended, like in the first week, right? Like the Russia either capitulated, right? No chance of that back then, or just puppeted, conquered Moscow, and put some puppet there, right? And like things would get back to as they were before, basically. Right, like
Well, this
the
could have.
difference is now we have hundreds of thousands of people dead on both sides. Yeah, thank you, America. Thank you, the West as a whole.
Exactly, brother. You nailed it. This was the West's fault. We did this. Exactly. That's what these guys don't want to hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is kind of my position firmly. By the way, I was born in Crimea. My father was Ukrainian. Right, my mom is Russian.
Communism.
Oh, brother. So tell us, what do you think? What do you think is going on?
He cut out for anybody else?
Who, me?
No.
The other guy?
No, he's good.
You cut out on your end.
Yeah, right. So, like, my view, I basically kind of summarized it. Look, I don't give a shit if, like, Ukraine gets puppeted. None of these states are controlled by their own people anyway. Russia isn't, Ukraine isn't, America isn't, right? They're not controlled by the people. We don't have a democracy. We don't have a legitimate democracy. It's all controlled by money, capital, right? Elites, right? I don't give a shit if it's like the Western elites who control Ukraine, right? Or it's the Russian ones. Pretty much fuck all difference to the average person, right? The only difference here is that we now have 100,000 people dead.
Yeah, thanks to Russia.
Yeah.
So now that I'm unmuted, I'm going to
issue with
continue
that.
teaching you guys a little story about Russia. So Russia was found to have these server farms, right? It was people
God,
who
we
died
know.
on it. It was actually
Wait.
implemented
Let
and
me finish.
managed
Guys,
Do we want to?
guys.
Do we want to?
Dogs, give me a second. Dogs, give me a second.
You guys agree with that, right?
Bro. It's
Dogs,
not
give
gonna
me a
happen.
second. I just want to stop. No, hold on. First of all, don't
getting
mute him.
flashbacks to Mike Hayden.
Dogs, give me a second. Now, I will moderate since every other moderator here is participating in the conversation. There will be no interruptions. Dog is going to finish his thing, and then I assume whoever is targeted by whatever Dogs is going to say, in terms of like they have to respond or not, will respond, and then everybody else will go after. Right? There's going to be an order.
He's gonna go on for
Yeah,
like
exactly.
5 minutes.
Finish your statement, and then everybody else will respond in an orderly fashion.
Great. Now, there's
Go.
never been any of those server farm, troll farms in order to influence a US election or politics found for Ukraine, right? And definitely not in that time period. It was all Russia.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
no,
is
it's
just
true.
something that happens on every side of everything. Like you have, the Act Blue, essentially it's server
You've said
farms
that
that were
4
happening
times,
during the
you see.
2016 election.
Dogs, let him finish.
I did not reference Act Blue before.
It doesn't
They're
matter. You've said the same
specific-
thing 4 times in different ways.
Specific propaganda, and you're just having selective outrage by looking at a singular thing. And then because that's the only one you're looking at, you're making it sound like, oh, they're the only ones doing this. But you're just
Name one
committing-
bit from the Ukrainians. Go ahead.
I've never claimed that it was specifically from the Ukrainians.
There we go. So you've
This
got
is like
nothing.
similar
So
to the
we're
problem
going
that
to
we
move on
had
to the
earlier,
next
where
part
where
of the
people are saying that
conversation.
there's
Next part of the conversation is going to be the more the recent one that we had, the tenant media debacle, where there was large right-wing content creators that were being funded by Russia
No shit.
to
What
put
the
their
fuck?
platform out there to even more people, to spread
Doug,
more
you're not saying anything new.
pro-Russian
Sorry,
propaganda.
man.
you're
They were
fighting ghosts right
potentially
now. You're
being
fighting
being
ghosts.
told what to
Wait,
post, but what they were doing
always after
is they were
dogs.
being told that, hey, it's really, really good what you're putting out. And what they were putting out just happened to be really pro-Russian. Is there anything that Ukraine has done of that scale to try to propagandize?
You're kidding me?
Ukraine
They've seen
Wait, so
like
no, stop. It's stop. Alo, Spartacus, and then dogs.
You're fighting ghosts. You're trying to do some like stupid analysis of whether or not like, oh, Russia does so much more propaganda. All Red Tape says is both sides do propaganda. That's fucking true. He didn't give a claim on who was doing more or whether it was to the same level. Before you jumped in, you're dredging up fucking server farms from 2016 for no fucking reason. I don't know what you're trying to
Okay.
prove. I don't know what your problem is.
Oh, someone else was meant to go first.
No, wait, Spartacus. It's Spartacus's turn, and then it's dogs. I'm gonna use push talk to control the conversation.
You think dogs? Look, I don't know what you're fighting here. Look, as Alu said, I think it's like expected. Well, that states again kind of do propaganda, right? Of course, Ukraine does propaganda. Like they have videos that the government sponsors, right? And America also helps them to sponsor, right? Like promoting, go fight for Ukraine, right? This is your right, your freedom, your sovereignty, right? Blah blah blah. Like we can find like fucking hundreds of these kind of things, right? This is what states do. Like if your point is that Russia has, as a state, been trying to influence public opinion, yeah, I would not disagree with this at all. But the same has to be true, right? For like America, Ukraine, right? Pretty much the West as a whole, right? Like, what is your argument here? Like, I don't understand.
My argument specifically is that you guys are trying to say that there's a bunch of lies that have been told. You can't trust either side on the facts of this conflict because everyone propagandizes, everyone lies, every country lies. And that is, and I'm not going to use the R word, but let's just say a synonym for the R word to think that way, because there's a difference between propaganda of, hey, we should fight for our country. You can come over and be part of a just war in Ukraine fighting against the Russian invaders, and Russia going, hey, did you know that Ukraine had bioweapons labs, and that's partly why we invaded Ukraine? There's a big difference between a lie specifically told to a group of people who then shuttle it onto all their followers, and someone saying, hey, it's really cool to come fight for our army.
Yeah, but that's the same on both sides, bro. They say Russia's a big enemy. We need to defend through Ukraine to stop this enemy of the West. That's all.
But Ukraine isn't lying to get that done. So you can trust their numbers.
Ukraine,
of course, again, propaganda. Like Spartacus said, you can say something, or it was either Spartacus or Red Tape, that you can say something that is true and it still be propaganda, right? Again, you are acting as if there's like.
You guys just
I
don't
don't
listen.
understand your fucking point. No, I don't think you're listening. American liberals and
Dogs wait, please. I'll finish, then dogs, and then Yaske, and then Red Tape.
It's just going to repeat the same thing again.
It doesn't matter. Let him finish, and then you respond, and then Yaske, and then Red Tape.
Their opinions are goddamn, dude, shut up. American liberals and American conservatives are a fucking highly valuable commodity. So propagandizing that group of people is highly useful to any nation that is currently engaged in combat or otherwise, right? Both Ukraine and Russia are going to undertake measures to try to convince the neoliberal caucus of America that their cause is the worthy one. All right? That happens. I don't know why you're arguing it. It's not arguable.
The reason I brought this up was people were questioning, what do you believe, the Ukrainian and US numbers, or do you believe the Russian numbers? And I'm saying you can believe the Ukrainian and US ones because their propaganda isn't a bunch of fucking lies paid for on the internet by a bunch of right-wing dickheads who are more interested in making money and audience capturing than telling the truth. Russia does that. Ukraine right now is telling the truth about a lot of things. Just because they do propaganda doesn't mean that the facts they put out aren't true facts.
You're arguing
So-
with like socialists right now. You're not arguing with
please.
conservatives.
Oh,
So
I was
yes,
bringing it
it's
up
your turn, and
specifically
hold
because
on.
someone said, "How do we know
Dogs.
the casualties?" Everyone lies about the casualties on both sides. That's why I
Dogs,
brought it
please
up.
wait. Yes,
Yeah.
it's your turn, and then red tape. Please don't interrupt each other.
yeah, so you're essentially saying like, oh, Ukraine doesn't do like these server farms or whatever, so therefore they're like they have clean hands or whatever. But in this entire conflict, Ukraine isn't actually a real thing. Like Ukraine is essentially a proxy for NATO, a proxy for the sort of neoliberal warmongering West. Like it is. So whenever there is essentially Western propaganda, it's just a proxy war. So that it's Russian propaganda versus Western propaganda. So all of the propaganda from these Western countries, which have the worst track record ever, essentially, for being honest about what's going on in war, there's no reason to believe that the West would ever be honest about war when they've never been honest about a singular other war. In fact, you can guarantee that they're not going to be honest about this war because of their very consistent track record of being dishonest.
It's not even
So,
a
Greg,
shady
that was
backroom story.
No,
It's
almost an interesting point.
Wait. It's red tape. It's red tape. I promise red tape. Red tape is going to
okay.
speak. Then
I'm gonna go after.
Are you going to repeat something you said before?
Dogs. I am a left winger, and generally,
buddy,
I
don't
support-
fucking virtue signal to me. Just
Come on,
throw
let me
out the fact
finish.
and move on.
You've been accusing me of being a right winger, but
I haven't. Just throw out the fact and move on.
it would be in Ukraine's interest to at least hide some of the casualties and deaths of their soldiers. Now, I would be more willing to trust the UN's numbers or organizations that are independent of Ukraine and Russia. Of course, you're going to have to see if they actually are independent, but I think you can trust the UN on the casualties. Now, again, like, I'm not even sure what we're arguing at this point. All I said was that both sides do propaganda, right?
Exactly.
I didn't say
That's
that
what
one
I'm
did more.
arguing.
That's not what I'm saying. But I'm not saying that like one is doing more than the other. I think Russia probably can.
Gonna go afterwards.
I'm
Gonna get in
arguing.
line.
Oh no, it's dogs responding after red tape. Red tape finished.
Okay, go
Please. And
ahead,
everybody be
Doug. Go
concise.
ahead,
There are too many people that want to talk.
I'm arguing that trying to equate the two and both sides this is the dumbest possible way to look at this situation you can. It's like saying you have a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, and just because they're both dogs, they're the same. They're not even close to the same. One is the propaganda of just saying, hey, come join our fight, and the other one is intentional lies paid for in the Western media that I know. I can just smell it on SE Montreal and Yasuka that they have just watched the Tim Pools and the Dave Rubins of whatever their niche media is
Montreal
lying to them again and again and again about what should be facts of reality, but aren't. It's just Russian lies spread through the West, deleting all of your brain cells bit by bit. And Ukraine isn't even close to moving in that direction right now.
Remember those words he
equating them
just said.
to-
Remember those words he just spoke. Please, everybody, remember this moment. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Remember those words.
If I may respond to Doc, because he made a bunch of points. If I may, right again, look, this is really personal to me, this conflict, and again, I think you cannot really put more weight on Western sources, because look, even media itself, right, is quite biased. Okay, I'm not going to use the chat, so it's quite biased, right? You know, in the West. I mean, after all, the West actually pioneered propaganda, right, and like advertising. And I'm gonna quote here shortly the founding father of the modern advertising and public relations industry, Edward Bernays, right? He wrote in his book called Propaganda in 1920s, which received a huge amount of like positive response. He wrote, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we never heard of." Then he applies this to the economic realm, directly. A single factory potentially capable of supplying a whole continent with its particular product cannot afford to wait until the public asks for its product. It must maintain a constant touch through advertising and propaganda with the vast public in order to assure itself the continuous demand which alone will make it cost the plan profitable.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a great narrative that you just spewed forth from someone else's work, but you've never actually looked at it. You've never examined it. You've just taken it as a true axiom because a lot of people have told you the exact same thing on the internet.
You know, he was hired.
There are plenty of Western media sources. There are plenty of Western media sources. I'm just going to keep repeating. Great. There are plenty of Western media sources that can be trusted.
Guys,
they keep putting out
He's 1% against 5.
No, he didn't listen. He didn't listen to the.
Sorry, Docs, continue.
Quote.
But he's 1% against 5, so let him finish. He should have the most amount of time speaking.
Yeah, great. There are plenty of Western media organizations, AP, Reuters, even like CNN and Fox are pretty good if you're not looking at their opinion panels that will just give you the bare basic facts about things, and they will be correct 99% of the times on the bare basic facts. So yes, propaganda does exist, and yes, the quote you read out is salespeople trying to sell things to the population, but that doesn't mean that there's this thing where you guys can just arbitrarily dismiss everything because you're too scared to get into the actual facts of the matter on any discussion ever.
If I'm a response,
up to this point in this conversation, actually, no one has disputed numbers except to say that there is obviously propaganda on both sides. No one has actually disputed the numbers other than saying that there could and may be some fudging. You're going off on nothing.
No, that's not true. SE has done it, and now I think Yakuza.
SE is not the same person as the people who have been arguing with you. SE is a different, coming from a different place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because when I was talking to SE, I was interrupted and then muted halfway through my sentence when I was trying to point out the fact that you can actually trust the numbers from Western media, and even though you can't trust them from Russia.
No. I don't. Again, listen. You haven't addressed my thing. Oh, sorry. No, you did. Right, you did. But let me rebut this, right? Because he said, "Well, you're just a crazy person. This one guy." No, Edward Bernays.
I did not say that. Don't lie about me.
Something you dismissed him as.
He did not say that Edward Bernays was crazy. He said that you took internalized his statements and
that he's like a salesman. He's just the salesman's rep, manual. You kind of did dismiss the thing, but no. So let me tell you what Edward Bernays did. Edward Bernays was hired by the CIA for decades to craft propaganda campaigns in Latin American countries to fight against unionism, unionization, socialism, right? Allowing American companies to just even promote fascist regimes, with the I think it was Nicaragua or Bolivia, where the Chiquita company, right, was he was behind that propaganda. Also, American corporations hired him, right, including tobacco companies who were trying to at the time make women smoke because it was a taboo to have women smoke. He made up a fake grassroots movement which told women that smoking is a torch of freedom. It's a torch. It's a literal thing. So this guy's not at all some kind of crazy one of God. No, this is the founding father of Western modern advertising and public relations industry, aka propaganda, and he wrote the book on propaganda, literally. Also, the Nazi regime. Who was it? I forgot the guy who was behind.
But that's fine. You don't need to bring up another example.
Yeah,
it's not germane to anything.
Yes, it is, because you like to pretend
how is it germane? How is it germane to? What was the last thing I said? What are you responding to right now?
Yeah, because you're saying Western sources, Western journalistic sources are more reliable.
Exactly. Yeah. And you've proved my point, because all you can talk about is the Nazi regime in the middle of Nazi expansionism, and then the Western CIA in a third world country in South America halfway through a fucking civil war. Those are the only two sources, the only two examples you can if you just pull up CNN, if you just pull up Reuters, if you just pull up AP Fact Check, even Fox News right now, you will get facts that will agree with each other from independent journalistic sources.
And I have a very specific one. All of those sources that you said had 99% success rate. they were all wrong on Iraq having WMDs. They all committed propaganda, and this was a
What
very
article are you
significant point of
specifically
propaganda.
referencing? What article are you referencing?
All of them pushed the lie. All of them pushed the lie that Iraq had WMDs, and they
Yep, this is another narrative you've been sold. So, what specific articles are you referencing?
What do you mean?
Okay, so I'm going to teach you about journalism now.
No.
Are
you now? This is no.
How
stop.
journalism
I'm
works.
not gonna. No.
How journalism works. I am going
to respond to you.
Dogs,
right?
Dogs, allow our to interject and then you get to respond, please.
What you just said is fucking silly. What he said to you is that all of these sources that you're claiming are fucking like stand-up, tight, verifiable, trusted news sources were all on the bandwagon when it came to 9/11 and the insinuation that Iraq had WMDs. That is just true. You don't get to hand wave that and be like, oh well, what article? No, all of them. All of them.
Okay, so you're just gonna repeat an assertion that's a narrative that you don't actually have evidence.
It is actually
how journalism works. So you guys can learn how the articles on this thing work.
It is absurd for you to deny.
You made a point. Let Dogs respond to it. You made a point, I think.
When you write an article on something like WMDs, what you do as a journalist is you don't go and investigate if there's WMDs in Iraq. You can't go do that. It's impossible to go into a war zone, into a Taliban-occupied country, and try to figure out if there's weapons of mass destruction after
Taliban. We're talking about
massive
Iraq.
conflict. You can't do that. So what you do is you report on what the people are saying. Like, I can't remember who the US Secretary of State was at the time, who was saying there were WMDs. So CNN, Reuters, AP, they would say, according to this person, Secretary of State, there are WMDs in Iraq. That's why we're going to invade the country. They weren't saying there are definitely. They were saying that when inspected, it seemed that there were WMDs. Do you understand how journalism works now?
This is actually absurd. You are actually a perfect example of Western propaganda right here. To suggest that the news media in 2001 was not fully on the bandwagon of there are WMDs in Iraq is so fucking silly that you look like a fucking clown.
That's all you got. It's ad hominem. Congratulations.
It's not an ad hominem. You're objectively fucking silly for that. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, an ad hominem. You haven't touched my argument. You're just saying yours is right.
You don't have an argument.
My argument is CNN, AP, Fox, Reuters, they all reported on what was said for the justification by the Secretary of State. They didn't go out and actively try to find if there were WMDs because they can't do that. So all they can do is report that it was said by a trusted individual in the government that this is the case, this is why we're going in. And now later on, they've all reported, haven't they, that the WMDs weren't actually there, that there was no evidence, and it was probably a lie. They haven't doubled down on that. They didn't say it's our opinion that they're there. They're saying a person has quoted as this.
After spending my entire childhood claiming the opposite, yes. Then it became acceptable after the damage was already done and the United States military-industrial complex and its fucking arms of propaganda had already done its work, and we had lost hundreds of thousands of lives in that fucking war, right? Afterwards, it became acceptable to say, hey, man, maybe it was like wrong to like I don't know, tout this.
So what? Report on the Secretary of State's words on something?
You're being dishonest.
How am I being dishonest? Find an article that was like CNN going, we went to Iraq and we found WMDs. Everyone should invade Iraq. Go on.
Hello, can I just quickly? Yeah. Because look, Dogs. I think at least my position here is that I don't think like any source from like media, particularly state media, of course, which is basically Russian media, right, or even quote unquote independent, competitive media, like we have in the West, is reliable because we have evidence of them. I mean, there's no point talking to me about like how the government ones are biased and not gonna tell you the full picture, right? But I don't know if you know this guy called Noam Chomsky, and Zoid is gonna like lose his mind after mentioning.
Yes, I've read his book, Manufacturing Consent.
Manufacturing Consent, book, indeed.
It fails
right,
in some
and it shows. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, he's a pedophile. That's what consent.
Yeah. So Chomsky shows that independent, quote unquote, independent media, for profit media, are easily A, manipulated, and B, probably have similar agenda to people who are in power anyway of the government, right?
That's ridiculous. He didn't show that in
They have
manufacturing.
similar agendas. Yes, he does.
Let him finish, please.
Yes, he does. It's for profit of private businesses, elites, because they themselves are literally people at the top of these organizations, right? Media organizations.
Spartacus, be concise, by the way.
Themselves are elites, right? And we can show. I can show evidence, right? Like plenty of evidence, like the East Timor genocide versus the Khmer Rouge, right? Atrocities, like Western media focus on one, but not the other, right? Because the one was being done by the official enemy of the United States government, right, and the elites there, right, and somehow the Western press just like helped them out and laser focused and promoted material and coverage about the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge, right? Neglecting to mention that like other communist quote unquote like movements like the Vietnamese one were actually trying to stop the atrocities being done by those idiots, right? And also at the same time completely ignoring the even bigger arguably atrocity happening in East Timor in the 70s, which lasted all the way to the 90s during the Clinton administration, right? Western media was silent about this more or less, right? Right, almost nothing, right? Even though it was genocide being done there, right?
Okay, what's your evidence that they were silent on this? Do you have any evidence of that?
That's literally manufacturing consent. Have you not read the book?
Do you have any evidence, or is it just more narrative building?
Have you
I'm
not
sick of
read
this fucking narrativization
consent?
every 2 seconds.
Have you not seen
all you have is like
consent?
a long story that you tell of disparate things that you can't even show as facts.
I'll show you the documentary Manufacturing Consent actually shows how like
I've read the book, Spartacus.
It's in there. Then you should know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like the reason he's
Noam Chomsky isn't God. He's wrong about this. If you look at the Australian National Archives, they have like dozens of articles about the East Timor conflict, about the genocides, about the murders of political prisoners.
Correct, but we ain't talking about those like like small partners, right? Like Australia or Britain. We're talking about the hegemon, America, where it matters, right? And the news media was complicit. They did not report this at all for decades. Right. Then after Chomsky, by the way, and a bunch of other people that he knows who are like journalists, some of them actually brought this to attention.
Do you think there might be a different scale between like Khmer Rouge and East Timor?
But even that didn't end the atrocity.
Spartacus, do you think there might be a difference between East Timor's like the scale of that conflict versus the Khmer Rouge?
Yeah, I agree. The East Timor one was much larger.
What?
Right away, it was quite prominent. It definitely deserved. Like, how much 200-something thousand people were. 200-something thousand people were genocided in East Timor.
Yes, that's true. But the Khmer Rouge was a complete like restructure of the society, and then the killing grounds. It was. It was completely different. Even the East Timor thing happened over the course of like 30 years. Khmer Rouge. These killing grounds happened over the course of like a couple of years.
They invaded. No, who invaded
in 75? It was all reported.
71. No, not 75. You wait.
Okay, all the major outlets reported it. Spartacus. Do you not agree with that?
Who invaded? Who invaded East Timor?
Indonesia.
Good. At least you know that. Okay.
Yeah, of course. I'm Australian. We were part of that conflict later on.
Yeah. And you should care
who
about.
Didn't report on East Timor?
No. In America, it wasn't reported. We're talking about.
In America, who didn't report on East Timor?
Nobody did, except like.
What the fuck are you talking about? I can find right now in the archives.
Of who? What archives? When?
There's one for like the national library.
National Archive?
I'll have to find
no, that's not journalists. That's just the archive.
Oh my god, they archive reporting and articles.
Wait, you talking about the organization or the government institution that archives everything behind the scenes, more or less, right? What the presidents did, because there's two national archives. There's two organizations.
I don't know. I was scrolling and I saw an article about reports on East Timor.
Yeah, that probably was
from news outlets.
The activist organization in Australia?
No, it was like Washington University or something.
Right, that's not journalism. We're talking about journalism, not academics. Yeah, academics did write about it. Talking about journalism, talking about Western media.
Yeah, if I can bring up a point on journalism and Western media. In June of 2003, there was a UN inspection that happened in Iraq, and they found no evidence of weapons of mass destruction. Yet, the only Western media news source that essentially published information on that and had skepticism of the claims from the UK and US government was The Guardian, and a couple other highly smaller sources. But every single other news source essentially ignored the UN inspection, the third-party independent inspection, and they just uncritically repeated the propaganda from the US and UK governments. So in this sense, absolutely, they're
that's
just
what I was
a
getting at
propaganda
earlier.
arm. Yeah.
And on top of that, right, the news sources that did accurately report this shit were dogged for it. They were called un-American,
Yes.
bro. They were actively penalized for doing that.
Yep.
This is what made your claim earlier absurd.
So I'm just waiting for one piece of evidence because I just found 2004 no WMD stockpiles in Iraq in a CNN article.
Can you give to also wait? Can you talk about East Timor, the thing that I mentioned as well? You were engaging with that, then you kind of abandoned us now or something.
Oh yeah, well, it looks like from what I saw that there's archives of reports from newspapers in the Washington University.
Show that. Well, by the way, which channel
on East Timor in 70s?
By the way, which channel are we supposed to be being for?
I'll have to go back and find it because I didn't copy the link.
No, I'm asking which text channel should we be in?
Yeah, I can help with that. The text channel is not the side channel. It is Omnipresence text chat, which should be just above this room for everybody.
Thank you. Okay.
Welcome.
I'm new here. Just got invited.
That's all right. Welcome.
Yeah, so in 1981, there's New York Times article, The Silent Suffering of East Timor.
Yeah. That's past the time.
79, an unjust war in East Timor.
I showed up.
Yeah, it was about September of 2002 to October of 2004 when CNN, which is the example that you were giving, pushed the WMD lie. So 2 years, and the two most
when did that
years
report come out? When did the report come out that you referenced?
The report that I came out, June 2003. So it was about a year and 6 months that they just kind of completely ignored this UN report.
That doesn't follow.
I mean, in what way does it not follow? It doesn't follow because you don't believe that CNN can be propaganda uncritically. That's the only reason it doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that because I found a CNN article from 2004 that means that they ignored it and that there's no earlier CNN articles about WMDs.
No, I didn't source your article of the claim. That is the claim. That is the first article that came out from them, having a skepticism of it, which was their October 2004 report on the ISG findings.
Okay. Where'd you get that from?
I can get the article.
Cool. So you just found an article that was reporting on it. All right. So where is the report? What year was the report? What date was the report released?
Which report?
The independent report.
The UN report, June 2003, from the UN.
It's June. Good.
Can somebody catch me up on what's in contention?
Pentagon WMD report consistent with US case June 6, 2003 from CNN.
We're talking about Western media being propagandistic in nature and not competitive, right? Basically.
Yeah. Dogs believes that Western news media is 99% reliable, and that they don't commit propaganda.
That is
obviously the editorials and opinion stuff do, but right now I've got from June 6, 2003, CNN archived reporting on the UN's third-party investigation into WMDs.
Are you saying that if you read it, it says that it's giving U.S. official stuff saying, "Oh, hey, this UN report doesn't conflict with our reportings." So they're essentially saying our reportings are still right. So the article that you linked literally is them committing propaganda of just blindly repeating what the U.S. officials are saying, which goes exactly against the point that you're making.
Let's just read it instead of trying to narrativize it. U.S. officials denied Friday that a Defense Intelligence Agency report from September 2002 in any way conflicts with U.S. claims about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. The responses came after CNN obtained an unclassified one-page summary of the DIA operational support study in which the Pentagon's military intelligence wing said there was no reliable information that Iraq was producing new chemical weapons at the time. So this seems to be, just from this cursory 2 paragraphs that I've read, say that the US has come out and said, hey, that doesn't say that there were no WMDs. CNN obtained an unclassified page and reported on there being no WMDs according to this page.
Yeah, it seems to agree with what the other guy was saying. I missed something. Also, could you provide the things for East Timor? Could you post the link there?
I want to ask Dogs, why do you think the West doesn't use propaganda? Why would they not?
So they do, but they don't. The Western media doesn't propagandize in their news media.
Why not?
They just report basically on the facts that they have. So the spin is they'll sometimes report on a fact, and that fact will be a person says the propaganda to us, and so we report on that. But if there's like a report from the UN, then they'll report on the UN saying, hey, this is, untrue, there's WMDs.
You've got to listen to the question or else you're just going to
I'm sorry, were you talking in the middle of me talking? Is that what happened again, Dawn?
If you don't listen to my question, you're going to answer with irrelevant shit. So listen carefully. Yeah. Why don't the West use propaganda, in your opinion?
Because Western media is more independent from the government than places like Russia and China, and there seems to be a culture within that media that they want to constantly be fact-checking each other. So if you have CNN come out and say something like, so this report from the UN, we just think it's bullshit, eat shit and die, then another group like Reuters or whatever will come out, the New York Times will come out and say, hey, actually it's not bullshit, you guys are just completely wrong, here's all the reasons, and they'll try to strip viewership or readership from CNN.
That's still propaganda. They're independent, and that's why they don't.
You guys can't understand what I'm saying. That's your problem.
I fully understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying.
The issue is
that's your problem.
Okay,
you guys try to respond to the thing I just said directly instead of just bitching.
Okay, Doug.
You're ignore what I asked you, aren't you?
Doug, say like CNN, and I'm not going to use like a
don't bring up in that. Don't just narrativize. Give me facts, but
ignoring me.
Give me an actual concrete example.
Is CNN privately owned?
Hey, Red Tape. I was still asking him a question he hasn't answered yet, so now you're interrupting.
He's not gonna answer it, man.
If you interrupt, that will stop him answering, won't it?
He's not gonna answer.
So just shut up for a minute and let's concentrate on him not being able to answer my question. Dogs, are you saying...
I couldn't hear your question because I was talking when you kept trying to ask it.
You did hear it twice, and you answered irrelevant things.
No, I haven't heard. Oh, you've just said, why do I think the US doesn't propagandize?
Listen, Dogs, are you saying...
All you asked was why the US doesn't propagandize, and that's not what I think.
Okay, so you're admitting they do now.
You just can't follow a conversation because
Are
you've
you
got
admitting
schizophrenia.
they do use propaganda now?
Oh my God. Okay,
Okay, that's
Dawn,
it. I made my
sometimes
point.
there's these little trees that come out of the seeds and they're called saplings. If I go, I have a tree,
Nothing
people
to
think,
do
oh,
with
you've
it.
got the big
Irrelevant.
green leafy one. But technically, it's the same as a little sapling, but there's big differences between them.
Can't
And
say
it's
yes
kind
or
of
no to
disingenuous to
simple
say
questions.
they're the same thing. So
This
when I say,
entire
yes, the US does
conversation for an
propaganda,
hour has
it's
been
different
explicitly about
too.
people
The
saying that there
US
is.
intentionally lies to people
Okay,
all the time in
hold
order to
on, dogs.
propagandize them using
Hold
the
on,
Western media.
Dogs, stop talking. People,
Why are you talking, SE? You should go fuck yourself.
Because you're
You worthless
interrupting
piece of shit.
and you're just going on and on. Please stop talking.
Go fuck yourself, SE. I'm going to keep bullying you until you learn not to interrupt.
Oh my
Can
God,
somebody
bro.
please mod him?
He's
I don't want
trying
to
to
have to mod
mod the
him. Can somebody please mod him?
conversation. You're making it impossible to listen to.
Everybody stop.
This
I'm
entire
now moderating.
conversation. Okay.
Everybody needs to shut up. No. I don't need you to fucking tell me about the conversation if I've said I'm moderating. I've muted Dogs. He's staying muted for the duration. Other people can continue the conversation. We can all fucking learn,
Yeah,
or you can go the way of...
I wasn't responding to you with this
Thank you,
conversation.
for the love of God. Yes. People are
What I
not
was
going
gonna
to
say,
come in
it's-
here and run the show. Thank you.
This fucking entire hour-long debate has been explicitly just red tape saying, hey, the West also does propaganda in its own way as well. So if you this entire fucking time, Dogs, have agreed with that, then you've been wasting everyone's fucking time for an hour for no good goddamn reason.
He is a troll. That's what he does. That's all he does.
No, he's not a troll.
Well, let's just move on.
Aloe and SC, please chill. I'm again moderating. If I'm going to mute somebody, it's my personal rule. I don't believe it's a server rule, but it's my personal rule that you do not address that person's arguments anymore and you don't talk to or about that person because they're not able to respond. It's not fair to Dogs right now that he's got to put up with hearing you guys bash him. All right? So he's muted and he's staying that way to move the conversation forward to something else like Coriolis or some dumb shit.
No, Flat Earth is dead and boring.
I mean, there's plenty of other topics to talk about, you know?
Yeah, like is the moon physical? That's a good one.
No, that's boring.
Well, all you can do is look at the moon, though. That's all you can do.
Please don't do flat Earth.
Fine.
Yeah, you scared of Flat Earth.
No, it's just boring, man.
It is a bit.
That's why people are still talking about it 10 years later.
You're trying to talk about it. It's boring.
I'm just going to talk about a general point, and then if anybody wants to, latch onto it, find it a little point. All right, so, right, there's essentially no big artist that has gotten, like, really, really big since, like, 2012, in that if you were not a big, like, megastar celebrity in 2012, you're essentially, like, done. Like, the biggest people that you have since then are, like, or not since then, but the most recent people that are on like that superstar level are like Taylor Swift, Drake, and like Kendrick Lamar. And it's like 13 years later, and they're still the biggest people.
It's a spectrum of mainstream. It's just there's more niches now. Charlie XCX is just as big as Taylor Swift is in a modern sense, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't
but
think that's true at all.
It's in the sense of like even if you didn't listen to pop, you would still know who Michael Jackson is. Whereas if you are not in that hyper-insulated community, like literally who is Charlie XCX? In that like there's no cross-pollination.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is like what's the... I don't think there's much value in being, fucking... Most people seem to deride those types of people. How many people consider Beyonce to be like music for gay men doing poppers? Like, it's not... I don't know. What's the value in being that? There doesn't seem to be an incentive to be like that kind of icon. It's more niche now. Like, sure, not everybody knows who Charlie XCX is, but
it's just the idea that there is no unified culture anymore. Like everything, like there was a very clearly defined '90s culture, very clearly defined '80s culture.
I'm not
that,
convinced
like, everybody,
there ever was.
Everybody kind of shared like very similar things. Like you go back to times to where there's like 4 channels on TV. Everybody watches the same movies.
I don't think it's that there's less of a monoculture. I just think that you have more access to niche culture now. It's easier to find stuff and go into a niche than it was before. You don't have to go to a physical location to like get into grunge.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that because everybody is in their own hyper optimized niches, there is no shared monoculture anymore.
Maybe, unless you, I don't know. Like, you can go from like a femboy Hooters type of guy to a neo-Nazi in about 6 months. That's an arc that happens regularly, right? If anything, niches are more transferable than they've ever been.
Yeah, it's just that, like, you know, Karate Kid, Terminator 2, like, just any kind of big piece of media or big cultural phenomena. Like, if you think about TV shows, right? The last one that was, like, really a major cultural phenomena was, like, Game of Thrones. But also, that started before 2012.
I mean, I blame Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel would also be a good example of, like, the last big cultural movie set. And that also started before 2012. Whereas, like, it seems like there's not really any possibility to have, like, a big major cultural event like that anymore, because, as you were saying, everybody's into their own hyper specialized niches, to where, you know, you have a fully fledged Warhammer 40k community, you have a fully fledged K-pop community, you have all of these hyper specific niches to where you don't feel the need to participate in the monoculture to have something that, you know, you can talk about at the lunch table.
I just think mainstream culture right now sucks. Like, honestly, I don't think it's that, like, necessary.
So do you think
can't have like a? I think that, like, the quality of the shovelware shit that they spread around is just, like, bad, right? Like, the new iteration of Star Wars sucks. The new iteration of fucking I mean, most of these Flaghouse IPs suck, right? Mainstream music is not particularly interesting to most people. I just don't think the quality is there. You go back to the Goonies is a huge fucking hit in, like, the 80s and 90s, right? But it's actually good.
Yeah, like, there's definitely a drop in quality, but, like, if you look at a lot of the things that, like, the kind of things that you still hear from the 80s, still hear from the 90s, are all of the things that have survived the test of time. But if you go and, like, look at the charts, right, and you go and see, you know, what was the most, like, the top 10 most popular songs in, you know, June of 1993. Like, there's going to be a lot of, like, hot garbage there, but it's hot garbage that everybody at the time listened to.
It's in the way that they deliver content, right? Like, so Netflix, Amazon, any of those platforms, even music, you have, like, 3 or 4 different. It doesn't like you said, there used to be, like, you know, cable television. Tell your neighbor, go to channel, you know, whatever. Everybody was more or less on the same feed. If you think of it like an Instagram Reels feed, everybody had the same feed. It's not true anymore.
Yeah. Whereas, like,
so
now,
there's going to be, like,
instead of
dilution, anything that could potentially be that mainstream is going to have a harder time hitting all those notes, because, like, I mean, hey, most platforms are subscription model.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
whereas, like, a kid who was in middle school in 2005, right? Like, you know, it's the TV channel that everybody is going to watch. And it's like, you know, there's a couple TV channels, and there's probably only going to be one that has a show that somebody would find interesting. Whereas now, you know, there's a billion YouTube channels that all of these kids can watch. So it's so much harder for, you know, these random kids in middle school to organically watch the same things unless they're pre-coordinating it ahead of time. Like, oh, hey, check out this thing.
I think it's kind of a good thing, though. Like, I think it's kind of, like, they keep trying to build some sort of, like, flagship powerhouse IP, like Harry Potter style, and it's not really, like, working. Like Electric State. The Wachowskis thought the Electric State was going to be, like, they thought it was going to be the next Matrix, and they pushed this. Netflix actually, like, kind of, like, lowered funding for a lot of really cool projects as a result of, like, them thinking that. Turned out it fucking failed. That has an effect downstream, right? Like, you have a lot of directors who are, like, I mean, whatever, they're history, right? They're auteurs, but like Cronenberg, for example, would on record like, fuck Netflix, you know? I was trying to do this movie with them. I'll never work with them again. This is going to go downstream, right? They're going to see like Disney and all of these different like platforms are going to keep trying to create like lightning in a bottle, and I think they're just going to keep failing because all they're really doing is like, what's the right word? Like flanderizing, like lowering quality in order to get it as approachable as possible. I don't think that's going to work. I think we're like low-key, I think we're coming up on like a golden era for content.
Yeah. So there's a couple parts there. Is that one, I would say that I'm not necessarily saying this is explicitly a good thing or explicitly a bad thing, because there are positives and negatives to it. Of, you know, when you have everybody in a culture that has nothing that is like shared whatsoever, there can be this sort of like kind of isolation from your community, and it can get to the point to where, you know, you are spending more time in a random Discord group with, you know, 33 different people instead of like having that sort of shared connection with people that are a little bit closer to you. So just in the sense, like there's,
I don't know if it's that linear. Like Red Tape, for example, is super into map games, right? Like you know, Crusader Kings or even like Dungeons and Dragons, right? If he was born in the you know, in the 60s and 70s, in order to scratch that itch for his hobby, he'd have to go to like a shop, right? Like a place where people congregate to do that. He can still do that, but he can also go online and find people that he regularly do that with. And you have enough people doing that online, it'll create a need in real life, right? In the long run, I don't think it actually hurts anything. I think you end up with like, we actually had a huge push for D&D over the last few years. You have bars that cater to, you know, tabletop board games. You have like a renewed culture, almost because people kind of went online looking for people to, looking for more people to do that hobby with, made it more popular, and then you see the same, you see the like aftershocks of that culturally in real life.
Yeah, so
it's not
I mean,
necessarily a straight line.
In this sense, I would say there's value in like the internet and the stratification if it actually leads to you making real life connections. In the sense of, you know, maybe there are, you know, 10, 20 people in your city that want to do this, you know, hyper specific autistic form of D&D, or like tabletop games. And you would never have known that before the internet, but because of the internet, you can now find those people and then actually make those local connections that would have been otherwise impossible to make. So there is that value, but the downside, the detriment is that when you get enough of that like itch scratched from the internet thing, it makes it to where you no longer want to look for it in real life, which is where like, that would be a good way of tying how cultural stagnation and cultural stratification influences people's isolation.
I mean, that
socially.
For me, that has more to do with like a third place. And in most cities, I don't know if you're from the US, most cities don't really have like a third place anymore, right? I think if a city, that comes down to like ecology almost. Like if a city has social infrastructure, it gets easier. Like you're just naturally going to become involved in your community in different ways, right? But if you're living in a place where like everything is like dog shit expensive, and you don't really have like a third place where you can meet people and like kind of engage in pre-existing hobbies and interests, and that to me seems different than like, that's almost like, it's like a parallel issue to the internet. I don't think it is the internet though. I think the internet is used as an excuse to like not go out, right? It's definitely like part of it, but I don't think it's the fundamental issue. I think we don't have a lot of places where you can actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the third place thing is kind of like it's a feedback loop in that there's no third place because people don't want a third place, and there's no desire for third places because there are no third places. Because like I've seen so many attempts from like small businesses to kind of create that, like, oh hey, we're going to create a community, we're going to create a social group here, and they essentially almost all fail because even if there were people who would want it, it's so hard to even get them to know, because like you're competing with so many other vectors attacking people's attention.
I mean, that's the problem with the free market, right? Like, that's just why I said archaeology, because like it does come down to like the state on some level. You have to talk about like zoning, what businesses are allowed and not allowed to do. You have to talk about like parks, right?
Yeah, zoning is cancer. Zoning is one of the worst things that exists for destroying culture.
Yeah, I mean, Portland has like a really good, for example, Portland has a really good food truck industry. It's really cheap. Food's typically good. They're able to do that because the zoning is pretty good. And what that has created is like you have a lot of bars out here that aren't really bars. They're like spaces that otherwise in another city would be like a fucking parking lot. But there it's like a fire pit with a bunch of food trucks surrounding it. Get cheap food. They bring their kids, their dogs. Right? It creates a third place. But it has to start with like the state doing good archaeology, making sure that cities are like actually catered to how humans move and think and act, right? Like I used to live in Roslyn, Arlington, which is in Virginia, right outside DC. And that's like, at this point, it's like a corporate town. It's owned by like Raytheon and Amazon. The only places you can go to be social are like privately owned, hyper expensive fucking, it's essentially like the hamster wheel for the corporate man, right? It's not really like a social space. It's more like you can let off steam here and then get back to the grind. That's like, there's a difference, I think. Some cities are just better at cultivating it. I don't think the internet is like necessarily a problem. It does allow people to like expand.
Did I die? What were you all talking about? Let me give an opinion.
So now that it's a bit of quiet, I just want to say I posted some stuff. People are asking me where I get my info from and this and that. So I posted some of the places. All right, guys. So have a look and decide for yourselves.
Thank you, SA.
You just posted Putin speaking videos. Nice.
That's not true.
Don't tell me that.
I mean, no, there's got to be some information there. He's posted 5 videos, so there's got to be something there.
Nice, man. I love when people like give me the source and it's a video of a fucking dictator.
But well, my view is if there are whatever the video is, whatever the article is, it contains facts like 25 tanks rolled across the border, or Putin spoke to Zelensky on this date, or 45,000 shells were dropped on this day, because at least I can trace that source back and discuss that source, right? But I've got to be, the reason I was challenging before SA, I'm sorry it sounded like I was shouting, but I was driving my car, was if you're possessed of those facts, like if you know that story of this tank smashed this town and they've gained X kilometers, or they've taken X, Y, and Z town in the last week, or they've taken out this well-known Ukrainian general. If I had facts like that, I would understand how you came to the conclusion that Russia is winning. But if you're like, I can't get it for you yet, I've got to get a video, I'm left with the feeling that you probably haven't seen the video, or if you have, you aren't possessed of the facts in it, because otherwise you would have just told me the facts.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Whatever you want, it's irrelevant. I really don't care. Yeah, I can't spit out like things in my memory. I wish I had a memory recall like that. But when 5, 6 people are talking to you at the same time, it's like kind of difficult. But yeah, you can believe whatever you want. I'm giving you my knowledge of what I know, and I'm telling you right now, the Ukraine war is lost. You can either accept what I believe, or you can question and say, well, blah, 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 blah. That's entirely up to you. I'm
no
not
one would ever
professing
question
to
you.
be an expert or
How
anything.
about I don't say blah, 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 blah. How about I just ask you?
The other
Or
day,
you can just interrupt me while I'm
the other
talking and
day,
get triggered. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I
the
don't
other
believe
day,
I'm.
SC, you said
If
they
Russia is
outproduced. If I can
if
just finish,
Russia is
SC,
winning,
just like 2 days ago, you said Russia outproduces all of the rest of the EU, NATO combined in terms of overall hardware production. And when we dug
Mostly
it up,
shells,
and that, so you remember that? Yeah, it turned out to be mostly shells, only shells, really.
No, not really. No, not really.
But I still want to finish my. I still want to. If it's okay, SC, I'd still like to finish my point. That is an interesting fact. That would be a powerful fact that would convince me that if I held in my head, I could use to weigh against other facts that I later came across. If I went, okay, they're producing lots of tanks, or maybe if it's only shells, as it turned out to be, that I can then weigh against other things to make the decision about whether Russia or Ukraine is going to win the war. That's how I decide if Russia or Ukraine is going to win the war. What I mean is like facts of how many tank shells are being produced or what territory's been taken or the names of generals or something like that. But if you're just saying, I assure you they're going to win, watch this video, bro, then what is the fact in the video that makes you convinced they're going to win?
because Putin said it.
Let me repeat myself. I gave you information that I know. What you want is totally irrelevant to me, and the way you're assessing the situation of what I said is totally irrelevant. I don't care about your opinion. I'm just saying something. You can either accept it or not. I don't care how you assess or how you think. I should be talking about stuff. And please don't interrupt me while I'm talking.
Please let him finish.
Yeah. It's like your opinion to me, eggshells, is completely irrelevant. I want you to know that.
Yeah. Sure, it's not. I don't think this is my opinion. I think that anybody, if I said I know why this football team is going to win the grand final, you should ask me, and I should be possessed of facts of going, well, they've had very few injuries this season, they've been very strong, and they've actually beaten all of the other teams that are at the top of the pyramid for the blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking know sports, right? But I should be possessed of the fact. And if I said Arsenal's going to win and you said why, and I said watch this video, bro, you could be guaranteed I didn't know the facts about how many injuries that team had suffered or where their tanks were and what towns have been taken. You're not able to say how much ground has been gained. And each time we check a fact like, oh, they produce more hardware than all of the rest of NATO combined, it turns out to only be artillery shells. And if it's artillery shells, of course, they're the only people firing artillery shells. Of course, they're producing more than the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe is pumping out tanks and jets and really impressive shit. And these guys are wheeling stuff out of...
With the tone of your voice, you're getting triggered. Listen, once again, I don't care what you think. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know and what I found. The way you want me to say things, it's completely irrelevant. I really don't care. Eggshells. You can say your sentence again. I gave you facts that I know. Whether you like them or the way I said them, it's completely irrelevant to me, eggshells. Understand that. I don't care what you think.
Look, man, I'll say one thing. You want to portray a picture. You don't want to be nailed down to any metrics of like using any metrics to actually extrapolate how Russia is winning. I'll say one thing. If Russia is winning, if we want to go with this premise, within the last 3 years, Russia has lost around about 30% of the territory they held. They haven't gained within the last 3 years. They lost in totality. So, yeah, it seems like winning is opposite day in Russia.
You're absolutely wrong. They took Crimea. They control Crimea. They're never going to get it back. They're in Odessa.
Within 1 day.
Please try not to interrupt. I know you're very triggered.
Before this war.
Try to contain yourself, control yourself. The facts are the ground. They took Crimea. They're controlling Crimea. You're never going to get Crimea back. That's never going to happen. That's going to be Russian territory forever until the day you go to the ground, number one. Number two, they're winning the war. Every person that I've heard, and I put them, I posted all the generals, the colonels, the CIA experts, all say the same thing. You can choose to either agree with what I've learned or disagree with it. It's up to you. But don't you be telling me that you have information that's correct and I don't. Because in the fog of war, nobody has correct information.
All right.
The Flat Earther agrees with the CIA. That's what we're hearing. The flat earther agrees with military generals and the CIA on who's winning the war in the Ukraine. That's who you're siding with. Military generals and the CIA. The flat earther.
Military generals. No,
and my main source.
I posted reporters. I posted CIA experts. I posted teachers. All kinds.
I find it interesting that you use the CIA.
Isn't any facts. He's just said the territory. He's just said Russia's lost territory in 3 years. And you're like, no, I, the guy who thinks the Earth's flat, have this source. I can't tell you what they said. I can't tell you about military.
Where you know it's game over.
Death ratios or
I love it.
Or strategic things. It's just the CIA told me so.
No, not the CIA. No, I posted various things. Colonel McGregor, colonels, generals, teachers, CIA experts, over and over saying the same thing. You don't have to like it, sunshine, but in the future, you're going to remember this conversation. Eggshells. I will. The Russians are going to win this war. You don't have to like it, sweetheart. But just squirm for me because I love it. Go ahead.
So the only ones who are squirming are those Russians who are being.
Tell me I'm a flat earther. Tell me how wrong I am. Go ahead, and I want to remember this. I'm gonna keep
control yourself, man.
That McGregor guy is somewhat you could criticize.
So the only people who are squeaking in this fucking whole constellation is not us in this call. It's those Russians who are dying, who have children, mothers, and so on and so on, who are dying for 3 trees a day. Again, if you look into the chat that I posted, and I mean you celebrate Russians dying, right? Like you celebrate it. If you look into the chat, once again, this is from February 2022, when they held the most territory. In light blue, you can see all the territories that have in fact been lost. 2 of them were actually pretty famous when it was the Kherson and the Kharkiv offensive. So only one of these offenses, right? You can choose either Kherson or Kharkiv, is equivalent to how much Russia has gained within 3 years.
So let me get this straight. You have all the straight facts, all the maps and everything that you know, and the people that you heard, they're all correct. But me, the dummy, right? All the facts that I have, they're all incorrect. Is that what you're saying?
Where's the map? Where's your map?
Let me answer him, guys. I'm using pro-Russian sources on the data of the current front lines.
Man, you can't even get your cars to work in the heat, let alone cold. Talking about, look, if Russia just sat there like we're in the cold, come get us. You wouldn't be able to do that.
Sorry. No. We're not having that demo. We're not having a functional conversation demo.
Yeah, using, as I said,
I'm not putting up with it.
Pussy ass bitch, quit talking over me.
Me.
I'm getting him. I'm just making noise until I get him. All right, go carry on. Sorry, guys. I'll shut up.
As I said, I'm not using Western sources on the front lines. I'm using Russian sources. And in fact, if you would look into this warfare, you would know that actually Western sources for front lines and Eastern sources, aka Russian sources, are actually aligning very strongly throughout this whole war. There might be like a little bit difference on like a village where currently there's an active battle. That's it.
Yep, you guys are right. And all the military experts, professors that I've been listening to, they all got it wrong. Okay, guys, we shall see in the future who is correct.
Okay, actually, that McGregor guy is somewhat sus because he's gone on RT, Russian Times, which is like kind of verified Russian propaganda. And he's been criticized by other members of the Republican Party for being kind of a Russian-aligned person. So it's not like he's unbiased.
That's 1%.
All I will say again is the same thing. I don't need to hear anyone speak. Again, the battle front lines are actually agreed upon within the Western sources and Eastern sources. You can use whichever one you want. And then when you look at the data, within the last 3 years, the Russians have lost substantially more land than they have gained. This is a fact.
Sure, man. Sure. You got the facts. You know the facts. Everything I tell you is Russian propaganda. I can't wait until this is over, right? Because like I'm telling you, I've been following this for a long time.
Isn't it already over?
Wait until this over, and we'll see. Remember this conversation, right? Because anything we say now, you're going to say, oh, it's propaganda on your side, propaganda on my side. We'll see, guys. We'll see who's going to prevail in this war, okay?
Haven't you already said the war is over? Why are you waiting for it to be over?
Because I remember 2 weeks into this warfare, they said to me that the war is already over. And then they said 2 more weeks. And then it was 2 more months. And then it was 2 more years.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be 2 more decades.
Like every war. Yeah, like every war. Such a good point. Sorry, I just joined into agree. Shut up.
Yeah, but it's just interesting to me, like, this belief that it's over. Like, this like statement has been said every time, man. Like, we're 4 years in. Like 60 to 70% of Russian arsenal has been blown up. You can check it through open source. You yourself, you don't have to believe on Western sources, Eastern sources. There's a guy who paid for satellite pictures and uploaded them all. You can go count them yourself. They have lost 60 to 70% of overall arsenal.
But I also, like, I don't hold a position either side of whether they're going to win or lose. My incredulity or position essay is, in order to still be at war, that requires 2 entire countries full of generals and leaders and people who are, some of them, far better possessed of the facts than I am. They know what cities are getting shelled. They know what hardware's on their streets. They know how many, they've got the best idea of how many people they've got and the other side's got. And the only reason, if you just do it down to maths and game theory, the only reason they're still fighting is because they think there's a chance. So people far better possessed of the facts than me think there's a chance that either side, both sides think they can win. Because the moment they become absolutely certain they can't.
I disagree with this assertion because often people initially hold the belief that they can. Often people, or like nations, or like leaders, whatever you want to go by, initially believe they can win. And then they go to war, but they end up not winning. Like America and Afghanistan, it turned into a never-ending war. Or Israel with Gaza, or Saudi Arabia with Yemen, or like the list just goes on of like nations which believe
Israel's definitely won.
They believe that they, whatever, man, sure. That they believe that they can just go in and just dominate and war's over and move on. And I believe Putin had the same belief, but it just turned out not to be the case.
No, he didn't.
The Ukrainians gave him a much greater pushback than he expected. That's it. So now it's just a matter of time until Putin has to just cut the current stalemate because it's just turning into a meat grinder. It already is.
Adrian Ardian. I think it's probably just going to end up with some kind of like armistice. Like Russia's probably going to gain some territory, not as much as they wanted, and Ukraine's not going to be able to entirely kick out the Russians from their territory.
Yeah, I believe so too, most likely.
I concur. You guys are going to be in for a shock, man. You guys are going to be in for a shock. Remember this, man. I know, because it's so funny, bro. It's so funny.
There was a guy who did a calculation on the current progress of Russia within the last year, right? How long it will take to reach the point of Kiev. I think it was 108 years. So, yeah, man, good luck.
So what probability would you
guys are in for a big shock. Big shock coming soon. We'll see, SE. We'll see.
Ardian, what do you think is the likely outcome of the war, Ardian?
Me and SE are right,
many variables involved in this.
I mean, he agreed with me, but like,
I cannot give you like a full-on likeliness, but I think there's multiple likely outcomes. One, they will settle for like Ukraine is not going to get all the territory back, and Russia is not going to get all the territory they want that they currently occupy. It's going to be like somewhere in between. Maybe going to favor a bit Russia, maybe a bit Ukraine. Who knows? Or the other option is that Europe is just not going to give a fuck, and continuously pump Ukraine with weapons, which it kind of looks like that because we have put on a lot of money into these for the future aside for them, like literally almost $1 trillion has been pledged to them. So
that's correct.
So to me it seems that we're gonna make the Russians bleed out like very heavily. So maybe now this is again, I'm saying I don't know how likely this is, but maybe eventually Russia will bleed so heavy that Ukrainians might be able to turn the war on their favor. It's gonna be difficult though, but maybe, who knows?
No, I'm with this guy.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
You've all fallen for a proxy war. You all think there could be a winner through death and territory, but they've already won by showing that they don't agree with the UN. That was the win on day one.
Shit. That sounds good too.
Done it the other way around.
All they had to say is we're not doing what the UN wants, so we're going to attack this tiny little line here, and that's how Russia wins. The rest is a proxy war and sacrifice of innocence.
I compare this to the alternative, which is imagine the opposite were happening. Imagine America had lost the Cold War and communism had won, and we'd have this agreement about where we weren't going further west. And then
based.
And then can I finish it though? And then Canada said we want to go communist. Canada, who shares a border, said I want to go communist. Would America ever allow that? Should they be free? Should they be a sovereign nation to go communist if they want to? Absolutely. But would America allow that? Yeah,
no.
Fuck. I'm never going to join the USSR. Not in a month of Sundays. I will invade there and liberate the fuck out of your Nazis.
The maple leaf and sickle.
You guys go one at a time. No one can hear anything anyone is saying. Rob, chill out, bro.
Not the maple leaf and the sickle.
I took my pre-workout. Sorry.
During a time where back in the day, where before there was nukes in every nation, large nation, I would have said, yeah, I can understand that. But we live in a time where we can annihilate whoever the fuck we want, whenever the fuck we want, from wherever the fuck we want. So no, I don't buy that reasoning anymore. This quote unquote fear, or I have a certain nation next to me, so now I need to live in fear and I need to invade them, otherwise they will take me over while they have nukes, just doesn't fly.
Hey,
actually, I want to get it. I want to get into the serious.
I don't.
Actually, I think the opposite, man. I think we can't just fucking fuck everything whenever we want, because if that was the case, we've already done it. We have the ability to do it, but we can't do it because if you try to annihilate anybody with something, everybody's going to get annihilated. So actually, we can't do it. We have all these weapons.
Yeah, that's why there have been almost no wars, so full-scale wars between nuclear-armed states. So we gotta
get rid of the nukes and let's go back to fighting with swords. That'd be badass.
That's dumb.
Oh yeah, use spears and swords and shields. Yeah, that actually is based as fuck. Like I want to be Achilles, but like minus like the shitty tendon.
Exactly.
Wasn't it Einstein? Wasn't it Einstein who said, "I don't know what weapons will be used to fight World War III, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones."
That's intense, man. That's intense.
That's deep.
That's fucking deep.
Yeah, but I thought the idea for Russia was that they wanted to hold Crimea and that area because it's a plain, right? Ukraine's a floodplain, which is why it's so fertile.
No, it's for a warm seaport.
Hey, Rob, I'm curious. I'm curious, Rob. Has China ever won a war?
Has China ever won a war? Well, maybe against themselves.
The Chinese have been busy losing wars.
Chinese are the weakest of the Asians. They've been dominated by everybody. The Mongols, Japanese, the Koreans. They beat them all.
Imagine getting dominated by the Japanese.
Have you seen the Chinese military lately, gentlemen?
Here comes red tape. Red tape. 110.
Aren't they all like 4'2"? No, I haven't seen them. I'd have to look way down.
They've actually
shown. Yeah, well,
they don't tell you that the Great Wall of China is only 6 foot tall.
These guys are just talking about how the technology.
That's a lot of shit coming from a nation that doesn't exist. I know what's up with Lebanon. You're fooling no one.
Yeah, I just want to say,
I feel like my country still exists and didn't go through a communist revolution that failed miserably.
Touche.
I know you guys are going over numbers, but just to be clear, Russia has lost 790,000 military casualties, and Ukraine only 400,000. Those numbers alone make it look
no
like
chance.
Russia's
That's
losing.
not
I
true,
was gonna ask to the guy.
Hold on. But the point is that Russia has 140 million people. Ukraine only has like 38 million, right? And then when you start including not only military casualties but civilian casualties, Ukraine has received 750,000 allegedly civilian casualties. So you add the civilian count plus the military count, you're looking over 1 million casualties.
Wait a minute. I've never the civilian casualties were very low. What are you talking about? Where did you get 750,000?
Don't question the Yah.
So right here we got Institute of Study of War and Russia Matters. So I'm trying to be on Institute for the Study of War is bias against Russia, and then if you use Reuters or AP or Russia, it's going to be towards Russia. So I'm using both sources to try to get an average here.
ISW is actually pretty.
But the most I ever saw of civilian casualty was in the tens of thousands. I don't know where you're getting like hundreds of thousands of you. Like
His numbers are
Yeah,
legit.
it says hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties.
Dude, Ukrainian civilians are streaming Fortnite in Kiev right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're fighting war, but they're playing against the Russians.
So I've got Wikipedia, and it's saying casualties of the Russo-Ukrainian War include 6 deaths during the 2014 annexation of Crimea, and then 14,200 to 14,400 military and civilian deaths during the war in Donbass, and up to 1 million estimated casualties during the Russian invasion of Ukraine until mid-September 2024.
Not civilians.
These numbers sound inflated as it is. Honestly, like all these numbers sound crazy. I can't even fathom 790,000 deaths. Like, what do you do with all these bodies? Like,
Unfathomable.
And that's
the last one sounds reasonable. There's currently 2 million soldiers in the front since almost a couple of years now.
But
so
my point here is that you have to include the
day there's like 1,000 dead.
You can't just include the total casualties without including the total population of the country, because it's not fair, right? You gotta compare.
Of course.
Russia can
I
clearly
agree.
lose a lot more. They have a lot more to mess with.
They are very far away. The Ukrainians as well, from like even remotely reaching the point of having not enough men. They have, as you said yourself, 40 million. Like losing. Don't forget, casualties doesn't mean that they are dead, right? Like this is talking about injury.
True that.
And
yeah, excuse me. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yes. So like I would say for both sides, 2/3 of the casualties are actually not dead; they are just injured.
Is the guy who said Russia already won the war because they said you're not my real dad to the UN, is he still here?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
How is sacrificing like a fucking third of your youngest generation like a win? Just to say you win, bad boy.
Because when you tell a bully, you don't control me, I control myself, that's a win.
Why does it always result in young men dying? It's weird, huh? It's weird that every time that happens, young men just die in large numbers and no one
The
cares.
elites love young men dying.
According to AP News, like what SE was saying, Russia's strategy appears to focus on attrition, leveraging its larger population and industrial base to sustain prolonged military engagements.
Yeah, they have no clue, bro. I gave up trying. Yeah, they have no clue.
Wait a minute.
It's evident.
I just looked it up. There's only 43,000 casualties. There's only 43.
I don't understand why you guys keep telling these things as if this like is groundbreaking news. Like, oh, it's a war of attrition. Yeah, no shit, man. They have been in a stalemate for fucking 3 years. Like, they are fighting for 3 trees a day. Like, you guys are like sitting here as this. They are trying to tell them that they are making a war of attrition. They have made more shells than West. They are winning.
Yeah, but it's true, dude.
It's
so
like,
true,
bro, man.
if Russia
like,
wanted to, they could have just.
Wait, I just looked it up.
Where there's like any substantial ground being gained by either side is long over. They are both entrenched, heavy as fuck, and they are fighting for like a couple trees a day, man.
And the purpose, Also, the purpose of like a war of attrition would be to degrade the state and degrade like the population sentiment, right? It would be to kill, unironically, to like kill as many civilians as you possibly can, fucking like erode the government within the opposing, in this case, Ukraine, right? And neither of those things are happening. The Ukrainian government is still solvent, and they're bolstered by an entire fucking continent, right? And they're not, like, red tape is about to tell you, the casualties as far as civilians goes is not fucking insane. Like, I don't know.
It is
Yeah, I
pretty
want a
high,
single Ukraine-Russia
it's
thought.
nowhere close of like reaching the point of like they can no longer fight like on
By
neither
the way,
side.
these numbers are all over the place, dude. Like I'm looking at here, some say 10,000 casualties, 12, 14,000
No, man,
casualties.
just there was
all
a
this
leak.
says 30,000 civilian casualties. Some
Yeah,
say
it's not
300,000
clear.
civilian casualties, dude. I don't know what number. Like
I'm sending
Congress.gov
you
says
the-
300,000.
You need to go by the most. You need to go by the most reliable sources, which is not a government source. So you cannot rely on the Ukrainian government or the Russian government for the numbers. Your best bet is independent analyses, which have been done and published. But I don't know if any recent ones have been done. For example, I was doing research. I found numbers, decent estimates from 2023. And it showed that like pretty much one Russian soldier, well, there was one Russian casualty for every one Ukrainian casualty at that time.
That's not.
And the numbers will be what the numbers are, but like even outside of that, the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian like initiative is clearly not stuttering to a halt here, right? I don't know why, like they said, I don't know why you keep saying like, oh, it's a war of attrition. If it is, it's not a successful one, right? Like we're not seeing that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to engage in a war of
It is a
attrition
war
anyway.
of attrition because if Putin wanted
That's
to,
fine.
he
I'm not
would've
saying it's
carpet-bombed
not.
all of Ukraine, dude.
Wait, but buddy,
the
I'm
first
not
week.
saying it's not a war of attrition. I'm saying if it is
Nobody
one,
is
we
denying
see
it,
no
man.
reason to say that it's like fucking working.
Yeah, the war of
Dude, it's
attrition
clearly
is well.
working. The West is hurting. Dude. Europe is hurting, bro.
You
don't think this war is affecting the European economy, dude?
It's a war of attrition. It's hurting everyone.
So is it or is it not, dude? Make up your mind.
What do you mean?
It's
There's a difference.
war of
Obviously, there's
attrition.
consequences, right? Like, yes, prices become more expensive, sacrifices get made, governments go into action that they otherwise wouldn't have. That's fine. That's not the same as saying that from Russia's perspective, this war is being won just because it's a war of attrition. That doesn't follow.
You need to understand one thing. There was never a war fought by any nation where somehow, despite the nation being in a war, or is ending up in having higher impact, like no spending for military whatsoever. Of course, military expenditure will have to be taken away from other places where the money could have went into. I mean, it's obvious, but let's not forget, bro, like a war of attrition. Let's look at the two combatants here. You have on one side Russia, which has less GDP than Italy, or you have the whole West, including America. And even if you exclude America, because Trump might
The
get
richest
out,
nations in the world.
if you exclude America, it is still 1/4 of the GDP worldwide. The EU.
Yeah, exactly. And they haven't even like physically entered the war yet, right? Like
We are giving our scraps to Ukraine, and they are fucking decimating the Russians with it. I hope you understand that. We haven't given them Leopard 2s. We haven't given them F-35s. We haven't given them anything sophisticated. They have received nothing but Cold War era shit that was about to fucking be tossed into the trash anyways.
Yeah,
Ukraine is in shambles, bro. A whole generation of young men are gone.
Sorry,
I don't know how many millions of people have left the country. You are living in a delusional state of mind if you don't see that, bro. Like, I'm sorry, man. You've fallen.
I guess I'm delusional. I think low-key one of the logic pieces for why the Trump administration decided to leave Ukraine in terms of funding and all that is because they realize it's an easy play. They don't have to fund Ukraine. It's not necessary. Like I don't think it's going to budge the rubric here, right? It's an easy play.
Yeah.
I don't.
Isn't there also a sense of, while you are in a deadlock, it's not just about whether I can win now militarily. It's like in chess when you pawns are paired off against one another, where you go, right, we're locked here. Now I need to move other pieces. So if the controllers exist, if this sort of cabal exists, they start, nudging China or doing something else. But also, if you're just Zelensky and there's no cabal, you could just be waiting to see if anything else happens, right? Like if there's suddenly another.
I don't know what do you think is going to happen? This was my point to SE earlier, right? But that's not likely. This was my point to SE earlier. Like you're talking about this as if it's world shaking, and at the end of the day, this shit is going to resolve, and most people in the globe are going to continue eating hot chip and playing on iPhone.
That's logically irrelevant, dude.
Yeah, but that's not the point. We were discussing.
Can I get in? Talk real quick. I know he called you out, SE, but I'm trying to get something out here, bro. I'm trying to be neutral here and evaluate what's actually going on. It sounds like you guys are very biased towards Ukraine, right? Dude, at the end of the day, Putin's an ex-KGB. He's a scumbag, dude. I have no reason to support Putin. But when I look at this and I evaluate both sides, dude, Russia's fine, dude. Russia's chilling, dude. Ukraine's in shambles. There's a mass exodus. It only has 38 million people. 10 million people have left the country. Their cities are completely destroyed. Most of Russia is intact, absolutely unscathed, dude. Bro. So the idea that you think that Ukraine's somehow winning this war, you guys are clearly delusional, dude. Clearly. Their whole politics is all fucked up.
I already told you it's a stalemate. I don't know why you keep on yapping that I'm like fucking delusional in the favor of Ukrainians, saying like the war is over, Ukraine tomorrow will win. I'm not doing that, man. I'm telling you that, hey, just look at the fucking data, man. It's been a stalemate. They're fighting for trees daily. Like,
no, man. Ukraine's going to win tomorrow. Like I heard news that the Avengers are actually uniting.
Oh,
just like Russia's independent. Dude. They have their own web.
Hold on, you heard Lion speaking, bro. Let him finish. One at a time. Calm down. Go ahead, Lion.
So Russia's been preparing for this for years, right? For 20 years, they've been preparing, and they're fine. They have enough natural resources for the next 500 years in their land alone. The type of territory that Russia has is being underestimated. What's Ukraine have?
I have more GDP in my fridge than Russia.
Friends.
My fucking microwave has a larger GDP than the Russian nation.
Yeah, doesn't Lion. Just natural resources alone won't help.
Exactly. You need to understand.
Half of the natural resources in Russia can't be reached because it's on permafrost. There's no roads. You can't even go there.
You know how many empires Russia has defeated?
I've got a really important point on that. Natural resources is exactly what the Ukraine has. It produces more than double or something like this, the entirety of what you can get across all of Russia, because it's all a frozen tundra, and that is a warm floodplain. And so they are trying to grab food production, which they have virtually none of anywhere else. So
and they got food.
Wait. To respond to SE when he made the comment about how many nations Russia has conquered, also at that time, SE, look at the weapons that they were using and look at now the countries that back Ukraine compared to, Russia at that time.
No, dude, you don't understand.
Bro, they've defeated every empire, the Ottoman.
Yeah, you don't understand.
The Germans. Let me finish, bro.
I'm not
disagreeing with that. Of you were talking about, bro. You're not the Russians are not going to lose this war, man.
The Russians did not defeat Germany. The Soviet Union did, motherfucker.
This was a different time, SE, right? Like I'm willing to grant you that the Russian people have resolve and exceptional willpower, but that you can't dismiss the fact that at that time the weapons and the strategies were completely different, right? Like.
Yeah,
it don't matter what you had.
Answer to that point?
It don't matter what you
had. One at
had.
a time, guys, please. Yeah, to that point, the weapons. Yeah, the Russians have more sophisticated weapons than the West right now. Are you aware of that?
I would disagree with that.
Are you sure? Have you heard of the Iskandar missile? You guys, like I'm talking with people that have no clue and constantly interrupt me. It's very fucking aggravating. I'm out of this combo, man. I can't deal with you guys.
You gotta go lick your wounds, buddy.
You just don't let anybody talk, man. You just
why are you yelling at me? What did I do?
Very
why are you
aggravating,
yelling?
man.
Calm down.
What a child thing to say. Guys, go one at a time. This is not even listenable.
We were going back to back. I was letting you go, and I was responding.
No, 5 guys interrupted on my last statement, bro. I mean, if you guys don't want to hear it, I won't say it. It's fine.
Yeah, don't say it, man. It's better that way. Anyways,
come on.
You see? It's just
That's what he wants. Damn, it's fucking Discord. No one's gonna give a shit if like you're minorly interrupted. It happens all the fucking time.
It's just a back and forth, man.
True fact.
So Russia is stuck upon 4th generation jets. They're incapable of going further than that. They are let alone even remotely to reaching 6th generation or any stealth bomber. They have tried to create a 5th generation jet. They have failed miserably, time and time again. There is still none in production. You have tried to make your Armata tank. There's only 12 of them, and that's it for years and years and years. Your military fucking industrial complex is literally the equivalent of during the Soviet. You have just turned the exact same factories that were back then on and are producing the exact same shit as back then. Now, on top of the things that you said with like Soviet Union and all, they winning against Second World War. Actually, Second World War is a pretty good example. Russia, aka or Soviet Union, was the underdog. You were being fucking butt broken by the Nazis. And then America tossed fucking weapons and money into you, and then you won. So
hold on, Ardian.
It's the equivalent of what is happening today. You Russians are fighting the Ukrainians. Ukrainians are the underdog, but guess who is backing Ukraine? The largest trading union on earth.
Correct.
Ardian.
Right, he's correct on that. Now let me exactly. That's my whole point. That's why I say that the combined West is getting their asses whooped by Russia, and when this is all over, you're gonna realize that, my friend, and you're gonna eat humble pie, and I'm gonna be here shoveling it to you. I can't wait.
I don't know.
Ardian, it's very clear that he's not going to respond like gracefully.
He's mentally ill. He's butt broken.
Everything he just said.
I am willing to actually engage you on the World War II front because the Soviets were initially an underdog, but I don't think like I'm going to bring up a conversation I had previously, but I in no situation could the Germans have won World War II.
Oh, stop it! The Russians didn't win the war; the weather did, dude. Give me a break.
Come on.
The Nazis were taking so fast land over against the Russians that they often would have to turn around. Because there were pockets of Russians remaining that they would have to go kill and then go back to the front line again.
No, I agree. They were underdogs.
If you don't believe me,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said. I agree.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying like if you don't believe me that the Lend-Lease was the one that led to Russia winning, then go ahead and read how many fucking weapons, trains, trucks, planes, everything was given in the Lend-Lease.
The Americans only provided 8% of the trucks used in World War II by the Soviets.
Oh, sure.
Nobody is saying that the Americans did not help the Russians in arms, but the bulk of the fighting.
We're talking about World War II. We're not talking about the Russians.
Hold on.
Let's see if you can do it.
Hold on, is that
unbelievable, man? No self-control, man. Every time
Montreal,
I open
man,
my mic, just shut your fucking mouths, man.
No, I don't know how to. I'm Puerto Rican, dude. It's a genetic trait. All right.
I know. You got a fucking issue, bro. You got a serious
red tape
issue.
Red tape. Is that true about the 8%?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that
You're
up.
still talking. Look at that.
Yes, I don't respect you.
Here, man. Can I finish my sentence?
SE, you can't start muting people. You can start muting people.
I can't. I don't want to mute people because I'm in the conversation, but I would appreciate some help from the other mods, though. That would be nice.
Okay.
Can I get in line eventually too? Because
why don't we wind the? Could we all try then? And I just won't join in the conversation, but just moderate. Can we all try like winding it down a million notches, where we all just like really chill and maybe finish each time with a nice question for someone?
Who
else?
is this whiny bitch?
I'm perfectly zen. I have no enemies. Red tape. Can you show me that stat about the trucks? I'm actually curious.
That's a good one. That's a good question to start with. Love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like
it's
trucks.
8%. I'm not sure about the 8%, but I know it wasn't like even nowhere near the majority. The Soviet Union produced most of its equipment, most of its food, most of its tanks, etc. Lend-Lease helped, but in the my point, Ardian, was that I don't think the Germans ever could have beaten the British and the Soviets.
Not the British, but that wasn't the intent. Like, Nazi Germany didn't even want to fight the Brits.
Well, yes, but we're talking about World War II, where they were fighting the Brits.
The Brits would have never made a substantial gain against Nazi Germany ever. That would just be like fucking on the island, like being in a perpetual war. I don't know if the Nazis would be able to take Britain once they would cool down the East, maybe. But during World War II, nah, I don't even think they wanted to.
They didn't, but by that time they were. Oh, sorry.
Who do you think killed most of the Russian soldiers? Do you think the Americans and the Allies, or the Russians were responsible?
It wasn't the Russians. It was the Soviet Union.
Okay, the Soviet Union.
What
Who do you think was responsible for winning the war?
The Soviet Union.
Soviets.
Majority,
the Soviets, correct.
Majority of the effort was put in by the Soviets, but majority of the metal came from the West.
Oh yeah, fair.
Not the majority. They did help, but I wouldn't say the majority.
It was.
Let me get this out.
At the time, Soviets had lost most of their factories. They had lost most of their access to fucking factories. The factories were also the ones that were remaining were usually like damaged. And yeah, it was tough times, very tough times.
So yeah, they regrouped and they put their factories in further back in the line. You should do some more research.
Real quick, dude, real quick.
Go, Lion.
Please. Yeah, regarding Russia's jets, right? You said something that they only had 15 or 12 of the newest
certain generation.
Don't interrupt.
Sukhoi, right? Sukhoi Su-57. They only have 15 of those, but they have over 100 of the previous generation, or third or fourth generation Sukhoi Su-35. And
jumping topics.
I posted an article from Eurasian Times, and it says although the fifth generation F-22 and the fourth generation Su-35 have almost similar capability, the latter's superior dogfighting capability, significantly cheaper costs, and IRST technology give the Russian jet one clear edge over the U.S. aircraft. Now, people, when they compare the F-16 versus the F-22, a lot of people prefer the F-16, even though it's 50 years old. It's no sleeper. The F-16 arguably might still be better than the F-22. Even if the F-22 on paper looks better, it looks like it has better stats. There's a lot of higher military members wiser than me that think the F-16 is still a better platform. And this article is saying that the Russian Su-35 arguably is also better than the F-22. Even if it's Cold Era, it doesn't matter.
On the earlier point, Red Tape, I'm at least the source I'm looking at says like 32% of the Red Army's total fleet was American trucks.
And let's not forget.
Still looking.
Let's not forget, Alu, that you need to check not just because if you look at the total amount of the trucks that the Soviets had or planes or whatever the fuck, and then you just add onto it the one that were received by the Lend-Lease, and then look, okay, how much is from who and how much is from who? That's a wrong picture. You need to look at how many they had prior to the Lend-Lease remaining, and then how many were added from the Lend-Lease. Because if you don't have an air fleet anymore, right, but you used to have a substantial amount before, and then the Lend-Lease is given to you that you fight with, right, then obviously it's gonna look like they gave you like less than half. But in reality, without that, you wouldn't have been able to do anything because it was all you had at the time.
I mean, here's my thing, right? I generally agree with Red Tape that like the Soviet Union during World War II was like understated in its consequence to the war, right? I don't know if that necessarily I don't know if you guys actually have a contention in points, right? I don't know if in terms of like the Ukrainian topic, I don't know if it really is conflicting because like I obviously the Lend-Lease and the aid given to the Red Army like was extremely beneficial to the Soviets. I don't know if that impacts the point about like what the modern day
I'm not following
Ukraine.
this at all. Is the idea that they were given trucks, and that's what helped them with their own hardware on the front line. And without those,
The idea
they're
they're arguing over whether or not arguing they're talking about whether or not Russia could have successfully done the things it done, engaged in the war in the way they did without U.S. aid. Are you saying that without U.S. aid, Russia would have been ineffectual? Towards the point that Russia is just like a historically incapable.
So just doesn't get. It's got no production. Like
is that
the
correct?
reason you can tell they don't have any military production.
Am I summarizing you correctly, Ardian?
Let me elaborate on what I'm talking about. Like let's use planes for example, right? Let's use the planes for example to make my case. So the Lend-Lease gave in total 14,000 aircrafts to the Soviets, right? 14,000. The Soviets had in the beginning, before the war started, somewhere around the equivalent of that, right? But during the first 6 months of the war, first things, they lost 10,000 planes, 10,000 planes to the Nazis. They did. They lost nearly 80-90% of their air fleet to the Nazis. So without the Lend-Lease, without like the air force of the Soviets was literally reinstated by the West. Without that, they wouldn't have had any air fleet and wouldn't be able to produce jets either, because all the factories that were in fact used for production of planes were inside of the control of the Nazis or very close to the control to be shelled.
Why are you talking about jets during World War II?
Because the Air Force was one of the most important things that changed.
No. I'm not talking about the Air Force. I'm talking about jets. You said jets.
Oh, my bad. I misspoke.
Yeah, I was confused by that. That threw me off. So you did
mean planes. The only
you don't
ones
know
with
about the F-22s in World War II?
Well, the only one with jets were the Nazis, but I'm talking about planes. My bad.
They were all getting there at about the same time, right at the end of the war, though, weren't they? I thought right at the end of World War II, they were like, "We finally cracked jet engines," but we no.
Yeah, Britain had a jet. Britain had a jet.
Did they send them against one another?
Fuck it.
Yes. The Nazis had the Messerschmitt. The Nazis were the only ones with a functioning jet in the war.
But by then it was too late.
It wasn't too late. Like they had them quite. I don't know when they developed it exactly, but it was other reasons why it was too late. It wasn't the war was over because the Americans got involved.
Incorrect. By the time the Americans came in, the Russians had already devastated the German army. You guys, like you especially, that you think you're the expert, you have no clue what you're saying, bro. It was the Russians that devastated the Germans. Check out Stalingrad. That's where most of the murder took place. They devastated them. The Americans and the West just came in as a cleanup with the brooms.
I'm not talking about military invention from the West. I'm talking about them aiding the Soviets.
Yeah, but we were talking about who killed more Germans during World War II. Who won the war? And the fact of the matter is, again, you're interrupting.
Nobody in the room was speaking about who
killed Nazis. Bro. I know it's hard for you to hear, bro. I know. The fact of the matter is, the Russians killed most
people from Montreal are like.
Again, they can't do it. They got to interrupt. Come on, get it out.
I mean, you did charge in to say this, but say it and let's let him say it.
Thank you, Joe.
They can't. They just get triggered like little girls.
Just say it. Don't do this bit. Don't do the grandstanding. Just say it.
Montreal, it's fucking Discord. Just talk through them.
This is what happens. Please don't red tape. Just say it. I say. Just say it.
Right. I'm going to say it again. Right. Listen to this very carefully. And this is a fact. The Russians killed most of the German soldiers. The Russians won World War II. You don't have to like it. It's a fact.
No, I agree with you, but I'm going to correct you. It wasn't the Russians. It was the Soviet Union.
Who are you arguing against? Who in this room
we all said that? We all said that about 5 minutes ago. We all agreed Russians won the war. And you're like, no, you guys are all
Soviets
the Russians won the war. Sorry, I said
so we all agree the Soviets. Okay, great. Perfect.
Yeah, you're just stuck in shadow boxing, man.
I miss my
You're just pro-Ukrainian. You hate the Russians. I can see it. I can smell it.
As a fellow Canadian, do you disavow or avow this guy?
He's not Canadian. He's from Quebec.
Okay.
So
I don't think
once
this would have happened
Atoms
under.
come in, that's when I know I devastated.
Wow,
you
he
guys.
just
Yeah.
put a comment by saying he wasn't Canadian.
so far. You
I don't think
literally,
this
when
would
I
have happened
pushed
under
you to give
Castro's
us
son.
metrics for the war, Ukraine and Russia, why fucking Russia is winning, you turned around and said you guys are a bunch of retards, delusional anyways. I'm not
Cry
gonna
for me. Cry for me.
You are literally like
Guys,
textbook.
wind it down.
You
Let's
are
go
the
back to winding
textbook.
it down.
You
Your
are the
textbook-
textbook. You are giving us the textbook example of atoming time and time and time again. And now here you sit whining about atoms, man.
Yo, between these two sides, is any one of you guys like anti-war on both sides, condemning both of them? Is any of that going on?
What a wild.
Why would
Is
you
anyone saying
condemn
fuck
the
war,
person
fuck
being
both
invaded?
sides,
Here comes
fuck
the
the
pacifist.
governments?
No, I'm
comes the-
actually pro-war. I like death.
I like the bullets. I'm on the side of the bullets.
Why would you ever, as a peace-loving individual, condemn the person being invaded?
That's true as well.
The fuck are you talking about?
Like, so Australia gets invaded, you're like, hey, Harry, why are you hey, eggshells, why are you fighting back?
Why were you? Wait, what was? Okay,
Just
here's the
let
real
the
question.
Indonesians in, prick.
What the fuck was Ukraine wearing when Russia attacked? Because that has relevance.
That is true.
It was wearing
And if-
NATO
They watched it that
alliances.
time at night.
If Ukraine was walking around in a little UN miniskirt, I think
Oh,
the assault
yeah.
was deserved.
You know what I find funny? I find funny that initially when the Ukrainians were fighting, there was a lot of like rebels who just grabbed guns and guerrillas who were fighting. They didn't have ordinary military clothing on, right? They had ordinary clothing on, civilian clothing. You can watch the videos. And nobody in Western media gave a single flying fuck. But when Gaza, these people over there who don't even have an army, they're just fucking like a bunch of like nomads stuck in a fucking like prison. When these people started fighting and they also have like only civilian clothing, it all of a sudden becomes a problem. You know?
I agree, Ardian. I agree, Ardian.
All of a sudden, everybody
Dude,
likes
it's actually one of the highest orders of fucking hypocrisy has been like seeing the reaction to Gaza and seeing the reaction to Ukraine, right? It's insane. It's fucking wild.
Piers Morgan,
brother. Well said.
I know. We all probably know Piers Morgan. That dude was on fucking like one of his shows. I remember perfectly well because I followed the Ukraine war as well. He called the Ukraine war a genocide, right? Which you could reach very far to make a case for it being a genocide, but you have to reach super strong.
And then you see the actual genocide. You know what's funny is Piers Morgan.
I'm not trying to say like it is one. I'm just saying that you have to fucking insanely reach to even make the case that it is one, right?
Of course.
But he was like vehement on it. He's like, it is a genocide, right? But then fucking Gaza happens for like 2 years. There's like fucking children starving to death because they don't let food in. And then he's like, I don't know if it's a genocide or not.
You know what's funny? You bring up Piers Morgan. He actually just very recently came around on that. So he was
on the Gaza situation, yeah.
On the
he came
Gaza,
around
yeah.
recently, yeah.
It's very funny how like after the damage is done, these fucking these ghouls. It's a post-nut clarification. Like they.
I would say Ukraine is a
they
cultural
destroy
genocide.
an entire fucking like people, and then they're like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't have nutted to that. Oh, I feel a little bad." Oh.
I'm gonna give you.
I would definitely say in Ukraine is a cultural genocide. Like the Russians are obviously trying to impose Russian culture and remove like Ukrainian culture.
You have to reach very.
Hang on.
No, I don't have to reach. You can make really easy argument that is literally what they want. They want to erase Ukrainians.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, man, but like that's
like
not
3 weeks old, isn't it? Like
the point is like the hypocrisy of like the Western state, right? Like they will fucking handhold over Ukraine all day long, which like that can be valid and that's fine. But when it comes to like
you can make the, of course you can make the case, as I already said, but you just have to reach. I think the best case you can make is stating that within the definition of
genocide would be the best one.
One of the key points within genocide that the UN agrees upon the definition is a nation being wiped out. So the intent of Putin clearly is to wipe out the Ukrainian nation, right, as a nation. So you can make that case of it being like cultural national genocide, right? But that's it, and they are super far away from it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, like Israel, you could like easily make the argument that even before
you can make both.
What has it been? They like last weekend. I think Netanyahu just like over the last few days said, "Okay, we'll start letting food into Gaza," and then like, it's been what 3 months?
Yeah.
3 months without food? Like, what do you mean?
People will still say, "Hey, they're not restricting food," and then the Israeli government will come out and say, "You know what? Maybe we should give them some food."
You know what's crazy
only
about
reason
that?
why
Like
they
a month and
allowed
I remember a month and a half ago I was arguing with somebody and they were talking about they were trying to deny that they were denying food. I was like, about a month and a half ago, Netanyahu outright said, he said this. He said, "We are not allowing food into the Gaza Strip specifically because we think that the Hamas are going to steal the food and sell it." They said that like a month and a half ago.
I mean, that's really nice.
Even if that's happening, though, even if that's happening, that's still just not a justification. Like,
But who are they selling the food to? It's absurd.
Maybe they'll steal and sell the food or whatever. Like hypothetically, maybe they do that. Like they're not gonna do for all of the food. Otherwise, the population would just literally hang them. Right?
This is my problem, right?
If they're doing this visibly,
what he said is they're going to sell the food in return for weapons. My problem is, who are they fucking selling the food to? McDonald's? What are you talking? Like,
selling it
back
this is nonsense propaganda.
I'm giving you that's. I don't believe it. I'm just saying, even if they sell a portion of it, the rest will still go to people that need it. And for him to use that is just lame. Like it just doesn't make sense.
No, of course.
Sure.
I'm not saying you think that. I'm just saying like even giving them that much grace is like a mistake. The claim is absurd on its face. Like Hamas is not selling food for AK-47s. That's not happening.
Yo, Alu, want me to tell you the T why Piers Morgan has changed his position? See, I didn't even know that he came around and said it's a genocide, but I knew very well since like almost 2 months, a month-ish and something, that Piers Morgan is going to change his mind. Want to know why?
Because he's a fucking liberal.
No.
He's a neoliberal.
No. It is because he had sponsors that were Zionist Jews. He had plenty of them, and he had one very large one. And that guy left eventually because I mean he just didn't push enough back, I guess. So he eventually stepped out,
and
he lost he lost quite a bit of sponsors. Yeah, just
I don't disbelieve you, but like definitely like can you? I'm a bit retarded. Can you show me the whatever you're looking
without problem? I will do that, but it's gonna take me time. But
That's
what
fine.
I can tell you, you can like literally like probably already notice this yourself, is back then he never had ads on his show. Now he does fucking ads for VPNs, bro. VPNs.
Yeah, of course. He's doing the YouTube thing. This is what I meant earlier. Like earlier, there was the guy who was like disputing propaganda on either side, and that's my problem. Is like when you talk about like Western centrism, when you talk about like neoliberal Western society, there is no higher valuable asset than like modern conservatives and modern liberals. It is a like pure capitalism, right? When a guy like Piers Morgan is entirely financially and egoistically motivated. You turn a little switch on him, you pull his strings via sponsors and whatever, he'll go whichever way, and that influences the policy. It's a fucking shell game.
It is a shell game, but look at the hypocrisy, right? The same people that are telling you what's not going on in Israel, which clearly is a genocide, mass murder of women and children, those are the same people that are telling you the Ukrainians are winning.
I want you to know that you're giving a guy who had no opinion on Montreal and Quebec. I had no opinion. You're giving it a bad rep. I'm starting to become racist against Quebec, and it's your fault. I want you to know
good,
that.
bro. I couldn't. You know what? If you think, yes, that's great. That means I'm doing good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank
you want me to be racist against Quebec?
You're not doing good. You're doing average for a Quebecer.
Thank you. When I hear you guys cry like little girls, I know I did my job. Thank you.
I'll tell you.
Is that an actual thing, a Quebecer?
Yeah, that's what we call them.
I'll tell you this, man. If you had the whole room a second ago disagree with you and call you out that you are just like believing in propaganda, and then you hear the same group of people completely dismantle Israeli propaganda, and you fully agree with us that we are seeing through the propaganda, maybe, just maybe,
You're the
should
moron.
look into a mirror and realize that you are buying into propaganda in the initial.
Yeah, you need to take off the clown makeup. Look into the mirror.
You gotta
take off
remember
the
that
clown makeup.
these retards.
Wow, let's
right
go.
now
Some
are
more
commenting
insults. Yeah, come on, guys.
I didn't insult you. That was
commenting
them.
on how
I
they
didn't
know
insult
like what's going on in Quebec or what's going on in Israel. They also think that they're spitting on a globe. I mean, these are the same level.
Exactly.
That's right.
How can we trust these sources?
I didn't insult you, whatever your name is. What's your name? Montreal. I didn't insult you. I just said that the same people you're agreeing right now, that you're telling, oh, we are seeing through the propaganda, are the same people that told you a second ago that you are not seeing through the propaganda.
Yeah, but you guys.
Do you agree there's a genocide happening now in Israel? Do you agree with me that there's a genocide?
It's not in Israel.
Being conducted against the people and
I don't agree
apartheid?
with you, I agree with the fucking.
Not in Israel
WHO
yet.
and the other fucking organization.
So you agree there's an apartheid state?
Yes.
Against.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Oh, we can agree on something then. Okay. Good.
Well, as I just said a second ago,
to be fair, I was speaking conceptually, but
you have
point
all of
stands, I
us.
see.
You have all of us who are like literally from the
Dude,
West.
listen, we heard you say this 3 times, Adrian.
Yeah, we heard you, bro. You don't got to say it again. Maybe I misheard you. Now I understand that you agree there's apartheid.
He just asked me if I am pro-Israel, so like clearly it didn't go through to him.
Yeah,
again,
we're all anti-Israel here. Like,
say it again. Say it one more time.
I think there's an issue here.
I would gladly say it again to you.
Can I just check? Because I think there's an issue where you and you're sharing a misapprehension, I think, about what we think. I think you're still laboring under the misapprehension that we think Ukraine are good guys and going to win the war, and that Israel is not committing a genocide. You seem like we tell you again and again, we think Israel's committing a genocide, we think Ukraine might lose. And you keep resetting and being like, you guys are crazy, you'll see. Where most of us are being like, yeah, it's quite probable Russia's going to keep the territory it's gained.
So,
so you're agreeing? No, you weren't all agreeing with me before, but
yes, we were. We've been
thanks for
agreeing the whole
clarity.
time. I've agreed with you.
No.
That's my point. What I've just said is
you actually
keep
don't
resetting
listen when
and
you have
forgetting
conversations, bro. You're
I've
like
had this
shadowbox.
conversation with you before. We had this conversation 5 minutes ago where I told you we agree with this, and you're like, you agree with this? And I'm telling you again. You're like, what? Like, remember it this time.
You actually
we are not insane people. We agree on both of these two different issues.
Listen
So
here.
let's get this straight. You agree that Russia is definitely going to win the war in Ukraine. This is a
Quite
fact.
probably going to hold territory gain.
We know before you were saying it's a stalemate and we don't know. And
Ukraine holding the territories. Do you know what the stalemate means? A stalemate is that two forces can no longer push really forward. Do you know what that extrapolates into? You keep the territory that you have under control. Do you understand when we say it's a stalemate? We are not saying Ukraine,
not Ukraine, not Russia winning.
Like you do all of this grandstanding.
It was never Russia winning, Ukraine winning on our end. You misunderstanding.
It is a stalemate. We are saying, hey, the territories that Russia is under control, Ukraine is not going to be able to get them easily. That's why we're calling it a stalemate.
Can I get in just?
So now you're changing your mind. A stalemate, not
it's
Russia
always been a stalemate.
It's always been. The premise of the conversation, Essie, where you started engaging us, we said we don't think Russia is winning. You said Russia is winning. We never said Ukraine is winning or it's a stalemate. We said we don't think Russia is winning, which correlates with our current position. Nothing has changed.
Let's leave the meta. Let's clarify. Once and for all, we're all on tape now. We're being recorded.
Yeah,
do you think Russia is going to win the war or Ukraine is going to win the war?
It's a different question.
I don't see. This is why again, man.
He's not listening.
Not winning or losing. I don't think Russia will lose nor win the war. It depends on how you define
territory gain.
But Eggshells was saying minutes ago that I'm crazy, and you guys clearly
oh my god, man! You're like a woman who just has to fucking pipe up, doesn't listen, and then just repeats herself in like fucking shadow boxing ultimate fight championship, man. Shut the fuck up.
Get away from your fields, bro. I don't care about your fields, sweetheart.
And listen for 2 seconds, bro. I don't want to. Shut the fuck up, you dirty rat.
No, you shut up. Can we get some moderation from this clown?
Okay, enough, guys. Don't overtalk to each other.
Stop interrupting. Shut the fuck up. I was
So
No, you shut the fuck
Ardian,
up.
finish.
Can we get some
Finish.
dirty mouth.
Hold on,
I was
guys.
speaking.
Stop. Guys, stop. Ardian, finish what you're saying. Don't insult.
Exactly.
SE, please don't interrupt.
So the point again is, I don't want to get stuck upon semantics, like what winning means, what losing means. I'll tell you what will happen within the war. The territories that Russia has taken will most likely not be fully taken back by Ukraine. I don't know the level of amount that will go to Ukraine or to Russia, but it's going to be somewhere around the territories that Russia currently holds, because it's a stalemate. And I don't see any reason to believe that somehow one has a Wunderwaffe that they're going to pull out their big cock and just penetrate the other side tomorrow.
Okay, now let me respond. So you disagree with what Eggshells just came in to tell me, that you guys kept telling me 4 times that Russia will win the war. You disagree with Eggshells on that?
No, you're still getting it wrong.
I'm pretty sure Action agrees with me. You just define it completely different.
You just keep resetting. You've reset again since I last told you about your reset. You've still again forgotten my position. It hasn't changed. SE, none honestly.
Who's gonna win the war? I don't give a shit. Who's gonna win the war? Eggshells. Who's gonna win the war?
And what are you
Russia
gonna
is
do
probably
about it?
gonna win.
I'm gonna win
By
the
my
war.
definition of winning, Russia is probably going to win because what it really, really wanted was the land bridge of Crimea on both sides, and it's got that. It's held that.
So you have different positions. I was right. You think they're gonna win, and he thinks it's gonna be a stalemate, right?
You really think it's that they just wanted the land bridge, though? I
I think they wanted the whole thing. I think they wanted the whole thing.
wanted the whole thing, and they're not getting the whole thing. They might get the Donbass. That for me, that categorizes itself as a loss for Russia when they get stalemated like this.
So why I'm calling it a win is because I think there are two strategic objectives as far as I can tell, and it's the warm water port / entirety of Crimea because it's a land bridge, and then the second strategic thing is the wheat fields of the rest of Ukraine, and it's lost those. So I agree, it's kind of a loss on that front. But it looks like they've pushed just past Crimea and kind of stalled there somewhat, possibly on purpose, possibly because they're inept. And I would call that a win, depending on how you do it. But we're all saying the same thing, which is they're probably / possibly going to end up with territory gained.
They're going to end up with territory, but that's a loss.
That was like a double.
How you would define win or loss?
If I could,
Yeah.
not a meme, right? If I could, let's say this war ends tomorrow. Both Russia and the Ukraine are going to spend the next 2 generations of human beings.
Yeah, neither side won.
No, not really. No, that side is Ukraine.
Stop talking. I am in the middle of a sentence. Stop talking. They're going to spend the next 2 generations recouping geopolitically, in terms of human lives, right? Recouping birth rates, recouping culturally, right?
Buildings.
Recouping economics,
Economics,
in
whatever,
almost
yeah.
every single way. Both of these nations, if this war, and it's not going to end tomorrow, that's the thing, right? It's not going to. But let's say it did. Both of
So
these
they're going to be
nations
recouping. They're
are
going to be
in-
recouping. So it's like a
both
win.
of
They're
these
winning.
nations
They're all
are
winning
in-
now.
Shut up. Both
just
of these
changed
nations.
definition. Now
Shut
they're all
up,
winning.
retard. I know you're a flat earther. I can
That's
see
it.
by your PFC.
Thanks,
I
that's what we're doing.
Thanks.
All right, listen.
Thanks.
Both
Both
of these nations are in disrepair. You have lost tons and hundreds of thousands of human lives. Okay, they're not coming out of this with a quote unquote win. The very idea of a win is just a fiction written by fucking rich people who you have nothing to do with. There is no win here. It's lost.
Pass
Both
it off.
nations have lost here.
Okay, bring it home, bro. You're like
Bring it
monologuing.
home. You're a fucking fascist if
No,
you think either side
hold
won.
on. Pass the mic, bro. Been here for
The
10
mic is
seconds.
passed.
Pass
You're
the
a
mic.
fascist if you think either side won.
Nobody
Everyone
won.
lost.
Pass the mic.
That's right. That's right.
Pass the mic.
Can I hear
No,
the
pass
justification?
it to Mike. Who's Mike?
Stop talking. Pass the mic.
Can I hear the justification of?
Pete,
Can I hear the
demonstrate. Can you please stop doing this?
Can I hear the justification of you, Montreal, that you are in favor of the Palestinian who want to be free and have a nation on the United Nations, yet at the same side, at the same breath, you are pro-Russia, who is taking the right from Ukraine away to be independent?
I never said I was pro-Russia. I was just merely telling you the facts on the ground. It appears from all the things I've seen that the Russians have totally devastated Ukraine. The whole There's a whole generation of men lost. A whole generation of women have left the country. 10 million people have left the country.
Okay, I know the facts. You said them.
That's it. I'm not on either side. I'm just giving you the facts, bro. That's it.
So
you think this isn't true for Russia?
Do you think that Russia should pull out?
What I think should happen is the West, who started this war, should stop funding Ukraine. Why are you laughing?
Because I could say the exact same thing for Palestinians. They started the war.
Yep. And just let him finish his point.
No, you can't. You can say that about the Palestinians that started. What,
Yeah,
are you serious?
Of course you can.
Yeah, I can.
That's the Hegelian dialectic. So if you pick one side on one war, you're going to be wrong on the other one.
Yeah.
No, don't. That's not the Hegelian dialectic.
My God.
I don't know what the fuck just
happened. Right?
I see it every day.
We have people with master's degrees in sociology. They can probably tell you what the Hegelian dialectic is.
I think you could make the Hegelian
The
dialectic.
Hegelian
It would take a bit of work,
dialectic
but
is
it would.
when I come, dude.
You can't, dude, this guy
Let's stick on the topic.
I think you can.
Yeah, I can make it.
I just find it interesting that you want to explain to me that you are not pro-Russian, yet you are telling me in one breath that Ukraine lost 1 million people and Russia not even 100,000 men. You tell me in the same breath. You tell me in the same breath that Ukraine started and the West started this war.
That's a fact.
Man, I mean,
Yes.
your sources earlier for your beliefs were Putin. I mean, I can sit here and say the same thing about like the Palestinians, right? The Palestinians.
Stop monologuing. Let's go point by point, bro.
Not
Just
monologue,
calm
man.
down.
I just
Let's
spoke for
do
like
this
2
calmly.
sentences. Calm
Are
down.
you?
I can make the same case for Palestine.
Yes, I understand. Take a breath.
In Gaza,
Take a deep
in
breath, bro.
Gaza,
Let me
in
say
Gaza,
something.
in
Take a
Gaza.
deep breath.
I'm not done, man. I know you
Well,
want
let him finish, SE, and
I
then
know
you
you
have the
want to
chance to
soy
speak.
out. I know, but calm down. In Gaza, in 2004, Hamas took over by force, and then they started chugging weapons and bombs towards Israel. It wasn't Israel that attacked Hamas first. It was Hamas that attacked Israel first.
Okay, are you done? Can I speak?
Yeah.
Are you denying the fact that the West instigated this war in Ukraine through the CIA? Are you denying that fact?
Yes.
Then there's nothing else I can tell you, bro. Like you're completely.
But that's incredulity, SE. That's incredulity, man. Jeez, man.
Bro, if you don't know that the CIA started this war in Ukraine, then you don't know any. You shouldn't be in this conversation.
That's. Oh my God.
The evidence.
That's not an argument.
I understand how the CIA started? Can you describe that? So tanks, we saw like
That's a
TikTok
great
videos
question.
of tanks rolling from the Russian side. Can you explain how the CIA started that?
Yes, I'm talking about this whole thing in general in the Ukraine, right? This started when the promise was made that NATO will not expand after Germany, after the unification of Germany. They promised them that they were not going to expand NATO towards the border of Russia. What did they do? Like the West always does, backstabs everybody from the Indians on down, right? But we won't get into that. They started expanding towards the border. Now, if you don't know this, then you don't know about this whole
Okay.
So, hold on, I'm not done.
No, he's not
So
done.
when they got to Ukraine, I'm not done. When they got to Ukraine, the Ukrainians told them, the Russians told them, they drew a red line. You're not gonna go any further. NATO, Ukraine will never join NATO. Get it through your heads. And they kept on and on. So that's how this all started. If you don't know this, you should not be in this conversation.
Your own story we all agree with, which is the Russians set a red line, said don't cross this line or we'll invade you, and they crossed the line and invaded. Yeah. So that doesn't mean that the other people started the war. The line was do not freely join this free association of independent nations. And they chose to do that, which their sovereignty allowed them to do. And he said, don't ever use your sovereignty to do that thing, and then invaded them. You agree with this story. You've got no explanation. 100% of the blame by your own story goes on Russia. You haven't. Your job was to explain how the CIA did it. How did the CIA make Putin do that? That's insane. We're nowhere near explaining it. You just gave the mainstream story, which blames Russia.
Truly unbelievable. Can you stop talking for a minute? It's
Well,
truly unbelievable
not
how
interrupt.
ignorant you are of these facts. Like, if you don't know this, like,
Which
if anybody
fact?
listening to you
Bro, I
talk,
have to ask again,
it's-
Daps, is this really what Montreal people are
again,
like?
interruption.
Yeah, they're mostly like this. Yeah.
You guys are just not worth it,
Let
man.
him
You guys
respond.
are just not worth it. Think what you want.
Well, no, Montreal. What
Wait,
fact?
women.
But
Go for
no,
it.
hold on, then let's get clear on the evidence that the CIA in fact infiltrated NATO and was responsible for the Russian-Ukraine war.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zelensky.
What are the facts? Give us the facts. How
Okay.
did you come to that conclusion?
Guys, you're not seeing the forest out of trees, man. Please. Look, let's say I'll grant you, even though I disagree with you, NATO fucking denied Ukraine coming in multiple times. Also, it wasn't about NATO, it was about EU, why he fucking spoke out. Let's side skirt all of that. Let's say you're right, Sam Montreal. The reason why Russia invaded Ukraine is because Ukraine wants to be in NATO. They want to be in a military alliance with the West. Does that give justification Russia to invade Ukraine?
Yes, this is a big boys world, right? We're not talking about what you wish, your feelings.
Okay.
This is how the world works, right? Yes.
Okay, I understand.
This is what happens in the big boys club when you go next to a superpower and you try to muscle in. That's exactly, the same thing happened when the Russians tried to do that in Cuba. Are you guys going to dispute that? Like,
Okay.
what?
I have a question. I have a question for SE that I'd really like
It's
to
a
dive
follow-up
into,
question.
if I could.
Wait, guys, this guy believes that's it because he's low IQ. There's a follow-up question. So
low IQ. Fuck you, dude.
Calm down.
Yeah, I think it's
Stop
Iman,
interrupting.
though.
I let you finish. Calm down. Now we have
listen,
Israel. Calm down. Calm down.
Don't be surprised if you start with an
calm
insult, you're going to get interrupted.
Calm down. Calm down. Now we are going to go to the. Calm down. Calm down.
Everyone, calm down. Calm down.
Demons.
Yes. Take a deep breath, man. Let me ask my question. So now we go to the other case where you are pro-Palestinian. You said, yes, man, you shouldn't go into military alliances with your enemy, with the enemy of your neighbor, because this is the big dog world. Well, Israel is kind of a big dog within the Middle East. Pretty big, in fact. The second strongest or the third strongest, depending on how you look at it. They are nuclear power. The definitely underdog are the Palestinians. And Hamas is allied with who? Oh yeah, with Iranians, the enemy of Israel and the West, which Israel is very close allied to. So by your own logic, Gaza has the ability to fucking toss anything they want towards Israel. And Gaza is allied with Iran. So therefore, Hamas needs to be wiped out by Israel.
Solid.
In case anybody's interested, there is also an entire group, large group of pretend war knowers and global power.
What is happening? Why are you interrupting?
And Jump
Why is
Candace,
he- yeah,
I'm going to jump
he's not
Candace
allowed to
and argue with
Why are you
me.
guys interrupting him,
Let him
dude?
finish.
This is an open
I don't want to talk
forum.
to this guy. Tanks is talking now. I'm modding. Don't interrupt Tanks. Tanks is talking right
I'll
now.
ask you a direct
interrupt him.
question. His point was directed to you, SC.
I
You
said
should respond.
before he talked, I don't want to talk
Shut
to
up,
this guy.
Alu.
Tanks has the floor.
You're part of the convo. I can't even talk in here, man. This is crazy. I can't say anything.
Tanks has the floor.
I mean, you
Yeah,
interrupted
bro.
in the middle of a conversation, right?
Go ahead, Tanks.
So Ardian made a point to. Oh yeah, I bet you want to.
Let him fucking speak, bro.
Shut the fuck up, Alu.
If it allows you to escape,
anybody
the fucking
interrupts,
point.
A moderator
now
should press the
I'm
mute
gonna mute
button.
Yes, the guy who is engaging in conversation.
I was trying to
Be muted.
have a conversation. I guess if it's a closed dialogue, I'll back out now. I mean, I didn't know it was that vicious in here.
No, go ahead, no Tanks. Go ahead.
I'm out. It's fine.
Okay.
No,
Oh, come on, brother. They muted him.
You don't have to.
God damn it, guys.
If you don't
You
want to
fucking
hear
Anytime
animals.
anyone tries to jump in, we get told to shut the fuck up. So what do you expect, man?
So do you? I'll give you the floor, no Tanks. If you don't want to speak, no Tanks, I'll just restate the question to the person. Do you want to say something, no Tanks?
No, you guys.
Can we
carry
also
on.
unmute Alu? He was part of the conversation.
Talk about war.
Then
All
to
right.
talk about it.
All right, no Tanks.
apologies that this happened. This happened to you.
Can I get a mic check?
Again, Montreal, I'm asking you now again. You stated that it's a big boy world. Israel is a big boy. Palestinians don't even have an army. They are not even a nation. They're just the territories under the United Nations. These people are allied with the literal enemy, sworn enemy of Israel, who literally has in their charter death to Israel. And they are also allied with the Houthis, which also have in their charter death to Israel. So, under your own logic, why would Israel allow at their doorstep a terrorist organization or a militant group, call it whatever you want, that is allied to enemies that swear death to Israel?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, it's to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll tell you why. Because the Israelis have cordoned off Gaza Strip. It's like an open air prison. They control the water. Are you gonna giggle through my thing, or are you gonna shut your mouth?
Just say it.
We don't need your opinion either, sir.
You're trying to
Stay on
control
mute.
everyone. If the guy giggles, let him giggle. Just say it.
Glory, wait, Glory, please don't let him speak. SE, please finish up. Nobody interrupt him, please. Come on, guys.
Thank you. I would
Wrong
appreciate
culture.
once not being interrupted. Thank you. So, the Israelis are an apartheid state. They literally built a wall around 2.5 million people. They've been controlling their lives for 70 years. Water, electricity, fishing. They don't have their own airport. They can't leave. You understand? It's an apartheid state. Like
They collect
South
their
Africa.
taxes.
So the Palestinians have, see, they can't do it.
No,
The
I'm just adding
Palestinians
to
have
what you said.
every
sir.
right. What?
I'm just adding to your statement. They also control their taxes. They get their money. West
Yes,
Bank
they
is-
control
is-
literally
yes.
everything. It's the literal definition of apartheid. And the ICJ, the criminal court of the world, has ruled Netanyahu and his defense minister war criminals. Do you understand that? That's not in dispute.
Okay, the same organization also, has ruled upon the invasion of Ukraine being illegal, and also upon Putin being a war criminal. The ICC, sorry, because the ICJ doesn't. In case, like you love doing this thing where you like wave around like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. The ICJ doesn't rule upon war crimes. It's the ICC. The ICC declared, in fact, Netanyahu a war criminal. Yes, correct. But guess who as well? Yeah, Putin. So all you just said is the big boy world ended because the big boy is doing bullying. Oh, is Israel bullying too much for your taste? So not only if you do a little bit of bullying, you can get away with it. But if the big boy does too much bullying, then no, then it's so sad. Like, look, the Palestinians, they're sad. The Ukrainians, they are sad, but not enough sad for me to say that they are sad. Is that the whole conclusion here?
Oh, God.
Okay, let me answer. Do you hear how he just made fun of the killing of women and children? How he's making fun of an apartheid state for 70 years. There's people that
I'm
have
making
been
fun of
born.
you.
Don't interrupt me, dude. There's people that have been born in the prison camp. Their whole life, they don't know what freedom is. Do you understand that? It's an apartheid state. Please don't try to whitewash it. Okay?
Nobody's whitewashing it. What is this like moral literacy?
Sir, this is a crime against humanity. He's laughing. This fucking ignorant is laughing at this.
How many houses did the Russians destroy from Ukrainian families? Were you completely annihilated?
We're talking about Palestine.
No, we're not changing the story, buddy. We are holding up a symmetry here, in which you clearly like have
it's
no
not
symmetry.
working, buddy. It's not working.
You. Yes, it is. And in fact, even the fucking literal institutions he appealed to label both as a war criminal. Like this guy literally used as a
You had a
reason
point,
why
but
he
you're
believes in
misunderstanding
what he
SA's
believes is
argument
that Netanyahu.
completely.
This is not an invitation for you to start speaking. Like the middle of my sentence
Yeah,
is
it
not
is.
the beginning
You
of
need to
yours.
stop.
Just as as for the record, right? So again, the literal institutions that you appeal to said the same thing about Putin. Number one. Number two. Again, the right for independence and the right for determination and the right to be free
does not depend upon how much you're being fucking genocided. It doesn't depend on how much you're being war crimed. It depends on the simple principle that you have the goddamn right to be it. And when you sit here and justify the principle of determination to be removed from a nation due to the fact that they ally with an enemy of yours, well, the same can be granted towards the people within Palestine. They are sitting at the border of Israel. They sit within stone throwing range of Tel Aviv. They have therefore the right to bully them because realpolitik.
Does anybody this is like astonishing for me to hear somebody justifying the genocide and the murder of women and children. It's truly astonishing. He's trying to
misunderstanding your position, Essie. He thinks you're sticking up for Russia rather than warning us about Russia. Everyone's.
And I told him many times I'm not sticking up for Russia.
You are though. You justified the invasion. You blamed the blame of the invasion
Hold on.
on
How
Ukraine.
can you say? Hold on 1 second. How can you say you are after he just said he isn't? Dude, just because you're stating, because from your opinion there are implications to what he's stating, that could be on your end that you are misinterpreting the implications of what he's saying. Do you understand that?
Well, I'm not misinterpreting anything. This person quite literally stated to the whole room that the war in Ukraine and Russia was started by the West, because Ukraine wanted to join a Western military alliance.
Yes, but that's not sticking
now,
up for Russia.
Pause for a second. Therefore, by the same logic, Israel has the right to invade the Palestinian territories and claim it upon their neighbor wanting to ally with an enemy of theirs who has sworn death to Israel. And NATO has never sworn death to Russia. NATO has never tossed missiles into Russia. Iran has.
Biased.
Hey, let me tell you the difference. Can I tell you the difference so you can understand? The reason why it's difference, right? Because the Palestinians are literally in an apartheid. They're being controlled by an entity, right? So by international law, they have the right to retaliate against that enemy. This is what you're not understanding. It's not the same thing.
And under international law, the Ukrainians don't have the right to repel Russia? Is that the conclusion?
Yes, they do. They do. I'm not telling you they don't have the right.
So what exactly is the symmetry breaker? Because I, again, didn't see one.
Of course you don't see it because you're not listening. The Palestinians are under control by the Israelis. Do you not understand that? Like South Africa, an apartheid state, they are controlling their medicine, their food. Do you not understand? They're not free people. They're under occupation. Do you not understand that?
SC, Arjen, give me a second, please. SC, couldn't you argue that Viktor Yanukovych was a Russian plant and therefore a Russian was controlling Ukraine?
Don't do this. Don't open Pandora's box, please. 20% right now of Ukraine, including Crimea, the thing you said, it belongs to Russia, is also occupied by Russia, where the people now are no longer Ukrainian citizens. They don't have the right to be. They either have to leave or become Russian citizens. They are also illegally occupied, right? So if I change the hypothetical, because you say it's an apartheid, let's say it's not, for the sake of conversation. Let's say Palestine is in fact controlled by the Israelis, but they get citizenship from Israel. Is it now justified for Israel to take over Gaza and West Bank because they are allying with Iran, as long as they are not an apartheid state?
Do you know what it's like? First of all, do you know what it's like in Gaza? Do you have any idea? Do you think it's like Crimea?
Can you stop emotional appealing me, please?
Oh my God, man! This guy is
just answer my question.
Are you comparing Palestine with Crimea? Are you serious?
So after Crimea was taken over by Russia, almost 2 million Ukrainians left their houses.
I met many of them. They all started traveling, the rich ones.
Yeah, I also know Ukrainians who had to leave. I've heard the stories of them. They don't sound so good. And also prior to that, the Tatar population that used to live in Crimea also got genocided. So yeah, I do know what in Crimea happens. I know what the Russians do. It's nothing new.
You're seriously comparing Crimea to the apartheid Gaza Strip, where it's walled off, where they can't even go from area to area in their own land. You're seriously comparing that? Like, bro, I don't even know why I'm
Ukrainians
talking.
It's honestly not that incomparable.
I can't go on with
identical.
This guy is ignorant.
Identical.
Can Western Ukrainians go to Crimea?
Keep dividing.
What it boils down to is you have a geographic area that is cross-cultural and disputed, and two interested. It's a bit wavy to call them states, but because Palestine isn't a state, but you have two conflicting, powerful interests. Right? They're incredibly comparable. They're actually like fucking uniquely comparable. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm out of this combo. You guys are just willfully ignorant. You don't belong in this combo.
Wait, before you go, wait, is this SE?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here, but it's just no use to talking to people that have
obviously, because you have no counter argument. I already said that the situation in Gaza is obviously worse if you compare to all of Ukraine. That's why I said your symmetry breaker, which was one is a little bit more sad than the other, right? Doesn't change the fact that the principle why I am for Palestine is not built upon because they are suffering a lot. That's not the point. The point is that they are being illegally occupied by another group of people. You can look at the Druze, for example. The Druze are living perfectly fine. They have the ability to get citizenship from Israel, and a lot of their people don't want to take it. But they're doing perfectly fine. There is no warfare, there is no dying, there is no suffering. They are in fact quite integrated. So does it therefore mean that I now don't support Druze independence and international law to be applied to the Druze people so that Israel doesn't occupy illegally the Golan Heights? No. Your argument is just basically, you can do big boy stuff as long as you don't rape the fucking people there too hard.
Bro, you're so willfully ignorant about the Gaza Strip. It's like not even worth talking to you, bro.
I said Golan Heights.
That's how willfully ignorant you are, man.
I said Golan Heights. I know that Gaza is 92% destroyed. There is around about 2 million refugees internally displaced. I know that 123,000 have died. I can list you the fucking organizations where these numbers are from. Shut your dirty mouth. Don't try to add on me. Engage with the argument. Rat.
You're a fully ignorant and insulting human being that I wish not to talk with. You're just willfully ignorant.
You repeating the statement that I'm willfully ignorant is not going to change the fact that I uphold the same reason, which is that every people have a right to determination, right? This is the exact same reason why I'm pro-Ukraine and pro-Palestine. You, on the other hand, don't have a unifying reason to be one pro and the other one pro. You are continuously just blaming the victim in Ukraine and then not extrapolating the same logic upon Palestine because you but they are suffering a lot, not just a bit, how the Ukrainians are.
No, you're willfully ignorant and you refuse to say that Israel is an apartheid state. Can you say that?
Israel is an apartheid state according to the HWO, according to the Amnesty International. Since 2021, they ruled upon it being an apartheid state. Do you want to tell me again how ignorant I am?
There we go. Now you finally admitted it, didn't you?
I have admitted it an hour ago. You absolutely
get it. He just reads
So
it.
what are
He
you
doesn't
arguing?
actually
What's
know
your
what he's
argument?
arguing
then?
against.
What's your argument?
He doesn't know.
My
what he's
argument
arguing.
is that the reason why I am pro-Palestine is not that they are an apartheid state, you fucking imbecile, 3 IQ mouth breather. It is the fact that the right to determination is being violated by Israel. The right of determination, the fucking international right, and the international laws are being broken by Israel illegally occupying Palestine, Golan Heights, southern Lebanon. It doesn't fucking matter where. They are breaking those rights. And I am saying that these rights should be respected. And the same courtesy goes to Ukraine. You, on the
No,
other
that's
hand,
different.
don't have any
trying to show you
principle.
it's different. You
Your only
ignorant
principle
fool.
is anything that is pro-East is good, and anything that is pro-West is bad. You're an imbecile.
No, that's not it. It's different, you ignorant fool. Because in Israel, it's an apartheid state.
I
right?
already granted that.
So it's not the same thing. Many times you say it, it's not the same thing in the Ukraine. Do you understand that?
Bro, like, that's why I asked you, what if, do you know what if means? It's a hypothetical. What if Palestine was not an apartheid state? What if the Gazan people didn't have a fence surrounding them and they have a citizenship of Israel? And what if the West Bank people were not under... Please stop for a second. Stop for a second.
What if my grandfather didn't have cojones? He'd be my grandmother.
Pause for a second. Pause for a second. What if these territories actually receive citizenship from Israel, yet Israel still illegally occupied them? Do you believe I changed my mind upon them having the right to be independent?
You can squirm and do what ifs all day long. The facts on the ground is one country is an apartheid state and the other one isn't. Those are two different
Nobody
things.
is denying that, you absolute mouth breather. I'm asking you, your premise was bolstering about big boy stuff. Israel is a big boy. And I'm saying if the big boy Israel,
not a big boy.
if the nuclear big boy Israel wouldn't beat its chest so much and be a tad bit nicer to the Palestinians, where they give them citizenship but still occupy their region, do you then believe it is fine for Israel to take the West Bank and Gaza? That's the question.
No, absolutely not. No, that would be a crime. Because that's their land. Why would you take it? Why would you even say that?
Beautiful. We agree. We finally have something in agreement. Now, what if these people there would ally with Iran, who has sworn death to Israel?
Well, that's what they have done. They have allied with Iran.
So then, do the Israelis have the right all of a sudden?
No, they don't have. No, listen, bro. Under international law, an occupying force, and I was surprised to find this out, right? But under international law, an occupying force does not have the right to defend itself against the people. Man. Check it out and see. I couldn't believe it either.
I know, man. I know. You're telling me things that I already know.
So then what's the problem?
Okay, there's no problem. There's no problem. Everything is fine. This is going very good. For the first time, you're actually responding to my questions. It's going very good. So now let's say that these Palestinians that are not under apartheid state in this hypothetical are allying with Iran. Does this then mean?
Why would you do an hypothetical like that?
One moment. If these Palestinians would ally with Iran, and then Israeli tanks roll through Palestine, right? Would you then say that was the fault of Iran and Palestine and not the fault of Israel?
Well, you would have to give me more details, and you're changing the whole thing. That's not the facts on the ground, right? You're making a hypothetical scenario now. Yeah.
That's why it's an hypothetical. Okay, all I'm doing, by the way, is just removing the apartheid state out of what is currently happening. Like, legit.
Oh, is that all you're doing? Oh,
yes, that's all I'm doing. That's all I did.
It's like a silly thing you're saying, bro. Like, that's the main thing here.
No, I disagree. The main thing is that they illegally occupy them.
Yeah, that's apartheid, bro.
Okay, so then, so Donbass is apartheid and Crimea as well in the eastern of Ukraine. Thank you for granting that.
No, it's not the same thing. No.
Okay. What? Okay, beautiful. What if Israel will take the West Bank and Gaza, just like how Russia took Donbass and Crimea? What if it were the same thing?
But it's not the same thing. You're desperately trying.
That's the point.
Desperately trying to win an argument by changing facts on the ground. Why are you doing this?
Because it's called limit testing. I'm trying to see your principles here, if you have any or not. Like if you just like drool out of your mouth, or if you actually have some brain in your head, you know? So I'm asking you again.
I'm done with this guy. I'm done. Fuck you.
You have never started, bro. Never.
The ladies
All you
and
did was
gentlemen
just call
are
me ignorant, and I can guarantee you I know way more about this conflict on either side, either conflict.
You both
I'm
are being
European.
great. We appreciate it.
Like,
This guy just
for
wants
example,
to insult. If anybody wants to go, I'm done with this dude. If anybody
yeah,
else
no
wants
problem,
to,
man. You haven't.
Yeah, the tactics of this dude is very strange. He does this with everyone he argues with. He just declares you're dumb, you're low
Why
IQ.
is it every time? Are you like?
He doesn't want
Are
to
you like
have
his
the
femboy?
conversation.
Why is
You don't
every
want to
time
have the
this
conversation,
guy? Hold on,
obviously.
I want to understand. I
Dude,
want to know.
I don't
Are you
know
guys
what is
dating?
going on. What is this
romance
channel?
off-
Why is this
Don't
guy
interrupt.
allowed
Let
to
this guy
interrupt me?
talk. Don't interrupt.
Why do you keep every time this guy makes a
Dude, do
dumb
you not
fucking point?
understand
You
I'm
come in
talking? So
as
shut the
if
fuck up, you
please, man.
fucking femboy, soy boy, loser.
Demons.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, I'm just saying, from my experience of arguing with Arden, this is his tactic. He has to declare you're stupid. He does not want to have the conversation move on. Dude, do you understand? No one's going to want to talk to someone who's constantly insulting them. You get that as an adult, right?
I'm 14 years old. I actually can't say
I'm
that I
not
do.
talking to you. I'm talking to
Okay, I'm
Arden.
just letting you know that I'm
Hypothetical.
straight and I'm also 14.
Do you know that when you ask someone to
Yo,
engage
is this
in a
channel 18 and up? This channel's 18 and
can
up,
we
isn't
stop
it?
with this like shit show, please? When
What are you
ask
gonna do about
someone-
it? Yeah, it's 18 and up, and I'm 14.
Can I-
What's the
All right,
problem?
kick
When
this
you
kid,
ask
obviously.
someone-
Picked for that. I'm sorry. You've got to get.
You guys are
behind that.
making this
I'm sorry.
impossible to listen to.
You
when
really
you
should not have
ask-
said that, Alan. Really,
He's not 14,
whoever's
man.
friends with Aloe,
Oh
just tell
my
him
God.
never to say that in a server ever again. That'll immediately get a server nuke. To say that you're 14 is just fucking the dumbest
That
shit.
does
you
not
can
get the
Discord.
7 nuke. It's legal under TOS to be 14.
Not if
Wow,
it's
it
an
says
adult
right there in
place.
TOS,
Adult
14-year-olds are legal. What the fuck?
Yeah,
not if you're in an adult server.
you are allowed
can't
to
have-
be on Discord.
This is an 18 plus server,
maybe
bro.
I need to
The
be mad
topics
for that.
talked about
I need to
here
double
are
check.
not okay for children.
Hang on, one second. Unless we declare it's an 18-year-old, the age restriction is 13 years old. So 14 years old is fine. The restriction
Right,
is
we've
You
got like
guys allow-
twerking in the chat and dudes kissing
that's
and
a-
people
that's a
swearing,
plus.
and I don't want. I just assumed it was an 18
I
plus
know,
server.
I know.
We should check with
Okay,
somebody.
wait, one
Maybe I
second,
should unban him.
Okay.
Wow.
Unless-
This is
Unban
you guys
him.
have
Unban
this
him.
kind of
Wait,
behavior.
hello?
I was in a
So
server
this is
before and got nuked for it. Go for it.
Alright, let me finish. Unless we declare it's 18-year-old conversation, unless we advertise as 18 years old, it's not illegal. Unless in terms of services within or rules within the server, we declare you have to be 18. So it's either way. But 13-year-olds, according to Discord, is okay. Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so this server
So-
isn't 18 plus. So you're
No, it's not.
seriously?
Yeah, the server is not
I
18.
really think
What?
So again,
All right, I'm outta
to
here.
summarize, the reason why you
So you guys
you're
wanna
very
talk
well
to
in understanding
16-year-olds
when
or
I
something?
insult and so on, but you seem to completely ignore the fact that when I ask a person to engage in a hypothetical for 10 times and all his responses are, but that's not how the current situation looks like, is I of course will get upset because it's in the premise built in that it is not reality. It is a hypothetical. So just turning around and being like, nah, that's not true, that's not real, it's not an answer, man.
Okay, I can understand that point of view. However, if someone does not want to engage with your hypothetical, do you have to force them into engaging by calling them
was talking
retarded
to me,
and low
so I
IQ?
assume that he's trying to have a conversation with me.
Okay, but after someone rejects your hypothetical, at that point, don't you think as a big boy with your big boy pants, you understand what you should do at that point?
Yeah, continue on forcing him to understand it.
Wow, okay, so you believe you could force a woman into loving you?
Well, maybe we should do that to him.
What the
flat
fuck
Earth.
did this guy just?
Yeah, because this is the same concept. If someone doesn't want to engage in your hypothetical, you can't
He's talking
force
to me,
them
man.
into engaging in your hypothetical. After you tried to do it
I
multiple
actually went
times, he
quite
said, I have to
like
disengage.
despite you
So
saying
it's
that it is
unfortunate. Dude,
impossible,
see,
the
you're
guy started
impossible to
speaking to
talk
me.
to. You can't even let me finish. So, dude, this is
Because this is
obviously
all
a you
meta,
problem
man.
at
This
this
is
point.
all like boring meta.
Can we mod this guy, please, man? What's going
you've got to
on, man?
listen to
Can you
people
not
a bit,
see what
let
this
him
guy is
respond.
doing? Where the hell are the mods
Imagine,
here?
imagine we give him a little taste of his own medicine, right? He wants to impose his thoughts on others. So why don't we impose flat Earth in the Bible on him until he gets it?
I don't want to impose my thoughts. I wanted him to just engage within the hypothetical and get an answer. I didn't want him to agree with me.
Yeah, I think that it was a valid hypothetical to do, but I also think it would help all of us to not end up having to have shit shows and stuff. And I'm sorry for kicking your friend; he's coming back. But could you stop insulting people so that we don't have this happen? Would that be all right?
I tried to, man, but like at 10 times asking someone to engage in hypothetical and all they say is it's a hypothetical, I will not therefore answer. It's kind of, man, frustrating.
Why do you think he's
So he's
avoiding the
unwilling. He's unwilling
I believe
to
that he's
change.
avoiding the
Eggshells. That
hypothetical
means ban
because
him.
it breaks a symmetry breaker. His whole symmetry breaker between Ukraine and Palestine was that one is an ethno-state, an apartheid state, and the other one isn't. So when I just give him the example of, hey, what about if it wasn't an ethno-state and an apartheid state? What if they just illegally occupy it for the sake of doing so, just like how Russia is doing it? Do you then believe they are still at fault?
Yeah, does it change it? Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's a strong point. I just think don't insult.
Hypotheticals are good to test people's logic.
Yeah. You
But
test
I
twiddle that
wondered
variable.
if I could ask Guardian a question. I genuinely don't. I just think it's all fucking.
Did you
bollocks,
fucking
the whole
ban
thing.
Alu for that?
But
You said it was for.
I wondered if you thought the
That's not
because you
against the
seem to know
rules.
red tape. Just give it.
He's not 14. He's like 26.
Oh, all right. I wondered, Ardian, do you think that there's a bit of a conspiracy theory, I suppose, that Hamas was
I'm Van
created
Alu
by
right now.
Israel? I wondered how you felt about that.
I don't believe that they were created by them. What happens usually, and this is not like any at all controversial, is that when nations see a group of an organization or anything that will be beneficial for their interest, they finance it and then make it stronger to actually become a thing. So Hamas initially, no, I don't think they were created by Israel, unless you want to go down this like reasoning of Israel was putting apartheid on the Palestinians, so therefore they're becoming more violent and so on. But like Palestine, it was the desire out of Palestinians to do it. What I do believe though is that the Israelis financed the fuck out of Hamas, and then also many people don't know this. In 2004, when the coup was made by Hamas, people call it a coup very often. But in reality, people leave out the fact that Israel was aiding the PLO to coup out Hamas. So when Hamas won the vote by like 1% or some shit, or 2% over PLO, they then were about to get kicked out of the government. Like they wanted to coup them. They in return then fucking went to war with the PLO and toppled them. And since then, they then therefore went into a dictatorship. Because like, let's be honest, if you participate in a democracy, you win it, and then the other party fucking like tries to annihilate you by like couping you, you will toss away democracy after you win that war. And that's what happened. And the thing is, since then, the Israelis have fucking put money into them as much as they can, publicly stated even. Netanyahu has stated in 2018 that anyone who wants to thwart a Palestinian state should finance Hamas with weapons, money, and any other form of support.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? I don't really watch the news or anything like that, but every time I see pictures of these alleged Hamas, they just look like, I don't know, beardless, face-covered Israelis to me. But then again, I suppose they're sort of the same people anyway. So, yeah.
The majority of Israel is Mizrahi Jews, which just means Arab Jew, because they are like so racist against Arabs. They don't want to admit that they are Arabs, basically.
Yeah,
Enough.
there's a comedian. I forget his name now. I think he's from Egypt. His name will come to me in a minute. But he makes some really good points on this conflict. And people are accusing him of being anti-Semitic, and he's like, "You realize I'm Semitic, right?" he's so funny.
You're either talking about Bassam Youssef or you're talking.
Yes.
Is it Bassam Youssef or there's another one?
I think it's him. Yeah. White beard, white hair.
Yeah, that's him.
That guy's a
I
legend.
just posted some Jews protesting against the war. You guys are in the minority. You have to realize that, right? Like, the whole world is onto this, man. And it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Both wars, the war in Ukraine and the war here, the West is going to be exposed very soon. And it's not going to be good.
You understand that majority of the world sides with Ukraine.
Just don't talk to me, dude. To me, you're useless. You're irrelevant. Please don't address me.
So I'm not allowed to insult you, but you're allowed to insult me. Gotcha.
No, you can talk. To me, you're irrelevant from now on. I refuse to talk. I don't want to talk to you at all. I think you don't know your facts.
I believe that I'm just more educated than you are on the topic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the reason.
I just don't know why you wouldn't talk to somebody because you thought they were less educated. Surely you would just bring the facts and educate them.
Because I think he's a fucking idiot. That's why. My personal.
Now you're
opinion.
insulting, and that's what you were complaining about. Just
well, you asked me, right? So I'm telling you. Don't ask, don't tell.
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you asked me why I don't want to talk to you, and then I answered you. Let's just let it go, man. I just don't want to talk.
Fair enough. SC wants to talk about the topic, but knows that Ardian isn't genuine, so doesn't want to talk to him. I think that
exactly. Thank you, Don. Thank you.
Just claiming that I'm not genuine is not really a reason here. Like,
I agree with him. I agree with him. You're useless.
This
you
person
sound like
called
you
me.
swallow a lot of thick liquid.
This person has called me ignorant upon the fact that Israel is an apartheid state. I listed him the organizations and the date when it occurred. This person is claiming that I'm ignorant on Ukraine when he's the one who continuously claims that NATO expansion is the reason why Russia went to war with Ukraine, when that is not the case. NATO has repeatedly denied Ukraine access. It is nearly impossible to join NATO unless you have full sovereignty of your nation and no border disputes. This is a fucking the absolute no-go zone, no negotiation. If you don't have that, you have no green light. In fact, what they were allowed into was a trade agreement with the EU, and Putin then fucking went to Ukraine and talked with them behind closed doors prior to 2014. This is in 2013. Behind closed doors, negotiated with them, and then after those negotiations, they invaded.
Yeah, that makes sense. The EU.
Like I said, absolutely no clue. Anybody in the West, ask any military expert, and they're going to tell you there was an agreement made, and the reason why this war is, and it could have been prevented, is because Ukraine wanted to join NATO, and Russia from the get-go will not allow it. A promise was made, a promise was not kept, and now they're paying the price. It's as simple as that.
You know what? How about you present the NATO agreement that Ukraine made, and I will present the EU agreement that was made with Ukraine. How about we do that?
It was an unspoken. It was like just a spoken agreement that if they defeated Russia, then they could join Europe, because then the EU could put military installations on the border. That was basically it.
Exactly.
So if you can present me the NATO agreement that you just referred to.
What you can present, it was just an oral, it was a spoken agreement, which they couldn't sign up.
Bro, like
the fact that they won against Russia.
Fuck this, not a single inch to the east bullshit. Listen here, very simple. Name me the agreement that you proclaimed was the reason
no fucking agreement.
of Ukraine.
It's like what you say.
My sentence, please, man. Please. Name me the agreement that Ukraine had with NATO that they agreed upon.
They didn't have it.
I will grant you this whole conversation, like this whole debate won by you. If you are managing to present me the agreement between NATO and Ukraine. but you cannot because it doesn't
It wasn't
exist.
an agreement on paper, was it? It was just.
I'm not talking to you.
spoken
I'm
one.
talking to the other guy. And the agreement wasn't between Ukraine and NATO. Can you start listening? The thing he's
You're talking
referring to,
yourself at this.
the
fine,
thing he's referring to is the agreement between German chancellor at the time and what was his name? I forgot, some Russian guy. The thing that I am talking about, which is what he just said, is that Ukraine made an agreement with NATO. I would like to see that.
No, you misunderstood. We're saying NATO pushed and poked Ukraine.
Who is we? Who is we? I'm talking to one user.
I'm backing up the other guy that's saying
He
the war,
said,
the
and I
wars are
heard
not
him
the same.
verbatim.
Wars are not the same, and Russia was poked by the UN. That's what I'm arguing for.
He said by verbatim that Ukraine made an agreement with NATO, which is why Russia invaded. This is what he said
Yeah, well, that's the
verbatim.
claim. That's the claim, and
No.
we haven't got the evidence to show you right now, so you'll just have to take a word.
When do you think the Russian-Ukraine war started? Because it's been going on for years, you know.
2014.
No, before that. If you don't think it was going on before that, you just weren't paying attention.
Gotcha.
Officially, maybe 2014, but it's always been Ukraine and Russia attacking
I don't
each
care if two nations are hostile to each other. There was no breaching of international law prior to 2014.
They
done by
had
Russia.
a front line. I remember when the Ukrainians were
this
kicked out of
conversation's over.
football. They was kicked out of football, and you can watch this video most probably. They were banned from Europe for being racist. Yeah, so there was no more international football. I don't think they could even play football in their own league. So these guys ended up going to the front, the front line of Ukraine, and they were given wooden guns, and they said if you serve a year in the Ukrainian on the front, you can then become soldiers. And these were like ultra fuckish football hooligans, and that's what they did. They spent a year there, and I remember the first person they met was a woman. And they were just shooting, she said, we fire shots. They fire shots at us. We don't see anyone, but they don't see us.
Hey, Snitsy, I just want to thank you for running off Ardian. Well done.
That's it.
God loves you.
See, Dawn?
Oh, we need you.
I wanted
gone.
to see this thing. I actually took my time out to actually go and find it as well, because I thought I sent it to SE, but I was looking in my messages to you, SE, and I can't find it. But anyway, I went to to Odyssey to actually find it. But there's an interview with this guy on UK Column. His name's Yuri Roska. He's the former deputy prime minister of the Republic of Moldova. And he gives an interview saying that he witnessed personally Putin taking orders from wealthy Americans. I mean, does that shine any light onto what I've told you all along? That these are sort of, you got to peek behind the curtain. This is not, it's a carbon copy of World War II, for God's sake, right? Here's the interview if anybody'd like to see it. And it's interesting that this guy's got a Christian cross around his neck. I only point that out because a lot of people who are sort of whistleblowers on certain things, they're usually Christians. They usually, operate. They're thinking on a higher plane, right? They don't care about the consequences, what happens to them in this reality.
Tell us more. What does he say? What orders? Was it a business deal? What exactly was it?
Well, it's a long time ago when I watched the interview, dude. It's like 16/5/24, so that's a long time ago. So I can't really remember it too well. But that's the takeaway that I remember, that he was taking orders from wealthy Americans. Any more than that, I don't know. But that's what I feel about World War II as well, right? Because we know who funded Adolf Hitler. It was wealthy Americans mostly. So.
Scott Bush, George W. Bush's granddad, was banking on both sides. And then they said, well, the reason we had to send Nazi Germany the oil and the gasoline is because their tanks and war machines wouldn't run off of any other kind of oil. Bullshit.
Yeah, they banked both sides, bro. You're right. They banked both sides. That's of course. And it worked out perfectly. All of Europe went down. They killed each other, and the Americans took over. The Americans became the superpower. It was all planned.
Do you reckon it was the Jews all along?
I don't know about that, bro. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Some
Look at it. After the war, they were given Israel. It kind of makes sense.
I would say
You
don't
can make that
conflate
argument for
Jews
sure.
with Zionists.
Yeah, don't say Jews, bro. It's like Zionist is. If anything, it was a Zionist movement because there's a lot of Jewish people that are against the Zionists. So we can't like combine them together.
Yeah, but you at this point you can't differentiate who's who, so you have to say that as a collective.
No, you don't. So if you're saying Jew, you're saying me, right? Because I'm a direct descendant of King David. So how could it be me when I don't even support any of this bullshit? So don't say Jew, right? Because most people don't even know what that word means.
Look at my name. I think I can speak on this.
Well, all I'm saying is there are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists. Thanks.
That's a complicated subject in itself.
I think Jewish people. I think there was. I was watching some program, and man, I couldn't believe this. It was in the middle of Pakistan. There was a Jewish restaurant next to a Muslim restaurant. I thought, how can that be?
Jews are everywhere, man.
With no problems whatsoever. They've been there for hundreds of years.
All sorts of countries.
Many years.
Yeah, they're all over the world. They're
So
like
Italians are everywhere, Greeks are everywhere, the Irish are everywhere. So what?
Well, there's not. No. I think there's something to be said for like Jews, Indians. There are some groups like there's not many Italians in Pakistan, right? That's what he's saying, right? Jews in Pakistan, absolutely can believe that.
Right. Okay. I guess in that
I always
Italian, Dutch. We're not going to be.
I always think the moment you say like Jews or Nazi, you've fallen into a bit of a trap. That's the reason I didn't do it.
Well, I don't think
That's
it's a Jewish restaurant in a Muslim country. That's for sure.
Yeah, but it's incorrect to say Jews because, like the statement I made before, there's a lot of Jewish people that are against the Zionist movement, and I seen a lot of them crying out that what's happening in Israel is unjust. So it's a different thing. I mean, you can be Christian and be a Zionist. You don't have to be Jewish.
Sure. Why does that mean we shouldn't use the word Jewish?
Because it's kind of racist.
It's a stereotype fallacy to say Jews are doing this, right? Because I'm not doing it. So when you say Zionist, if I could just finish. If you say Zionist, that's a political movement, right? That's not a stereotype because Zionists are backing what's going on. And most of them are so-called Christians.
Exactly.
Why does that mean you can't say Jew? Like you can say Zionist, right? That's allowed. That's a belief about a certain thing.
You can say Jew, but you can't say it's just the Jews and it's all the Jews. That just doesn't make sense.
Why is it racist to say Jew? That's like it's saying it's racist to say Chinese or racist to say.
Not to say Jew, to say like Jews are controlling the world or Jews are running the war there, because it's not true. It's not all Jews.
Jew.
Yeah, it's like saying Christians. It's like saying whatever Muslims, right? It's like a racist kind of a thing. I think anyway.
It's still that thing. Like you have the
real quick. It's the same as saying white people are evil. It's not correct.
Yeah.
So, you guys hear me?
Not very well. No, I think that's a
No, I know. I'm driving right now. I just want to say no. I want to back up Essie and Larry on this. I appreciate the distinguishing between the Zionists and the Jews, right? Because not all Jews are Zionists, and not all Zionists are Jews. That's all.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's an undisputed fact. You can't dispute that. I mean, look, your president, your ex-president was a Zionist, right? Was he Jewish? Clearly not.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's disagreeing.
When you think of the word Zion or you think of the word Jew, these things shouldn't bring disdain to your mind. It shouldn't make you angry or anything like that. And I just want to say that these two words and what they mean to people today is basically propaganda. And yeah, there'll be a day when the Holy Land and Zion will no longer be polluted.
Yeah, that's why I worry about it though. It's that sounds like a dangerous person who yearns for end times, yearns for a fiery battle for this blood-soaked patch of desert, and it scares me. That's why I don't like it. That's why I don't like Zionism, because it's religious fundamentalism based on a dusty, self-contradictory book where they promise to wipe everyone out. That's their goal, and that's terrifying.
But eggs,
what are you talking about?
Wait, hold on, real quick. I want to steel man this position, right? Because I mean, it's in the New Testament, right? Like that's the fulfillment of the Christian scripture, right? Like Jesus is going to return, and he is going to topple over the earth, right? Like that's so within their own belief system, right? It is valid, right? Like you and me can disagree with it, but it is valid within their belief system.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why it's reasonable to be scared of Zionism. Not Jews. Jews are lovely. It's like they're like my preferred people. But Zionism, yeah, it's any of these beliefs, if they're held too strongly, exactly as Maxim says, necessitate that you set about trying to bring about this holy war that's described in all three. You know, the first one and the two fan fictions written after it.
Who's the war?
That's a good point.
Who is the war? When you refer to this book, who is the war between? This holy war you speak of? Who is it between?
Oh, angels and demons or some shit like that. I don't care. It's just about
No, the Christians and the Muslims.
Right?
The Christians and the
some
Muslims.
Many people think the Christians and the Muslims. That's many people say it that way. But it's meant to be like the Gog and Magog or the synagogue of stuff. I forget. It's like some group of people. Everybody thinks it's different groups of people. Everybody's like, oh, it's the Russians or it's these people. But they're constantly planning on your goal is to hold that blood-soaked patch of desert, right? That's the goal of all three religions. Hold it and hold it waiting for the end times, and that's what'll bring Jesus back.
If you don't know,
that's the Holy Land.
If you don't know who the people groups are or who is going to war with each other, based upon your claim about the book and about these people, why would you make the claim if you don't know? Right? When I ask you, when I ask, what does the book say? Who is warring with who? Is it the creator? Is it the creator warring against mankind? Is it the mankind warring against the creator? Or are you looking at people groups warring against each other? What war?
My understanding is it's the whole lot.
Taking over the entire land. That's what Eggs is referring to.
Explaining to you
that's
that
the story from the Old Testament and the other hidden Jewish texts.
Exactly. They all promise that it will be a fiery end times with slight variations on what that looks like. But generally it is filled with death and mayhem and suffering and vast numbers of people dying is my understanding of virtually every person's interpretation of it. You probably have
nice to avoid that, right?
It'd be nice to avoid that.
Is your understanding
let these nut jobs be in charge of nuclear weapons?
Is your understanding that there will be only a certain people group in the land and victorious over all the other people groups? Is that what your understanding is of the book? Or
I think it's Harry Potter, and I think everybody's got their own little fan fiction.
So you're not going to be concise.
The followers, yeah, I am.
Be concise.
I think it's all bullshit.
Just answer the question.
I think it's all bullshit. That's my most concise answer.
Well, you're the one making claims about it. I mean, if you're making claims about things and you're talking about what's going on in reality, I want to ask, is your understanding, because I'm trying to get to your understanding why you're making the claims you're making that's against the text. So in your understanding, is there a certain people group that are victorious and keep the blood-soaked land, in your own words? Who is that group?
I'm not.
The Jewish nation, as far as I know. Maybe now I'm wrong. Correct me. The Jews, the Hebrews, call them whatever you want. They're supposed to take over when the Messiah comes, right?
Yeah, the Muslims think the Muslims get it. The Christians think the Christians get it. The Jews think the Jews get it.
No, you're wrong.
Everybody's got their own version.
You're wrong.
Yeah, everybody's got their own version. So just prove that everybody's got their own version.
Someone's telling you you're wrong and you're just going to keep speaking. You don't know what the text says. You make claims based upon the text, and someone tells you you're wrong and is going to try to point out how you're wrong, and you just keep speaking. Nonsense.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's not at all what the old. That's not at all what the Old Testament says. It's not at all what the New Testament says. Not at all. Not at all whatsoever.
Do Jewish people call themselves Jews?
Is everyone clear that the text doesn't say in the Old Testament or the New Testament that it's only going to be? I'm sorry, I was speaking. What did you say?
I said, do Jewish people call themselves Jews?
Okay, before you ask that question, right? I'm trying to establish a fact. The man made a claim about the text and about people and about what's going to happen.
I didn't make a claim about the text.
And that claim, is based upon not knowing the answer to the question of who's going to war, who's going to be victorious, what does the text actually say. So you made a bunch of claims, but it was just nonsense because the Old Testament, New Testament doesn't say anything close to what you or SE said. Neither one of you. Who's going to be victorious in this blood-soaked land you speak of in your own words? You have no idea what you're speaking of. It's all hearsay. It's all propaganda.
Ready to hear the answer. Sure. So the answer is, I don't give much of a fuck when it comes to the texts, because for every person.
Well, you're just going to spread propaganda then. You're a moron.
Okay. Can I finish? Because you're rebutting my point.
I'm just going to spread propaganda if you don't. It's just weird.
I'd just really love to be able to finish, if that's okay. I'm not talking about what's in the text. I'm talking about what's in people's heads. What is what they believe, right? For example, do Muslims believe that they are promised a place in heaven if they even attempt to take the Holy Land? Yes. So are they also told that Allah is coming back when they retake the Holy Land? Yes. Is that what they believe, is what I mean, sorry. So I don't know what's in the text, right? I don't read Arabic. I don't know what's in the Christian one, but I know that there are many Christians hanging out in Bible Belt America who think that the end times will come when some group has the Jews, I believe it is. Well, many of them, I think the Jews, which is why they're Zionists, which is nuts. When they hold the Holy Land, right? I believe the Jews believe that about themselves as well. I'm not 100% on what the texts say, but I'm very, very confident that the people think that. So if you want to make
wrong. That's wrong. Let me tell you why that's wrong. Because when you make the statement that all Christians and all Jews and all Muslims think the same thing about this Holy Land, you're absolutely wrong. Because all Christians do not believe. Yes, you did. You most certainly did.
This is a straw man. I didn't say all Christians believe
that. You said
that's
Christians. You didn't say some Christians. You said Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Yeah, that encompasses all who call themselves Christians, all who call themselves Muslims.
That's not what I meant.
So we understand that, right? Is that clear?
I just didn't think you would be so intensely dense as to pretend that other people here would be dense enough.
I can't believe you're so intensely dense not to take in every aspect to consider everything that's going on.
Nobody here honestly thought that I meant every single Christian believes this.
Really? Did anyone think that he meant some Christians believe?
Pick a person and ask them.
And are they Christian? What makes them a Christian?
Here north, I did actually agree with Eggshells that he did not specify that all Christians believe that specific end times prophecy.
When you say Christians and you don't say some, when you just say Christians, that means everyone who professes Christianity. Because when I listen to you guys speak, you always say Christians and you include even the most heretical, just absolutely insane sects of Christianity, what they call Christianity. You include them. And I don't know why you include them, because you would
what do you consider? How do you
impersonating
a military officer? How do you define?
You would not do that with someone impersonating a nurse, a doctor, anyone else in the world. You would not include that.
So is this just a no true Scotsman that you're doing, right? Because you seem to have the entotling encompass of what it means to be a Christian, right?
Yes, definitely.
No, I think the text is very clear about what it is, and I can read and I can comprehend it, and I'm sure you can too. So when you make claims that there's a certain people group or the Jews are going to get the land, the blood-soaked land, and be victorious over all these other people, this is not even close to what the scripture says anywhere. It's not. So to me, I don't understand why you're making that claim. Because if a Christian is someone who follows Christ,
you made all that
if
up.
a Christian is someone who follows Christ, then they are not going to have these false doctrines and these misrepresentations of what Christ said. But that's what you are doing.
How would you know whether yours is the false doctrine? How would one be able to tell for themselves? If I was any random...
I'll tell you how I know you're false. I'll tell you how I know you're false and I'm right.
That's the
When I go to Ezekiel, when I go to the prophet who is sent to the people in Israel, when I go to that prophet along with the other prophet Isaiah, Zechariah, all of these prophets agree that it's not one people group, the Jews, or one people group. It is all people are going to inherit in that land. So
to run from the question, so I reserve the right to charge back
wrong in your position based on
the question is, how do you know?
Shells, you're making it really hard to hear when you keep mumbling through him.
Because he's interrupted me and he knows what the question
bullshit,
is.
dude. No, that's bullshit.
You just spoke through me the
You're
whole
just
time.
over talking and it makes it impossible to listen to.
Blow his ego down, dude. Shut up.
Okay. So what was the question?
Let's go
So
one
he
at a time.
spoke through me the whole time. And now he wants me to listen. Like I'm going to
Hey, Shells, in all fairness, let him finish and then you go.
Well, but the point I'm making is he started that as an interruption. I was in the middle of asking a question saying, could you tell me if I was a random other Christian, how I would know whether I was following false doctrine? He said, I can tell you how I know you're wrong, which is not the question I asked. He knows the question I've asked and he interrupted me to run and keep going. And I reserve the right to charge back in because he's not answering the question. He's saying, oh, you can't call those people Christians, which is obviously a no true Scotsman fallacy. And he can't fix it by showing how he knows, how he would know if he was wrong, that he was wrong.
You didn't even listen to what I said. You have no idea what I said. So let me explain one more time because I did.
He's right past your point, North.
I did answer your question, and here was the answer. Okay, the reason I know what's right and what's wrong in what we're speaking of, and when we look at Christians, so we can look at you and I, your statement, my statement, Christian statement, but we have to have some kind of standard. If all the Christians agree that they uphold this one book, right, with these people in this book and the words in this book, then there is nowhere in the book that says that there's going to be one people group victorious in that land and have that land. It says that all nations, people from all nations will inherit land in that place, okay? And they will be victorious. And so there are many things that you are not considering. So the way that I know you're wrong in your claim that Christians and Jews and Muslims believe they're going to have this blood-soaked land and they're going to have it and no one else is going to have it. They're going to kill everyone else and all the holy war is going to go on, all these different things.
That wasn't it.
You're just absolutely wrong.
But you've just admitted to my whole point. My whole point wasn't that a specific group was going to do it. You tried to narrow it down into which specific group, and I openly said I don't know. I just know that it involves a war and lots of suffering was my claim. And what you've now eventually come around to admitting is, yes, it does involve a war and lots of suffering. It's just that lots of people, all the peoples of the world are joining hands and engaging in this suffering infliction upon humanity. Oh, great. It's a multicultural genocide. Fantastic.
That still have no idea. You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what the text says.
You just admitted that I'm right.
Based on
Does
hearsay.
it involve a war? Does it involve a war?
Little bits and pieces of information from everywhere you get it, and you just put it together, and it becomes a puzzle that has no clear image.
My original challenge was, which is why I don't like Zionism, which is why I don't like religious people like yourself, in terms of your religion, not who you are. I think you're probably a very nice person. But what I don't like about religion, is how I should have said it, is that it trains people into thinking that the ideal solution, the ideal near future should involve a fiery end times that is the result of a war. And you said, well, who are these people groups? Who are these people groups? I said, I don't know.
I said, who's the war between them?
Tries to bring about the end of existence through blood and suffering. And then you went on this whole rant about which people groups were involved. and came back to admitting that it involves bloodletting at a massive scale.
Well, you weren't listening. You weren't listening. I said, who's the war between? Is it between the creator and mankind? Mankind and the... Listen, I'm not finished speaking.
Sure.
So what I originally said was, who is the war between? So what you just said was completely wrong. You're leaving out parts, and that you have a problem with doing that. Leaving out most pertinent parts. You have a problem.
Why does it matter?
In the way you're living your life, and I'm trying to show you that. That I asked you a question. That I asked you a question. And the question was, who is the war between? And you said, I don't know. You said, I don't know, right? That's what you said.
Yep.
So I can remember what happened last year, 10 years, 20, 30 years ago. I can remember what happened 2 minutes ago. That's what I asked you, and that's what you said. You're making claims based upon I don't know. It's foolish. It's folly.
But my claim doesn't rest on who the groups are. My claim is just that it involves lots of suffering.
Your claim is war.
Does it involve lots of suffering?
Your claim is Holy Land, war, blood-soaked land, a victorious people in the end. That's your claim, and your claim is that all people groups believe this: the Christians, the Muslims, the Jews.
Again,
that's not what you're saying, and it's completely false. Everything that you said has so much poison in it and so much propaganda. That's why people are where they are today. That's why. Because of people like you. Because of people like you.
You've doubled down on previous mistakes.
You're the one making things up. I'm not inventing anything. You're making things up. Okay?
Well, I kind of agree with Eggs in again. I'm just going on the sentiment, the vibe. I'm assuming, Eggs, you have a similar feeling to me, which is, can't we just go to the beach and have a lovely time? Why are we so why are we so mental about this geographical location? And why are they all, you know what I'm saying? Why? It's just ridiculous. And it does seem they're all going to culminate in this terrible bloodshed and over ideology. Is ideology dangerous is your main point, right?
Yes.
Right in Eggs.
Certainty is dangerous. Any certainty, I think, is dangerous, including in the Globers. Anybody being too certain of anything will make them a little bit unpleasant. But some of the things to be certain about, like that I should bring about end times by having a war in the Middle East, could bring about end times for the rest of us. It's fucking terrifying.
It is. It really is.
Your ideas on ideology.
This is true.
Your ideas on ideology.
Can you tell us what the text says, North? If that's
Again, I'll say it. It doesn't matter what the text says. What matters is whether there are humans alive today with the ability to push things towards or away from the brink of annihilation, who think that the pushing it towards the brink of annihilation might be what their holy book wants. Whether the text says it or not is somewhat secondary. All I care is if somebody's got that in their head and they might have their finger on the nuclear codes or the ability to strap C4 to themselves and walk into a marketplace, then that's terrifying. We all should be terrified of that. That's insane.
It's not secondary, and I'll tell you why. Okay? So if you have someone that claims to be a brain surgeon, and they're not a brain surgeon, they haven't been to school, right? They don't know what the book says the procedures are. So they go in and they start performing procedures that are not even in the book because they're not a brain surgeon. But you're going to call them a brain surgeon, right? That's the problem. So it's not secondary.
Why would I call them a brain surgeon?
The very first thing you should analyze is, are these people who they claim they are? When you get your money, I'm sure you try to find out if it's counterfeit. When you're having some kind of a meal, I'm pretty sure that you're investigating that food before you put it in your body. So before you open your mouth and spread a bunch of bullshit, maybe you need to start analyzing the bullshit that you are spreading.
But what is the bullshit? Could you that was nice. All of the words you said were wonderful, but how do they relate to something I said? What did I say that bothered you enough to say that? What is the bullshit I'm spreading?
Everything for the last 15 minutes you've been saying has bothered me.
Are there Christians? Are there people who self-identify as Christians, Muslims, Jews, who think that the end times comes about through warfare, specifically on that patch of desert, and have the ability to push us towards or away from that eventuality? And I think the obvious answer you must give is yes. Because even if
I think the obvious answer you must. I think the obvious thing is you need to understand who people are claiming to be, and see if they are who they are claiming to be. And if they are doing things that go directly, like the brain surgeon, if he's doing things that are just completely backwards, right?
Yeah.
From what the procedure is, then you understand that he's not a brain surgeon, correct? So you wouldn't call
if
him
he's a
that.
qualified, so
We call
the difference
people
is whether you're
imposters. We have words like imposter. We have words like counterfeit. And the reason we have these words, my friend, the reason that we have these words is because that's reality. But you as a man are sitting here and you're broad brushing and you're just spreading propaganda, making people hate Christians, Jews, Muslims. You're just making people hate entire people groups, and a one book that you don't even know about. You don't know, remember? You don't know.
Sure. Does it have fiery end times that involve a war between peoples?
Between peoples?
Not where I come from.
There's always war between peoples. But
who is the final revelations war between, North? Who is it between?
Who's it between?
There is always wars between peoples. There's always have been.
God, dude,
but there is a war that's coming that's not between peoples. You understand? I'm answering
so
your
your
question.
religion prophesizes a
So
war.
there is a war that's coming
wanna be a
that's
Christian,
not
take the
just
Bible
between
literally.
people.
You think that
That's
Revolutions
not
is
just
prophesizing
between
a bloody
people.
war. That's what
That
it
is
means to be
not
Christian.
just between people.
And you're talking
So there
through
is
me.
a
You
war
talk a lot,
that
and
is
now you got to
coming.
listen. Yes, you're
So there
talking
is
a
a
lot, but
war
now you have to
that
listen.
is coming.
Oh my
That
God,
is
Jesse, the
not
style pin.
Yeah. Both.
Yeah,
both
he's
you
getting
guys can just knock
destroyed.
off.
Yeah,
No, it's not helping at all.
It's not destroying a nobody here. Sorry.
Yeah,
So-
your Bible
so-
prophesizes war, and in order to be a Christian, according to you, you got to believe the text
You
is real.
can't. You
So if
can't
you're a
say
Christian, you're
things like
prophesizing
your Bible, you're this, you're. It's not their Bible.
If
You believe
this
this,
guy
you
just
believe
claimed,
that.
if you're
Yeah.
a Christian,
What are you even
therefore
talking?
you
Let me
believe that
tell
the
you what
Bible's
I
real,
believe.
and the
You
Bible.
simple-
Yeah, you guys
Listen,
hate your and your
there
own
is
religion
a war.
worldview. This is your
There is a
religion.
war. There have been many wars between peoples, but there is a war that's spoken of that's not just between peoples. It's between the creator. So the gentleman that come in and ask, well, what is Revelation say? It's a war between the creator and the people. That's what it is. It's an
Yeah, I don't know how you think that. I don't know how you think that works.
execution of vengeance and judgment upon all peoples. That's what's coming. And so when you talk about this Holy Land and why are people doing this, and Andy asked the question, why are all these people concerned with this one patch of dirt? The reason is that the Creator is drawing those men. That's why it's insane to some of us, because the Creator himself is drawing these wicked men to a place to pour out judgment and vengeance upon people who are wicked and who do
All right, so instead of knee-jerk reacting to what I'm
ideologies like
saying. Okay, Bible literalists, let me finish what I'm saying. Your book prophesizes a religious war between creator or whoever. You expect people to go fight in this war because that's what's prophesized by your book.
No, that's not what I expect. You have
What do you
no
want me
idea.
to do when the end times come?
You have no
What am I
idea.
supposed to be doing?
You believe this and you believe that, but you have no idea what I believe. You know about all these other
Yeah,
ideologies.
you had a chance to tell me.
Can I ask you a
I
direct
mean, I know what your book
question?
says.
You
You
know
believe
all
what?
of those ideologies.
I know what your
You
book
just
says.
don't know the reality.
Could we wind it down a bit? Could we wind this down a bit? And could I just maybe?
Yeah,
throw
I don't know
you a
why these
direct
guys keep
question
shouting
then?
over me, man. I'm really quick to the point.
Could
Because I was
maybe could just
answering
ask
you
it
just
as
started
as a gentle question then, North. Would it be true? I'm trying to learn about it now. Does it involve a specific geopolitical alignments, particularly involving Israel? Because that's what I found online, and I'm curious what you would say about that. Does it say specific things about geopolitics and Israel? Rail?
Does it? You tell me. Does it? You tell
Well,
me.
it's a
You're
question.
the
If
one
you don't
making the
answer it,
claim.
that's
Does
fine.
it?
No, I'm asking you a question.
I know you're asking a question, but you've already made the claim. And based upon your claim, the answer to that question should be yes, correct?
Yeah, it seems like it involves specific geopolitical alignments, particularly involving Israel, and I'm just wondering if you agree with that.
How so? How so?
You don't want to give me an answer, yes or no?
Yeah, well,
You don't want to substantiate your claim, yes or no? You don't want to substantiate your claim? You just want to say you read it on the internet because it's something you heard and
No,
you're
I'm not making
spreading
a
it?
claim. I'm saying my claim
You
is
don't know?
I found it on the internet. Do you agree?
Prophecies from the text. How do you plan on doing that?
But also, if there are specifically of geopolitical alignments, right? It says up here, it comes about after multiple tribulations, which involves wars, famines. So it does specifically say wars. So there is fighting between people groups, because that's what wars is, which is what I said it involved, right? Many people dying, lots of suffering. That was my problem.
Since the beginning of time.
And it
Yeah,
sounds
and
like
you
what you
alluded to
agree
the
with,
idea that when this
but you're
war is
still
going
like,
on, I can
hey,
just sit in my house and I'm not involved. Like I could go in a bunker somewhere, and I don't have to interact with this war at all because I'm a human, right?
well, you're going to be
You,
stuck
you
in
do
it
not
anyway.
have to interact. If you don't want to interact with the war, you don't have to interact. And not everyone's going to interact. And I have
But there
never
is a
said
war.
at one point that I want all believers to interact with this war. But that's what you put on me, right? That's what you said
No,
you
no, I
believe.
just said there was a war, and that's
Not
terrifying.
you, the other man who keeps cutting in on us. Not you, the other man.
Well, that's an interesting question though, North. Are you going to go over there at some point? Do you feel compelled? Is that how it works, or?
Psalms 149, 6 through 9 is not there for no reason, Andy. That's my answer.
I don't know what that says. I don't know what that is. I'm not a chapter and verse guy. I know little bits and bobs, but that's about it.
Yeah.
What does it say?
So I will answer your question, Andy, by saying this. Not every believer is going to be involved in that war. And the war I'm speaking of is not against people groups against each other. The war I'm speaking of that people are allowed to be a part of, and that is the glory they have. That war is between the Creator and all of mankind, all nations. And what it says is, let the high praises of God be in their mouth and a two-edged sword in their hand to execute the vengeance and judgment upon the heathen. And they're going to bind their kings and nobles with fetters of iron and so on and so forth. This is the glory of the saints. That's the glory they have. So there will be those who participate, yes, in that war between the Creator and these nations and these kings and these leaders who are ultimately sitting at one table taking counsel together against the Lord and his people. And his anointed. That's what they do. And you guys are in here speaking about these nations and how terrible they are. So the Creator is going to handle it. But it's not a war just between people groups, and there's going to be one people group victorious over a blood-soaked land, and this land is just so curiously, people are enamored with this land for so many reasons, but the reason is the Creator's drawing these men. So anyone that has any intelligence and they look around, they say, why are all these people going to that land? You should start thinking, maybe there's something spiritual going on.
Or maybe
But as long as you neglect and you reject and you slap the Creator in the face, he's not going to reveal any reality to you. And that's why you spread propaganda constantly.
But it's the same book that's been copied for like nearly 6,000 years, isn't it? Right? This is the Epic of Gilgamesh from the ancient Sumerians.
It's not just about a book. It's not just about a book, man.
Canaanites. But it
That's
is.
the problem.
It's about this one story. That's why people are there. Largely, people in the East don't give a toss about it, right? Buddhists.
Well,
and
I wouldn't say
Hindus.
that. I wouldn't say that, Eggs. Oh my God! I mean, the Muslims have got their own sort of antichrist killing.
Same spot.
Yeah, exactly. They've got
All
the
three
Dome
have
of the
the
Rock
same book.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I see. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I don't know if you can feel it. But it's almost like they're, as North rightly points out, they're being drawn to this thing, and you can almost feel it building up, can't you? I can anyway. I don't know if
You're saying it like you think it's magical. I think it's just the book is becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, this is
They don't even know what the book says. You don't know what the book says. The leaders don't know. Look, the leaders have no idea. You can tell, and you know why you can tell? Because their ultimate destruction is coming. They're not trying to make it happen. They do look into what the book says, like the CIA and all of these different they look into the book, right? But their eyes are shut. And that's what you don't understand. Your eyes are shut also because you misrepresent the book, and that's why you're never accurate in saying what it says or what people believe or why they believe it. That's
What did I
why
get wrong?
your
What did I
eyes are
get wrong?
closed. You
What did I
reject
say that made you think I
reject the
would have my
Creator.
eyes closed?
That's what's wrong with you. You reject the Creator. You reject the spiritual aspect. That is
What did I
your
get wrong,
problem.
though?
That's why
What did I
you
get
are
wrong?
blind, my friend. That's
What
why
did I
you're
get
blind.
wrong? I'm
Everything
blind.
you said
You're the
for the
one that can
last
say.
35 minutes.
Could you show me what I got wrong?
Everything you said for the last 35 minutes has been
Including
wrong.
this question? This question's wrong?
Yeah, some questions are just flawed and stupid, yeah. So it would be
What
wrong.
was the other thing I got wrong about the book and what people believe?
Everything for the last 35 minutes. Everything.
There isn't going to be a war
Obviously,
between.
you're blind to what I'm even saying. Everything that you just said for the last 35 minutes has been wrong.
Well, that's broad stroke there, Eggs. I don't know how you're going to recover.
Yeah, I've just
Yeah,
got
that broad brushing is that's becoming a problem, isn't it?
Well, you're just saying nothing, man.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for your opinion, North. Who gets the earth in God's word?
Are we talking about the earth or the Holy Land? What are we talking about?
What Holy Land, and what do you think that is?
Who gets it, right? So who gets it?
Yes,
people
that's
from
what I'm
all
asking.
nations. People from all nations, not one people group, not two people groups, not three people groups, not four people groups.
Okay,
people
but you
from
do
all nations.
understand that in the books it says Jews will get it, Christians will get
No.
it, Islam will get it.
No, it doesn't.
It does, or else I wouldn't be saying it.
Islam definitely thinks they get it.
You're saying that the book says, and you're speaking of, I'm guessing
Yes.
the Bible, and I'm
All
guessing you're
three
saying the Quran. Are we speaking of one book or several?
The Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, and the Torah.
The Old Testament and New Testament do not say that the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians are going to get the land. That's
Yes,
not
it
what the Old
does.
Testament and New
Do you
Testament.
want
No,
me
it
to
doesn't.
post the verse?
Yes, please. And if you're
Okay.
speaking of have the land throughout our history, yes. And right now, yes. But if you're speaking about the future after this
Rule
war,
over Gentile nations. That's what it says. So that's
there will still be other nations. It's not like that's going to be the only land and everywhere else is flooded.
Yeah, so what I'm
What I
hearing is you
specifically told you is
disagree
that
with
the
prophecy.
land, what I specifically told you is it does not say that only the Jews are going to have the land. It says that people from all nations, people who are not Jewish, they're not Hebrew, they're not Israelis, they are going to receive inheritance in the land, and they will be just as good as anyone that is born in the land. If you're referring to Israelites, so be it. But those people are not Israelites, and they will receive an inheritance in that land. Now, will there be other lands on the earth? Yes, there will. Okay, but you're clearly
what I'm
not
hearing
taking
is
into
you disagree
you're
with the Jewish
taking-
prophecy. That's what I'm hearing. You've interpreted the
I'm going
Jewish
to put
prophecy to
myself
say
on
everyone
mute. You
gets
tell me
peace.
all about the prophecy. I'm going to put myself on mute. I want you to tell me all about the prophecy that you know, and then I want to have a debate with you based upon your whatever you say. How about that? I don't even know what you're saying yet. I want to have a debate with you based on what you're going to say.
It says the Hebrews will rule over all the Gentile nations.
Okay, are you ready to have the debate now, or would you rather have it later tonight?
Yeah, if you acknowledge it says that.
Are you going to read it to me and cite it?
Okay. I thought you could agree because you've read it more than me.
I thought you knew where it was because you're making the claim.
Well, I already got ChatGPT to tell me that it exists, so I believe it exists.
Oh well,
15:12.
it must be true. Must be true. Romans 15:12. All right, read it for us. I'll put myself.
Can I understand what this is? Are you challenging this quote, or are you just demanding it be read? I'll read it. I'm just curious.
Definitely
what you're
challenging
saying. Yeah, it seems like he's challenging. I just wanted to get that ahead before we get into it. And again, Isaiah says, "The root of Jesse shall come, even though he who arises to rule the Gentiles, and him will the Gentiles hope. In him will the Gentiles hope." And again,
Him
Isaiah.
is singular. Him is singular. I'm going to let you finish your claim. Please tell me when you're done because I want to debate you on every claim you make. Okay? Thank you.
I mean, go for it. I thought you just wanted it read out. Now it seems like you. I don't know.
Seems like it didn't want to read. Seems like it didn't read what you say it read, did it?
I didn't say it read anything. I just tried to Google it.
You said the Hebrews plural, and it's saying you said it said him.
What do you think the root of Jesse is?
You said Hebrews plural
The root of Jesse
will rule over the Gentile. Will rule the Gentiles. You said Hebrews plural. Then you made the claim it's in Romans 15:12, and ChatGPT said so. So I'm going to go to it, and you want me to read it? I'm going to read it, and it says him.
singular.
I don't think he gets this
One
vehicle
person.
here, Dawn.
Very strange.
Yeah, it is very strange. I'm not Dawn is the issue you're having. Dawn mentioned it and I Googled it.
Wait, but you think root of Jesse means like a bunch of people?
I've got no idea. I just read it out because Dawn mentioned it. And
okay.
he
Well,
started
Don.
typing
Well,
root
then
of
Don.
it.
Don is. Don is. I'm asking Don then. Don, you think the root of Jesse means a people group, bro?
Sorry, what?
The him, the root of Jesse, the him, the singular.
I don't know
the
what the
male.
root of
Do you
Jesse
think
means.
that's all the Hebrews? Verse you just asked us to quote, bro.
He didn't ask
Are you saying God takes Earth, not the Jews?
Everyone see how easy it is to expose someone whose eyes are closed? They reject the
No, I'm not
Creator.
following
This is
you.
how easy and simple it is. They believe ChatGPT. That is a surprise to me, man. You believe ChatGPT? You guys kidding me? Where are we at today, man? This is just completely moronic. Pharaoh Ketapati Manginio Kubo. I'm telling you right now.
Nobody
I'm
gives a
telling
shit
you.
about the meta commentary.
Maxim, you're roboting like folks.
Mega
So.
robot, yeah.
I don't think it's meta to ask who the root of Jesse is and then to explain to a non-believer that doesn't understand the scripture that when they reject it, they obviously won't be able to understand it, right? The root of Jesse, right? Jesse is the father of David, right? So what you're talking about is a specific branch from his family tree called the Messiah. Okay, so
Right,
you're
and it's
talking about
supposed to be Jesus.
Christ,
Yeah.
yes.
Right. So what they're referring to, Dawn and Eggs, is that the Christians interpret that passage as meaning the fulfillment of Scripture being Jesus. Right. And obviously, the Jews disagree. They see it as them being the ones that, or a different person altogether. Not Jesus.
There is nuance.
I wouldn't say the Jews disagree because remember who wrote that? A Benjamite. His name is Paul. He was a Pharisee of Pharisees. So you're talking about a Jew who told us this. So now
Wait,
when you relate,
not Isaiah, not the passage in Isaiah though. Paul didn't write the passage in Isaiah. That's where the Jews would push back. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. That's fine. That's fine. You know the difference between him being singular and Hebrews being plural. So when you make the claim and the claim goes against what Christians believe, what the Christians book says, what the Hebrews book says, what the Muslims books say, you're all over the place. You're not representing anyone accurately. You're just spreading propaganda. And again, I say that's why we're in the position today that we're in, with people's eyes are closed to what's really going on.
I think it's fair to say there's more.
Yeah, so all I was
more
doing,
ignorance.
North, was...
Maxim, you've got a delay as well. You go.
Do you think we should...
Go ahead, Andy.
No, I was just going to say, it's a lot of stuff, right? If you think of the three books, all I'm saying is it's more ignorance than just eggs spreading propaganda, right? Because we don't really know, and it just seems a bit mental, right? Because it's already prophesized, or as if it's already happened, and it's like to a moth to a flame almost. And that's why
Andy.
it's a little scary.
Dude. So it's a new book that just came out a couple years ago. Eggshells didn't have a chance to read this his entire life.
No, but I mean,
the point I've made is quite clear, which is
not his book, is
what's
it?
in the book doesn't matter. I've said it 1,000 times.
Not my book either, bro. It's just a book that exists. It's the most popular, most read, most printed, most like. So then you don't want to read that.
I was right in the middle, dude.
No,
it's not about what's in the fucking book. You keep arguing from what's in the text, and we can show you bits of the text that support it. But I've said this 1,000 times. Please listen this time.
You haven't, and it's not about the book. It's about your claim, broad brushing.
Holy shit, dude.
Either
Why is
Jews or
everybody interrupting
Christians.
Eggshells?
It's your claim calling people
Emotional,
Christians when
fucking
they're
tight,
not.
wound up fucking Christians.
It's based upon your claim that people are Christians when they're not. It's not about just the book. It's about you
I don't
making
think
a
you're
claim
Christian,
that
man. You need to stop talking so much. You're not a Christian.
So
why don't you just shut your mouth?
This is
You're wasting time.
You're showing you're scared.
See, I
Just
could
let
do
me
the same
say it
thing you're
and it'll be
doing. I
over.
could claim who's Christian and who's not. You're not Christian.
Okay, let's
How do
get
you-
Eggshells to finish his statement. Go ahead,
The
Eggshells.
statement
It's
is so
not what the
simple.
book
Do
says.
not give a fuck what's in the scripture. I'm sorry for insulting your scripture. It's about what people believe. So if it is the case that some people believe this and it's not in the scripture, that 100% shows that what I'm saying is factually correct. If you can show it's not in the scripture, you don't touch my claim at all, because my claim is agnostic to whether it's in the scripture or the scripture can be interpreted the wrong way. Or I swear, if you read the right books in the right way, going back the right number of generations to the Greek or the whatever it might be, I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't touch my argument. My argument is based solely on the question of whether people who are trying hard to follow what they think Christianity is think that taking over and occupying the Holy Land is an important step in the direction of end times, which is something we should hope for, which involves lots of pain and suffering. That is terrifying. That should terrify humans.
Yeah,
And
can we clarify something real quick, Eggshells? You're saying trying real hard. Obviously, they're not trying real hard, because all they're doing is just listening to the person before them. They're not trying real hard. They're just like following along with some propaganda campaign. So that is possible, because we see it happen every day with everybody. Now, if you want to try real hard to understand the scripture, are you just going to listen to the preacher, or are you going to investigate the scripture yourself?
I think every Christian thinks what you do, which is I've got it right, they've all got it wrong. Every single Christian draws a tiny
Dude,
circle.
can you answer my question?
Just say they're not a true Christian doesn't mean anything. They think
I
the same
didn't
about
say
you.
that. I didn't say that. You specifically said they're trying hard. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you agree that trying hard would look more like just regurgitating what you were told?
That's what they think you're doing. Yeah, they agree.
What?
Can I get in just real fast, super fast? I just wanted to say to Eggshells, I actually do wonder if I got it right or if I got it wrong. And I do try to make sure that I'm seeking to get it right, because I'm not a Trinitarian. And when I listen to Trinitarians make arguments, sometimes they make sense. So I don't think that you're correct that all Christians think they got it right.
And so that's where I want to come in, and I want to say, look, I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking. So I just want to come in and make sure that everyone knows that Eggshells has changed the claim now. It went from Christian, Jews, and Muslims to people believe and they try real hard. They think what Christianity teaches them is to do this or support this, and therefore they're doing it. Now, that was more accurate for you to say. When you say that people believe that Christianity teaches them to do this, and then you have to distinguish between what people groups are doing this and who are not in this whole group you're calling Christian. That's what you would have to do. Now, I see you moving the goalposts. I see you changing your position based upon the arguments that have been presented to you already. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work because you have already spread the propaganda. It's already out there. And when you say things that are wrong, it's already put out there. And people sometimes hang up the phone. They go throughout their day and they listen to that.
Just doesn't make any sense. This is missing my argument. This is just grandstanding. Like, address what I'm saying. I haven't moved the goalposts. I've said the same thing a million times, and the fact that you pretend you haven't heard it and can't address the facts.
No, you didn't.
People who think they're Christian.
Yeah, Eggshell's argument is so simple. How are you guys just not getting it?
Just accept it. We can move on. I won't have to say it a 40,000th time. People who self-identify.
No one is going to accept what you're saying.
End times is a good thing, and that they can help it happen. That's terrifying.
ridiculous.
It should terrify us, and
That's
it remains
not.
true.
That's not. I wouldn't think that, because I think postponing that as much as we can, I could possibly get you, Eggshells, into the kingdom. So I would never want to, as much as I long for it, I would never want to push the timeline. And for any Christian that thinks that they know more than God. So what the mentality is God is going to come back if there's a crazy amount of evil or crazy amount of good. Well, it'll just be easier just to make the whole world evil. Dude, that's sick in the head, bro. No one's agreeing with that. I don't know if you could find a church.
You make up, God, you flat earthers make up insane shit and get upset that you thought of it. I didn't say any of that. You dream these things up and they get really angry that they just came out of your own mouth.
That's nonsense.
That's what you're implying, dude.
What is my
You're
argument?
implying people have come to the conclusion because they have tried real hard to become Christians that they can influence a way to make Christ come back.
Yep.
Yep, that's
There are
your
steps
argument.
they can,
Okay.
there are steps they can take that
Yep, and that those
set the
steps,
pieces in the right place.
yeah,
Jews have to
those
retake
steps,
it.
yeah, those
Jews have to
steps
retake it.
known, yeah, in the Kabbalah, in those steps are known as you can either make the world a perfect place or a completely imperfect evil place, right? Because they know of the story of Noah, right? When man's heart desires nothing but evil, the Creator intervenes. So therefore, what they are trying to do then is create evil. And I don't think you're going to go to any church and find people agreeing with this ideology that we should do things like actual actions to make Christ come back quicker or whatever, or to expedite the process. So I just think you have a false idea of what the church is preaching.
Okay, I have a single question for you. Do people exist such as Christian Zionists or Christians that go over to work in Israel despite the fact that they are treated like dogs and kept in the outhouse and aren't allowed to touch skin-on-skin contact with the Jews they live in proximity
different questions. Those are two different
who are
questions.
deeply observing Christians who strongly believe that it is their job to help the Jews retake Israel because that is one of the key set pieces.
Long question, bro. You've asked two separate questions in the one you're asking.
Is it true that that's the case?
I would think there's
Because there are
missionaries
such
that
people
go.
exist.
Yeah, I would think there's missionaries that go over there to convert Jews to realize who the Messiah is. Now, I don't believe that their main, like you're saying, do they have an ulterior motive, like secretly, that they're trying to convert these Jews to the Messiah and to get the Messiah to come back quicker?
No,
he's just saying Zionists. He said one part of the question. This is the first part. He wants to know, are Zionists doing this, and are Christians going over and donating help and time? Of course, people are donating help and time everywhere in the world, and yes, in Israel. So of course that's happening. But when you preface it by saying Zionists, when you preface the whole question, the one single question you're supposed to be asking, when you preface the whole thing by Zionists, you're gonna have to.
So, are there Christian
Zionists? I'll wait till you put yourself on mute, and I'll finish.
Are there Christian
You're
Zionists?
acting like Zionists don't exist.
Because I don't want to hear you hum through what I'm saying to you.
Is the Zionist Christian the majority of the Christians? Is that your claim?
No. There are sects. I never said it was most of them. I just said there are these ideas that exist that make people act in a way that appears to be, while I appreciate you're not doing this, I'm saying there are people with ideas in their heads that I think are fantasy. I think it's like bad Harry Potter. It's been around since the Epic of Gilgamesh. We should know the story of Utnapishtim, hopefully, which is the story of Noah told thousands of years too early for it to be Noah.
But you don't know the story. You don't know the story, but you would hope that people would know the story, but you don't even know the story. That's the issue.
I think I do. I think I know Utnapishtim. But this wacky bad fan fiction has people who read it, whether it says it or not, after they read it, or
whether it says it or not, they read it and you blame it.
No, let me finish.
Hold on, writing on eggshells.
They
I need
choose
you to know
to
who came first. Who came first, Noah, Abraham, or Moses?
Don't know. It doesn't matter.
There's a hint in the question because I listed them in a specific order. But the bottom line is when you say, "Oh, this came thousands of years after," do you know that the authorship of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy is attributed to Moses?
Fine. Okay. You're right about the Gilgamesh thing. The rest of it remains true. The core point remains true. Right. I'll happily stipulate to that one. The core point that people, when they get this idea in their head, are terrifying because the more certain, because I don't think it's actually the idea, it's the certainty. If people kind of think this, they are lovely people to be around. But the more fervently they believe anything, same for vegans, same for fucking anybody, right? Same for us globers, same for you flat earthers. The more certain we are about something, the more terrifying things we're willing to do. And there are some people who have this idea in their head. Many of them are Muslims, right? The vast number of Muslims. And their one, my understanding is it encourages their active steps they take because they're meant to be the children of Islam, right?
That's why I have no respect for. That's why I have no respect for people, because if you're not willing to die for what you believe in, it's not worth believing in. And so that's why I have no respect for people like yourself.
Well, the other
Why
thing
did you
too
just
that's
lean
important.
in
The
and
other
say you've
thing.
got no respect for me? That's a weird thing to say.
No,
Address the argument.
I know.
Please,
Well, hold
somebody
on.
eventually.
Eggshells, the thing is, isn't it interesting that out of all the religions, all these other religions, the God has this like subjective form of justice, and then there's like sold to the people some form of enlightenment that will be occurred. When in the Christian religion, it's not that case, right? The case is the justice was taken care of by the God, right? It was him. He came to earth. He died on the earth, right? And then resurrected. And then mercy was placed and then grace was given. Okay. So no other religion has this ideology that you should lay your life down for another in the scenario like love your neighbor as yourself, because they're all doing it for an ulterior motive of you're gonna feel good because of that, and then you're gonna reach enlightenment because of that, when in the Christian worldview it says you're going to be persecuted for doing this.
You've got the other religions so intensely wrong. If you were trying to be talking about Buddhism and Hinduism,
Okay,
yeah,
what's the
you've got
justice that God has delivered? What justice has God delivered in those other religions?
Well, one of them, it's not about pleasure. Like the general gist is existence is suffering. You are forced to exist. You are perpetually existing through different forms, right? And so it is suffering.
What's the
Nirvana.
justice? What is the justice
getting
that
there,
God
I'm
has
getting there.
given?
He's getting to it. God.
It is nirvana that you reach is a state of just not existing anymore. You're like released from the requirement to exist. That is heaven for the Hindus. Is the thing that the hell or the warning you get from the Christian book. So the justice comes in the form of karma, which karma and dharma. Dharma is like how you live your life. So if you have a set path in your life and you live that and you sort of chug along and do the right sort of thing by your family, essentially that kind of,
Yeah, subjective. Yep, the subjective version of justice. Yep.
And then also your karma. So this idea of you're trying to do the right thing and cause the least suffering because we're all suffering. Don't increase it for anybody. That kind of deal.
Yeah, based on preferences again. Yeah.
I'm not sure. No more than
Yeah,
yours.
yeah, it technically is. It technically is. Because you don't have an objective form of justice in any of that. What you just said is it's all subjective based on karma, based on dharma, based on the idea that you should help your family in a certain way. But out of desperation, if you have to steal some food for your family, that's okay, because you're poor and all this stuff. And dude, it's all it's all subjective nonsense. See, this is what's beautiful about the Christian religion is the justice is objective and done. It's done.
You can't point at something objective about justice, right? You can't point at something being true, morally true. You just assert that it's something. I can say that morally.
Can you define justice? Can you define justice?
I'm happy to go.
Do you agree that do you agree that justice is getting what you deserve?
In a sense, I guess that's part of it. Certainly, yeah.
Okay, so what have you gotten that you deserve objectively in the world in any of those other religions?
Karma.
How? In this life or in the next life or when?
Yeah,
is it right in this life? You're saying bad things happen to bad people all the time?
Well, did you get how karma works?
Yeah, but do bad things happen to bad people all the time? I know that you reap what you sow. I understand that concept, and it might not be in this lifetime. It could be in the next lifetime.
I just don't understand if you're asking my opinion about reality or about what Hinduism teaches.
Well, what I'm saying is if Hinduism teaches that, it's not conforming to reality.
Eggshells is afraid of reality. It disturbs him very much, so he has told you
just
that.
saying you don't
you
understand
become sure about
religion
something. If you're convinced of something and you're convinced and convicted of something that's reality, Eggshells is very afraid of that because who knows what you will do with that information, right? So Eggshells, you need to open your eyes, be willing to open your eyes and be willing to pay the price for what you believe in, or just stand up for nothing and sit down and shut up.
Boy, you know what's sad? You know what's sad too? You know what's sad? You know what's sad? Like there's people in here that claim Calvinist or Presbyterians. You know what they would tell you? Like Omnivore is one, right? He tells you, you just weren't chosen. I was. This is the problem that I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to be compassionate with you and show you we are to love our neighbor as ourselves regardless of the persecution. And you can open your spiritual eyes to this truth if you accept it. But if you want to go on being ignorant, nobody's going to force you into heaven, dude. No one wants to force you into it. You can't force someone to love you. So it is perfectly fine. You will get what you want in the end.
Amen, Torah. Amen.
I just don't understand how that relates to whether it's terrifying that people want to bring about fiery end times.
Nobody does, dude. See, that's the problem. You're
Zero
saying
people?
a few people do. Therefore, I can claim that I'm one. You're saying I'm one of them when before you said I wasn't one of them. You see
didn't
how
say
your
that.
argument has
Yeah,
to
you're not
change
one of them.
because you're backed into a corner?
No, I'm not saying you're one of them. I'm sticking to all of the original positions. It is
No, you're
scary
most
that
certainly
people
not.
believe this stuff want to bring about
Okay,
end
so you
times.
think omnivore is one of them?
What did I say that gave you that impression?
Is there anyone in this chat that claims to be a Christian that is one of those? Because you're saying it's no. Is it a tiny little minority then of people, and you're making a judgment call based on a minority? Because I believe that's called a prejudice.
Well, what I do see in America, if we're talking about it, if it now does matter about numbers, which I agree it does, right? The amount of sway they've got matters. And what I see is America supporting Israel in proportion to how Christian it is. So the areas will, their state by state, their support for Israel and tendency to buy Israeli products, etc., tracks perfectly with church attendance and stuff like that. So where there are self-identified Christians, you will find a far higher support for a genocidal state, living up to the prophecy that is written about in their holy book.
That's like a scary way to look at it. So because abortion is accepted in the United States declares themselves that they are a Christian nation. Therefore, morally, in the Christian values, abortion is true. Come on, man. You could do better than that.
I just want to get in for a second.
Came out of your mouth. I didn't say anything close to that. You just made up some really busted logic that didn't relate at all to what I said. You flat earthers always blame other people. You say these things that are insane and go, "Wow, that was insane."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to get in for a second. So what we're talking about, like supporting like certain states in the Middle East. If people were actually reading their Bible, they would see that the Antichrist kingdom pops up where the third temple is, and I don't think that if they were, true Christians, then they wouldn't be supporting the Antichrist kingdom. So because they go to church and because they aren't reading their Bible, they're putting their faith in the man at the pulpit who came from the seminaries. That's why that's actually happening. That's my opinion.
I agree. Yeah, I think they can be spoon-fed anything, and the vast majority of Christians don't really spend much time thumbing through their Bible or trying to trace down, original source words. That's a, behavior for people who are really addicted to the book, believe it very strongly.
Has anybody brought up the Schofield Reference Bible yet?
No, what's that? I should
yeah, that's a piece of shit guy. That fucking lawyer, the Schofield, is totally a piece of shit. You're not supposed to do what he did, but basically he, gave the evangelist doctrine that, we gotta support Israel no matter what, because somewhere in Genesis it said, if you bless Abraham, you will be blessed. And they take Abraham to mean the modern Zionist state of Israel.
No, yeah. So it's just important to understand with the Schofield Reference Bible is that it was like very heavily propagated among, like, essentially to become a priest in America and to go through that like priesthood, you would be reading the Schofield Reference Bible in this, and it essentially has a whole bunch of footnotes and a whole bunch of like interpretations of everything, which is the singular source for the interpretation of the Bible of Israel being a literal physical place that the U.S. needs to defend. So essentially, like all of these pastors who would go to all of these pastors would go to essentially this like priest college. They would be reading the Schofield Reference Bible because it was like propagated by very powerful people, and within that Bible had oh, you must support Israel. So it's a very top-down.
Exactly.
It's very top-down. The support of Israel from U.S. Christians, and you can directly see exactly where it comes from.
Yeah, we can track we can track the Romans having their fingers in it. We can track the Catholics having their fingers in it. We can track early source texts. We can track it from before it was the Jews and it was the Sumerians and in Uruk and Ur and stuff like that. So yeah, we can see the edits that have come in over time, generally by powerful people rewriting it. But that to me is.
Dude, it's in the footnotes.
No, they didn't rewrite the Bible. They added commentary at the bottom of the page to misdirect people from the original meaning to a politically charged book to get Zionist support from people who, if they were reading it without it, they would just not support it. They would be like, their temple, oh, we know where that's at.
Yeah, study Bibles are very common.
Yeah, interesting side note. Interesting side note, just this. 1492, the Spain kicked out the Jews. And from 1492 to like whatever it was the golden era of Spain. It's a direct correlation. That's pretty fucking crazy.
So is it true or is it not true that 2 Peter, whatever it is, 3, 11 to 12 says, since everything will be destroyed in this way, what kind of people ought you to be? You ought live holy and godly lives as you look forward to the day of God and speed its coming. That day will bring about the destruction of the heavens by fire, and the elements will melt in the heat. What would you say that paragraph is imploring its faithful to do?
I wish you would read the whole Bible to me the way that you just read that.
Thank you. I want to do some like sleepy time things of reading like this and Gilgamesh and stuff. So yeah, what do we think? You ought live holy and godly lives, and as you look forward to the day of God and speed its coming.
Yeah, it's coming quickly. Like it's coming like in the amount of time that has passed already. Considering when it was his time, it's coming fairly quickly considering towards the beginning of time. So yeah, we are in the last days. As soon as the Messiah resurrected, we know we are in the last days. So yeah, it's speedily approaching upon us every single day. Yeah, every single day that goes by, it gets closer.
If you that's an interesting idea, though, right? Hang on a minute. There's that. Everybody's seen that clip, I'm sure, of the Milkowski character, fucking Netanyahu talking to the Rebbe, right? He's talking to the head of the sort of rabbis, and you hear him say, because you can just slightly hear his voice, and he's saying, "We've got to hasten the coming of the Moshiach." This is what he says to Netanyahu. And what does that? I don't know what that means to you. What it means to me is we've got to fucking cause some chaos, right? That's what it means to me.
Exactly. Yes, Andy. Exactly. And we've brought this up many times. And these leaders are spoken about in this text, and it says that he will draw them to that place, and he will pour out vengeance and judgment upon them, because all of the leaders in the world, there's not one excluded. All of the leaders sit at one table and take counsel together against God and his anointed. So yes, they are conspiring in ways, and God is drawing them to do something where he's going to pour out judgment. So all of them kind of feel a certain kind of way and are doing things that seem like they're drunken children, because he says exactly that. They are drinking of this cup, and they are drunk, and they are stumbling, and they're doing foolish things. But if the gentleman who read 2 Peter 3, if he would have read the next 2 verses, perhaps he would have got the clear context of what it was saying. So
go for it.
I would just invite you, if you're going to start quoting from scripture based upon hearsay on what someone said on the internet about the book, maybe you should inform yourself on the context and what the rest of it says.
Thank you, North. Thank you very much.
That just sounds like you could have given context, but played the phantom proof game again, where you're like, just go out and read it again.
Eggshells.
Or eggshells, you could have read the next two passages instead of stopping where you stopped.
Why? So I read through the bit that I wanted the answer to. I don't need to read the whole
Yeah, I got it.
If you're
Understood.
a dishonest cherry picker, that's why.
Can anybody point out what the next two say and why that defeats it, or is this more phantom evidence?
Do you mind reading the next two sentences?
You need to know them already. You must already know that this debunks me. Otherwise, you shouldn't be doing your victory lap. But you're all doing your victory lap with phantom evidence. You don't
So
know
you're just
what's
not
in
going to
it.
read them. Okay.
So
Can,
none of you
can
know what's
somebody
in it.
post them and I will
Thank you.
read them?
Go for
Somebody post them and I will read them.
Go for it. Let it be known that none of you already know what's in it. So it may well debunk me, but you
Yeah,
didn't
I
know.
haven't
You still thought
memorized
you'd
the
won.
Bible. I'm sorry, sir.
It's fine, but you think you've
What
won
is-
having not checked it. That's my point.
Yeah,
It's phantom
let's
evidence.
You think I
see.
didn't check it before I made
I'm
the
not.
claim?
Yeah, I'm not trying to claim a victory either. Sorry, North.
Well, you all were. You all
Dude,
were.
it destroys you. Eggshell, it destroys you, the next two sentences. If it is phantom evidence, go ahead and read them.
Sure. And ask of me, I will make the nations of your heritage, and the ends of the earth your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron, and
You're
dash
wrong.
them to
You're not
pieces like
even in the
potter's vessels.
same. You're not even in
Oh,
the
hang on,
same
saying
book.
Psalm. He's saying
You're not even
Psalm.
in the same.
Wow.
In the chat.
How dishonest was that? You wouldn't read it?
No, I thought somebody put it in the chat. Dawn put it in the chat, so I just started
I'll
reading.
read it for you. He writes.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
Hold on. I gotta stop driving, but
Oh shit! Don't do that while driving. I don't want to listen to a crash.
Yeah, be careful, guys.
Take the wheel. Eggs was just reading the thing that Dawn posted in the chat. If that's not the next part, then that's not Eggs' fault.
not.
Because I thought it was the next part as well. So
yeah, it was
not.
misleading, wasn't it?
So-
Yeah.
no, well, I didn't know
Thanks,
either.
Dawn.
So,
Mistake. It was obviously a mistake.
Dawn's
You're just seeing phantoms everywhere rather than just admitting that there
Well,
are
dude,
some
where
people
did you
who
read
bear
it
the name
from?
Christian.
Where did you read it from?
In
That
the
it
chat.
literally only gave you the two verses and
I'd already
not
closed
the
that
two after.
I'd already closed that window to get onto a secondary question of like what it meant.
Of course you did.
A secondary claim that you're going to make about it.
Word meant to see if it said hasten.
Can we get the two verses read instead of all this filibuster,
You
please?
should already know what they are. If you know
It's
that
not
they
Eggshell's fault. That's
That's bullshit. Let's get the two verses instead of all this meta, please.
Yeah, present it.
Spend
Your evidence.
80% of the debate
Crack on.
talking about the debate.
I'm ready to learn. I only just googled it.
Go.
Interesting that we don't.
I'm
know
waiting
what's in
for
it,
this
though, isn't it?
amazing thing that apparently destroys eggshells. Is anybody
Yeah.
gonna read it?
They already know
Yes.
what's in it. 'Cause it obviously destroys me. Right?
I'm the one who brought it up, right? But not only did Eggshells quote from two verses in which he didn't even tell you what it's speaking about.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even make a concrete claim
know.
about what these verses are saying.
Yep.
And that's
Didn't
very
make-
clear to me based. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, that was rude of me. Go for it.
Make a concrete claim about what the verse is saying, so man's interpretation is valuable to you. That's interesting.
I think the wool is pulled over his eyes, man. I don't think he's even.
I just want to hear the next two.
I don't think you want. I think the only reason you want to hear what a man has to say is just because of that. You just want to hear what he's going to say, and you think it's going to be foolish. It's foolish to you because your eyes are closed.
No,
it's
I'm
foolish
quite
to you
confident
because you don't
should
have
be in the
basic reading and comprehension skills. It's foolish to you because you make foolish questions.
Yeah, you're try hard right now, bro. Keep trying though.
Like,
I've been running victory laps for the last 45 minutes.
I'll happily defer to you if you're right about what's in the book. If the next bit says, for example, here's what I think would challenge what I was thinking when I read it, which is if the next thing says, but whatever you do, do not take a
Hey,
single
how about this? No, Eggshell, I'm going to read it because you're just speculating now, trying to filibuster like I asked you not to do, so I'm going to read it. Give me 3 seconds to get back to the page.
I'm not filibustering.
You just interrupted him, man.
Yes,
You
here we go.
interrupted me to talk about filibustering.
Looking for the hastening, the coming of the day of God, because of which the heavens will be dissolved, being on fire, and the elements will melt with fervent heat.
Mm-hmm. Keep going. Out loud, please.
Yeah. It was 2 Peter 3:10 you read, right?
I think
No,
so, yeah.
3:11 and 12 is what I just
when
read.
exactly?
Okay.
Why have you stopped?
Now,
on,
that was what was posted by you. So
Yeah,
now
let's just go
there
back.
is no next there is no next two verses in what you posted, Eggshells.
sorry.
So now I have to go and get my Bible app open because no, I haven't memorized
what is
the
this?
entire
What is
Bible.
happening?
I'm sorry.
Why
So
have you
Okay,
I will
okay,
get
here it is.
So no one's gonna read this?
verses.
What am I waiting for?
It wasn't
Bring it-
posted.
You already know what's in
It
it.
wasn't
You already know it's
posted.
Okay, so but
This
right
is such a
before it,
mystery. You guys
right
are really
before.
leaving this out of
No,
context.
I got you, dude. I'm gonna read it real quick. I'll just go back to verse 9. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promises, as some understand slowness, but is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief. The heavens will disappear with a roar. The elements will be destroyed by fire, and the earth and its works will be laid bare. Since everything will be destroyed in this way, what kind of people ought you to be? You ought to conduct yourselves in holiness and godliness, as you anticipate and hasten the coming of the day of God, when the heavens will be destroyed by fire and the elements will melt in the heat. But in keeping with God's promise, we are looking forward to a new heaven and a new earth where righteousness dwells. Therefore, beloved, as you anticipate these things, make every effort to be found at peace, spotless and blameless in his sight. Consider also that our Lord's patience brings salvation, just as our beloved brother Paul also wrote to you with the wisdom God gave him. So, it
Sit there
seems
and
like it's
expect
saying to be
destruction.
spotless and
Yeah,
blameless
he
in his
promised at the
sight.
end of the world.
So, spotless and blameless in his sight. And then you said we should be doing something in order to make this come back, to make him come back. Would that be considered spotless and blameless if you're taking actions of like divine intervention? Essentially, you're trying to like make
says in the
divine
passage-
intervention occur.
It says in the passage, yearn for it and hasten its coming. And then later it says, stay spotless. How do you stay spotless but follow the requirement to hasten its coming? You've been told to hasten its coming, and it's like, well, you've got to be a good person. That involves hastening its coming. There's no two ways about it. You can't have the start of it say, here's how to be a holy and good person, and then later on go, you've got to be holy and good at the time comes. Obviously, that means you've got to hasten its coming, right? I'm not.
What do you
saying
mean
it's definitely
hasten
true, but
its
what I am
coming?
saying-
What do you
so
mean
what I-
hasten its coming?
Here's a really crucial point that we need to pause on before we go. We've now read the next two passages. Do they say anything to debunk the previous bit?
Yes,
Instead, we've
because
got to
you
see
have
this.
to
We've
be
already done a victory
spotless.
lap, having not
So
yet
that-
seen this evidence.
Yes,
Now we have seen it.
spotless. So therefore, you would not want to start war and murder people, dude.
How do you hasten
That
its
is not
coming?
spotless behavior.
I don't say start wars. I didn't say start wars.
Okay, then what are we doing to hasten the coming?
Yeah, taking over large like helping the Jews kick out the
nonsense.
Palestinians, helping a genocide.
Oh, that's not a
perpetuating
war.
genocide.
That's not war, like, huh? So you're saying in order to hasten the coming, the Christian people that are supposed to be found spotless need to go murder people.
No.
Well,
Allow
that's
the
what you
Jews
said to do a genocide, bro. Yeah.
allow the Jews
Is
to commit a genocide, sure.
How are you going to be found spotless in the eye of the Lord when it says do not murder and you encourage murder?
You're not murdering. You're not encouraging murder.
What it says in the Bible, it declares murder is just having hatred for your brother in your mind.
But that would require that somebody who supports Israel describes himself as a murderer, self-identifies as a murderer, and then they would go, "Oh, I'm in violation of the Ten Commandments." But nobody who supports Israel goes, "I do it because I like murdering. I'm a murdery kind of person. That's why I like Israel." They think Israel has a right to self-determination. That they got treated very, very poorly in World War II, and they were given a holy land, and it was always their promised land. And my book, my favorite ever book, talks about them coming back, and that I should hasten its coming, and that the end times will be brought about.
It doesn't talk about
But
them coming back.
But can I let me get to the end? Just let me get to the end. Just let me get to the end, then you can clarify. Does it not describe that Israel needs to take up a certain border, like have a certain shape. There is a certain requirement in terms of what Israel is
Oh,
in order
no.
for one of the set pieces in the end times to be to
You've
start
been
happening.
Googling all morning, haven't you? Do you know
Is
what
that true?
hasten
Is it
means
true or
in
not?
that verse?
Hold on. Oh my gosh.
It's
Real
a
quick.
yes or no
North,
question.
real quick.
Is that true or not?
Oh,
Yes,
no.
the kingdom's gonna be on earth and it's gonna take up that whole area, but it's not due to us,
Oh.
right? It's God's coming with his angels, but that's besides the point, dude. This verse in 2 Peter, that word hasten, if you look it up, it says here by implication to wait eagerly.
Okay. Cool.
Right? To
Okay.
wait
I was
eagerly,
gonna say
to
speed up.
desire, hold on, to desire earnestly, to strive earnestly, right? Now it can mean to hurry up, right? Or to
So it's a word
hasten
that's
in
quite
the
close to
traditional
hurry up.
sense, but that's not what that's not what Peter's implying there. He's not encouraging
would you know?
Christians to somehow
By his
hurry up the
example.
process.
But how would you know that?
In the
We know that
context,
by
it's-
his example,
yeah.
bro.
Which example?
The
in the same
patient
verses
example
that we're
of his.
reading. To be spotless and blameless would mean to be humble, which means no war, no conflict, not trying to
not saying
hurry
war or
up or force
conflict.
God's hand. That would be contrary to the word of God, especially when you read, for example, I posted Amos earlier. Did you see that? What it says about the people that are eager. It says here, woe to those who desire the day of the Lord. Why would you have that day? It is darkness and not light.
So hasten doesn't mean speed up, but it means look forward to. We can say.
I can just stipulate
Not
to that.
not
and
necessarily
my point
either.
doesn't lose too much strength.
Not
That's fine, yeah.
necessarily, bro. It's how you look at it, dude.
Well, I went down the shop with haste. It means I hurried.
No, I know haste, like the haste, but when you look it up, haste doesn't mean what you think it means.
If you start by saying expecting and hastening, you were expecting and eagerly awaiting. That's what would make sense.
Sure.
But your little,
So,
what you said about the shop.
don't you want to act to make it happen faster? Isn't that part of it?
No.
No.
It's clearly talking about a yearning for it to come quicker. Whether it sets about whether you set about doing that yourself is in question, but it certainly desires a yearning for it to be there, such that there are
Not
people
yearning for the day of gloom. It's not a yearning or eagerly awaiting. It's not describing earnestly and eager. It's not describing earnestly and eagerly awaiting on the day of gloom. What it's describing is you're earnestly, eagerly awaiting on a time of redemption, which is spoken about in the text. And if those next two verses, we're looking forward to the new heavens, new earth, and righteousness. That's what you're eagerly awaiting.
Yeah,
That's what you want. That's what you want to speed up. The thing that happens right before that, the day of gloom, no man should look forward to, and no man will look forward to it when they're in the midst of it. And that's the reason you don't know that is because you don't know the context of that chapter when you quote two
back to this
verses,
again.
and you
You had the
clearly don't,
context
and you
before.
clearly do not know
You
what
had
the
the
rest of the text
You had the
says without
context before to
asking,
debunk me without having the context.
without
and we then went and got the
asking,
context and it didn't debunk me.
without asking ChatGPT, you know nothing about it. Inform yourself on what it says instead of asking other people.
But this is again phantom evidence, right? This is what happened last time. You claimed that you knew the next bit debunked what I was saying, and you and your buddies all had a victory lap.
It did.
And then
It did.
didn't. And now
I
you're
was in
doing
the
it
middle
again.
of explaining
Where's the
it to
evidence
you,
that I'm
and
wrong?
you cut me off.
Where's the evidence I'm wrong?
Listen, man, he cut me off when I was trying to give it to him. Earlier with the two verses, I told him to read, and I could do it right now. I could just blow his whole claim out the water. And I tried to do that, but he continues to interrupt me as I'm trying to do it. So I do not want to give him any information anymore. I'm just going to disengage.
But to be fair, we spent way too much time on these couple verses. It took like 10 minutes just to read the damn thing. Excuse me, not say damn, but like I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, I just want.
Don't worry, Lion. We're not judging you on this side, bro.
No, you're doing fine. North's the one struggling.
There's
Like,
no
I get that it
struggle.
feels
I would have clearly
offensive.
read it to you, but
Sure. Like, you can do it now if you want.
There's really no reason to be cutting people off in here.
Yeah, fair. It's time for bed for me.
Good night.
There's loads of reasons, miss, because the main reason is I want to say something right now. That's the reason to cut someone off.
That's the main one, yeah.
Okay, it's not valid. How's that?
So you mean there's no righteous good reason?
I think it's very important to point out, like when Andy asks good questions, the way he asked it, you know, why are these people doing these things? Why is this one piece of land so important to these people? You know, what's happening there? And those are questions people need to entertain. But when people ask ChatGPT about something they heard about a hastening, or about something Andy said, or they said about they heard some leader wants to quicken this coming of war. Leaders always want to quicken a time of war. They always want to do that. It's not just based upon what the text says. That's just how they are, man. They make money off of it, and they benefit from it greatly. That's just what happens. But
They're led by faith.
specific.
They're led by faith.
They're led by faith, and they sometimes get allowed to edit the Bible, so we can't know that your interpretation is correct.
Can I get in just for a second, please?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, go for it, Larry.
I was going to wait for you to be done, but I thought you were done. So yeah, the whole thing about editing the Bible, like there's 5,000 Greek New Testaments alone, and you can't edit the 5,000 copies, so the copy preserves the original, where if we were going by the original, then Dan Brown could break into the Vatican and everybody would believe that Jesus had children. So because those 5,000 copies are 99.6% accurate, and they were written about 100 years or so after the events happened, you can't really edit the Bible. Now you can make all these different translations and, you know, do it that way, but a real seeker of the truth will actually find the root to something they're trying to learn about. So if I wanted to know about Muslims, I wouldn't go to a Catholic, right? If I wanted to know about the original Christians, I wouldn't go to a Catholic. Thanks.
Well, would you know, though, that the story of the Jesus interceding on behalf of the adulteress and saying, "He who is without sin cast the first stone," would you agree that we wouldn't know that has been added into, was it Matthew or John? I forget, but it's been added in, is the widely held view.
And there's footnotes for that.
Yeah.
Well, if they added it in, then they would have had to dug up the mummy that nobody knew about to about a decade ago when they unearthed the mummy, and then found the Book of Mark wrapped around its head. So how do you find the copies that aren't found yet and edit those?
Exactly. So we can tell which that it's edited because we have previous copies before the Latin Vulgate. I think it is. I think the Latin Vulgate changed it, where they added that story in. And the only way we can prove that is because we've dug up previous copies. Now, what that says is there could be other copies out there that we haven't dug up that might have similar additions in it, because we know that there is at least one addition in there. We can track one addition through a method that we can find, but if we don't know what versions we're not seeing. So we must say that it is possible. It is not impossible that there are other added in confabulated stories in the Bible.
Well, if there's stuff that's added in, then the Greek New Testament, what I was talking about earlier, it wouldn't be 99.6% accurate.
Yeah, it's just missing this bit.
It's missing. No, it's in there. Is
He
it
who is
not?
without sin, no, he who is, I'm not sure about the one you're talking about, but he who is without sin is not found at the end of Matthew or John, I forget. It's the very last bit in it, right?
covered
It's
this
just a
yesterday.
normally blank bit of page.
Yeah, like
but they do a signature that lets you know, I'm done here, I'm not using the rest of this page. And it just
I'm not
appears,
sure, and I don't know
I
is a
think it's
big
Latin
part of your
Vulgate,
claim.
but I'll get it for you if you want.
You always say I don't know, and I'm
You're
not
lying. You're really quiet too.
I don't know, and I'm not sure is always part of your claim, Eggshells. Why is that? Could be,
Because
maybe. I don't know. But just
I
weird.
try to be, couched where I can when I'm not confident, and more confident when I am. So the Jesus and the woman taken into adultery, Da, 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 da. So the third paragraph says there is now a broad academic consensus that the passage is later interpolation added after the earliest known manuscripts of the Gospel of John. Most scholars, but so is John, right? Most scholars believe there's a well-known story circulating in the oral tradition about Jesus, although it is included in the most modern translations, one notable exception being the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. It is typically noted as a later interpolation, as it is by Novum Testamentum Greece and A28. This has been the view of most NT scholars, including the evangelical NT scholars, for well over a century. Right? However, its originality has been defended by a minority of scholars who believe in the Byzantine priority hypothesis. The passage appears to have been included in some texts by the 4th century and generally became accepted by the 5th. So if we can have bits that are put in, but we know when it was put in because we've got this earlier record, in places where we don't have an earlier record to compare to, i.e. the earliest records, could there have been edits? Could there have been stuff taken out? We know there's stuff taken out. So how can we trust
Writing. Actually, Lion covered this yesterday, in which case it was taken out. And I think there was a reason, because Lion was trying to say that people felt that would have given women an excuse to cheat and maybe be forgiven. But I think there was evidence that it was removed for that purpose. But Lion knows about it.
Yeah, we have historicity of this account predating the Alexandrian manuscripts. It was widely known. We have early church fathers quoting it, quoting scripture. We even have early church fathers like Augustine of Hippos expressing his grievances regarding certain kings taking that verse out of the manuscript. So it's not that it was added on like some scholars believe, because they're ignorant in the early church writings. Yeah, it wasn't that it was added in, it was taken out.
Well, I mean, I guess we'd have to then go through their assessment as to how and why, because my understanding is we've got quite a few old ones from the Greek where you can see them fixing like typos and stuff, so you know which one comes after the other. And you clearly see where it pops up at the Latin Vulgate. I would need to see your ones, because this says this has been the view of most NT scholars, including most evangelical NT scholars, for well over a century. And for me, that age, but also specifically evangelicals have put a lot of effort into their work of trying to read the Bible and trying to prove that it's literal and true. If most of them have come to the conclusion that it's an interpolation, that seems to me strong.
The way that it's funny because it depends on the type of scholars we're dealing with. There's different scholars in different fields, and the reason that they believe that is because the oldest manuscripts that we have fully intact happen to be the Alexandrian manuscripts that are located from Egypt, right? But the other manuscripts include the account. It just happens that the oldest ones we have, unfortunately, don't include that account. Does that all of a sudden mean that that story was added later on? No. That's your people jump to conclusions and they presuppose that. Only because the oldest ones that we have. No, because if you read the early church fathers, they quoted that account. It was widely known and spread and talked about.
Yeah, it was an oral tradition that was then written down.
That's a presupposition that it was an oral tradition. They're quoting it verbatim. They're quoting it in their writings.
So, but what tells you that it was? If the earliest ones we've got don't have it, what tells you it was there before those ones?
Historicity, historiography, right? Just because we don't have the actual original manuscript that Matthew would have written, or Luke would have written, or Mark would have written, doesn't mean that it was added later on, especially when you consider the early church writings and commentary on that chapter, on those verses, which included it. You understand where I'm coming from? Like, I can pull up an example.
It seems like you, but as far as I can tell, you are imagining potential sources that included it that we don't have access to, that don't exist.
No. So we have Augustine of Hippos, right? It says on adulterous marriages, book 2, chapter 6, verse 6. It says, certain persons of little faith, or rather enemies of the true faith, fearing, I suppose, lest their wives should be given impunity in sinning, removed from their manuscripts the Lord's act of forgiveness towards the adulteress, as if he who said sin no more had granted permission to sin. This is just one of many quotes that you'll find of the early church fathers that not only predate the Alexandrian manuscripts, but lived alongside the Alexandrian manuscripts, where there was multiple manuscripts being circulated at that time, not just in Egypt, but all over through Asia Minor. There's various manuscripts. And just, yes, some of them happen to...
Potentially one of them already included this.
Yeah, all of them included it, except for the ones that came out of Egypt.
Well, the earliest ones, the ones that those ones were copied off, we can see that they weren't just both written. The subsequent ones come after these, Alexandrine or whatever they are.
Unfortunately, we don't have any surviving extant manuscripts of that century. That's the problem.
But what I'm saying is we've got a chain. It's not like they're all popping up randomly. They're not like daisies. They are a chain where one starts off and then we copy that one and it becomes the next one, and copies that one and becomes the next one, and somewhere along that chain. I didn't think it was right after the first one. I thought it was a couple in before we get to the Latin Vulgate, which is, I thought, 5, 6 different rewritings in. Suddenly then it appears.
It
appears in exactly
at best,
the way
it's inconclusive.
as if you had added in on a page, because it was in a blank bottom of the page.
Well, writing what?
No, we can't agree that things.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll be super quick. We can say that, you know, things have been subtracted out of the Greek New Testament because there is quite a bit of evidence of missing books, et cetera, et cetera. But to say that, you know, things have been added, that would mean that there wouldn't be the 99.6% accuracy, and spelling or something throughout the Greek New Testaments. Now, as far as the other ones, I can't speak for the Latin Vulgate and all that stuff, but we do have the original stuff, and it's kind of, you know, embarrassing for how many copies we do actually have compared to like the other Greek documents and manuscripts like the Iliad, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of those things to where you can argue, right, and debate whether Jesus walked on water, healed the sick, and raised the dead, and raised himself from the dead, but you can't really argue whether he exists or not. And I think that's kind of where we're at. Like,
of course I can, and I will.
So Jerome says that, because people think that Jerome added it to the Latin Vulgate. If you read Jerome's own letters, in his own commentary, unless you think he lied about it or the church forged Jerome's letters, it says Jerome found the story in Latin Vulgate. He does not say that it was removed, but affirms it was known and circulated.
So why do all
again, at best it would be inconclusive whether it was added or taken out. We really don't know.
And the great thing,
why do you think so many scholars, including evangelical scholars, think that it's a later interpolation that's added?
So
why is
the
it
reason
such a rare view amongst, at least from what this is telling me? Maybe it's wrong, and that you could challenge that whether it's true.
Debated. No, it's debated among scholars. There might be a scholarly consensus that are agnostic, that don't really have the faith, but still study the scriptures and study the papyrus or the materials. And because we don't have a physical copy, right? The oldest physical copy are missing those verses.
But
because of
as
that,
you point out,
they rely on materialism, right, as their high standard of evidence. Because they don't have the physical copy, they resort to saying that it was added later on.
Yeah, and writing as
out of a page.
As Line is pointing out, there are instances where people are actually referring to them that predate these earliest manuscripts. But even, let's just grant you, let's say it wasn't there, just for the sake of it. There is teachings from Jesus that actually corroborate this forgiveness. One of it is called the parable of the unforgiving servant. It was told by Jesus in Matthew 18, which illustrates the importance of showing mercy when we have received mercy. So in the story, a king forgives a servant who has an enormous debt that he could never repay. And then as he was forgiven, because back then mercy was shown as power, right? Let's say if someone, right, they were begging for their life, to show them, grant them mercy, that meant a lot, and it showed people your power. So back then that was given to that man. But when he left and he encountered someone who owed him much less, and he tried to shake him down for it, the people found out and told the king. So that's the thing, right? Even let's see that passage isn't there. Jesus is going on and telling us that we've been forgiven, so we have to forgive.
So it corroborates that.
Yeah, I think if Jesus existed, there's a quite reasonable probability that he did this, because it was meant to be a story that was passed around about him. It was part of the oral tradition. The point I was just making is, if this has been added, which it very much looks like it has, but even if it's been subtracted, that says to us the book can be edited, and we only catch it if we happen to have a disagreeing manuscript, and there could exist other manuscripts that also disagree, or, as we well know, books that are excluded, like Enoch.
So Enoch was not found in the Greek New Testament, but it was found in Ethiopia. So my question is, again, like, how are they 99.6% accurate if there's things being... Because Greek was like the kind of universal language of the day, right? It was the language of business, much like English is today, right? So how could these, copies be added and subtracted if they all agree with each other to a degree of 99.6? I mean, that's within the margin of error, wouldn't you agree?
What's how do you calculate a margin of error?
Sometimes people make typos.
How did you get that number,
misspellings.
Larry, how did you get that number?
I got it from a scholar who's like a scholar of scholars. I forget his name. I can look it up, but I'm driving right now, so I can't do it right now.
So there's room for textual criticisms. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think any Christian here is claiming that the Bible is completely, preserved, right? We know that there's problems with it, bro. We know that. Look at the NIV. The NIV is notoriously, infamously a horror translation, right?
But the NIV is not the Bible. It's a translation, so they could change it slightly and make money off of it.
Right. Yeah.
That's why we refer back to the old manuscripts, and we look at the old language and interpret it nowadays properly.
Properly.
By looking at all the old manuscripts.
Wait, Rob. Who's we?
Yeah.
Okay, not me. Biblical scholars, people that study all of the old manuscripts.
Right. And many of them come to conclusions like that the story of the adulteress was added in later.
And not only that, but the long ending of Mark wasn't included until later.
Right, but let's also ignore the fact that there is extra biblical people, like people that didn't write any Bible stuff, that refer to that story prior to the oldest manuscripts that we do have that have it missing, which is what Eden was saying, and y'all ignored him.
No, I acknowledge I acknowledge what Eden was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. We all agree with that. It just doesn't change the fact that this appears to be evidence of an edit, and we only can see the edits we can see. So
Right,
it's necessary that you admit that it's possible there are other edits you can't trace, right? Because they are in all of the manuscripts we have.
Not necessarily.
If you would like to believe that, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's not. You can't show it's impossible.
We can compare and contrast. There's a Aramaic, Peshitta, the Hebrew New Testament. Even though not all the letters were in Hebrew, we do have some Hebrew letters in the New Testament that have survived.
But how many
in
testaments?
The multiple Greek manuscripts that we can compare and contrast. Hold on. So we can quibble about the trivial matters in the scripture, the textual criticisms. But the fact is that 95% of the Bible is intact and preserved. The salvational matters of the Bible have been preserved. The gospel has been preserved. The elementary principles and oracles of the gospel have been preserved. All this other shit,
you would only.
All this other shit is trivial, dude. It's trivial.
It's not. This is a really big logic argument that you need to address directly, which is if there can be stuff added, right? From what I was told earlier, there's only one earlier manuscript. If it's true, there's only one earlier manuscript that doesn't have the story of Jesus interceding on behalf of the adulteress. What that means is we would only need to be missing one document, and then every existing text would have that story, and we would have no reason, no way to know that that was added in later. So what I'm saying is we might be missing that one other document that shows a different story was added in. And we cannot show that that's
I'm trying to tell you something, dude. You could get rid of the whole Bible and keep one gospel and it's sufficient for salvation. You can literally get rid of that story and all these other stories, as long as you preserve the gospel message. That's all that really matters. Most Christians
How
don't
do you
even
know
read
what
the
the
Old
gospel
Testament.
message is?
Most Christians, right, if they can even read, at that time, only heard the Bible spoke orally, right? So this idea that, oh, you got one account missing, so what, dude? And the Bible tells us hold on, the Bible tells us in Revelation, curse those who take or add to this word, to this book, right? And then in Jeremiah, he talks about beware the lying pen of the scribes. So we expect textual manipulation. That is to be expected as Christians. So you're I don't know, you're building up a straw man and trying to fight a straw man. right?
No, I agree with that. All of that stuff works. Yeah, I would agree with all of that. Absolutely. We know that it's a very powerful document. It would be insane if powerful groups over the years didn't do their absolute best to tweak bits here and there in their favor. Or just out of their biases, or while trying to find a word that translated just happened to lean a bit more one way or the other, or in some cases make up and record a story that's an oral tradition now, but write it in as if it was already in John. And all I'm saying is it's possible there is at least one other part of the Bible that has happened to. And if that's possible, we don't know which bit that is. How do you know what the gospel is? Because the gospel should be unchanging.
It is unchanging unless you go to the translations. If you go to the translations, then yeah, I agree with you on all the arguments that you're making, Eggs. But if you go to the root, like any logical man would do, if he's trying to find out as much as he can about it, he would learn Greek and go there instead of be like, oh, King James, he's part of the government, right? I totally trust the government. Totes, King James is the word of God, right? So of course you're not going to trust. I missed your point that it could be edited.
Well, the point is, switching it to Greek doesn't change the fact that the Greek could have an earlier text that's been added, another text that's been added in the same way that the story about the adulteress.
Well, we got the Hebrew Matthew, right? And guess what?
No,
it's pretty
what
darn
Eggs,
close.
What Eggs is pointing out is that because we don't have the originals, right, there is a potential reason to doubt that there are portions that would have not been included in the copies that we do have. That's it.
Okay, then why is the Greek New Testament 99.6% accurate for 5,000 plus copies? If the original is different,
99% accurate based off of the 5,000, 10,000 plus copies that we have. That's the point.
Right. But that's significant, dude. You're reducing, you're trying to reduce it like, oh, well, there's still this possibility.
No, it's just,
there's still this
logical
possibility out in the fringe.
No, it's not a fringe. We know that the book's been edited. This is a book that has fingerprints of editing all the way through it. This is just one example.
No, you're trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I already conceded to textual criticisms, dude. And you're still going on and on with this one possibility in the fringe that, well, because of this one textual criticism, now we can't trust the whole book.
No, that
sounds.
Oh my gosh! You guys are completely but you guys are completely missing the point, right? And there's obviously no contradiction in us saying that it's logically possible. We're not saying it's true. We're just saying it's logically possible. There's no contradiction in saying it's logically possible that there are potential manuscripts that are missing, that might have a potential misspelling or an error. That's it.
I already gave you that. I've already conceded that, dude. Are you not listening to me, bro?
Then why are you pushing back? Why are you pushing back against us appealing to logical possibility? There's no why do you keep doing that?
Because we've already addressed that, and you keep rebuttaling what we've already addressed over and over again. It's become circular now. So I already conceded to textual criticisms. I've already conceded to things being added and taken out. I actually referenced Revelation for warning those that add or take away from the Bible. And even Jeremiah, beware the lying pen of the scribes. Yet you guys continue to rebuttal the same bullshit. The point here is that there's textual criticisms, right? Granted, I already gave you that, but there's no point of arguing over trivial matters when the gospel message, the fundamental gospel message, has been preserved in all manuscripts.
They're never gonna take you at your word. Lion, I was talking. They're never gonna take you at your word, Maxim, or riding on eggshells, because their faith trumps whatever you can say. And Just a pointless conversation.
Everybody here knows the gospel message.
Hey, hold on, real
Everybody
quick.
Here, do you know what the gospel message is? Because if not, I'm gonna have to share
I do.
it today.
Well, I mean, I can try and steel man it if you want me to.
Sure.
I frankly don't care what it is.
So, due to the fall of man, and the temptation in the garden, right? Through that, God sent Jesus as the redemption and ultimate salvation, and will eventually usher in the end times. That would be like the best summary I could give.
I would like to disagree and
Give you an
my
A for effort, dude. Go ahead. Give him the gospel.
the life, the death, the burial, and the resurrection of the Messiah is the gospel.
Right, but that's due to the fall of man, right?
Died
That's
for our sins, and he rose
which
on
is
the third
due
day.
to the fall.
That's why he gave you an A for effort.
Offering forgiveness and eternal life to all who believe in him. That message has been preserved in all manuscripts.
Amen. Thank you, Lion. So about the adulterous woman, does that story matter to your salvation?
Who are you asking?
The rest could be edited. If I can't show where, like, how I can be confident about which bits are correct, then I'm looking at a document that it becomes to me infinitely less
You
probable.
don't trust. That's okay. You don't have to.
Can I finish? Infinitely less trustworthy because it doesn't make sense to say it's a divinely inspired work that is man working through the hand, God working through the hand of man, if it's got edits in it. That just doesn't make sense, right? So salvation is therefore quite possibly a thing made up by men.
Yeah, man is deciding what God's word is for the rest of the people.
Hey, I got a question. Since there's only like a handful or maybe a dozen copies of Alexander the Great, can we do him next? Like, do you guys think Alexander the Great actually conquered the known world? Because, they could have added or taken away some of the, stuff in there, right? And there's a lot less copies. But I don't ever hear anybody question that king. I wonder if it's because some sort of bias.
That's not true. Wait, Larry, that's patently not true, right? Like, there are mythicists out there who don't believe that Jesus existed, and they also doubt the existence of Plato, Socrates, Alexander. Like, that's.
But
that's
I never
patently
hear
false.
I doubt the existence.
Who brings it
I
up
doubt
in
the
here, though?
existence. I doubt the existence of Socrates, and I'll agree with that. However, the problem with using Alexander the Great as an example is there are contemporaneous people who will attest to his conquering, whereas there are no contemporaneous things to verify the miracles that are in the Bible. The best you get is not Josephus, but Tacitus, or maybe it was Josephus, whoever it was who was working for one of the Roman emperors, who's like, yeah, there was this guy in Jesus, and he named Jesus in this, and he was executed, and that's like the best you get.
I would disagree with that. I would be willing to grant that Paul would probably be your best, most reliable piece of.
But Paul's writings aren't outside of the Bible.
What do you mean?
I mean, they're in the book. You're using the book to say the book is true.
Well,
that makes sense.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of from the evidence of the manuscripts that came first, right? Like, Paul's letters would be the earliest documented attribution to the existence of the body of what the Christians were at that time, and to the testament of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus.
I don't know if I would agree with you because the book using the book to say the book is true, but I get what you're saying.
I would agree with that. Yeah, it's a little bit circular. I just wanted to say that I've already said that we can argue whether or not the miracles are true, but saying that he didn't really exist in history, it's like you have to ignore like 95% of all history because you're not going to find a better documented manuscript.
Again, I don't think that's necessarily true, Larry, but I understand where you're coming from.
I want to touch on we were talking about earlier Schofield, Zionism, John Darby.
Let's do it.
We kind of went off course a little bit. But regarding Christian Zionism in America, where it started, where it came from. And you got these conservative Republicans, MAGA Republicans, wrapping themselves with the American flag, professing Christ and unconditionally supporting Israel, even though they're, accused of war crimes against humanity. Well, where'd all that start, right?
Somebody was saying, "Oh, you're just scared of religion." North was saying something about being scared of God, and I was just agreeing, going, "Yeah, it's worth being scared of some of the people that believe what's in the book."
So there's a few guys you have to kind of learn a little bit about. You got Cyrus Schofield and John Darby. Now, John Darby, even if you look up a picture of him, the guy looks like demonically possessed or something. I'll post them in the chat. This is John Darby. But the Schofield Study Bible was published by the Oxford University Press, which was owned by the Rothschilds. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's an odd, an uncanny connection. Why would Jews be printing the New Testament, right? It doesn't make much sense. But anyways, and this whole theology was first written out by John Darby, whose family owned the most haunted castle in the world, the Leap Castle, where 150 bodies were found in the cellars and where satanic masses were held. There's a lot that goes in here. I don't want to read all of this, but I just want to connect that. And then Cyrus Schofield, he was a convicted criminal lawyer, an expert in fraud and forgery. You can actually look up his short career as an attorney. He was caught of forgery, and he was caught in forgery and a bunch of other scandals. He was asked to create a new Bible, the Schofield Study Bible. This was the first Bible in all of history to contain hundreds of footnotes. In these footnotes, a new doctrine was introduced into the American Evangelical Church. Now, this is hundreds of years before the establishment of Israel, which says that there was to come a new political military Israel, and that would be the place where the Messiah would come to rule the world. And they said that would be the fulfillment of the promise that God had made to Abraham. And that would also be the fulfillment of the promise that Christ would return to earth. This Bible was then spread throughout America through the Moody Bible Institute and became the foundation for the current day evangelical theology in America, and is still being taught in seminary schools today. Nobody was aware that this Bible was directly funded by, anyways, I don't want to read all that. So
this is where that
well, who was it funded by?
Came from.
Who does it say it was funded by?
I don't want to say, dude. You already know, dude. The J people, but I don't want to start a big thing.
Wait, no. Be really specific what it says.
The J people, dude. The Rothschilds, dude. The Jews.
That's what it says.
They promoted this Bible because it helped gain support for the establishment of Israel as a state hundreds of years before the Balfour Declaration, right? So they already had convinced plenty of Christian Americans to promoting the reestablishment of Israel as a nation. So by the time you get to World War II, dude, this was already well in the works, dude. Hundreds of years before World War I and World War II.
Sounds like we're agreeing with what I said. Finally, we came around. We came around in the end. So it seems the book can be used to make people support Zionism.
The Schofield Study Bible literally said that everyone who supported this new Israel would be blessed by God, and everyone who did not support it would be cursed by God. So fear and intimidation was used to force Christians to be on their side, and they succeeded in our time. The vast majority of Christians believe that this new political military state of Israel is indeed a fulfillment of God's promise to Abraham. But they haven't got the slightest clue what's really going on.
So we just exposed how it's a forgery, and they added to it, right? And then someone just said, so this book could be used to trick people. Yeah, forgeries can be used to trick people. I agree, but not the original 5,000.
Yeah, it's a commentary. It's the footnotes, dude. It's not like in the actual text.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's my point.
And John Darby, who helped promote this doctrine, called dispensationalism, who's known as a futurist, was an employee of the Rothschilds and worked for the East India Company.
Yeah. But like, yeah, my point's simple. You can't use atheism to do that, right? You can't use people's lack of belief in a book to trick them into supporting Israel. But if
You
there's
did.
a believable-
Atheism tricked you into believing you shouldn't reproduce and that you could kill babies and it's no problem. Yeah, that's what atheism has tricked people into.
Atheism does not say you shouldn't reproduce. That's not a thing.
Okay, is atheism okay with abortion?
That is
Atheism has
not
nothing to
saying
say.
you
It has
shouldn't
nothing to say on
reproduce.
abortion.
Atheism, it's like saying, does your lack of belief in leprechauns inform how you think dogs should be treated? Does the way that you don't think about unicorns existing, does that tell you what breakfast cereal you should have?
I'm sorry, but
You know
it's
how
a
you don't think the
self-defeating
globe exists?
position, bro.
You know how you don't think the
Atheism.
globe exists? Does your lack of belief in a globe change at all what hat you should wear on weekends? No.
Dude, if
it's
you don't
your lack of
understand the
belief in
broader
anything.
point I'm trying to make here, I'm sorry, Eggshells. You can go to the specifics and
Right.
do all this and then ignore like I didn't make a broader point about what atheism is doing. But atheism is not like something that is a prosperous, like something that's going to make people prosper.
Well, that's
Meditation required.
just observably false. They are the
Let's
most
make
prosperous.
3 different claims and then not connect any of them together. Jesus Christ, Torah.
They're mostly in city centers. They're mostly above average income. They're mostly more educated, right? It's called luxury atheism, right? Once you get upper middle class, you start going, oh, actually, it's kind of improbable that there's a God, right? So yes, very prosperous. That's also why they have fewer kids. Generally, people in the upper middle class, even in more religious countries, have fewer kids.
Oh, are you saying that it's harder for a rich man to enter into heaven than it is for a camel to go through the eye of a needle?
Sure, yeah.
Well, it sounds like more instead of trying to push a point, you might be trying to push an agenda. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah, the agenda is to have you love your brother as yourself, to enter into eternal life, into the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, what an agenda.
Well, I could love my brother. I love my brother. I just don't.
You don't know how to love your brother. You don't know how to love your brother.
Opinion. That's your opinion.
Yay, presuppositionalism.
If we presume God, then we can go in a tight little circle and find God. Yeah, I think it would make you love your brother more, like your atheist brothers more, if you believed in it less. That's all I'm getting at the whole time.
I do love my atheist brothers. I don't have hatred in my heart for any type of people. I have hatred for the ideology. Okay?
That's hatred.
Yeah. The ideology is sickening. It's hopeless. It has no
Then you have hatred. So then you have hatred in your heart for people who follow the doctrine. Thank you.
No, I do not.
Appreciate it.
No, I do not
You
have
do.
hatred
You
in my
do.
heart
It's
for the. I
fine. I'm
believe
glad you
that
don't
those
think you do,
people.
Torah.
Hold on. I believe that those people can act as if they are acting righteously. Right? They can act righteously. I'm not saying an atheist doesn't act morally. I'm saying the atheist doesn't have something to stand on to say, like a definitive answer, is this good or is this not good? And we end up in a society that's torn between two sides on issues that shouldn't be issues, man.
Well,
Torah, here's the thing, Torah. Eggshells, can I please? Eggshells, can I please?
Sorry.
Torah, here's the thing, though. You don't have a thing to point to either. Fuck.
I do, bro.
You don't.
The
You
Ten
don't.
Commandments,
You literally
bro.
don't.
The Ten Commandments is
Something written
taken
by a
it, bro.
dude. Congratulations. What I think about came from my head. I'm a dude. That was written by a dude. We're both pointing at the same thing. Phenomenal.
I would like to disagree that you have, stuff coming from your own head, because everybody has received ideas. So, like, the idea that, he doesn't have anything to point to is patently false. And if you think about it, like, the whole idea of, like, loving your neighbor as yourself, do unto others, you would have them do unto you, that's a pretty good foundation for any society that's going to be successful.
Except Christians support Israel. That's my point I made before. The Bible Belt of America, the vast majority of the people who support this book are supporting a genocide in front of our eyes. So if you're saying, oh, you guys have abortions, yeah, we've considered it morally acceptable to have abortions, and I do get why that disgusts you. I share some of it myself. I just hold the autonomy and and health of women a little bit higher, but I'm not hugely keen on the idea, and I get why you pointed out as a horrendous thing that atheists think is okay. But what we've come off the back of is a discussion where I have charged you and you haven't been able to debunk the fact that most of the people who self-identify as Christians are supporting a genocide in front of our eyes, and that is way worse than allowing women to abort unborn children.
So you know what a grammatical qualifier is, right?
Ooh-wee.
Okay, if you don't, I'll just go over it real quick. If I say man, we all know what a man is. But if I say a good man, that grammatical qualifier has changed the definition of the words because the context is key in this, right? And it goes for every single.
I'd like to disagree with you, Larry. When you say what is a man, I do not know what a man is.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem. So
Could
yeah,
you define it for me, Larry? Could you define it for me and help me here?
Without you screaming my name 10 times?
Well, Larry, I'm trying to get onto the same conversational page.
Can
so
I
if you could
finish
describe to me
without being
what you mean by
interrupted?
a man, that would be really helpful.
It's
so
a
that I could
non
be on the
sequitur.
same.
It's a non sequitur.
Just go for
Yeah.
it.
So the whole idea of a grammatical qualifier, whenever you change the word, like if I were to say a Christian or a Zionist Christian, those two things have two totally different meanings.
Sure. So people who self-identify as Christians support Israel, true or false? Like the grammatical qualifier can call them good Christians, right? Or true Scotsmen. But
what's
if
the
I
argument?
just say who self-identifies as Christian, who says that they get their morals from the Bible, and do it, can I draw a fairly neat circle around those people and with a high degree of probability predict that they support Netanyahu? Yeah, I can say that if you're claiming you get your morals from the same book, you've come to an opposite conclusion to them. It's clear that their faith is a significant part of why they support Israel for the reason I stated. They're trying to bring around fiery end
There's
times.
Christians that support Israel unconditionally.
Yeah.
I already
Very
gave you-
large
I hope we're
numbers
not
of them,
arguing
the
again over
majority.
something that we've already given you.
The majority. So then you can't say that. You can't
Now
agree
you're
with that.
now you're changing your claim to it's the majority when before you said it was the minority.
No, I think it's a minority who go over there as actual Zionists. But if you went through the streets of America saying, "Do you support Israel?" you will find those answers far more yes.
What do you mean
in more
support?
religious areas.
What do you mean support?
I just say if you ask them the question, "Do you support Israel?" and you can check yes or no, I guarantee you'll find that higher the more religious they are. You just know it's factual. You just know it's true, don't you?
Well, what do you mean by Israel? The literal state? Because maybe some of those
If I
people
wrote
read that question and they're thinking you're talking about Jacob or something.
Jacob,
Well,
you think that's what they think? You
No, I
think that's what a
you're
pop?
talking about the state of Israel, right? Eggs?
You're just dodging. You're just dodging this. It's obvious
Yeah,
you're just doing backflips. You're neoing away from this.
He did state explicitly what the question was, and then they can just interpret that how they want.
Okay, well, how do you support Israel by checking yes or no? Like, don't they have to actually be doing something? Isn't support an action, or is that
Sure,
just
yeah.
a mental state?
Oh, they choose senators.
There's a lot of virtue signaling going on too with this stuff, right? They might support Israel by putting their flag on their Facebook or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but they're like, what's the argument, dude? Like, I don't get it. Can you rephrase the argument? Are there
My
Christians that
argument is-
support Israel? Yes, dude. Is that all you
And
want?
so you can't, but you can't then say you atheists have got no moral compass. We've got a great moral compass, but it causes us to support a genocide. So what kind of a moral compass is currently doing that in the world today?
Well, do you think that
Can't
the guys
say
who
I'm
are
getting
putting
it
it
from
up
the
on
book. If
the guys who are putting
other-
the flag up on Facebook, do you think that that's what they're in support of? When they say, I got a flag up on Facebook, I support Israel, you think that's what they're supporting is genocide?
Effectively, yeah, sure, absolutely.
And they're aware
I
of
mean,
that. You
and
believe
then
they're aware,
people
they're
also
aware of that.
people
That's what
Fairly
they're
well,
supporting.
yeah.
people also make the same assumption if you put a Palestinian flag outside your door. So, like,
Exactly.
are you really like?
You'd say the same about BLM. You'd say the same about the gay flag. You'd say the same about a bunch of flags. But now suddenly I say that the Israeli flag in the middle, while Israel has a fenced-off population they've pushed into a corner and are shelling them and have starved them for years and haven't let them build buildings and put them through economic turmoil. And they're now doing everything the Nazis did except fencing them into tight little camps. And
so you're saying the
you go,
minority.
how would you support Israel? And you're like, what do you mean by Israel? Like, you can't answer the question because you know it's so obviously true that a vast number of people that have read the same book have come to the decision to support a genocide based upon that book.
Yeah, there is definitely apostate. There is definitely apostate. You know, there's definitely that going on. I don't know what does that mean though? Like, what is your point? So because a majority of people and people are fallible, they came to the wrong conclusion on something. Therefore, we have no standard considering the scripture. So if the scripture says do not murder and these people are supporting genocide, they're following that? I don't understand.
They claim they are. You're just going to play no. The only way you're going to get out of this is no true Scots swinging your way.
Do you believe that when someone can claim something and do another thing?
Faith in Christ is
only if that's central. Only if that's central to the claim. But being central to the claim isn't behaving like a Christian. It's just self-identifying. I don't think any Christians behave like Christians. It's impossible.
Well, would you say that Jewish people who are against Zionism and genocides, would you say that they're doing the right thing regardless of what the majority of people say, and does that make them more Jewish? I'm just saying, like, it's really interesting to me that the Jews that go against Zionism, like, they're doing it at their own detriment. Like, they get their ass kicked sometimes and worse. So I would say, to me, like, there's the real ones out there who are protesting murder because, like, any Muslim, Jew, or Christian would say, oh yeah, we're not supposed to murder. That's right. Don't do that.
Right. And I read the same.
Yeah, it's not that
what
deep.
That says is
some of these people
you
are
got
not
the
that deep.
Somewhere outside the book, and you put them into how you read the book.
Because they see it on the news, like somebody's getting murdered, and then they put up a flag saying, "Oh, listen, that's wrong. Don't murder." I think this means not to murder. They don't go that deep as you might think.
Well, I think probably
they're spot, by putting up that flag, they're supporting like fiat currency, which then enables a certain amount of people to then detract money from another group of people. They don't think that deep. They just see on the news people dying, and they're like, "Stop it."
Well, I don't think they are. Because just stop it isn't. You wouldn't side with Israel if you want to just stop it because they've got a fair way to go yet, right? There's still millions of Palestinians.
The news told them that's what's going on. The news says Hamas is attacked, and they're like,
what are you
"Oh,
saying? I
stop
can't
it."
even understand the point you're making. Really, are we saying that the Bible doesn't? Like, my point is simply, you can't be getting your morals from a book if the book tells a different group of people to genocide, and you and I can agree that's horrendous. How did you decide that was horrendous? The book describes genocides regularly. The God directly asks for them. Does God not directly ask for them?
Wait, no, stop. Please exit. No, Lion, please. Where do you get your morals from then?
Not in the book, same as you.
Eggshells. Where? No. Can you answer my question, please, and tell me where you get your morals from? Thank you.
I don't know. I think I get them from the same place as you, and I think that is not from the book.
I got mine from the book.
Well, I disagree. I don't think you
Well,
do.
the book says that.
Tell me where. No, come on, Larry. Let's not let him slide on this. I want to know where he gets his morals from.
I can guess at it. I think that in order to be a social species, you end up developing cooperative behaviors, right? Keeping social debts and developing hierarchies. And within that, you develop manners, right? Which you can see amongst all sorts of other animals that hang out in packs. But those manners become more and more and more developed, and we end up feeling some of them like harming of something innocent or something weaker than you. We just naturally find that abhorrent for obvious reasons because we don't want babies to be hurt, and that grows into something that we feel like is a moral code that can feel so strong you could be tricked into thinking it's objective when it's clearly just subjective. That's
okay. So it's just consensus, preferences, evolution.
No, not really.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to let anybody slide, so just let me know when you're done.
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, so in the Bible it says God's law is written on man's heart so that they are without excuse. So when you say that you get your morals from outside of the Bible, yeah, you were socialized when you were like 2 or 3 years old and you were hanging out with other children your age. And when they poked you in the eye, you realized like how bad that was, and then it made you want to stop poking other children in the eye. So that's like the beginning of any religion, in my opinion, is to love your neighbor as yourself and do unto others you would have them do unto you.
Yeah, which is in all of the religions. Yeah, it doesn't say I get that from the book, right? It suggests I put it in the book. If the other books say the same thing, books written thousands of years beforehand already had the golden rule worked out.
Islam says to treat Christians like your other Islam brothers.
You just made that up. Where did I say anything close to that?
Said all religions.
All religions teach being nice to one another, and Hinduism teaches the golden rule.
Yeah, except the Muslims to the Christians.
So, did I claim that they did?
So you said all. Yeah, good job. Thank you, Torah.
I didn't say that, though. You're debunking points that aren't being made. You can't debunk the points that are, so you're just making stuff up in the hope that you can get me on that.
Dude, you know how many times you've repeated that? Like, as if it's like you think you're like winning here when you're saying, I have preferences, therefore I've developed my moral code from that, and I just believe everyone is genuinely a good person. Like, look at the world, bro. Where are you living?
Well, I think they're pretty good people unless they're certain about stuff, and then they can be assholes, and then they can go and blow people up on mass scales, and they can not see they can see. It's not that people just
all the violence in the world is from religious people. That's your claim.
I think that it can harden their hearts such that it's not that they become amoral. It's not that they just don't care about genocide. What happens is it hardens their hearts so much that they start to feel like that bit is necessary. That it is the good thing.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the family being broken. It has nothing to do with the parents abandoning the child. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with people being confident in their beliefs. Okay.
In Christian families, is that happening?
I mean, I would
genocide don't do that.
I would bet that all these people that Torah is talking about, if you went up and asked, are they Christian, they would tell you yes.
Wait, which people?
Defenses, bros.
Yeah,
the ones that the Torah was just talking about.
Yeah, it does sound like the atheists or maybe the agnostics of the group right now. They're under the impression that if somebody's going to try to like participate in being, like Jesus or like, as perfect as they can be, then they're, if they're going to try that and they fail at it, that makes them, I don't know, like, disingenuous or something.
No. The thing is that if they want to do that and they want to try to do that, that doesn't give them anything to then go and look down on anybody else.
Well, maybe it does. I don't know, right? But you just as a starting point.
I disagree.
Well, I've heard it argued in this room, specifically that.
Sure. I'm just telling you, I disagree.
You don't look down on flat earthers, bro?
Yes, I do, because they are objectively and factually incorrect. Correct.
Right. So I've heard it argued in this room, right, that the objectively and factually, that if you don't appeal to a singular God for the world and for your morals, then you don't have any objective and factual standard to then judge anybody. So wouldn't they be in the right to?
No, I have the exact same standard as they do. I have the exact same standard as they do.
I just want to point out that I can't imagine somebody disagreeing with me and that giving me the ability to look down on them because they don't agree with everything that I say. Like, to me, that's like insanity.
No, Larry, I don't look down on you for every little thing that we disagree with. I look down on you because you don't agree with Newton's laws.
Because you're a better person than him. Just tell him, dude. You are obviously.
I have given you the exact reason why, Torah.
I'm talking now.
Go ahead, Torah. Enjoy your soapbox, Torah.
Yeah, no one here is looking down on anyone. We're just simply asking for what the standard is for objectiveness. So when you make claims like this is just objective and factual, what objective to what, bro?
To reality that we can all point at and go, look, Earth round, we have photo.
Okay, so reality accounts for itself.
Bigfoot has bouncy boobs. We have 8mm video. Does that sound right to you? That doesn't sound right to me.
Oh, now we're all over the place. But yeah, reality really doesn't really to say the word reality, it doesn't really have any meaning to it, right? In order to like to start to speak on reality, you're going to have to start to point and reference the things within reality, and then the framework that makes these things true, the cohesive framework that reaffirms itself through different through different either a substance or a thing or a situation. You can't just say reality.
That's what I mean by reality. Absolutely, is the thing that we can all point at to independently and go, "Hey, look, that's that thing," and we all agree that that's that thing. That is what reality is.
That's what I'm pointing out is that you can't point at one single thing. You'd have to point at one thing and how it correlates with another thing to make the third thing.
That's
true.
fine. Yeah, I have absolutely no point. The point is that we can all do this. This is not like subjective to me.
Well, let's not
Just for the record, Einstein also disagreed.
That's fine, Larry. People can disagree with me, Larry.
Yeah, I don't want to assume that Larry can tell what reality is. Do you have the ability to do that, Larry?
This guy.
Yeah, I use all my senses, not just the 5, right? So common sense and the others to do my best to determine what reality is. And I don't think that like images of Bigfoot with bouncy breast or a globe is reality. Reality is what exists outside of the TV most of the time.
Do you have a priority of senses that you really rely on?
Yeah, my eyes. That's everybody's primary sense, right? Not dogs because they sniff ass. Whereas we look at ass because that's our primary sense.
Okay,
like,
so
like watching the sunset and rise and wondering how it gets where it does if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it's moving. Right?
So the first thing you went with was eyesight. What's next?
Where's this leading? Just go to the conclusion.
Well, I just want to know, like, well, it seems to me like the priority he's using. I just want to just agree that reality is like what we can see, maybe what we can hear, what we can touch.
I don't know if I agree with that. There's more than that, right?
Well, yeah, I like that's what I'm trying to figure out. How does he tell what's real and what's imaginary?
You mean trying to figure out? You don't know about love, bro?
I'm
you don't
just
know what hunger is?
Yeah. Love is like an emotion that we just we call an emotion.
Yeah.
And then we can see what what that does. If there's a physical reaction that occurs inside the body that we describe as the emotion of love.
That would be the effect you'd be measuring.
You can call. I mean, you might call it the effect, but
it's literally the effect.
Yeah. Okay. So
love
either
causes
way, like
an effect.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Sure. If you think that's the case, I don't know how
you think. That's what you just said, dude.
No, that's not what I said.
You didn't say that love. When love happens, we
is
see an effect.
The important thing is it's something that we can measure. We can observe it. We can test it, right?
I can measure the different. You can measure the love, dude.
Yeah. I mean, we can.
Okay, so then, how much do you love your mom versus your dad? Same amount? Like, how'd you measure it?
Yeah, I love my mom more than I love my dad.
How'd you measure that?
It is standard, though. Yeah.
How did I measure that? My dad has done some fucked up shit, and I still love him, but I definitely don't love him as much as I did when I was a kid before he did the fucked up shit. So I love my mom a little bit more than I love my dad.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody loves their mom. I mean, it's just you can't get out of this.
No, you can get out of it. There's definitely some people out there that probably don't love their mom. There's this one Australian lady that apparently God told her to kill her kids, so she tried to do that. Maybe those kids don't love their mom anymore.
Maybe. Yeah, but just to say like reality. Like, so we might perceive something, right? We can see it, right? So that I don't know what we call that right now. We see something that doesn't tell us anything about it. Then we'd have to interpret what it is, what's going on, see why it's true, see what's going on. But yeah, the thing that we're saying, well, we perceive something and we're perceiving reality. That's just, I mean,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's the fact that we can see it, right? It's not just an internal thing. It is through external verification that we decide what reality is, right? Because I could be a mad guy down in some king's basement, just absolutely hallucinating the shit right now. But
yeah, I mean, and then how do you justify the external world? And man,
through interactions with others, right? Through going, hey, like you see the same shit that I see, correct?
So, I mean, you said you could be a madman interacting with like illusions.
Yeah, I could be. I could be. And like that's just moving into solipsism. And my solution to well, it's not a solution to solipsism, but my approach to solipsism is that at the end, this is an intellectual dead end. So like I have what's presented to me. I have no choice but to react to what's presented to me.
Okay, and then so without other people, you couldn't determine what's real or not real?
Correct. I would say that if you are a person alone on an island, you could never determine that you are in fact a person alone on an island.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because you'd never be able to find, if you never interact with another person, you don't get any independent confirmation that this is where you're at.
I don't know if that follows exactly. Yeah, so I mean, if I'm alone in my room,
actually, I don't even think that follows.
I'm interested in how you don't think that follows.
Well, I mean, like, because I personally don't think it follows, because you're saying if you can react to a human, well, I mean, I can react to my dog. So, like, does that not mean I'm real? Like, it's experiences that determine whether I'm real or not. Whether or not.
But I didn't say that. I didn't say whether or not you're real. What I said was reality, right? I'm with Descartes. I think, therefore I am, right? So therefore I exist. However, I don't know if the reality that I exist in is actually a reality unless I have another person who also exists who can verify it for me.
I just disagree with that. I mean,
if that were the case, right? If you're saying you need a third person to like authenticate
it's a second person.
your experience,
it's not a third person.
Or second person, yeah, to authenticate. You need the world, yourself, and a third reference point, a third person, to elucidate reality for you. If it's the case that I can sit in my room alone and know what is real, then I guess under that like kind of proof you had there, then that would mean that there's always a person in the room with me, because I know it's real.
If you don't know it's real, that's the point. Until you interact with a person and they confirm that is your room and you were in it, you don't know. That is my point.
No, I do know. Yeah, I know, but I do. But the thing is, I do
disagree
know.
with that. I disagree with that base assertion, and that might be where we have different worldviews.
The reason why
I don't think I can just. I don't think I can just know something without any other confirmation of that.
Well, then you'll be confused your whole life.
No, I won't, Tora.
You said when you're alone. I don't know. Well, you said when you're alone that you know you're alone, so you know something when you're alone, and the third person or second person.
No, I would again disagree that you don't know that. You don't know anything because you haven't interacted with anybody.
You don't even know you're alone.
Correct. You don't know if you're in a room alone, right, and you don't have anybody to interact with. There is no test that you can perform to tell you that this is in fact not a hallucination.
Descartes. I thought you referred to Descartes.
I did. I have you that you exist. Like, I'm not saying knowledge of what reality is tied to existence. Those are two different things. I can exist and also not be in reality.
Hang on.
No, do you mind if I try something? I do mind because I'm trying to wrap it up with him. So in that room, you know that it's reality that you exist through Descartes' little syllogism.
No, that's what I disagree. I know that I exist. I do not know that it's reality. I keep saying the same thing. Do these existence and whether or not existence and whether or not I'm in reality are two separate concepts.
Okay, so you believe it's possible that you can exist not in reality.
Correct. I have hallucinated. Correct.
Okay, but you would still be existing at that point in reality.
I would be existing, but I am not in reality. Correct.
Honestly, that's where I don't think you're in a contradiction.
Hey, where are you when you're hallucinating, bro?
wherever I'm hallucinating, like I have actually hallucinated and lost touch with reality.
but like, where are you?
You do not know. You think what you're experiencing is reality when that is not the fact. Like I get what you're saying. Listen to me. I get what you're saying about that I'm not in reality because you can verify it for me, and that's back to my whole point. I can't know whether or not it's real unless I have a second person to tell me it's real.
Yeah, then you don't know
Can I
anything.
ask you a question? Have you ever hallucinated another person before?
Yes.
So then you're stuck in a problem there.
This brings us back to solipsism. This brings us back to solipsism. At which point, I have just informed you that whatever I experience is what I have to deal with. Like the reality of it is kind of immaterial to whether or not I have to experience it and deal with it. So like I don't care. I can't know if it's real unless there's somebody else there who can point at it and go, yes, you're correct.
But the problem is, if you hallucinate someone else pointing at it saying it's real, then you're stuck in the problem. So like,
no, I'm not. I'm not stuck. You keep saying that, but you don't understand. This is the point that I'm making.
Relax.
This is the point that I'm making.
Finish, dude. Let him finish, Melodic. Chill.
The point that I'm making.
You just told me that you have hallucinated other people before. Yes.
Okay. Let me try and bring this back to you again. From a singular person's standpoint, right? I can only react to the things that I experience, whether or not they are in reality. So if I'm hallucinating and I see somebody and they talk to me and confirm that what I'm seeing, I'm still hallucinating and I'm still just reacting to the stimuli that I experience. It has no bearing to whether or not I'm in reality. But because I'm lost in this hallucination, this confirmation that what I see is the reality that I have to deal with, that I am experiencing right now.
Yeah,
so like for example,
you'd be hallucinating in reality.
Like for example, like someone like John Nash, who knew he was a schizo, where when he met someone new, he would talk to someone that he previously knew to ask if that person was real. Is that like sort of what you're talking about?
That could work as an example, correct?
Well, listen. If I were to equivocate the word reality for true, then it's just true that you are hallucinating. It's like it's reality that you're hallucinating. So it's true that you're hallucinating, and in your requirements for something to be true, reality for something to be true, it requires a second person confirmation for something to be true. Then there you go. Then God must have been with you at that time because the second person was required.
Here's where I want to disagree with that.
I don't think I disagree.
Because it was true according to your own reasoning that you were hallucinating.
So, for example, Melodic. I've taken shrooms before, right? Where I've hallucinated by myself, and while I was by myself, without interacting with anyone, I knew I was hallucinating. So I don't see why I need another agent and what's not real when I was able to do it by myself while I was hallucinating.
Because I'm saying that at the end of the day,
but it's true for him.
At the end of the day, what I'm trying to get across is that, like, I had a thought, and then hold on, let me go back to it.
Do you understand my point?
At the end of there it is. At the end of the day,
while I was hallucinating without any other agents around, was able to tell what's real and what's not real. I was able to know that because I'm on shrooms, I'm hallucinating, with or without another agent.
At the end of the day, the point that I'm trying to get across is that we have fundamentally different worldviews, wherein I view my perception and my wetware as inherently flawed, and therefore, even if I think I know this, it doesn't mean that I do in fact know this. It means that I think that I know this. I need to go figure out if I actually know this or not.
Well, then you would know that you might not know. So then you know something. So you know.
But do I? I don't know that. Like it's like I get it. It is in fact like a nearly infinite regress, which is the point that I make that I just deal with. I just deal with. There's things I don't know that I don't know. There's things that I know that I don't know. There's a whole.
You don't have to
Sure, you've heard
consider
this
your own
before.
thoughts compromised. You know, you could just trust yourself.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. 100%. Yes, you do.
How do you know that?
Because I've been in situations where my thoughts were not aligning with reality.
Yeah, but
reality's
that's
just what's
you
true.
knew that though. You knew.
No,
that
I
you were
didn't. I
compromising
didn't
your
know
own-
that. No, that's the point that I'm making. I know that now. I did not
Somebody
know
gave
that
you
then.
mushrooms and you didn't know about it. What? Wait. Why? How did you not know you were hallucinating?
You can forget things, right? Like you can be drunk when you do things, right? Like there are. It doesn't matter what happened. The point at the end of the matter is that I recognize that my perceptions are inherently flawed, and I need some sort of verification on those perceptions. I cannot.
Can I ask you one?
just
Can I
trust
just ask you one
what
question?
comes into my head.
If you're in a room by yourself and one person walks in, how do you know that's a real person?
I don't. All I know is that one person just walked in.
Okay, so you would need
like
to,
it's all just reacting to stimuli.
Hang on. Okay, so you would need another person to walk in?
No, there is no point at which there is knowledge. There is just I exist, I experience, and then I'm not claiming to know it. No, Tanks. That's like you keep going. How do you know that? How do you know? I'm not making any knowledge claims, so I don't know why you keep asking me how I know.
How do you know you're? How do you know you're not making any knowledge claims?
I'm just confused about why you were saying that you need to talk to another person to know whether or not it's real.
Because I know that I can hallucinate, and therefore it could not be real. But if two of us see it and it exists, the probability that it is real has just increased. If I ask more people and we all continue to say the same thing, then the probability increases even more. It's like Poisson statistics. Have you ever taken statistics class? Do you know what a Poisson statistic
Except that
is?
you keep admitting that you hallucinate people.
Well, no. I think
it's happened to the best of us. Let's not judge him.
No, I think he's saying like the more people that walk in, the higher the probability goes up. But he just like that would make more sense if that's what he's saying. Like the more people that walk in and say other people are there, the more the high probability is.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. And then I'm saying a sample size of 1 is unknown. Like I can't make a guess off a sample size.
Like so, if I hallucinated a grain of sand, if I hallucinate a grain of sand, it's reasonable that the grain of sand is not real or some sort of hallucination. But if it's a beach, then it must be real. I see.
But the grain of sand can't report to me. It's not right. Like I don't know if anybody is real. Like at the end of the very day, like we actually be honest with everybody. I don't know that there's an actual thinking person at the end of whatever conversation I
could say that maybe you haven't maybe I hear what you're saying. I would say maybe you haven't gone deep enough into it, right? But
I was in the middle of trying to go deeper into it, but then you interrupted me, so then I couldn't go deeper into it.
How do you know that? How do you know that? You don't even know I interrupted you. Stop it.
Oh my dear Jesus! You still don't understand knowledge. What I mean when I say I'm making no knowledge claims. It's frustrating. Can you tell me a story with 2 named characters, right? With each have 1 line each, that are also telling a story about 2 named characters, each having at least 1 line each?
I stopped paying attention.
Okay, thank you. I'm done talking with you about this conversation.
I find this
we're just going to disagree.
It might.
Yeah,
we're just going to disagree. I'm done talking with you about the situation.
I find this interesting. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
How do you know that? How do you know you're going to be asking the question?
Can you please stop interrupting the conversation? We're having a conversation at this point. I don't longer wish to talk with you about
this conversation, and now you've
That's fine. I have ended the conversation with you. I do not wish to respond to you further. I'm going to respond to the other guy. Can he please ask his question without you interrupting him?
How do you know it's not just you interrupting?
So one person walks into the room. I get that you're not sure if they're real. A second person walks into the room. they disagree with each other. One person says there's two people in the room besides yourself. The other person said there's only one. Would you need to wait for a third person, or would you be able to like run tests based off of the physical, based off of like the physical reality that you observe to see which one's lying?
Maybe. Oh, that's a good question. Well, you could like.
I'm starting to not believe that this guy actually had a real hallucination, because everybody knows that in a hallucination, things make sense within the hallucination, and I don't know. I'm starting to doubt him.
I don't think you have as much experience.
You're telling me that things don't make sense in your hallucination, and you know that, or that? So then you know you're
that's exactly, yes. When I was on shrooms and I was looking at a house, and the house started to like morph into like a face, I knew that wasn't actually happening.
Well, that goes against melodic
some
earlier proposition
things
that
are,
he does not know he's having a hallucination. I mean,
some things are very clear that are not a hallucination, but like at the same time, I can remember coming to and just like not knowing what the hell I was listening to, and it was like an Iggy Iglesias.
So I feel like
stand up, and just didn't matter. But it's what it is.
Because
the point here is. Go ahead.
The reason why I asked that question is because if you don't have to wait for the third person and you can just do tests off of like the physical reality that you see, it seems like you don't need any agents. Agents is a fair starting point.
But if I'm hallucinating, right, then the person who has just entered could just be like if they act on the physical environment, if they act on the physical environment, I still only have one observation of that act.
Yeah, I don't know. What it sounds
right,
like,
so I feel like
what it
you
sounds
have
like is
to
being
say-
like said here is that like reality,
No,
the thing
Tank,
that's
I thought
true,
you-
the thing that's true is not. Dude, no, he voted himself out, not me. I vote myself back in. You're roboting.
It's a little weird. You didn't want to
You're
engage with
roboting.
this person. I wanted to,
Schizo,
and now you're
relax.
interrupting the conversation.
Schizo, relax,
Not
dude.
like very productive.
Schizo, relax. So it sounds like what's being said, right, is that reality, right, the thing that is true, is dependent on human beings, right? So then that would then extrapolate that human beings always existed, because like the quantum, the double slit experiment, they are the thing that's required to make reality.
I don't know why.
No, at no point has anybody in quantum mechanics ever defined an observer as a person, and I will also refuse to do that.
Dude, hey, Schizo, you're roboting. Knock it off. Yeah, so I mean, in the earlier statements, reality, the thing that is true, the same word, we're going to equivocate these two words. The thing that is true requires human being. Yeah, for you.
If everything you said is true, melodic, it could be very likely you're hallucinating a globe as well.
I mean, it could be, except I have several billion people who also go, yeah, no. We all observe a globe, and then there's also tests that I can do that other people can also confirm the results with me, that can go, oh, yep, this is a globe. Like, I understand how it kind of, there's a twist in there that people get lost on, and I'm sorry for it. But, like, at the end of the day, it all comes back to this main point that whatever the input to my experience, like my if you bundle my experiences together as just like an input to my brain, like whatever that input is what I have to therefore make output on.
Yeah, this is the earlier thing that you said that I wanted to comment on. You say, well, it's the more honest position to say that it might be the case that we don't know anything, but that would be a
fact, that is the most honest,
because then we would know things, right? So wouldn't it be a more honest approach to then say,
we would never know?
We know that we can know things.
You still can't
right?
grasp
It's
that.
Very obvious that we can know things.
You still
so
can't
why not
grasp
find out
the,
what it is that's. Yeah, that's
the
fine.
thing we're building on.
Me again. Yeah. So wouldn't it be more of an honest, in my opinion, more of an honest approach?
Well, if you could tell me a story, I'd stop interrupting you, but you can't tell me a story, so it makes it really painful to listen to.
Hey, can we mute melodic here? So so it'd be a more honest approach, in my opinion, to then say, well, I know that we know things because by refuting that we know things, I'm making a knowledge claim. So what could then justify reality, the thing that's true, prior to my mind coming about. There has to be something that grounds these possibilities.
No, there doesn't. There literally doesn't have to be something that grounds the possibilities, and that's the point upon which we differ, is because I just look at that and go, okay, whatever, I'm going to continue doing my own thing, and you're like, this is unacceptable. I get it. You have an issue. You can't tell me the story. It's fine.
Yeah, if you stop, like, it would be like, what do they call it? Like bias, right? If you have some kind of bias where you stop, searching for an answer that needs everything needs a foundation. Everything, in this world. I mean, you're going to keep claiming incorrect, but how do you know I'm incorrect? You claim you don't know. So
because I know
so you don't have a basis or a foundation. I mean, just in your work,
yes, I do. I've told you what the basis and the foundation is, and you continue to not accept it.
Was it right in the middle of me talking every time? It probably was.
No, it wasn't. It was right when you could do it. But
Sure?
again, you can't tell me a story, so there's no point in trying to listen to what you have to say, because again, I will tell you, it doesn't matter. Whatever the inputs are that I have to deal with are the inputs that I have to deal with and make output upon. Like, it
how do you know that?
I don't have a basis for knowledge. That's fine. It's okay. This is the input that I have. Let's put, and then I have to then react to that input.
How do you know that knowledge does not require a foundation or a basis to predicate upon? How do you know that?
Again, I've already told you that this is the point in our worldview where we're making assumptions, and it doesn't, and we're going to disagree. I told you this an hour ago. We disagreed here, and you continue
we disagree,
to go at this.
So then what? So one of us is wrong.
Correct. You treat as an axiom. You treat as an axiom that all knowledge needs a foundation. I treat as an axiom that all knowledge doesn't need a foundation. That's it. That's the disagreement, and therefore we can continue.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, but the assertion also, that's great. But the assertion also was that that we're on some sort of even ground footings, and that we should admit that that we're both in the same predicament. When I say we're not, and you say we are, so then we're obviously not.
Correct. That came after several times of me telling you that we disagreed here on our basic axioms, and then you continue to plow ahead, and me getting very aggravated. This is why I've had to ask you for my story, because I want to make sure that I am not racing ahead of somebody on crutches.
Melodic, is he asking you for the foundation of your knowledge based off of the fact that you don't think you need a foundation for knowledge?
Correct. That is what we've been circling the drain on.
That's a very silly thing to do.
You have a literally, like, definitionally, you have a baseless assertion.
He doesn't understand an axiom, and so here we continue going on.
Yeah, that's a silly thing.
I don't agree to act like the way you think of an axiom is something that you just assume is true. Like we have base axioms in geometry. We don't just assume they are true. We prove that they are true. They're self-affirming.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect, sir.
No, I mean, you can go ahead and describe it.
I know how mathematics work, and like you literally have an axiom of choice in mathematics. So like in all mathematics. So I know what an axiom is. I'm using the mathematical definition of an axiom. If you have an issue with it, sir, I suggest you go talk to the people who write mathematics textbooks.
You're saying we have a mutually shared axiom that can't be justified.
I said we had a mutually exclusive axiom, and that's fine. I disagreed with you, and that's what I said half an hour ago, and then we've continued to argue about it. I've been losing my patience, and here we are.
Yeah, so we have a mutually exclusive axiom, which is also
the conversation very well at all.
Well, Lush, you sound like you're a drunk or something. Are you a drunk, Lush? So yeah, so it sounds like you're saying we have this, like, we're exclusive in a way where I'm telling you it needs to be justified and grounded in a way, and you're saying no. At some point, we're both going to get to the same place where we cannot justify our presuppositions. Therefore, they're axiomatic and they cannot be changed. I mean, can you prove that? Yeah, can you prove that?
Yeah, the
axioms don't. You're saying axioms don't need to be justified. Can you show me an example of that?
The axiom of choice, correct? Thank you.
How's that? I mean, go ahead, play it out.
Go look it up. I don't have time to explain things to you. But the axiom of choice just says that I can make the choice on my axioms. So therefore.
Or you can just move on.
I think we lost you there, bud. I think we lost you.
You can
You're
move
going to show
on.
how axioms
you didn't lose me.
Be justified.
Yeah, you did lose him a long time ago.
I lost you like half an hour ago.
Listen, Lush has never.
Can you
made a
just
point
accept that we
you feel like
disagree
would
and let
worthy
it be?
listen to, so
Because
don't
again,
get too
we're
pumped
just
up
going to
over
keep
Lush.
circling the drain. Could you please just accept that we're going to disagree and
That's fine, dude. We can disagree, right? You don't even have to
right,
take
I got
on
it.
this.
So then why
you
do
don't
we
even
have to
take it
keep
on.
circling the drain,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Why do we
I'll
have
tell
to
you
keep
why.
circling the
I'll tell
drain?
you why.
Yo,
Listen,
can
I'll
I
tell you
say
why. Because
something?
you're a human being who has hallucinations, right? And you believe because you're kind of crazy in your head.
Human beings have
therefore
hallucinations
nothing
all the
can be
time.
known. And I feel like I ought
Yeah,
to
so
help you.
no thanks,
and,
no
and kind of
thanks,
explain
no
to you
thanks,
why we
no
need like
thanks.
a
Human beings have
foundation is
hallucinations
required.
all
I
the
thought you were
time.
No
asking a
thanks.
question, but then we
You've
got
had
Asian jumping in
hallucinations.
with
I will
Lush,
guarantee it.
right? So now you're a guy who has hallucinations, right? And you're like, I don't know
Everybody
if
has
I exist.
hallucinations.
I don't know if I'm real. I don't know if my
Yo,
face is real. I don't know if my hands are real. And I
He's
feel
just
like
going
I
to keep
ought to reach
monologuing.
out to you in a nice way. I'm being interrupted.
Can we please
over
get a
and over.
mod?
Starting
chill.
over. Yeah, could we get a mod? Could we get a
Yo,
mod?
can we
Yeah,
move
that'd be
on?
great. So the thing is, like, you're saying we don't need to. Oh, here
No
we go
thanks,
again.
we
Another
don't
interruption.
need
We
you
got
to
M,
monologue.
Asian, Lush, flat earthers are silly, just going nuts over
Come on,
here.
takes. Come on, man.
Well, they got to stop. Why do I got to stop? Why they're jumping on me? That's crazy.
Because it seems like you weren't interested
Because
in.
see how they already.
You weren't
Because-
interested in.
Thank
with
you.
5 minutes ago,
Finally,
I started
holy
to, and yeah, thank you. So to get back to my example, it seems like then you're saying that you would need the third person to walk into the room. Then.
Yes, probably. I think I would agree with it.
Stop sucking dick and just mute the right.
What if that third guy asks you if he's in reality or not? Are you gonna trust him?
Like we can. I think like the answer is like no. Like obviously by the worldview, no. And I think I don't know, right? And I don't want to assign, but it doesn't feel like a gotcha, right? Because the answer is just going to be I need however many I need to be, and if nobody agrees on it, then it's probably not real.
Well, no, because I agree with what you're saying. Like
you gotta
either
agree with
the third guy will either say like, well, the problem is that the third guy says I'm the only person in the room. That's the problem. But if the third guy
that would be a problem, yeah.
If the third guy says there are 2 other people, then you have like more evidence that there's that. But I'm just trying to figure out like at what point do you start accepting your own personal like physical evidence? Like, what weight does that have on you?
I don't.
No
I honestly, I try. It probably does, and you'll probably find me doing it somewhere, right? Because we're all human. Nobody's perfect, even when we try to live up to our worldviews. But how do you know? I try to live up to that and discount my own discount my own experiences and try to look at what everybody is
How do you
saying.
discount your own experiences to refer to somebody else that you're experiencing to affirm your experience?
Why can't you let Springs Airport departure? So I'm assuming like you drive a car and driving down the road, you assume what you see is real, right?
Correct.
And is that just out of precaution or what?
Well, I mean, even if I don't know it is reality, right, and I don't necessarily know that the actions would have the consequences that I could envision based on a prediction of the reality, I would rather not have to deal with the consequences of a car crash. If that makes sense.
All right, listen. There's a lot of hallucinations going on in this room. If I can't bring any sanity to the room, maybe I can't.
I don't know
know.
why you refuse to let someone else have a conversation.
Yeah, could
What are you talking
just
about?
sit this one out for a little bit? Just take.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, flat earthers?
I'm trying to have a conversation with them.
Yeah, you are having one. Yep.
But you're interrupting. I don't even. This is
interjecting. I'm just in the convo
right now. I'm letting like you know what?
We already know your guys' position. You don't know anything. Your own thoughts are compromised. We understand.
If you think so, great.
Yeah, stop with the meta. Just have the conversation. Like I don't want to see like agent, melodic, flat earther. Everybody jump in every time I speak. It's strange.
I'll just wait.
I hadn't even said anything. Thanks for the shout-out, no stink.
I'm stuck in traffic anyway, so I can just wait till he gets it out of his system.
You people should be
I
stopped
can
driving.
start if you're not going to go. I can talk if you're done.
actually, you interrupted him. He was actually having a conversation. I don't know why you're going to interrupt him.
Creeps.
I don't know why you're going to interrupt him and then tell him you're going to wait for him to stop talking. Why didn't you just?
You guys don't even
wait
have a
originally.
real.
Yeah,
You just keep
cool.
saying.
So Flyer, you
I
can go
don't know
now
if
if
I
you
know.
want.
I don't know if I can know.
Yeah, they don't know
You
anything.
don't know if you know anything.
Yeah.
You get the argument. There's nothing else to come from your side.
If you guys think so,
Yeah,
great.
that's
If
where
you guys
they
think so.
say things to me, Jesse. Like, well, listen, you don't agree, so stop. I should stop participating in the conversation where I can know things because they can't know things. It's so strange.
Well, if you don't have a
that's the
brain,
irony
why
in it all.
should you
They want
talk?
you to agree. They want you to agree and concede to their argument, but they don't even know if they're right. It's really dumb.
There's no point. Yeah, there's no point in talking to me because I know things. What's so crazy? What's up, driver?
No tanks, you win. Next time, Melodic, maybe he won't be in here.
How do you know I won?
Conversation. It would be
What's
nice.
the point of talking to us if we don't know anything? Why are you in this conversation?
Because this is the reality that I have. Therefore, I experience it. I don't. You all seem to
just talk at once. One person.
Yes, correct. Because the question was directed towards me, who has the view that we are discussing, and the answer to your question is that it's the experience that I have. Therefore, I have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Yeah, how do you know you're experiencing reality?
I asked no
was the
tanks.
question. You don't know.
Or experience it as my reality. Like, I don't know if it's the reality. Like, I'm not making any claim to the reality, but it is my reality at that time. So therefore, I must react to it.
If you think we don't know anything, why are you having this conversation with us? Do you have conversations with like trees?
What did you just fucking get here, dude?
Who is he talking to?
I'm talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, so I like before Left Lane got really old and started muting me. I was justifying my position is that there's a few people in this room who are having hallucinations. They don't know what's real. They don't know how to ground the truth, like reality, the thing that's true. And then I feel like I have a moral obligation to kind of reach out to them and tell them that there is a grounding for them. Right? There is a foundation to build upon, and so that you can know things. Because in order to claim that you don't know things, there'll be a knowledge claim refuting your position.
No takes, but if we can't know anything,
I tried to explain as a helping hand.
Wait.
I have told you.
Position to absurdity.
I have told you. I have told you multiple times the method of which to establish the best possible possibility of reality being real. I get that you don't like it. I understand that, but to continue then asserting that I am saying that I'm hallucinating and it's facetious. Please stop it.
No, he's being dishonest. He's being a liar.
Can I quickly say something?
You said that. You said you don't know that you don't know that your experience is true until somebody like myself verifies to you what's true or not. So you should believe.
If you think that's the case,
no
tanks.
You should.
No tanks. If you think that's the
case,
case,
that's his position to Akna. So I don't know what
you
you're
think
coming
that's the
in
case.
Can you let someone else talk?
But no tanks.
That's like not understanding.
Mellow.
No tanks.
They talk in the middle of me, dude. What do you want me to do?
Mellow and everyone else. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of ruining a conversation. So let's just change topics. Maybe when he's not here another time, we can continue it. Because I really just don't want to even give him.
Wait, what was the conclusion now? What was the conclusion? That you guys don't know anything, or what? What was the conclusion?
They don't know anything. They're all.
The conclusion is that there's a method to get to the best probable chance of something being
How do you know that?
the reality. But I can never know for 100% certainty that it is the reality. Just like I can never know with 100% precision where any particular particle is.
So how do you know particles exist?
Yeah, true.
Let's have some water first, okay?
Sure, if that's what you guys think.
I have exposited upon that method multiple times. It's because that I can do experiments with them, and then the people who I'm doing the experiment with can verify the experiment with me, and then there's other people who can verify the results of the experiment. There's other people doing the experiment, and everything else. It's through a network that you get to a point where you can establish that, hey, this is most probably what reality is. But I can never 100% know what reality is. It's impossible. I can get to 99.9999 whatever, but I can't get to 100. It's asymptotes. It's basically 100. Mathematically, we'd consider it 100, but it's not 100.
I'm so confused why you even.
Yeah,
people just think you're delusional for not believing in whatever tool they have for knowledge. But these people,
dude.
yeah, okay,
He
cool,
doesn't
great,
believe that
that's
it's
great.
true.
No
He
thanks,
could be
no
wrong.
thanks. I wasn't talking to you. That was cool. So I don't understand what even the like these people just will never ever think that you know what you're talking about unless you subscribe to what they believe in. Which I don't know why you have to.
20 years old,
Still
you
not
have it all
talking to you.
figured out, bro.
Still not talking to you. Still not talking to you.
You
So
haven't
I
even
don't-
lived long enough to make the
Still
claim you're
not
making.
talking to you.
Is there a rule in
Okay.
this room that like
Still
been said to me a
not
few
talking
times?
to you.
Well, I'll wait till
Okay.
Tuak is done.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I don't even like what even is the downside for having no
So
takes or
actually,
Torah?
you're trying to
Think you're
start a
delusional.
circle
I'm
jerk, dude. There's
still
people in the
not
conversation
talking.
already.
I'm still
Yeah,
not
but
talking.
there
I'm
was a
done. Yeah,
conversation, and
still
you're trying
not.
to put
I
everybody
know
out.
you guys
No one's
really are
listening to you.
butthurt every
Oh my
time.
God.
I
My
get
head
Is he
it.
hurt.
really 20 years old? Is this why
I'm
he acts so immature?
still not done
Yes.
talking. Okay,
He's
great.
got no
So
teeth.
So I don't know why there's even a need to justify yourself to people like No Tanks or Torah or all of these people. I mean, like, what happens if we all just agree that they're delusional and then continue with our lies? I
You
mean,
can't
like,
justify anything to yourself,
I'm
dude.
still
Can
not
I?
talking to you.
All right, so I mean, can we start talking
So
over him now if he's not done yet? 'Cause it's
no,
outrageous
no.
if he's not
Let
done yet.
people talk. No thanks.
For how long?
God. You
Well,
you
I
need
mean,
to
if we are
understand
gonna
how a
continue-
conversation
I wanted to
works.
ask-
If we are going to continue that, I would like to ask
He
Melody
finished
a
up. I
couple more
wanted to ask the question to the room when he finished up. He finished up. So now, I mean, it seems to be like this thing going around.
Well,
Now,
honestly,
is it the
like,
case?
I wasn't
This is about. This is not
finished,
about
but,
anything
like,
specific like that.
ruin the
Guys,
Dude,
okay,
this is
one
every
at a time. One at a time. No tanks.
Every time.
Let flat earthers are amazingly star. Finish this point, and then if you want to raise a question to the room, go ahead.
So, Melody,
Go ahead.
say like I'm a land surveyor. So like say I go to a job site and I find like there's 3 nails, 2 of them are set in like say for example the curb and 1 of them is set in the road. I find the 2 nails in the curb, set up my gun, and I use it to stake out the 3rd nail in the road, and it's not there because like a plow probably took it out. How does another person verify that more than just like the like objective reality that I see?
Well, if you saw it, right, and there's nobody there to verify it, you have no choice but to accept it, right? Because you don't have the verification. If you came upon it and you find the evidence, then you see evidence. You can get another person to go, hey, look, this is what happened. And then even in the case of the plow, you could take a picture and be like, hey, look, do you think this, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Sort of, but like to me, like the more like important evidence besides someone else coming up to me saying like, yeah, there's no nail in the ground, is the fact that the machine is directly telling me exactly where to go, and when I go there, there's no nail there. It's not the other person telling me, yeah, and there's no nail in the ground. It's the fact that the machine is telling me exactly where the nail should be, and it's not there.
Well, then you're just assigning the agency to the machine that I'm assigning to a person, and I don't see an issue with that because I get the point of having tools, right? Like if you set something up to let you know if somebody's been in there and like you've seen it work on other people or you've tested it, then like and other people can, you know what I mean? Like there's still.
Why does this guy
like,
keep saying
at some point, at some point, thank you, Tora, for interrupting me. At some point, there is a point where you do have to just go, yes, this is uncertain, but certain enough for me. Does that make sense?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what your brain is for, man. You're supposed to be able to know things without another brain. It's the whole point of it.
Exactly, Jesse. I just wanted to let Melodic and maybe flat earthers are silly know that things are true, irrespective of your interpretation of them. And you can know some things are true. You may.
I'm not disagreeing with you. No thanks. At no point did I disagree with you. I just went. It's only true outside of me because other people are able to say it is true.
But if you were the last person on Earth, Melodic, it would be true that you were the last person on Earth.
Prove that.
And that would still, and you
not to me. It wouldn't. It couldn't be true to me. It could not be true to me.
So, Melody, I think if I were to steel man you, I think it's like maybe this is a good line of argumentation for you. the only reason why I value the evidence of the machine telling me that is because other people have told me that that machine works in that way. Would you say that?
Well, other people have told you, and I would assume that you've also tested it and like you have experience with the machine. It's not the first time you've used it, correct?
Right.
Like in the army, in the army, like they didn't just go, "Here's your gas mask, trust us, it works." They also went, "Here's your gas mask, and now we're gonna go into a tear gas chamber, and you're gonna see that it works."
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so now you're deferring to maybe the repeatability or the uniformity.
That's what I've been deferring to this entire time, right? Is that we can agree on it, we can all test it. We can agree on it, we can all test it, but that still does not make it 100% true. It can never be 100% true, right?
That's in your perspective. Now, like earlier, like I was saying, you don't need to argue it as if I'm arguing against you specifically. It's just the position that I don't adhere to, because obviously we can know things independent of other human minds. Yeah.
You don't right, but that's what I was saying. Like this, at the core, this becomes an axiomatic issue, and at that point, what you're trying to do, what we end up doing, is trying to persuade each other, and like. I don't think that that's going to work for me, so I was trying to be like, hey, we can argue the view, but this is the end point. The end point is we both have there's a different view here.
You've had some episodes in the past where you need somebody else to jump in and shake you out of it, but and maybe that's the case, right? I don't know, right? But that's not just all I'm here to say is that that's not what's necessary for something to be true. It might be helpful if you're flipping out, you need your girl to come calm you down or something. It's not necessary.
I just want to interrupt for a second, super quick. I just want to say that for all the solipsists out there, I know 100% for a fact that I've eaten food before, and if you disagree with that, I don't know how that you could. Not that I've eaten food, but you have eaten food before. I don't know how anybody could say, well, I'm 99.9% sure that I've eaten food before. To me, that sounds like, not solipsis, it sounds like psychosis.
Because all of that sensation is nothing but electrical inputs to the brain.
So, for the people who believe in divine revelation or any of that bullshit, do any of you have a solution to Maxwell's demon, or do you guys just pretend that doesn't exist?
Yes, but you are a demon, so I shall not divulge the information to you.
No, thanks. Let's hear it. Let's hear that solution.
No, demon. I rebuke you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You guys are so pathetic.
Yeah, that's what a demon would say.
Yeah, so is that even more evidence of Maxwell's demon? How can you prove that you're not being tricked by a demon?
You're literally talking. You're literally talking. You're literally talking to a brick wall right now, and you're expecting a different answer from the brick wall.
You're sticking with brick wall. It's just fun watching them squirm a little bit.
Yeah, you sound like a demon. This is literally like the things like in a book, in like a scary book or a movie. This is what a demon would do. Just like too often.
Can you? No thanks, no thanks. What is a demon?
How do you know that Maxwell demon is not tricking you into believing all things you would say, coward?
Yeah, what is a demon?
Just say the question. You're not giving an answer. You're just repeating the question.
You cannot give an answer.
I'm not saying you can't give an answer. I'm saying you're not giving an answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're a demon.
I know you're not going to give an answer.
So your number one.
How did the demon
wait. So the number one rule to being a fluffer is never concede on any topic.
That's true. It's also number one rule for being a new way
two liars.
conservative.
We have one liar and then one confirmed the lie. So what are they? Both liars?
Double demon action here. They're DP in it.
True.
I would say it's this is fucking horrible.
I would say it's a demon thing to interrupt somebody by screaming their name over and over again and trying to like throw them off of their groove every time you get triggered and you can't control your own triggers.
Larry Cunt. Why aren't you answering, Larry Cunt?
It is. That's
Okay.
actually is like a tie together, Larry.
Sure.
M agent and Tuakna both do that.
Sure.
That is, yep, that is another attribute.
True. You guys are so right. Kanye, do you have a solution to Maxwell's demon? Wow.
Well, let it stand that
I mean, you're right. That's
holds
just
the position
can't
that
concede
Maxwell's
anything
demon
at all.
cannot be defeated. Therefore, you cannot know anything because the thing that's ultimate that makes things true could, at its core, in its nature, be deceiving you.
I have no
So you
clue
can't know
what you
anything,
just
but he
said.
does
I was
know
only, like,
that in
half
order to
listening
know
to you.
anything, the thing that's ultimate that makes things true must reveal it to you in some way, shape, or form, so that you can know anything with 100% certainty.
Yeah,
But that
I'm only
thing
like half
that
listening
could
to
be
you right now.
deceiving you. So
But
now we
you
all
guys
know
are
where the
all
demon
whining
Tuakna
about
stands.
solipsism right now, which is so funny because none of you guys have a solution to it.
How
So I
would
don't
you
know
know
how you're
anyone's
whining
lying?
about it
You
at the
don't
same
know
time.
anything until someone tells you.
That's not what that means at all.
It is not.
Do you have a
but,
solution to Maxwell's demon? Do
we're,
either of you
we're
guys?
assuming that you take the position of the
Okay.
same position as the other guy you're arguing for.
Why would
Because
you
you
do
don't think that knowledge is possible. Because the thing
I
that's
never said
ultimate that
that.
makes things true could be deceiving you.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I just asked if you had a solution to Maxwell's
Well,
demon.
then what is Maxwell's demon?
Maxwell's demon is a thought process that you could be being deceived, or God
what?
could be deceiving you, or
There
a
you go. The
supernatural
thing
being
that's
could be
ultimate and
deceiving you.
absolute that makes things true at its nature, it could be deceiving you. So its nature would be to deceive, and you could never know anything. Yeah, making knowledge impossible.
What part of Maxwell's demon is an ultimate being?
Yeah, the one where you just named it. You just said it.
No, I said it could be God or a demon.
Oh,
or
there
you
we
could
go.
be
Right
being
there. When you
deceived.
say God, the thing that's ultimate that makes things true, i.e., God, could be deceiving you.
Wait, prove that statement that God is the ultimate thing that makes all things
That's
true.
the thing.
Prove it.
That's what you just said.
Prove it. No, I didn't. You said that.
Well, if
Prove
things
it.
are true, they're true in
No,
relation to the mind of God.
You said,
And
I
if
just
not,
said God. No.
I was explaining
no,
it to you,
tanks.
demon.
No, you weren't. You just putting words in my mouth. You said, I said God is the ultimate being that makes things true. I never said that. You think that's the case. Prove
Well, what would your
that
definition
claim.
of God be? I don't know. You have a different definition than the one that is typically adhered to.
I do have a different definition.
Oh, okay. Well, then beat up that
Okay.
straw man, demon. Let's hear you defeat God.
I never. What? Just having a
Demon.
different definition of God never said I had a defeater for God. You made a claim about what God is. Can you prove that claim?
Just do it, demon. Let's hear you.
Okay, so that's just a no. You don't even know what your God is, nor can you prove it. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
it's a presupposition.
Yeah, it's pre-sup. I get it.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
I never
at
made
all.
an argument. Are you just gonna whine about me not having an argument?
At the moment, I'm just pointing out that that's not an argument. To
I
say
never
that's
made an argument.
presupposition is not an argument.
I asked you to prove something, and you can't prove
Prove
it.
what? Well, what is it that you want me to prove?
Prove
your definition of God?
your belief. No, your definition of God. Prove your definition.
Which
of
is
God.
what? What is it again? What's my?
You said
repeat
it's
it
the
back, demon.
ultimate
Say the
being,
words.
the ultimate being that makes all knowledge possible. That's exactly what you said. Prove
Yeah, knowledge
that
is
definition
possible.
of God.
In order
Prove
for
that.
knowledge
I didn't
to be,
ask for an
yeah,
argument.
in order for something to be
Didn't ask for
known,
an argument.
it would have
I'm
to
so
be
sorry.
infallibly known. In order
So
for it to
sorry.
be infallibly
I didn't
known, it would
ask
have to be
for-
upheld in a
oh,
mind that's
so sorry.
infallible.
Oh, that's
You
cool.
know,
Therefore,
no
I didn't
This
ask.
all
Okay, I'm
boils-
just gonna mute him at
no,
this point.
Tank,
So
this
I
all
didn't
boils
ask
down
for
to
an
these guys
argument. I
not
asked for
trusting their own
proof.
sense.
So unless you think that an argument is proof,
you heard how
what
he
you
talked
just gave
through me, right? When he
isn't
asked for
proof.
this is what
Do you
demons
think
do. He
arguments are
talked
proof?
through me
No
while
tank?
I was giving the
Yeah, he doesn't
justification.
trust his
Yeah,
own
no
senses,
tank.
so he's just
No
like
tank. Do you think
waffling
arguments
around.
are proof? No tank. Do you think arguments are proof?
I noticed that. No thanks.
Do you think arguments are proof?
Yep.
No tank. You think arguments are proof?
That's what he did.
Yeah, no tanks. Do you think arguments are
Joachim,
proof?
we don't have to take anything you say
There
into
we
account.
go.
We can
Yeah, so
disregard
now you just got to
everything you say,
avoid the ultimate
because you
question
don't know
pre-sup
anything
that
according
you
to
can't
yourself.
acknowledge. When did I say that?
Yeah, you're trying to overtalk
Yeah, when
me,
did I
but I'm
say
going to
that?
say it again
Kanye,
because you
when did I
like
say
to
that?
interrupt. There is no
Kanye, when
reason
did I
to
say that?
regard what you're saying. I'm going to disregard everything you're saying
Oh, now
because
you're
you
just making
don't
a
trust
claim.
your own
Okay.
opinion because you can't
Yeah.
know anything. Okay,
So we're making
child?
a
Rebuke
lot
the
of
demon.
claims today without any evidence. That's funny. So the
How do you
ultimate
know
issue
that?
with pre-sup is that they can't acknowledge the fact that arguments
Dude,
aren't proof,
we're
and
just
they're
going to
refusing to
disregard
give
what you're
proof.
saying. You can't know things.
So then why are you talking to
So
me
you're
right now? If
already
you're
done.
gonna disregard what
You're
I'm saying, just
fried.
ignore
You're
me.
not realistic.
Okay, cool. So this is the ultimate issue with pre-sup. I'm sure we all know this, is the fact that they can't acknowledge arguments aren't proof, arguments aren't evidence. Because if they were,
How do you know that
every
arguments
argument
aren't
would be
proof?
proof or
How do you know
evidence.
that?
You don't know
Justify
that,
your
dude.
claim.
You're just asserting things, but you can't know things.
Yeah, I am just
Justify
asserting
your claim.
things. You have a problem with that?
Justify your claim there, bud.
I don't have to justify it to you.
So you have an
Yeah,
unjustified
because you
arbitrary
can't,
claim.
because you don't think you can know anything. So who cares what you
I
say?
didn't say that. I just said I don't have to justify it to you. If you guys don't want to take my word, that's fine. I have no problem. I think you guys
Why
are
would
already
anybody
delusional.
take your word? Give
You
us a
don't
reason
have
to take
to.
your word.
I don't need
Why
to.
would
You don't have to take
anything
my
that
word.
you think about be worth taking seriously?
You guys are religious. I don't care if you take my word. It doesn't matter to
Technically,
me.
I'm not religious, but yeah.
Okay, I still don't care. I know no takes is. I don't care if you guys take my word. The world will keep moving forward without God.
How do you know that?
And I will make that claim, and it will
No,
continue
see,
to
he
do
hates
so.
God. See, this is what it is all hinged. It's all hinged
Okay,
on that.
Yep.
that's not what I said. I just said the world will
Yeah,
keep
you
moving
hate
forward
God,
without
so
it.
you're a demon, bro. Have fun with that.
True.
He is a demon.
I am
Yeah,
a
the thing
demon.
that he was stating like a moment ago, like as an implication, Jesse, was he was saying that the world will move forward without God. Therefore, God is not necessary for knowledge. Yet
That's
he
not all
invoked
what I said.
the Maxwell's demon or Descartes' demon, whoever, right? To then say that in order to know something, you'd have to infallibly know it, and in order
I
to
definitely said all this.
in order to know anything 100%, you'd have to be infallible, and an infallible mind
said
is the
all
only
of
thing that can
that.
know things. Yep.
Every
This
single
is all
word you
this is
just
all
said, I
implied
said.
by the demon.
Hey,
He even knows.
he can't
I
control
totally
himself.
just said
Kid is
that.
fucking out
He
of
can't,
control.
dude. He's possessed.
Yeah, he needs a leash. I think his mom had him on a leash when he was growing up or something. You're one of those kids.
True. You guys are so right. That's so weird to say no tanks for so many reasons, but we'll ignore it. You guys are so right about everything that you're saying right now.
Yeah, you're saying,
I can't believe how right
you
you are.
imply
You
that
know how
God
I
is not
know?
necessary.
Because I
Well,
trust
no,
my
you shouldn't correct him.
True.
That's how I know that
True.
you're fucking nuts, dude.
True.
I trust my senses.
True.
Yeah, you did actually. You didn't
You're
imply.
so
You
right.
explicitly
You're
said that
so
God was
right.
not necessary in order
True.
for the world to
This is
exist.
so
And I would just
fucking
ask you, what is it?
True.
Yeah, what is it
True.
that
You're so
and
right.
how is it that you've determined that
True.
Well,
God is
when you
not
entertain
necessary
a
for knowledge?
20-year-old retarded
You're
solipsist
so
argument,
right.
this is what it gets the
All right,
ball.
can we mute this guy? He's literally just saying true.
The word true.
You guys are just
True
talking to
over
each
and over
other,
again.
so this is just to be funny. Until you guys stop talking at
in
each
a
other
funny
and
way,
instead
can we
decide to
mute the
talk
guy
to me.
left
Yeah,
wing
me
who
and
just
Note
keeps saying the
can
word
just keep
true?
talking past you if you want. That was
If you guys keep talking just at me instead of to me, then I'm
Left
just gonna
lane,
keep
do your
saying
job.
true. Oh, now we need our safe space. Go ahead, make that safe space, no tanks.
Dude, it's hella
Gross, bro.
safe when you're around. You don't fucking threaten shit.
True. You'll just never learn.
What a weird demon.
True.
Why do you keep
Yeah,
saying
so,
true?
yeah.
Are you agreeing?
You keep talking at each other. What the hell is going on? You guys not know how to have conversations?
Right.
What's going on is you're
yeah,
chanting because you're coping.
Yeah, they do. Demons do
At least
chants.
give each
that is
other
what
a
they say. They
turn.
draw a little star, do a chant, do a demon thing. But yeah, I mean, the things that the Tuakna guy was saying earlier, like he's like, oh, you guys are religious. Like, well, I don't know, define religion. Like, well, that you're, I don't. God is not needed. Well, define God. He doesn't even have definitions currently for the things that he's withholding that are not true and not necessary for the world to
You're
exist. So,
absolutely right.
so like, if I were to ask him the question, like, well, like, what is the thing
Why
that's
don't you ask
ultimate
me
and
the question?
absolute that makes things true that you reference in order to know them? Like, what is it?
Ask me a question.
What's your religion?
Are you
And
asking
you
me a
wouldn't know. You'd be
question?
like, I am the
Oh,
religion in a
sorry.
demony
Are you
way.
asking me? Oh, you're not.
I'm talking about you. I'm not talking to
Oh,
you.
you're actually talking at me, about me, but not
No, I'm
to
talking
me.
about you to the other guy. to Jesse.
True. Because you just can't have the conversation with me because you know it makes no sense the second you started asking. Ask the question.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out your flaws.
Yeah,
So
see,
I
you
was talking
can't,
to
you
the
can't
guy,
ask,
right?
you can't actually
that-
ask the question.
Yeah, so
There
to
you go.
point out that what the Tuakna guy, right? He'll say, oh well, give me the definition of God, right? And I give him the definition, and he rejects that definition, and by implication of rejecting that definition, he's implying that there's something else that's ultimate that
And
makes
then-
things true in the world,
Do
and
you
that
have a
he
YouTube
has
channel?
access to that. So,
No takes.
what is the
Do
thing
you
that's
have it,
ultimate that makes things true, so
takes,
that
no
you have
takes.
access to it to then ground the proposition that God is not real.
So, do you have like a Christian YouTube channel? Because you're
No
doing
answer.
like the Christian
There's no
YouTube channel
answer from
thing.
him,
You're not.
as you
didn't
see
ask me
from
a
the demon.
question. You didn't ask me a question. I thought you were gonna ask me a
I
question.
did.
You said
You
you're
don't even
talking
know
about me.
questions, demon.
Okay, cool. That's great. But do you have like you're doing the Christian YouTube channel thing where you talk about atheists without an atheist there, and then just I get like because Christians have to do this, they can't actually have the conversation. But it's so funny. Like it happened really recently with Alex O'Connor and a reaction to like Rhett, like talking about how he became an atheist. But it's so funny because like all you guys are able to do is talk with each other about the other side instead of talking to the other side. It's so ironic.
Hey,
I don't know what it is.
Can I
This
ask
is
a
because
question?
atheists on YouTube.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, that's
if
why
if
you're
I could
atheist,
if I
you
could
get
cut
all
in.
your ideas from atheists on YouTube.
They just
Okay,
have to talk to each
let me-
other. They can't let it happen.
I have a quick question. Like, so no tanks. You were complaining about having a civil conversation earlier, but now you're just calling somebody demon the whole time. Is that part of a civil conversation to you?
Yeah,
Yes,
obviously,
yes,
because
it
I'm a
is.
demon. See, it doesn't work. It
No,
just
we don't
bounces off the head.
expect much from Tuakna, man. He doesn't know how to control himself.
True.
Yeah,
True.
Yeah,
You're so right.
I mean, listen, you call it duck
He's-
a duck. You know, it acts like a
Yep.
demon.
Also,
he behaves
he's
like a demon, he
100%
blasphemes like a
demon.
demon. All the
I'm
all of
absolutely a
the
demon.
definitions of a demon he adheres to.
True.
What should I call it? I don't know.
True. I adhere to all the definitions of a demon. True.
Yeah, I mean,
The
what
way
I
talk.
mean, melodic. Would a demon
But are you Satan?
try
Bro.
to
Or
defeat God? Would that
Dude,
be
am
something?
I-
and
am
to
I the
pass
alpha
down
demon?
to the minds of knowers that God is
Yeah, are
good?
you
Would a demon do
Satan?
that?
Am
Are
I the
you
alpha?
Would a
Satan?
demon do that?
I would definitely say that
I think I'm the alpha.
that doesn't make them a supernatural entity. Correct.
True. Oh, you're saying I'm literally a super. That's true. I didn't even think about that. You're literally saying I'm above this world. That's crazy. Like I'm not.
Yeah,
Of
see,
the world. That's so
melodic.
sick, bro.
Where you're getting that
Thank you
confused
so
is
much.
like the supernatural, the transcendentals
Do
are
you get
required. Like, so I do
this
believe
shit?
that we all
I'm
have a
literally an
spirit,
alpha, bro.
right, which is supernaturally infused into you. So yeah, it will be a demon, a supernatural thing
Yo,
right now
Notex,
occurring.
I hope you end
that
up in my
that adheres
fire.
to the
Oh.
definitions of what a demon is,
Notex,
using their
you pray
spirits to
to
deceive.
Akna?
Notex.
You pray
I
to
hope,
Akna?
no, Notex. I hope you end up in my.
You see, they got this. These are
Damn,
straw men
MH
for
and how
words,
retarded
yeah.
you got to be to say something like that.
They just gotta keep talking to each other. They can't.
Yeah,
have the
if you have a
conversation.
soul and a
It's so
spirit, I
funny.
must pray
They
to
just
you.
keep
That's so
talking
strange.
between each other. Alright, I hope
Jess
you-
is busy sucking off. No thanks.
so serious.
You
I
just
just
keep
don't
talking, thinking it's gonna
understand.
help. The longer
I
you
just
talk,
don't-
the less people will remember how you got destroyed. But
I
it's
just
not
don't
helping.
understand how people
You
who
know.
like don't interrupt me are like calling somebody a demon and then expecting to have a respectful conversation. Fucking blows my mind.
Like I'm a dickhead, but like I never expect to have an honest conversation with religious people. So at least I go in not expecting like being good. So it's like, but they're like they
I like to give
pretend
people the
expect
benefit
being
of the
good.
doubt. You know,
Oh,
I like to
not
give them the
these
benefit of the
people.
doubt.
Not these
I'm
people.
melodic.
These people are
There are
demons.
bad people. That's
No
it.
Takes, he's
There
a
are
demon, bro. Do
literally
you
bad
hear the
people.
way
It's a
he's
thing that
speaking and how
exists.
he's chanting? No Takes is absolutely a demon, bro. Like, look at this dude. Like, come on. You could obviously tell by the way he's speaking. He's just a demon. Like, how could you expect much from him?
I do wear a black suit and gold earrings.
You
not-
got him
Okay, I'm not
gaslit,
saying
dude.
they don't.
Just
I'm not
stop.
saying bad people don't exist. I'm
he's
saying
not
I
a
find it
demon.
weird. I find it weird to go. I want respectful discourse, but also you're a demon. These two behaviors don't align in my head, and I'm waiting for you to square the circle.
Let me fix
Alright,
it
well,
for
is
you.
it the same-
Let
well,
let
listen,
me
that would be
fix
like, I
it for
agree with what
you.
you're
Let's
I agree-
assume
MA is
one
gonna
personality is a
even it
normal
up.
human being, and the
True.
other one is a possessed demon.
Yo,
There you
not
go.
in the
Yeah,
first
So
street.
if your
We're gonna have
name
to
is
accept
No
our
Thanks,
chances,
you have a split personality, and you cannot take other
Doesn't
people
work.
talking.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, melodic.
And this is why you're a
Yeah,
demon.
agents, shut up.
Demon.
I know, it's so useless.
Demon.
I was
Demon.
going to address the
Demon.
melodic in the way that you were
Demon.
saying that I shouldn't adhere to contradictions, right? But a contradiction is
Jesse
something
is
that's like
also
true and
possessed,
false
yes.
the same way at the same time. So
True.
while I'm saying that you and I should be able to have a useful
True.
conversation, me and the other
Sure.
person, they're not the same person at the same time as you. So it's no
True.
contradiction. It's they're a bad
True.
person, and you're
True.
you know if you're a bad person.
Yeah, but see, I see
True.
you not having a respectful conversation, so I don't see any reason to engage with you respectfully.
Oh, okay. So well, if the other
True.
person, right?
Like,
the other
like
believes
so,
in clothing-
so the golden rule,
Yeah,
which
now you
is in the
gotta know
Bible,
somebody
says
has to try
treat
to explain
others
something
the way
to you.
I wish to be treated, and like, so I
Dude,
see you not
everybody is
doing
able to
that.
have a conversation with
So
No
you-
Tanks without acting butthurt, dude. You can talk to No Tanks. It's not a
I'm
big
not
deal.
butthurt. I don't know why
Hold on.
people think I'm butthurt. I'm
You're
just like
saying
trying to
exactly
square.
what you are. You're
I'm
not-
trying to
you're not
square a
having
circle
respect
here
for-
of like there's this idea of treat others as I expect to be treated, but then you expect the people around you to
I didn't
go,
even.
oh, look
even
at how
get to
he's
that
treating
rule.
that person, and then I should treat like.
Listen, you got it all twisted, dude. Like if there's a hot girl, right? And I'm like, yo, this chick is hot. I'm going to talk to her, and I want to get with her. That doesn't mean when the ugly chick walks up, I should adhere to the same rules of wanting to get with the girl. She's fucking busted.
We don't want to hear how you abuse
but no, I
women.
thought you liked girls. I do, but she's busted.
We
bro. Like, I'm
are
not trying to get
tired
with her.
of you abusing people.
Okay.
You didn't even understand.
Just to be clear, No Takes.
Yeah, dude,
this
he's
all
busted.
started.
Tuakna's
No
busted,
Takes. No
bro.
Takes.
He's
Just to be
broken.
clear, this all
He's a
started
bad.
because I
He's a
asked
demon.
you
What do you
True.
want to do?
I asked you
I
a
can't
very
help him.
simple no takes. I asked a very simple question was do you have a solution to Maxwell's demon? And you turned around and called me a demon. That's how this all
Yeah,
started.
Maxwell's demon asserts,
Uh-huh.
right, that the only way to know something is if an infallible being has,
That's not what
you
it
know,
says.
that's what,
Is
given
it?
you
Well, it doesn't, though.
the depiction of reality so that you can know things.
Yeah, that's not what Maxwell's demon is.
And then it implies, well, the thing that's
You know you
infallible that
can
makes
Google
things true,
stuff,
that
right?
that it gives you the knowledge could be deceiving you. So I mean, it's implied in the assertion, or that hey, can you debunk Maxwell's demon? Yeah, it's implied in it. Yeah, he's a demon.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but okay.
I mean,
that's-
Melodic is sitting here saying, "Dude, how could you call this guy a demon when all he asked you about was a demon? And where did you even
That's not
get
what I'm
that
saying.
from? No thanks. Where'd you get it from?"
That's not what I'm saying. No thanks. What I'm saying is, why do you expect to be treated with respect while treating somebody else without respect? Is what I'm saying.
I asked a simple question, and then he started crying about me being a demon.
No, you're saying true over and over again like an idiot.
Yeah, after he wouldn't answer my simple question in an honest fashion. He could have just said no, he doesn't have a solution to Maxwell's demon.
What up,
Yeah,
bitches?
Maxwell's demon
You
is not a
just spent the last
problem.
10 minutes chanting the words true. Like, what's wrong with you?
True. You're so right.
Yeah, that's dumb as fuck, dude. What's the point in engaging with that?
True.
ask
It's not
Melodic,
like
he
I'm
knows
saying that
the
I have
answers.
the ultimate being that personally tells me things, and that way I know everything for 100% certainty. That would be such a stupid position and such a
Yeah,
dishonest
you're
position
offended
to
that
hold.
your mind has senses.
They can't
Yeah,
even acknowledge
think
the
knowing
point.
things is offensive
Oh
because
my
you're an
god.
Yeah, but,
Jesse, what is
Jesse,
your
the
position even?
basic
What is
basic
your
position is-
position?
We could have the conversation, but we have some kids spazzing out right now, so.
Yes, I'm the one spazzing out. You're so right. True.
Yeah, the difference in positions is pretty clear.
What's my
right?
position?
One side says that they know things, and like not everything, but they can know at least one thing,
What
and
do
the
you
other
know?
side says they can't even know one thing, because
do you know?
and they'll say, well, the reason that it's the case that I can't know anything is because I'd have to be infallible, and I'd have to know all state of affairs simultaneously in order to know what could be the possible case in this situation.
No takes. What do you know?
So as that goes, they're pretty
Oh,
much
he can't
what they're absolutely definitively saying is they'd have to be infallible to know things, to know anything whatsoever to any degree of certainty. But the case still stands that we know things. Therefore, under that reasoning, their own reasoning, it must be getting revealed to them or by some sort of infallible being.
How does that come about?
Then they bring in Descartes' demon to say, well, what if it was the case that the thing that made it so that you can know things was deceiving you? A demon.
Maxwell
I
demon.
have an issue.
Maxwell demon.
I have an issue here, no thanks,
They're the
because
same.
quantum mechanically, it is impossible to know the location of every particle. Just straight impossible.
Yeah, so there's some things you can't know. Nobody's disputing that.
Wait, but what do you know?
I don't think, by the way,
Technically,
you were accurate with that representation, Mr. No Thanks, because you said that our position is that we cannot know anything with any degree of accuracy. That's incorrect. If you have actually listened closely to what anybody is saying, our position is simply we cannot know anything for 100% certainty, but we can have a degree of certainty. So you're just dishonest if you say that no one can know anything without any degree of certainty.
Mustard. That's the exact position I had. Is that there is a threshold at which I can say I know things. However, I do not have absolute knowledge and can never have absolute knowledge
of anything.
That's an honest position, and they can't engage with honest positions.
You can't know anything with any degree at all whatsoever. Mustard, I'll explain. In order to be like, okay,
any degree.
No degrees. Zero degrees. Right? So, because in order to make a claim, like I'll give you.
See, even when I'm
the other guy says
I
true,
can catch you on
so to give you
critical errors that you are making.
God, you're too stupid to realize how stupid you are, No Tank.
He's not stupid, he's just dishonest.
So to give you an example, right, why you guys like dog...
Well, he can be stupid and dishonest at the same time.
That is true. Let me turn the...
You got like 10 people that hate God trying to dogpile. You guys got to...
I haven't mentioned Jesse.
They're just bad people. But yeah, so
I haven't mentioned God at all.
Yeah, so are you dipshit.
Hello, like in this context, to give you an example, right, I could say, like, all right, so they claim to know. Why are you talking to me, dude? I'll let you go.
Because you're talking over everebody else, you stupid fuck.
Sure.
Yeah, when I'm done giving the
Why should
example,
why should anybody care what you have to say when you keep over talking to everybody else? You stupid fuck.
Yeah, I don't know why we're letting
that. Right.
things
So to
talk,
give the example, right? I could
this
say,
is just the
well, they
Nobody cares
claim
about
that
your example,
the
no
Earth
tanks.
is
You're just
covered in
monologuing.
70%
Shut the fuck up.
water, right? So to make that claim that the
No one
Earth is
asked
covered in
that, Tanks.
70%
That's crazy.
water, they're inferring that they know the 100%
Nobody
of the Earth
cares.
to then give a degree of 70%, some sort of percentage of how they know things. So to say, well, I don't know anything with 100% certainty at all,
I just
nothing,
lowered him.
not
Someone
a
let me
single
know when
thing.
he's done talking.
That means that you can't
like,
even know anything
yeah,
to a
bro.
degree because you don't know the
Crazy.
whole, the
I don't know how
entirety
flat
of the
earthers
thing to
talk
even
so
measure
much while
degrees
knowing
from.
so little.
So you know
It's so
nothing
mad.
to any
No
degree.
tanks. Have you ever? No tanks. Have you ever taken? No tanks. Have you ever taken calculus?
Yeah, so
No,
I'm
he
not
doesn't even know what that
disputing
is.
that you can or can't know things. You are trying to make the claim.
No. I'm not. Listen to me. Listen to me. Do you
He's-
understand what
yeah.
it means to take the limit of something? Like if I asked you what the limit
Yeah.
of 1 over x was as x
Of
went to
course,
infinity,
of course he
could
doesn't
you
know.
answer this question?
No, I'd have to put
Dude,
it
he
into a computer.
barely talk
Yeah, he doesn't.
algebra.
Yeah.
That's over his pay grade, man. He gets paid nothing because he doesn't. He's not
Okay.
employed.
All right. Well, then you're unable to understand the argument being made.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well,
you're
that's-
saying
I think he
know that there's
understands
like a
it. He just
line,
has
you
to
know that X
dishonestly
exists, or
represent
you
it.
don't know that
I
X
feel like
exists.
the opposition
No,
of
I'm
no
just.
tanks.
You should never attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity.
Anyway,
but we
so
could
yeah,
also
so to
attribute
say that you
malice
got to
and
know things with a certain
stupidity, like,
degree,
all at
like to
once.
any degree
Yeah.
whatsoever, you'd have to know the whole. To say, well, I
feel like
have
there's a
70%
I
of
feel like
this
there's a
or this
difference
many
between
degrees
being
of this
malicious and
from this
intentionally saying
baseline of
something.
knowledge.
Hey,
You have no
thanks,
foundation, no baseline, no whole to derive percentages from. So you don't know anything to any degree whatsoever.
No thanks. No thanks. Wait. You all stop. No thanks. When you see a green thing
I don't
lighting
need to
up,
over-explain
it
it to you.
means
You don't know it.
it means
You don't know.
shut the fuck up. Someone else is talking. When someone talks, you shut the fuck up. Okay?
Did you say? I thought you said my name. What's
He's
up?
getting triggered because
What's up, Dean?
he realizes that you're gonna say something that will demolish him.
Yeah, I feel
Go
like the
ahead.
opposite of no takes.
That's it. I mean, we've already reached the conclusion. If you want to argue from the conclusion,
we're gonna reach
then
the
you can
conclusion
try.
when you actually. We're gonna reach the conclusion when you actually shut up and fucking listen. Let me make a point instead. If you don't let the other guy make a point, you were completely incorrect when you said that we need to know the 100% of the Earth, but we cannot know it because some bullshit. That's completely incorrect. We can know the 100% composition of the Earth to a certain degree. So there's already an error of margin in our degree of knowledge, but we can assess the 100% to a degree.
So you disagree with the atheists?
So I don't disagree with any atheist. If you're saying that, then you don't know what the atheists are saying. I'm simply saying there is an error margin. So when I say the Earth is 77% water and like 33% land, there is an error margin there. I can still make a statement about the 100%, but that statement is not a 100% accurate. And you guys are just too dumb to even understand what that means.
No, you missed the point entirely.
Wait, so Kanye, what do you think an atheist is? Because I feel like you're one of those people, like you're like Lion, who says like there's atheistic evolution, whatever the fuck that means. What do you think an atheist is?
You lack a belief in God.
Okay, so then what do you mean you disagree with what part of what Mustard
Wow,
just
what kind
said
of
disagrees
stupid
with the
flex were you
atheist?
trying to pull? Trying to
I was
act
just
like you
curious.
didn't know what an atheist was.
I just
dude.
need to make sure. It seems like a
Yeah.
lot of you guys don't know what an atheist is.
That's
So
a
what part of what Mustard just said disagrees with the atheist?
Yeah, I would love to know as well.
Like no part of what he just said has anything to do with a belief in God.
Dude, the only reason why you're so adamant against what No Tanks is saying is because you hate God. That's the only reason why
They hate God, dude. That's all it is.
That's a stupid answer. I'm a Pentecostal, man. Why do I hate God? I'm a Pentecostal.
I don't know.
And you hear this guy coping in the background at the same time. It's like it's pretty obvious what's going on.
Yes, it's pretty obvious that you're full of shit, and even your God is telling that you're full of shit.
Dude, you already know your position, and you already got destroyed. So have fun with that.
But
yeah, I was really destroyed by a stupid dumbass that just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, that's
nice.
They get their point is self-refuting. They get destroyed, but then they want to come back and say, no, listen, let me start over. I can know things, and let's start pretending I can know things and make more points. They've lost.
No,
Completely
you don't understand. You don't understand the position.
Putting people down that it's going to sound good for the audience, but you guys just sound
They
crazy.
have to talk between each other. They
Of
can't
course
really include someone
of course
with the opposing
of
position in the
course we sound
conversation.
good to the audience because we are not abject retards, unlike you. So of course it's natural that we would sound intelligent and actually wise to the audience.
Get validated. All right, dude that likes to talk about rape a lot. You don't have an argument. Like,
Okay.
I don't know what you
Kanye.
think you're arguing for.
Kanye.
You don't know
They
things.
have no argument. dude, none.
Kanye, do you think anything could exist without God?
Tuakna, you're literally too young.
They can't answer the simplest questions because it just doesn't work, bro. What is wrong with these people? When you try to start an honest conversation, it just doesn't work with these people. They can't acknowledge things.
Did anyone?
Have you been listening to this guy?
Coping incoming from them.
Bro, they just gotta
Jesse,
cry.
Wait, let me.
Yo,
Jesse,
Jesse,
did
these are
you?
the people that are like banned on every other server. I mean, just let that.
I'm
sink
not
in.
banned on
Every
any server. No, thank you.
Whoa,
Thank you
what
for
a
asking,
flex,
though.
How's that? Well, you, I don't really know you, but we got.
I might be banned on
Mustard.
every other server, but that's just because they
That's you,
hate
yeah.
the fucking truth. If you want me to introduce myself, I will introduce myself thusly. I'm a modern
Sorry, I
day
know
Stephen,
you are
and
banned.
I am telling you the truth. But because you guys are in the Pharisee camp, you hate the fucking truth. So you will mute and you will boot the fucking truth when it hits you in the face.
All right, well then I'll be
So
what
the
you
only
said.
reason why I'm booted, the only reason why I'm banned from the servers is because your servers hate the truth.
All right,
Dude,
so my
you
bad,
don't
Jesse.
know
So just
them
Laurie,
anything.
M-Agent,
Why
Tuakna
are you
are banned from
explaining
every server.
even?
Wait, what server am
So
I
just
banned
keep
on?
that
I
in
got
mind. That
banned from-
Tuakna,
yeah, I
Laurie,
got
and
banned
M-Agent
from-
are banned everywhere around the world. But
Wait,
these are
what
the
the-
guys.
You just made a
already
claim.
gave the
You
reason
just
why.
made a claim.
I already gave the
Can you
reason why.
prove it?
Because
Can you prove it?
Crazy
Can you
people.
prove what you said? Can you prove what you said?
Just ask us. Just ask
Also,
us
I'd
that
like to
person,
know-
and they'll make it real for you.
Go.
I'd like to
prove
know
what you
if you're
said.
banned at Geos. If you're banned at Geos, it doesn't count. For the record.
I'm, by the way,
No,
not
I'm not.
banned in
I'm
Geo, so-
not banned right now anywhere. He made a claim. Go right now and
I highly
prove it.
doubt that. Okay,
I want you to prove it.
You're not banned.
If you cannot prove it,
Yeah, prove it scientifically.
I will ban your
Follow the
ass.
scientific method and prove it.
Scientific method.
Just keep. I'm just saying. Keep it in
just-
mind,
just-
Jesse,
yeah,
and whoever the
okay.
moderator is who keeps on muting is that Tuakna, M-Agent, and Laurie are banned everywhere they go. Nobody. They're not. I mean, they're
Of
not.
course I'm
they don't
banned.
have reason.
I already
They don't have
gave you the reason as well. And the reason
At least Melodic was trying to make
that I
an argument.
gave is your servers hate the truth, so you have to mute and put the truth from your servers. I expose the truth into your faces in a way that you guys do not like. So of course I'm gonna be banned from there. It's not because I'm a troll, because every single one of you is a troll as well. It's because I tell the truth while I'm trolling, and the truth hurts you much more than the trolling
How
does.
do you know that I'm a
So I
troll?
get banned not for the trolling, but I get banned because of the truth.
Kanye,
Oh, whatever. All right.
Kanye,
sure. I'm
Kanye.
just
You said
letting
you're not a
Jesse know,
troll.
be aware.
Kanye, you said you're not a troll. Let's see if you can have an honest conversation. Do you think anything could exist without God? Kanye.
Who's Kanye? Jesse?
The dude with the Kanye profile.
Oh, what's up, No Tanks?
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean,
Kanye, do you think anything
just
can
let
exist without
Tuakna
God?
make his case, I guess. He's going to make his case that God is not necessary for knowledge. Go ahead. He can make his case. And we'll
I
all
want to
listen.
make that case. You have to make the case that God is necessary for knowledge. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm just asking a question.
Is that true?
Yeah, I'm
Is
just
that
asking a
true?
question. I'm asking a question.
Your question
Can
is
anything?
loaded,
Okay,
'Cause I would
it
need
is
to
loaded.
clarify
Yes, no
with
shit.
you. Okay, so you asked me a question and you kept
Yep.
talking. So
Yeah,
I
what
already
was the
know
question?
that you can't conduct yourself properly.
What was the question?
I don't know what you mean by God. Like, what do you think we're talking about?
All right, so I'll ask
Yeah,
you a
isn't
question.
that
Do
the
you
necessary
believe in any
precondition for
supernatural
intelligibility
being?
and truth
Okay, cool.
necessary for
So,
things to be
yeah.
true? Obviously.
Next
So-
one, No Tanks. I know
yeah.
your definition. Now,
So,
what's yours?
Kanye, do you believe in any supernatural being?
What is your definition of God, Tuakna?
A supernatural being.
Okay, that's not anybody else's here. So
That's
you're
fine.
strumming.
Do you believe in a supernatural
You're
being?
anybody that believes in God in here would never
Do
say
you believe in a
you don't
supernatural
understand the full
being?
You're a child.
He's just
You're literally
crying.
strumming every
So
time.
then give your own definition, Jesse.
See, this is literally the problem. This guy
Jesse!
anyone that believes.
Jesse, just give your own
know
definition, dumbass.
He just doesn't know how to do
Of course
this.
God is a
why
supernatural
don't you
being. What the
explain
fuck are you
what's
talking
going
about,
on?
man?
What's he on?
That's great.
Okay, so Jesse, do you believe in a supernatural being?
I don't know what you mean by supernatural.
Do you
you're a
think that
demon,
there's
dude.
anything a part of that's not a part of the natural world, the physical world?
So maybe his God is a poor version of God.
They can't answer, bro. It's so funny. How do these people control a Catholic country?
Somebody that's acting like you.
God.
I'll have this conversation with Melodic or Blunt or anybody else.
Oh, are you scared of me? You scared of me, Kanye?
No, I'm not scared of you. I don't think
no.
you're not having a
Hey,
normal
Jesse, you
like
kind of
walking
sound
with-
scared.
You sound a little scared.
You sound like you're running away and you're crying to your mommy.
This is what demons you hear. This is literally, if I were to make a movie where demons were interacting,
Yeah,
they would
even the gold defenders that put him at the
I
top
agree
of the
demons
list,
act like
one
you
of the
guys.
worst.
True. I am a demon. I'm just crazy like
What's
that.
up?
Hey, I would be scared
You know
of a
what's
demon
interesting?
too.
There are even
So-
globe defenders
yeah,
that
Kanye,
say Tupac is one of the worst.
It's a
here
very
that's
simple
visiting.
question.
You know
Do
why?
you think pigs exist outside? Do you think? Oh,
Nobody
okay.
thinks he
It's
sounds
because
scared.
you know
Nobody
why?
thinks he
Because he
sounds
comes from
scared.
no.
Nobody thinks he sounds scared.
True.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
reason why he
Kanye, do
exists
you
is
think
because
there
he
are
came
things
from
that exist
modern day
outside of the natural world?
modern day debate, and the modding there allows this sort of behavior. So because
They
he's
just
been
can't
the
do it,
habit.
bro. They
Now
can't
now
do it.
What the
It's so
fuck is
crazy.
asking you?
Yeah,
Taking
so
the
no matter
kid.
what,
Keep laughing at yourself, Hoffman. Keep
Yeah, this
laughing at
guy's
yourself.
he's out of
Yeah, it's a
control.
bad upbringing. I mean, they probably
Wait,
put him
is
in
Eden
that too. His
talking?
wife,
I have
like,
this dude muted
scrounging
like
around.
No,
24/7.
modding
Is
there
Eden
pretty
talking
fair,
right
but
now?
for
I have
sure.
him muted. Eden, what are you saying?
Yes,
Is it
the
true?
Gaylord is
Wait,
talking.
Eden, is it true that you have family members listening in on you and you don't want people to curse?
Causing a ruckus.
Is that why you
Just
actually
make
don't
a
want
mess,
people to
man. That's
curse?
all you know how to do is make a mess.
Wait, Eden, is it true you have family members watching right now and you don't want us to curse because of that? That's so funny.
That's what he said, yes.
It's not
That's
just
dude, that's
yeah,
hilarious. That's so funny. Oh my god.
True.
Yeah, and it's not just me. I'm sure there's other people who are going to be watching now or in the future who might not be so open
Damn,
to
you're
hearing
such
people
a
swear.
pussy.
Bro, that's
You're such a
crazy, bro.
pussy.
Grow the
Then
fuck up, bro. That's
Yeah, that's what
crazy.
you are.
Y'all niggas
That's
are
what you are,
retarded.
and you probably have
You're
the lowest
such a
intelligence.
pussy,
Grow the
Eden.
fuck up, bro, Eden. That's crazy.
Happy together.
That's
Yo,
exactly
yo,
what
guys,
people want to say.
hold on,
This is
hold on.
Eden, shut your goddamn
hold on.
mouth.
Hold on, I'm about to go to a bar. Before I go, can you guys actually provide me with some goddamn fucking flat Earth evidence
I'm gonna
if you
make this
can?
point, too.
Because it's been missing for 10 years. Can you provide it, please?
I think what you have enough drinks to see it. I
It's
think
at
if you
your
have enough drinks.
hardware store. It's in the level and the ruler you use, the inch, the yard, the feet, the meter, and all those straight things that you use. Welcome to the hardware.
So Dimok is the only person in the room who is willing to provide some goddamn flat Earth evidence. That's nice.
I can help you. And you need to drink first and drink a lot, and then you go back and look for evidence.
True.
Yeah, seems like Globers are
I
drunk
think that may work.
with
True.
lies, and it seems like they want to continue their
Okay,
drunkenness.
Eden's going back onto me because he's super annoying.
I think we're drunk with the truth, and because
True.
we have been bashing for you for a decade, you want to label that as lies.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then their behavior
I
spills over
honestly
here, and you
understand
can
why
see
you
how-
guys get so mad and triggered about this
they
stuff,
behave.
because
It's
we
a
have
shame,
been
but at least some
destroying
of the
you
Globers
guys
here,
for
the
10
majority of the Globers
years.
here are actually able to hold a
Could you
discussion.
imagine the one
Wait,
thing that the
So
United
props
States
to all
is
the
never
Globers
goes on?
here who aren't,
It's just
Wait,
been
wait,
chaos
wait.
for like a half hour because all the atheists are just so angry.
Dude, I can't.
Yes,
like,
can you let the pussy talk?
Bro.
Can someone let the pussy eat and talk?
Listen, I mean, just
now.
like plainly speaking, your guys' worldview in regards to evolution, the globe, and atheism, all three of these things destroy the possibility of knowledge. All three of them.
True.
No, they don't.
You're
That's
so
a
right.
lie.
If the
Can you
Earth is
actually
a-
back up that claim with something,
I will.
or
Like,
is
so
it just
if
a
the
lie that
Earth-
you want
yeah.
to speak about?
Yeah, so if
No,
the
he's
Earth
so
is a
right,
globe, right, then you would require Euclidean geometry to measure that to be the case. The things that we utilize in reality, like Dimok kind of alluded to, are things at the store in reality that establish a horizontal plane of reference to measure the Earth to be up or down
we
relative
can
to that
establish
horizontal
a
plane of
horizontal
reference.
plane of
So now,
reference on the globe as well.
vertical and
So what's your
horizontal being
point?
perpendicular. Yep. So now, if those things that we use to
We can
measure the
establish
Earth,
those on the globe as well.
yeah, those things that
Why
we
would you need
use
to measure the
We can
globe?
establish
The
those
Earth
on the
be a
globe as well.
Hello, Mustard. Laurie, settle down. So if those things that we use in reality to measure elevation, depression, question, rise over run, etc., are also deviating. Then we're not able to correctly measure the Earth to be a globe in the first instance. Now,
Why did
again,
you do that for
evolution.
Earth to be a
Now,
globe?
in regards to evolution,
of course we can, because the deviation itself would be the proof for the globe, wouldn't it? You're
Yeah,
just
exactly.
a stupid
Deviation
retard.
from
The
what,
argument
sir?
that you just made.
Deviation from what, sir?
Deviation from the horizon. I
tangent.
already answered to you. Deviation in the horizontal can be set on the globe as well. You're just an abject retard that denies it without
so
any reason.
what in reality are you using to establish a horizontal plane of reference that's apparently deviating from itself? That would be crazy. So anyway, the next step, right, was then evolution.
Deviating from itself. You're an abject retard if you think that we say that it deviates.
Next.
Okay, so just to be clear, no part of the
in
Earth
regards
being
to evolution.
Let me clarify the argument. I don't think it was your turn. I don't think it was your turn yet. No, thanks.
Say how evolution's not real. I want to hear this retard say
in regards to evolution, the leaders in evolutionary game theory have shown that evolution
you cannot move to evolution.
Hello?
You cannot move to evolution because I was speaking and it wasn't your turn. I'm gonna answer to you. So the ground deviates from horizontal. The horizontal doesn't deviate from itself. So why were you dishonest piece of shit? And why were you misrepresenting the globe argument? Is it because planets are stupid and they have to be dishonest? Yes, that's the right answer. You are dishonest and you have to be stupid, and you are stupid and you have to be dishonest.
And the second thing is
why is it that the only argument that you can make has to be based on dishonesty, Mr. No Thanks?
Is this the Pentecostal spirit coming out of you?
I was asking you a question. Why is it that the only argument you can make is based on dishonesty?
Anyway, the next evolutionary game theory.
Anyway, the next question that I was asking was, why is the only question you can ask? Why does it have to be based on dishonesty?
Yeah, so the next thing was evolutionary game theory destroys the possibility of knowledge as put forth by the
question, because I was asking you a question. You're being a coward, you're running away.
If evolution were true, it would destroy the possibility of knowledge, and therefore you can never know evolution was true to begin with. And then we have the evolution, the globe, and then
how does evolution destroy the possibility of knowledge? How does evolution destroy the possibility of knowledge? How does it destroy the possibility for knowledge?
Planets or people.
How does evolution destroy? I'm just trying to clarify your point, Mr. No Thanks. How does evolution destroy the possibility for knowledge?
Because
unless it
takes time.
See, you cannot even make the argument.
Makes dirt, and then dirt don't hurt. And then there's no intelligence.
Why are you letting people speak for yourself and you not speak for yourself, Mr. No Thanks?
Are we getting a performance of dirt in middle life?
Well, I put it forth before. Unguided evolution is absurd, right? So with evolutionary game theory, unguided evolution would destroy the possibility of knowledge, and only
you cannot just assert that. That's just an argument from your emotion.
This is ridiculous.
You cannot just assert your emotions as an argument.
This is ridiculous.
You saying that it's absurd is just based on emotion. Actually show that it's absurd if you want to say that.
Yeah, look it up. Anyway, and the last.
No, you cannot. You need to show me. You need to show it to me for me to look it up.
Can you mute him while I'm thinking? I guess.
Okay, so no thanks. What he's trying to say is he's trying to get you to specifically explain why it's absurd, because you've said it's absurd several times and you haven't. He's saying you haven't justified that position. So can you address that question directly?
No, of course he can't.
Eventually, yeah, I could.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you, bro. Go ahead.
Still right. He just said he's not going to.
Yep, and then the third thing that the guys in the room fight for, being that God is not necessary for truth, that God does not exist, that would then remove an absolute authority that makes things true, and then 1 cat, 2 cat, 3 cat. I mean, I don't know. Should I just say words while this fucking guy's off mute?
Why are you just monologuing? Like, let's say what else
it would take, if I was in the room with somebody normal, this would have taken me fucking 40 seconds tops, like if I went long.
Yeah, you have. Why not just make it shorter?
Yeah, we have to, because you're actually stringing a lot of lies together. We have to interrupt and point out all the lies.
I'm productive this conversation would be if it was just me and no tanks. Because you guys are just
going
nuts.
No tanks. You have 40 seconds as you requested. Make your
Okay.
point.
Yeah, so the three things, this is the point. The three things argued for in this room constantly are the globe, which destroys Euclidean geometry, or the things that we actualize in reality to set those standards of vertical and horizontal, therefore destroying the possibility of the globe. Now, the next thing would be evolution, unguided evolution, which would never, wouldn't build towards the true state of affairs just for survival, so therefore would destroy the possibility of knowledge and truth, and we can never know evolution to be true. And then the third thing being God. If there is no God, then there is no ultimate authority that makes things true. So we can never know things that would then again destroy the possibility of knowledge.
No thanks.
Okay, 40 seconds is up. Do we have a response?
I have one quick one, if you don't mind.
Okay, yes.
For the
please,
unguided evolution. Evolution is guided. Evolution is guided by fitness.
That is
Yeah,
true.
and I want to just point out that if you muted me at 40 seconds, then I was fucking perfect.
It was pretty
You
close.
just didn't respond to the point he said, though.
No, I mean, let's just all sit on that for a little while and think about how fucking amazing.
Oh, could you answer my question? So
I can't do it.
Yeah, can you respond? Melodic had a good point, a counterpoint. Did you hear? The point Melodic made was evolution isn't unguided, it's guided by a principle, namely
They refer to mechanisms of evolution.
What gave the principle?
Mechanisms of evolution.
Usually.
All right, okay. Well, that's a question. How would you respond to that, Melodic? Because
I believe it's fitness. I'm not a biologist. I don't know the exact.
I'm studying this in school right now, so I know some of this. They're referred to as mechanisms of evolution, that they cause the changes in genes that result in different genetic expressions. Those are called the mechanisms of evolution, and they guide evolution. And then there's selective factors. Sexual selection and natural selection are the two most common ones that we know about. But there's also artificial selection referred to with dogs and stuff like that. So those are all three guiding forces of evolution.
Yeah, but why? Why are these forces happening?
What do you mean, why are they happening? Do you find someone attractive? Have you ever found anyone attractive?
What do you mean, why?
I'm literally giving you the reason. Okay, see, now you're just crying about it. I was going to actually respond, and then you interrupted me. I didn't even get 10 seconds in. I was literally about to explain to you in 2 seconds, and then you interrupted me. Have you ever found anyone attractive?
Dude,
bro.
Dude,
what is your problem?
I get the answer.
Yeah.
I already know Chewbacca's answer.
So I could give you an example for each, all three, sexual, artificial, and natural. Sexual selection. Have you ever found someone attractive in your life? Yes. Well, that's sexual selection. You'll choose them over an unattractive person, and those traits will be passed on, and the same vice versa. Artificial selection, we wanted dogs to do certain things, like fetch, hunt, smell better, whatever it may be more docile. We chose the dogs that have those traits. We artificially picked those and bred them. That's artificial selection. And then a natural selection is when there's selection pressures in nature, such as the background, like snow, better blend into your background, and it helps you survive better. Those traits are passed on more. There you go.
Fucking yay for evolution.
Yeah, evolution,
And
as I
ask
just
why
stated,
that question.
destroys the possibility of evolution being true.
He just repeated the point. He didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, as put forth by the expert in the
hold on,
field,
let's,
Donald Hoffman. That
I
fitness.
think there was a material response to the point that had been raised by the evolutionists, scientism priests, if you will. Jesse had raised. What was your point, Jesse? Because No Tanks is just literally saying the same thing again.
Yeah, my
It's
question
in
is,
the
why are there
numbers.
principles? Sorry, No Tank said it himself, man. You guys don't have anything that gives laws. You just say laws exist and there's no cause for them.
I just explained. Have you ever found someone attractive in your life?
No, I haven't.
How about Jesse? Have you ever found someone attractive?
What kind of retarded question? I'm sorry to say that.
He can't respond to sexual selection.
Why do we gotta use the word?
What about gay people though? What about homosexuals?
What about
They exist in the natural world. I don't know what about.
How's that evolution?
They exist. They exist in all animal populations. I don't know what you want
being
more.
a homosexual
That's not a bad
helps.
point, Bob.
Yeah,
If
one
Bob's
of you
got
guys
a
got to
good
talk
point
at
there,
once.
because if evolution is true and it's fueled by this like mechanism of desire, sexual desire, then it can't even know that it's true that you shouldn't be trying to procreate with another male. And it would because it doesn't know anything. Yeah, it destroys the possibility of knowing. Again.
So there's so many I'll explain that. There's so many dumb things. Well, that's so crazy. I was just about to explain. I was just about to explain, bro. I was just about to explain. So the thing that you don't understand is that
that's such a dumb argument, man.
He was explaining why did he get muted?
I'm not sure. I can actually answer that question. Your stupid argument was that evolution makes it impossible for anyone to know anything because, I don't know, gay sex might be a thing. Well, we still fucking know that when you insert your penis into a vagina and you come, that might cause babies. We can know that.
Jesus Christ.
Evolution didn't debunk that. So what the fuck are you talking about? Your point was so goddamn insanely stupid. Why the fuck are you allowed to speak?
The point is men find other men attractive.
Your point was
retard.
Yeah, but
retard. You didn't even get the point, dumbass.
I'll actually explain it. Okay, because I actually know.
Can I respond to that?
You can't even understand.
So I'll
why did evolution make you gay?
Yeah, I can actually explain this. So we don't understand the fact that the sexual orientation, right, which people that you're attracted to, isn't just simple genetics. It also has a lot of other factors on it, and those factors aren't influenced by mechanisms of evolution. So one of those factors are your environment, and even though that there are selective pressures in an environment, your environment isn't only a mechanism of evolution. It also influences you in a lot of other ways, such as your personality traits. A lot of people who are homophobic know this inherently because they like to say that people who are gay are broken people. So you already acknowledge the fact that there are other factors other than genetics that might give you the sexual orientation you have.
The thing is, though, women like men who are
I was so close to finishing.
No one cares
so
about your dumbass
I was so close. It's not a dumbass point, and that's why you're trying to interrupt me. We all know that there are other factors that determine sexual orientation other than just genetic and
But Demon, doesn't this defeat your original argument, which was that evolution is fueled through like the sexual interactions?
That's one mechanism. There are other mechanisms, yes.
Yeah, so then to say, well, it's fueled through this, but now through this, we're now not making babies because evolution itself.
Do you know what the percentage of population is, perchance, that are gay? Do you know what the percentage is?
As long as it's a small percentage.
Is it increasing? I don't know. Is it increasing?
Are they?
That's not what he asked.
Devolving? Are they devolving?
Not what he asked. Not what he asked. What's the percentage?
I mean, is it up or down?
What's the percentage?
Oh, that's fine. What is the delta percentage? You can give me that too.
It's gonna be a small percentage, and evolution would actually provide a mechanism that makes sure that it remains quite low because those people won't reproduce. Do you realize that?
That's irony too. Yeah.
So
which is actually, when you think about it, a good thing for evolution. So like evolution works. Yay,
evolution's not real. You just keep saying the word evolution.
All right, so PhD Blob, you think evolution's not real? I know that you don't believe that. PhD Blob, do you have parents? PhD Blob, do you have parents?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, PhD Blob. Yeah.
I willed myself into being.
Okay, cool.
No, me too.
He didn't have
you
to
just
live
gotta. Yeah, so I don't know why we let people like this when we don't want dishonest conversations. I don't know why we let them talk if they want to have a conversation. I agree, it is ironic, yeah.
Look in the mirror.
True.
He might get really attracted to himself.
Much of anything important, dude. You're just all fluff.
He might start kissing the mirror.
It's not like I'm not studying evolution right now in college.
Mirror lives matter.
By the way, earlier, the other guy who was talking, he was trying to imply exactly what I said earlier, that because we cannot know if gay sex is okay or not, we cannot know anything. That was what he was saying. So the other guy who was saying that my way of representing the argument was stupid, no, that's what he was implying. We cannot know anything. Knowledge completely goes out of the question because we don't know if gay sex is okay or not.
So that's because, listen, you know that because evolution is not true.
No.
So you know that, yes. So now you know.
But I already made that argument.
Because evolution itself, unguided evolution itself.
I made that argument
it doesn't
already.
even matter what argument me or No Tanks is making. You guys are just getting dominated by reality and your own self-reflection.
Yes, you are getting dominated by the reality that we can know some things even if evolution is
You're fighting reality, man.
I am fighting for truth and you are fighting against the truth. Because
No,
can we know if evolution is hold on, if evolution is real,
demonstrate as reality, not what you
can you guys control yourselves? If I was speaking.
They
If evolution is real, we can still know that putting a penis into a vagina and the penis producing semen in that vagina will quite likely it might produce babies. We know that.
How do you know that?
So your stupid argument that
How do you know
gay
that?
sex, by knowing it. So your stupid argument of gay sex, means nothing can be known.
How does unguided evolution allow for knowledge?
I was speaking, so you were interrupting. Is it okay for me to actually finish the sentence or not? If it's not okay, then you might be a retard and you might need muting.
Well, you're gonna continue.
You don't really have a point right now, man. Like, what are you even talking about? You're just saying.
I'm just pointing out that his argument that gay sex means that we cannot know anything. That's a stupid fucking argument. I don't need to say anything more.
That was his argument, dude.
Yes, it was his argument, and it was a retarded argument.
Agree to your certainty. It's a sliding scale. I say that you can either know things or you don't. You think that knowing things is like a sliding scale. That doesn't.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that we either know things or don't?
Yeah,
no, you cannot. I win because you cannot prove it. You can just assert it as religious faith that you have.
Are we gonna let this story guy just troll everybody? Is that what we're gonna do, guys? What do you think?
You mean Jesse or?
I say we mute. I say we mute Lush and kick him forever.
I'm not even speaking. What the fuck are you talking about?
I say we move on, stop insulting people, and and just get a conversation going.
I think we should move on again. Yeah.
I think we should talk about
black and white thinking. Sorry.
Black and white thinking.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, that is what I was going to refer to in regards to that last statement. It's a true dichotomy: the law of excluded middle, the law of logic. It's either black or white. Yeah, it's either true or false.
Logic.
So wait, I have a question. No tanks. I know you won't answer this question, but I have like a few
then don't ask
like
it.
3 at most. But I just want to watch you not answer the question. Can you see any cars right now, like at this moment? No tanks.
Did you enjoy me not answering? Did you watch it? Did you watch me not answering? Did you like it?
That's fair. Yeah. Can you see any cars right now at the moment? Yeah.
Look at that, double the fun of me not answering you. That was twice as fun.
Can I try now?
I know.
No thanks.
The black and white, the what Laurie had asked earlier, like how do you know we can know things using the laws of logic, the law of excluded middle, that something's either true or false, is implying how we utilize them.
I don't think they like the laws of logic because whenever I bring up like the cause and effect, they're going like, you can't really know anything because you manipulated cause.
Only Gödel's incomplete theorem didn't exist, or incompleteness theorem didn't exist.
Let's not interrupt people in the mid-sentence. Please, Larry, control yourself, guys. Go ahead, Larry.
Just to be fair, MH was going to ask a question.
No, not you. You stop talking, Akna. Especially you.
Okay.
Larry, go ahead.
Emotional today.
Thank you.
No, just Akna, this is your final warning. If you keep this up, I'm going to time you out. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I just want to point out how, a lot of these people hold the position that, science doesn't prove anything, even though we're dealing with cause and effect relationships. And when you manipulate the cause and you see the effect, it should be, pretty close, if not like absolutely proof. But you got a Glober in here who argues that when a penis ejaculates into a vagina, it sometimes causes babies, right? That's cause and effect. So can you guys take a stance? Maybe if there is laws of logic, or maybe there's not, please. Thank you.
Larry, have you heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? Or Gödel's incompleteness theorem? Larry, have you heard of that?
What is it?
That is a statement that you cannot prove a system from inside the system.
It's like the prime numbers thing. Like all numbers, all whole numbers above 2 is the sum of 2 prime numbers, but it's not possible to prove or it might not be possible to prove. It's like Goldbach's conjecture, kind of.
So the first incompleteness theorem states that no consistent system of axioms whose theorems can be listed by an effective procedure is capable of proving all truths about the arithmetic of natural numbers. For any such consistent formal system, there will always be statements about natural numbers that are true, but that are unprovable within the system. And then the second incompleteness theorem is an extension of that and shows that the system cannot demonstrate its own consistency. Logic is a mathematical system.
Well, that's the claim. Can you prove the claim? No,
Yeah, that's what Girdle did. That's what he did.
Yeah, I mean, what's the proof of the claim? That's just.
It's linked in the chat.
Yes. So
Just state the.
So
just
no
state
thanks.
Demonstrate the claim. Don't just restate the claim. Demonstrate it.
No thanks.
thanks. It's in the chat.
No thanks.
No, so you
Wait,
can't.
wait.
You're not
I
gonna
have
do
a
it.
question. Before we continue, I must know. No thanks. Are you using a mic right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you managed to answer a question. Oh my fucking god.
Well, the styles
Finally,
right?
it took you only
Enough with
5
the meta,
hours.
guys. Agent and no Okna. Enough with the meta. I'm warning you guys. Yeah.
But this is very important, Essie. This is
subject. If do not
it
interrupt
is-
when a mod
it
is
was-
talking, I will time you out. Understand
But
that.
you're
not
lying.
gonna
You're
run the
lying
show.
about me.
You're not listening.
You're literally lying right now. It was on topic. It was very much on topic.
So I just timed them out for 10 minutes. Understand this, guys. When a mod talks, you're going to be quiet and you're going to follow instructions. You guys are not going to run the show. We're going to go one at a time and no one's going to interrupt anybody. Is that understood? Thank you.
Do not lie about people and it will be very much understood. Eddie.
Yes, Daddy.
Thank you. Let's go one at a time now.
Yeah,
begging for more wild. It's just egging him for more wild.
Sometimes is it objectively blue? Sometimes can you know that? I think you can.
No, you cannot.
Well, even in the, I mean,
you cannot 100%.
I'm looking at the blue sky right now, so I'm going to say that you have psychosis because I'm looking at a blue sky right now.
And I'm going to tell you, you cannot with 100% certainty ever know that, Larry.
How do you know that you can't know?
Because, as I stated before, the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics. You can never be 100% certain about anything. That doesn't mean I can't have a threshold at which I say, yeah, that's good enough.
Are you
but
certain
I
about
can never
that?
be
We
100%
depend on what we observe in quantum mechanics.
Are you certain?
No, we
Are you
definitely
certain
make
about
objective
what
claims about what's happening on a quantum scale.
Yeah, correct. To some threshold of error, you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, so when we say that the sky is
That's
blue,
what I'm saying.
we're correct. We're
no,
correct.
That you're not understanding what I'm saying. I stated that no, you do not have 100% knowledge that the sky is blue. I have given you the reason why. In quantum mechanics, you do not have 100% knowledge of the prediction you're making. You have it to within some certain accuracy.
All right. Do you think the sky is not blue?
That doesn't make it true.
Yes, I think the sky is blue. Correct. I do think the sky is blue.
Do you know that the sky is blue?
No.
Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
That I think the sky is
blue.
And it's just so you just think it's blue. And so does everyone else, man. So if somebody walks in the room and tells you that the sky is blue, only then will you say that you know it's blue?
Hey, hang on, guys. Larry,
No,
you're
yeah,
muted. Never mind.
Anyways, so since we're answering questions now, no takes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we weren't supposed to interrupt people. Oh, wait, that's so crazy. I thought it was one at a time. I thought it was one at a time. Oh, that's so crazy.
You're getting modded. Relax. Go ahead, Okna.
Yeah. So, no tanks. Can you see any cars right now at the moment? No. Okay, I'll ask Kanye then. Kanye, can you see any cars?
Was it fun for you the third time?
Sorry, you're again not supposed to interrupt each other, so I don't know why you're talking now. So, Kanye, can you see any cars right now?
I can see the clown car that you pulled up in.
Yeah. So, Kanye, I asked you a question, and we're supposed to be having conversations. Kanye, can you see any cars right now?
Yes, I
They
see
don't
cars
have to
right now.
answer you. Listen, Akna, they don't have to answer you. You're not going to just keep going and asking people. That doesn't work like that. So you ask your question. If you don't
I literally asked.
go.
All right, SE. I asked Melodic a question, and then Tuaka started talking, and now I have to answer.
I was busy.
This guy just doesn't know how to have cordiality.
Were
in a
you
conversation.
interrupting a mod? Sounds like you were interrupting a mod. So
Jesse, I was busy when you asked that question.
I'm gonna mute everybody. I swear to God, I'm telling you. Let's
Jesse,
get back on track, like adults, man. Like adults. Let's take it easy. Go ahead.
Adults ignore other adults' questions.
Jesse, I was busy. Tuakna is more than welcome to talk while I'm busy before I can answer you. To answer your question, when the third person walks in and says, hey, the sky is blue, then the probability of the sky actually being blue has just gone up. Correct. This is using Poisson statistics. I can link them to you in the chat.
Make your argument,
no quantum mechanics involved. So but they don't know anything about the wavelengths of light or anything.
Listen, make your Melodic. This is the third time you've done the thing where you're like, well, listen, I have articles that uphold my position here, but you're unable to really reference the part in your citations that uphold your argument. So it really kind of tells me you don't really have an argument there. So
I have no take.
What? Yeah. Can you just elaborate?
Would you like me to? Okay, I can elaborate. I can elaborate upon them again. Right. So because of the incompleteness theorem, I cannot know the location of a particle, the momentum of a particle, the energy of a particle, at all within some degree of accuracy. That's just a foundational fact. That's just a foundational fact of quantum physics.
It's just a claim. It's just restating the claim.
No, it's a foundational fact of quantum physics. It is demonstrated every time you just talk to me over the internet.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so you're not able to demonstrate your
yes, I am. Have you ever heard? Have you heard of this theorem before? Would you like? No, you're not listening to me. Stop. Have you heard of this theorem before, or do I need to actually guide you through the whole derivation?
I haven't heard of the theorem before. That's why.
Okay. Got it. So you're just saying it doesn't work because you don't know. Okay.
This is not a challenge to you. It's just me pointing out, right? If you're going to reference,
right, you're right. You're pointing out that you don't know, therefore you think I'm wrong.
Finish, guys. Let each other finish your sentence, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just friend to friend, Melodic. You know what I mean? Like I'm that.
You're not being very friendly.
I'm that second person here, and I'm going to tell you it's real, right? You know, it's real. That the citation is just a citation. If you can demonstrate what it is that you're trying to argue for, that would be more interesting, or it would probably add something. You know what I mean?
You just demonstrated it to me and to you by talking to me over the internet.
Okay, now
I'm getting ready to link it to you, and the fact I get it, you don't know what this is, that's fine. I can run through the derivation of it if you would like, but again, it's going to require some mathematical knowledge. Do you have calculus knowledge?
Just lay it out, dude. Just lay out your proof, whatever it is that you're claiming. Just lay it out. No, that's what Jesse was asking you for, and you're saying I got a link that proves something. It's called this thing, and you dropped your mic and walked away. You didn't. It's not an argument.
It is an argument if you can read the math.
Yeah, don't lay it out. He just should learn about it on his own. That sounds like a him problem. He's just doing an argument from ignorance.
Oh, well, then it's not an argument. And so it's just some sort of.
I mean, it is an argument. It is an argument. It is an argument.
Really funny.
Again, you just need to know math to read it.
It's an argument that you're not going to be able to disseminate in the conversation.
No, not at all.
For the past 2 days, I came through with video evidence.
Disseminated it in the conversation. Like I don't.
For the past 2 days, I came through with video evidence.
One at a time, Noah. One at a time, bro.
Yeah, I was getting
Noah here. Hold on, I have to unmute him.
I was getting in the same time as the other guy, and then the Glober wasn't talking at all when I was getting in.
No, he was talking.
No, the Glober was not. No, the Glober was not when I started. So basically, for the past 2 days, I've come in and I've been trying to show these guys videos of them faking nukes. They would refuse to actually look at the video while we're going through the parts where they video edited and faked it. But now today, they think that dropping a citation is now all of a sudden proof. You can't have your cake and eat it too, guys.
Hey Noah, let me tell you. So I did watch your video. I watched the first video, after which I went, oh, Noah just says that random ass shit is good for him, and went, well, since I know that now, I can go act this way going forward. So when you actually give me a citation that's worth looking at, I will then I will look at your citations. But BitChute videos are not proof or evidence of anything.
Them showing how they faked it, and how the video is irrefutably not a real video of a real life event, and I seen it. You weren't watching it. There was
I watched your first one though. I was right there.
There was five different demonstrations of what they told us.
I
were
watched your
videos of
entire
nuclear
first video,
bombs.
Noah.
You
watched your entire
you guys
video,
didn't
Noah.
actually address any of the points. You didn't do anything. You guys just
Possibly because
ignored
the
and
points weren't valid.
you ignored and distracted from what was given to
just
you.
like you've
And now
ignored.
you think that if you just bring a citation to the table, we should all bow to you, and you can't even bow to
No, I don't think anybody should bow to me. I don't think anybody should bow to me. Think what you want to think.
Even bow. Yo, maybe it's you that's breaking all the mod rules. You can't even bow to your own rules of play. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, bro. It's hypocritical. Intellectual hypocritical.
Let him finish.
Well, I'm not going to let him sit and call me a hypocrite when I actually watched what the fuck he put forward. Like, that's just not going to work, Omnivore.
Look, well, it's going to have to. So,
he can call me a lot of things, but he's not going to sit here and call me a hypocrite.
Omni, that's the first time you've ever modded on my side. Thank you.
We knew you could do it, Omni.
Oh, yeah,
We
shut
wanted
up,
for you.
thanks. Shut up. Melodic. I'm trying to direct this to somewhere productive.
Wait, Omni, I have a question.
Having watched the video that you just said you watched, do you have a response to what was said in the video or to Noah's argument?
He didn't even watch the whole video. He watched one 30-second clip of the video.
And now my pronouns aren't getting respected either, so,
He watched only 30 seconds and then stopped.
I'm
sorry about that.
It's a fun game to play. Anyhow's it. I don't expect it from Noah, so it's fine. My response to his video is that some anecdotes do not disproof make. I can look at pre-1945 steel and look at ships that were sunk and have been underwater for hundreds of years and compare the radioactivity of this piece of metal with something that I just forged today and see the difference. Like, I have
you done that?
I can touch.
Have you done that?
I have a question. I have a question on this.
Complete red herring. That was a complete red herring.
You just totally interrupted me.
Also,
cool.
real quick, I just want to say what's up, party people.
Okay,
That's
so
not
totally interrupted. So I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna talk now. So Omni, I have a question. So Omni, sorry, we're not supposed to interrupt people, and I had a question. Okay, cool. So Omni, I have a question. If someone denies, because I saw one of the rules was that you shouldn't be spreading false information. One of the rules here said that you shouldn't be spreading false information or you shouldn't have racist rhetoric. If someone denies that George Floyd actually died and the whole thing was a psyop, do you think that they should be banned or at least get modded for that?
Yeah, it was all fake.
What Melodic said, the guy just stopped talking. He was clearly not talking, and I started, and he wasn't talking. So Melodic came, these guys are completely. I'm being completely run over now.
Hold up. I need to address what was just said. No, I apologize. I apologize for cutting you off. If there's a question about moderation, please take it up with the moderators. Open a ticket or address it in the text chat. We're having a current conversation right now, so. Go ahead.
Okay, can I address the last thing? Because the guy addressed me, and then someone else had to come in between to complain about some random shit.
Yes,
so the guy's response to what I said was a complete red herring. What I was showing was the fact that they gave us the videos of the nukes. The videos of what they say are nukes are faked. We were going through videos of how they showed it was faked, how they showed it was video editing, spliced video footage. He doesn't actually address that. He just goes on to talk about his own rhetoric, which is some pre-World War II steel or whatever, which could be a good point, but is a red herring to that possible fact. The videos we went over showed how they could have done Hiroshima and Nagasaki without an atomic bomb, and how it was very perfectly possible, and all the evidence indicates they could have done it through carpet bombing and incendiary bombing. And the second video was just debunking all the videos they give us as they're clear fakes, like the moon landing. Thank you.
So, to then just address his really terrible BitChute video a bit further, he also showed no evidence of multiple craters when his theory involved carpet bombing. So again, like, I'm not just dismissing, I'm going, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
I have testimonies from multiple
they
people.
They showed the exact damage of what a carpet bomb city looked like, and what
so I don't know if you know this, but
looked like.
Eyewitness
and they were exactly the same. Actually, in fact, at
terrible.
ground zero, Nagasaki and Hiroshima looked better than certain cities that were carpet bombed. There was more things structurally intact at Nagasaki and Hiroshima than there were in other cities which had identical carpet bombings to them. Thank you.
Okay, so then they weren't carpet bombed.
I have a question about that. Can I ask a question about that?
You're kind of roboting.
I was doing some research about the
You're really hard to hear, Maxim.
Yeah, Maxim, can you stop talking? You're really robotic. Thank you for listening.
All right, Melodic, do you have a response?
I'm sorry, what was said?
Everything Noah just said.
He didn't show me. He said that they didn't look like other cities that had been carpet bombed. So thanks for saying that. That's what I have to say to that.
They were basically. You look at what the damage of a carpet bomb city, and the damage of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The damage is identical, but then furthermore, when you go to ground zero, which is supposed to be more damage, not less, it actually has less damage and more structural buildings intact.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem, Noah. You said the outskirts look like they should have been carpet bombed, but you didn't show me any
This guy's out of control.
Craters.
Yo, I'm requesting a moderator. This is out of control.
Buildings were intact, and it supposedly got nuked.
Finish your point, and then Melodic, you can respond. Go ahead.
Fuck, thank God, dude. It's really not that hard. Yeah, so basically, the damage was identical in scope, except in the idea of having a nuclear bomb, there is supposedly a ground zero, an epicenter of the explosion, where the most damage is, and then there's zones of less and less damage that are just the shock wave or just burning or whatever. This was not the case in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The damage was identical across, not greater at ground zero. In fact, many buildings were standing at ground zero, standing up, upright, with the window frame still intact. Thank you.
All right. So again, thank you for highlighting the fact that it's inconsistent with other carpet bombings. And on the outskirts where you said it did look like there was carpet bombings, there's one problem. There's no craters. And then once again, the buildings that were standing up were explained to you by an airburst, and you just didn't understand physics. This is a common problem. It's okay, but like it's not unexpected.
Yeah, so there are a couple things. One is that there are multiple...
I want to respond to that. The first premise he came with, that the carpet bombings and the atomic bombings were not the same, that I'm admitting to that, is not the case. He's just either blatantly misunderstanding me.
So then you have pictures of craters.
Moderator, please. I was very calm through him strawmanning the fuck out of me, and let him strawman the fuck out of me. So I'd like to explain how he strawmanned me. The damage was identical between the nuclear bomb cities and the carpet bomb cities.
Other than the craters.
No difference.
Other than the craters. Other than the craters.
Moderator, I'm trying to get through the last part of my point, and this guy is just out of control. So there was moderator, this guy's doing it again. Okay, so
go ahead.
Okay, so the damage to Nagasaki and Hiroshima was identical with other cities that were carpet bombed. The strange thing is, if it wasn't carpet bombed and it was a nuclear bomb, there should have been a different amount of destructive capability depending on if you're at ground zero, right outside ground zero, or far away from ground zero. There's zones of destruction that they classify based on what is supposedly supposed to be a nuclear bomb. This was not the case in Nagasaki, Hiroshima. The destruction was homogeneous among the area, basically. There was no more damage at ground zero than there was anywhere else. In fact, there was buildings standing at ground zero. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 points. Once again, you just said that it was homogeneous, but then contradicted yourself because you've stated that the damage inside is not consistent with being firebombed. And then once again, the damage outside that you do claim looks consistent with a firebomb does not look consistent with a firebomb because it is lacking in craters.
Okay, so negative. It is consistent. It's homogeneously consistent around the whole cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It looks like a carpet bomb, incendiary bomb around the entire city. And furthermore, if it was a nuclear bomb, there should have been an extreme impact at one point and less destruction as you go farther away from the ground zero point. This is not the case with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Thank you. It is exactly the same as a carpet bomb incendiary bomb.
You said thank you. It's my turn to talk now. Noah, where are the craters from a fire bombing?
They're all over the place. The whole place is bombed the fuck out.
Give me one. Give me one.
We were looking at the pictures yesterday.
Then you should be able to find it. Give me one. I want one. Give me it then. I didn't see it clearly.
Do you have distinguishable craters in other places that have been firebombed?
Yes, I do. Would you like to see them?
What is the comparison point?
Would you like to see them?
I would like to inform the audience that we were literally looking at pictures yesterday, and he would refuse to look at them. And today he's demanding the thing.
No, I didn't refuse to look at them.
Thank you.
I didn't refuse to look at them. I want one picture of a crater. Please show me one picture of a crater.
Sorry, we're not going to go back to yesterday to the things you refused to look at.
No picture of any crater.
Noah, hold up. All right, there had been a back and forth there a little bit between Yasuke and Melodic. Let's bear that one out, and then we can come back to you. Go ahead, guys. Guy, girl, sorry.
Show me a picture of a crater, Noah. That's it. That's all I want. If you show me a picture of a crater, Noah, I will believe you. I'm not done talking. Why are you interrupting me? You just keep complaining about me, and then you're just going to do it. You're just going to do it. Like, stop complaining about it if you don't want it done to you. Stop complaining. Stop over-talking me if you don't want it done to you. Right. So again, show me one picture of one crater in either of these cities.
Okay, so this is let the audience know that this is ridiculous. Because right now, as I come into the chat driving, I cannot provide pictures. But yesterday, these pictures were being provided for an hour straight. Let the audience know the context of this conversation is for an hour straight. These images were being provided. They refused to look. And now today,
not a single one had a crater.
He is touting today.
You're not listening to me. He's saying I didn't look at them, but none of them had a crater.
I didn't ask him a question then go on to chant the question over and over again.
None of them had a crater.
Independent, succinct points. So,
none of them had a crater.
I want the audience to know. I want the audience to know that he cannot tout this as a victory or an absence of evidence.
Is this a trans-friendly server or what? Can Noah please get moderated about this? I'm getting tired of it.
Yo, moderator, this guy's just.
Yeah, you just insulted me.
This guy's out of control, bro. Moderation. Hey. This guy's out of control.
You've been told twice.
So anyway, you cannot tout me not bringing to the table as I'm driving down the interstate. As I'm driving down the interstate.
Specifically rule number 8 that this is a trans-friendly server, and we need to step up the moderation on this, no matter your personal feelings. This is fucking ridiculous that you guys let this slide all the time.
It's clearly my turn, and all y'all interrupt me and dogpile me. Yeah, it's clearly a fucking problem.
Welcome to the madhouse.
So again, Noah, I looked at all your pictures. None of them had craters. Please provide me a picture with one crater.
Would a nuclear bomb create a crater?
Not an airburst one, funnily enough.
That's what I was going to ask. Can I ask that question now? If my signal's coming through?
Yes, it is.
So with regards, so I was reading into this while Noah was giving his presentation. Which again, Noah, thank you for the presentation. The airburst was between, I think it was like 1,500 and 1,600 feet. Is there any way for us to compare what that might look like with like a detonation closer to the ground to see the crater difference?
But it would take another video that Noah's gonna say is fake. So
well, Noah, what are your thoughts on that? Like, if we could compare the differences, would you accept that?
Yeah, like I said, dude, it's really deceptive to claim that there's some sort of absence of evidence on literally things you were being shown yesterday. That's what I would like to first off state. It's very dishonest, melodic. But second off, I would love to do more comparisons and more research into this when I have the time, because I am confident that if you guys aren't in a coping mind state, that you guys can actually accept the truth, that you will soon see that they lied to you and nuclear bombs, nuclear explosions have not happened. They do not exist.
Noah, when you can show me a picture of a single crater, I might be tempted.
He is chanting a picture of a single crater because he is a dishonest man, and yesterday was being shown the evidence, and today because I'm in a bad logistical situation driving on my phone, he wants to ridicule in front of a crowd who is ignorant.
I know there's not going to be pictures. I'm not asking him for pictures. I'm telling him what it'll take to change my mind.
Moderation. He's doing it again.
Noah, hold on. Melodic. If you keep
he keeps telling me that I'm asking him Like, hold on. He's telling me that I'm asking him for pictures when that's not what I told him. I said exactly what it'll take to change my mind, and I've already told him twice now that when he showed those pictures, I looked at them and there were no craters. So he's continuing to lie.
Melodic, are you aware that you're on a vocal medium right now? This is not a face-to-face discussion. Everybody can only
that's good for Noah, because I would have punched him by now.
Talking. That's wonderful. But what I'm telling you is this. You are not more important. Why he's telling you is not more important than the other 28 plus people in here listening. All right?
I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is he's just lying, and I'm tired of him. I'm tired of repeating myself to him and then being lied about again.
Now you're interrupting
but
me.
I'm getting ready to go smoke, so I'm gonna mute myself, and then I'll be back.
Thank God.
Yeah, there's some points you just disengage when it's zero progress and there's not going to be any progress. It's a point where you disengage.
Have the
from left lane.
Take that into account.
I want to say something real fast. I noticed a lot of othering, or what they call demonization, and I think most people in here agree that genocide is bad. But what is the first step to genocide? It's othering people, saying that I look down on you because you don't believe exactly the way that I believe. I think we really got to stop the othering and realize that most ideas in here are not your idea. You don't identify this as your idea. Most of the ideas are received ideas, so they're not even yours. So if someone attacks an idea that came out of your mouth, there's no reason to say, oh, you're a fool because you disagreed with someone else's idea that I'm repeating.
Who is saying that?
No, he's just making a general statement. He's making a general statement.
No, there was somebody left lane down on other people. Sorry, go ahead. There was someone in here saying that they look down on people because they disagree with them. So that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, attack the. You're asking that the room attack the argument. Yeah, that's not. I mean, it's
for fuck's sake.
Idea.
Yeah. Hey, what about the fact that people lived in Hiroshima and Nagasaki right after the supposed nuclear bombs?
Do they have a bunch of children that look like they were in the movie The Hills Have Eyes?
I think they look normal. I mean, they're Japanese, but other than that.
Oh, what about all the people that live in Fukushima right now? Do they look like they're the children from the movie The Hills Have Eyes?
I haven't been there.
Cancer rates were significantly higher in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So yes, people did live there, and apparently they got cancer up to substantially higher rates.
Yeah. You think maybe they
higher
were
than
trying
those people who live in Delaware? I don't know.
Cancer does not equal nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
You get apparently genetics.
Well, if the radiation, right, if the radiation dispersed over a greater enough area, the people living in that area would get radiation poisoning and could develop cancer. So
yes, radiation being spread over a large area that was carpet bombed by radioactive material is not proven an atomic bomb. Thank you.
I was responding to the question that you asked regarding how radiation or nuclear bomb would be correlated to people having cancer.
I didn't
Nothing
ask
to do
a
with
question.
carpet bombing.
I did not ask a question, so it couldn't have been my question you're answering. But I was responding to what you were saying in that radiation spread over a large area is possible through carpet bombing with radioactive materials. Thank you.
So now the carpet bombing had radiation? Right.
Yes, if you didn't know that that actually normal ingredients in bombs are mildly radioactive. And if you want to build yes, that's true. You don't need to laugh demonically about it.
It is kind of funny.
It's a fact that yes, materials have radioactivity to them. Yes, you don't need to laugh about it.
Why would they carpet bomb with radioactive material instead of just using a nuclear bomb? Yeah, cry about it.
Yo, modders. What's going on here? So, materials that are put in bombs, certain bombs already have radioactive material naturally within them. Napalm is a good example. It's also naturally radioactive. But there are things called dirty bombs in which you put specifically radioactive material into a bomb and then carpet bomb your enemy, thus radiotizing your enemy's land and stuff. This is possible without the use of a nuclear bomb. Therefore, radioactive land area does not equal nuclear bomb, given there's many ways to do it. Thank you.
So this might be the dumbest progression of they didn't nuke Hiroshima that I've heard yet. So just so I understand this theory, so we've gone from they didn't nuke Japan to they firebombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I guess, to what? Where are we at now? That they firebombed them with radioactive materials? Is that really the?
Well, from what I'm looking up,
yes, that's actually something that they were able to do back in the day. Was put radioactive material inside the bombs. It's called a dirty bomb.
I'm aware.
It is now illegal. It was made illegal by the Geneva Convention or whatever, saying you can't do this to people. You can't chemically bomb them. You can't radioactively bomb them. You can't use biological weapons on people. That is against the Geneva Convention. You know why it's against the Geneva Convention? Because people can do it without using a nuclear bomb. You can radiotize things without a bomb.
I'm aware of that. I don't think anybody is not aware of that. But claiming that it happened is, like something you would presumably want to show evidence for. I mean,
claiming that a nuclear bomb happened because there's radioactive material I'm telling you that it does not equal nuclear bomb. Radioactive material does not equal nuclear bomb.
Well, just a second. So what I heard,
the whole point of the argument.
Yeah, I know, because what I heard Blob say was, "Oh, didn't people live there right after? They wouldn't have done that if it was nuked." Yeah, they would have, and they would have gotten cancer. And what did we discover? Oh, there were,
guess what? It's only a 3% increase in mortality from cancer. And how the fuck did they assess that? Someone has cancer, they're going to just say, "Oh, it was from the radiation." 3%. They're saying 300 people died from radiation poisoning up till 1978.
That's not.
And it peaked only like a couple of years after.
That's more. That's 3% more than normal.
How do they know that? How do they know that?
That means 3 out of every 100.
That? How do they
because
know
we know what
they're comparing it. They're comparing it to the. Yeah, go ahead, Omni.
We know what the average rate of cancer deaths per X number of people is.
Prior to the.
It's the same everywhere.
Prior to the bomb.
Is it the same everywhere in the world? Or is it
we
wildly
have
different depending on where you are?
Wait, yeah, they're comparing it.
There.
They're comparing it to the number. They're comparing it to the number of people that would have been exposed prior to the
you have no
bomb
fucking evidence.
or the nuclear bomb.
Yes, we do. We have the numbers from there.
I'm telling you what you fucking asked for.
Okay, how did they prove that the radiation is what caused those people's cancer? How did they prove that?
Because there wasn't a bomb, and then there was a bomb, and then cancer rate
3% increase, and they're saying it's from the radiation. How the fuck did they prove that?
Did anybody
they
say
had
they proved it? I mean, I think
they didn't prove it. Okay, no evidence.
Clear, yeah. I mean, if you're asking me, I think it's pretty clear that if they did nuke it, then we would expect to see higher cancer rates.
Omnivore, it sounds like you don't understand this yet.
Yeah,
regardless of cancer rates, radiation being on site or radioactive material being on site, that is not mutually exclusive evidence of a nuclear bomb going off. Many things in the world are radioactive. Thank you.
Yeah, many things are radioactive.
And if things are radioactive, then they have a critical mass. And if they have a critical mass, then I have a nuclear bomb. Thank you for coming to my
I mean, I mean, I don't. If those words are coming out of my mouth, I'd be embarrassed, Noah.
They're coming out of mine, and I'm not, because this is physics.
Radioactive material, not exclusively meaning there's a nuclear bomb, would be an embarrassing term for you. You've never heard of a nuclear power plant before, sir, where a bomb isn't going off, yet there's radioactive material.
Man, like I said,
why would you be embarrassed by the existence of a radioactive plant?
Because Noah, a radioactive power plant is just a controlled nuclear bomb.
No, it is not. He
digs a hole deeper. He digs the hole deeper.
It is definitely not. There is no nuclear explosion going on, and that's being controlled in there. That's crazy that you think that.
Wait, so how exactly do you think a radioactive or a nuclear power plant works?
The rods get put together, they get hot, they boil the water pushes the turbine. Done. No explosion, no bomb, nothing like that.
Right. So what do you think? What do you think those rods are? What do you think those rods are preventing from happening?
Calm down, demon. Yo, so
yeah, don't interrupt me, dumbass.
The fact that you guys have, well, not your guys' paradigm. I don't know. You guys seem to disagree with your own paradigm a lot of times. But the fact is, your paradigm says you can't actually control an explosion and garner workable energy from it. If you could, you'd have a fusion reactor, something that you guys have said to not have yet and have been working on for like 100 years. So
we have fusion reactors.
The fact that you
hold on. This is worse.
a nuclear power plant works is by nuclear explosion shows you don't understand that fusion reactor is not possible yet. In your own paradigm, you don't know your own paradigm. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Noah, did you just say I can't extract usable work from an explosion? Because I'd like to then ask you how you think a combustible engine works.
I was gonna ask,
there's no nuclear. Wait. There's no nuclear combustion engine. So the fact that you just brought that up shows you're ignorant. If they had a nuclear combustion engine, an engine where a nuclear explosion went off and pushed a piston up,
it's beautiful.
You'd have a fusion reactor. You guys don't have a fusion reactor in your paradigm because the very thing you said is important.
Wait, so now you're admitting that we could use a nuclear explosion to power a piston engine? Brilliant.
You are exposed as not knowing your own paradigm.
I do believe.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that amazing? He just proved our own point. What a fucking idiot.
Believe you can put a piston around a nuclear explosion and garner energy from it. It's an engineering impossibility with your
What was the space program
right
called? What is the space program with the nuke? What was it called? Because it's just a nuke with a piston. What was it?
Yeah, so see, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about in his own paradigm. He doesn't realize.
I do very much.
He doesn't realize. He doesn't. Yo, stop interrupting, demon. He doesn't realize that in his own paradigm, nuclear explosions cannot be harnessed to produce a workable energy through a piston. If they would have, then fusion reactors would be a thing. They're not. You don't understand your own paradigm. This guy's exposed. Everyone in the chat should take note of that.
Everybody in this chat should read about Project Orion, where the proposed project to use nuclear weapons to power flight, go through space, and it's literally just like a nuclear bomb and a giant piston. It's hilarious.
He appeals to big space.
When you just a second, when you tell people to be quiet and you call them demons. I don't think that is making your case sound especially not hysterical.
Well, that's your position. I thought that it was a correct assessment of demon. I also participate in attributing demonness to some of these guys here.
And then they want respectful conversations, Omnivore.
No takes. I think you might be in the hysterical category too. Then
Omnivore. In my paradigm,
can we get back? No, hang on, guys. Can we get back on topic? It's about
Omnivore.
Nuclear power plants exploding to create the energy.
Yeah, those guys claim that they don't know their own paradigm.
Let's sit down, let's not filibuster.
It's specifically a controlled explosion because you don't want.
Show me the controlled explosion.
Incredible.
Okay.
Kind of like what happened at Hiroshima. Kind of like what happened at.
They've been trying to do that for 100 years. They said we can't make a fusion reactor because we can't control the explosion and extract the energy in an economic fashion. These guys are denying.
Wait. You guys don't think that we have controlled explosions of buildings for demolition?
But what about fission? No, there's fission also.
Well, I mean,
do you not know the difference between? Because we're talking about fission reactors. We're not talking about fusion reactors. Noah. We're talking about fission reactors, not fusion reactors. Noah,
we can definitely have.
But we do have.
We're wasting a ton.
We do have fusion reactors. Yeah. They're not very big. If you want to know about them, you can look up tokamak.
I mean, what are we at? Like 3 minutes of fusion right now, right? Something like that.
The point is, no one died from nuclear bomb radiation. There's fucking buildings standing where there was supposedly a nuclear bomb detonated. There's no evidence of nuclear bombs. You guys lose.
Oh boy,
you guys lost. All your demons are done.
That's it. I guess you know what?
That's strong, man.
Some guy on the internet said I lost.
Before I go, I'd like to address Omnivore in that. in my paradigm, there is a spirit of truth and there is a spirit of lying and confusion and demons. And essentially, if you are just making noise out of your mouth so the opponent cannot be heard, you are on the opposite side of reason and truth. You are on irrational, non-truth falsehood, which is demons. Yeah.
Yeah, you're projecting there, no.
I was going to say, I don't. That wouldn't be my. That wouldn't be my go-to if I were you.
Yeah, No Tanks was pretty much acting like a demon just like 30 minutes ago or an hour ago.
I mean,
points, arguments, statements to back, supports, evidence. That is what is called reason and bringing reasonable arguments to the table. If the other side is literally just making noise out of their mouth so that I can't be heard with what I'm saying, which has actual tangible meaning, that means they're not having a rational discussion. They're not on the side of truth. They're on the side of irrationality and falsehood.
Who told you that what
you're
saying
and confusion?
a rational point?
Mike,
Because you're not.
You might hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, just
I mean, I
the
think
microphone.
I can hear you. Good.
Sorry, didn't mean to destroy the conversation.
You're good, man.
Sounds better than your typical Mike. Not perfect, but better.
So after listening to this, and I said yesterday that I don't really have an opinion whether nukes are real or not real. I'm listening to this, and I feel like, both sides are really, really convinced and unconvincible or unteachable about the other side's opinion. When Noah was talking about dirty bombs, I think the owner of the server, I can't remember his name, he said that this is a new height, right? And I think that dirty bombs is actually a good argument because I've heard of dirty bombs before. I did a little bit of research, and if you had a large enough, I guess they call them kilotons, and it was a dirty bomb, what would be the way that you would distinguish a real nuke from a big ass fucking mother of all dirty bombs?
The amount of energy that gets
I don't
released.
know. Do you mean like a dirty bomb where they detonate it where they spread nuclear waste or something? I'm confused what you mean by.
Yeah, that's what a dirty bomb is usually explosive core packed with irradiated material, and the idea that we dirty bomb the heck out of Tokyo and Nagasaki is ridiculous. First off, if we did that, there would still be, some of that stuff is extremely long lasting. It wouldn't have just disappeared.
Like the nuclear bomb? Like the nuclear?
I just have a question for George.
Yes. Unlike the nuclear bomb, yes.
No, like the nuclear bomb. All the
No, PhD Blob, Dr. Blob. No. So the kind of stuff that you use in a dirty bomb typically is like irradiated cobalt and things like that. And that'll last for a long ass time, as opposed to the radioactive fallout or material produced by an airburst, which will be gone, comparatively quickly.
The whole point of this was there's another explanation for the increased rates of disease, and I already posted something from the National Library of Medicine, and it says, let me read it. Total excess cancer mortality from radiation-induced cancer through 1978 among all survivors is estimated to be 3.4% in excess. Meaning they're just guessing, there's like a 3% increase in cancer. There's no evidence for it. So there's not even evidence that there's an increase of disease based on any radiation at all. The point is there's another explanation if there was people being poisoned with radiation. So you lose.
Can we agree
there would
that
have to be evidence for that explanation, which there isn't.
Can we agree that the supposed nuclear bombs, let's call them supposed for now, were detonated in the air and not on the ground?
Is there video of that?
Yeah,
Is there video? Or are you just saying that?
I'm just asking if we can agree just on let's just not call them nuclear bombs. Let's call them whatever bombs you want to call them. Were they detonated in the air or when they hit the ground?
No. So the distinction would be that the dirty bombs would have been, they would have left impact. This is why they were asking for impact craters across the landscape of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, because they wouldn't have been done as airbursts. They would have impacted on the ground. Whereas the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki would have been dropped from approximately 15 to 1,600 feet.
So they're saying that they did hit the ground or not?
I didn't hear the distinction either. Right there.
The dirty bombs would have hit the ground, right? The nuclear bomb went off midair.
How do you know that?
Well, that's what our claim is.
That's what's reported. Yeah, that's what's reported. That's all we have to go on. Right? Like,
So the story, there's no evidence of that, though, of that story?
But that,
I mean, there's no craters. I would
is-
consider that evidence. That
But also the evidence is based off of how, when they tested the Trinity, right? They did it from a particular height because they have to time those specific bombs in such a way that they create that fission reaction and it sets off the explosion, right? The reaction has to occur midair. It doesn't just hit the ground and then explode.
Why can't it just sit on the ground and explode?
But either
Because
way, like. But
Go ahead.
either way, it's our
Why
claim.
can't it
that
why can't it just sit on the ground and explode?
Because
he was
the
saying, like,
reaction, there's a chain reaction that has to occur inside the actual bomb itself. Like the encasing, the thing that it's encased in, there's a reaction that has to occur in order for the detonation to go off.
And then what, the
And not
motion
on-
causes that interaction or something? Or why is it necessary that it happens in the air?
I know you don't like me, no tanks, but it'd be nice if you like
Well, I
would
was just
let
trying
me
to clear
talk
this
every
thing
once
up
in a
before we
while.
move on to the next thing.
Wait, hold on.
You know, this
Wait,
distinction.
go ahead, no tanks.
Yeah, well, why is it necessary? Just for the distinction clarity, why is it necessary that it stays in the air? Why can't it not sit on the ground?
No. It can sit on the ground. Like, for example, say they timed it in such a way where it would hit the ground, but it wouldn't detonate until like a couple minutes after, right? Like, they could do that. Now, I don't know if they could time it precise. I mean, presumably they could time it precisely to where it hits the ground and detonates at the same time. But either way, the timing mechanism is done prior to it being dropped, right? It's built. There's like a gearbox inside that's built as though it's a stopwatch to where it will start that chain reaction inside the container that is the shell of the bomb.
Okay, and then
Right.
the affirmation of that is the height, right?
Right. Yes. So when yeah. Yes. No, that's correct. So like the detonation, the midair burst was due to how they set the timer, and they did that because they wanted the damage to be more extensive over a broader period. Because the way that the geographics of Nagasaki and Hiroshima is they're encased in like mountains, so it creates like a bowl. And if they would have just dropped it and the bomb lands and then it goes off, it wouldn't have been as destructive, and the radiation wouldn't have dispersed as far. So that airburst helped actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and the detonation mechanism was far too fragile to survive a ground impact anyway. The thing was a very precise, accurately timed series of implosions on the interior of the bomb. If that thing hit the ground, it would never work.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I can understand why that might be the case, because at that time, I can understand that.
Yeah, because the way at the time they did it is you have to keep the bomb subcritical, right? Because you don't want it to explode while you're transporting it. So they had it as a larger sphere, and then the explosions go off all at the same time to push all their energy into one small sphere and compress it to critical mass, which then boom.
So I just want to add to the discussion a little bit, if I can.
I got another question. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, I mean, if we're going to actually call this like a debate and a discussion about what happened, like we have one claim that says it was an airburst. Now, and the other side is saying, no, it's a dirty bomb that hit the ground. So if they're going to do a fair internal critique of our claim, then that's why, like, you can't say like there'd be more radiation on the ground because it hit the ground. Like, you would have to like justify you would have to prove that something actually did hit the ground with some type of evidence. So that's all I was going to say. Like, there has to be two sides with claims.
Right, and Omnivore brought up a really good point, because depending on how these dirty bombs might have been constructed, even if we grant that they had material inside of them that was radioactive, then we would have been able to go and find documents of them retrieving that material scattered over a larger area, instead of just the fissile radioactive material that was dispersed due to the explosion of an airburst.
There was no radioactive material. There was none.
Well, that's what's being claimed to justify the radiation.
There was no radiation.
Then what caused the increase in cancer?
What the 3% increase after 25 years?
Yep.
That you're just assuming is based on radiation?
So we have no explanation for it. We're just claiming it didn't happen.
Maybe they just got cancer the same way everyone else gets cancer. Where's your proof that it was caused by radiation?
Don't people get cancer also from the sun's radiation? So that doesn't help.
Genius! What a genius! So you have no proof that radiation caused disease.
I mean,
you're talking about
they have
radiation as if it's a fact. You're talking about it as if it's a fact.
Didn't they measure the radiation throughout the years? Are we not allowed to use that as evidence? Or are you gonna just hand wave to dismiss it?
No, they measured the sun's radiation, like your genius friend just talked about.
Are you talking about like after they dropped the bombs? I don't know if there's documentation of them taking like Geiger counters out across the landscape of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We can look into that though.
Show me the video where they do that.
Does it have to be video, or can it just be like documentation?
If it's just written down, then I'm not going to believe it.
Well, if you look at the yields of a conventional 500-pound bomb, it would take 60,000 500-pound bombs to equal the yield of the Hiroshima bomb.
And the place would be covered in craters, right? There's no carpet bombing evidence in Hiroshima or Nagasaki.
Yeah, because it was napalm. This idea that it's carpet bombing is just kind of retarded. Not gonna lie.
Napalm doesn't do that kind of damage.
Destroy buildings.
Also, napalm's just fire. It doesn't have any really like percussive value.
Doesn't destroy buildings.
Jelly gasoline's all it is.
The fire doesn't destroy buildings now. Okay.
No, it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same destructive force. It doesn't have the same destructive force as is shown from what's presumably the explosion.
How do you know that?
Because we can look at the evidence, which is the videos.
We can just do like a very small example. If you were to shoot a building with a gun, would that have more of an impact than like a brick building than shooting it with a flamethrower for like 2 hours? What would impact the building more? And what has more energy?
I mean, the majority of buildings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were wood, yeah. There's also like no debris or rubble in the streets, like the day after. Which, if it was a massive concussive explosion, you would expect a lot of rubble in the streets.
Yeah, and they weren't just burnt down; they were vaporized.
But also, why are there so many eyewitness accounts reporting that they heard multiple explosions?
How many?
I've never
Can you
seen
give me a number?
Never seen a single report like that.
I'll give a couple. Just give me a second.
I was
wonder
just
if
going
it'll
to
be
say,
the same one
there is
from
a
Noah.
working nuclear physicist who's been on Owen Benjamin's show. He's actually one of his best friends. He grew up with him. They had a podcast together.
That's
and
his
I
name,
had to ask
Steve?
ChatGPT 'cause I always forget his name, but his name's Dr. Kevin Peter Hickerson, and he's a working nuclear physicist who goes round to plants in the United States. And they used to have a podcast together. What was it called? Surely You Are Joking. Anyway, on his last podcast, Owen really tried to nail him down on whether nukes are actually real. And it was a little bit frustrating because he didn't say they were, but he just sort of said you can think of them as if they're real. It was very odd the way he answered the question. I was like, oh, fucking hell. But it was interesting that even this guy's casting doubt on such a thing, right? I mean, obviously we're not doubting nuclear power or submarines or something like that. But it's
Well,
certainly
I think people
interesting.
are doubting nuclear power, right? I mean,
At least the one guy was.
No,
the one guy
I don't think
was.
so.
I thought.
Yeah, Noah was
No.
claiming that nuclear power couldn't be a thing.
Well, Noah says some stuff though, doesn't he? I mean, I don't think that's debatable. Whether we've got nuclear plants, we've got nuclear submarines. I don't think Noah would. I'm not going to say because I wasn't here for that. So you might be pretty.
Yeah, I completely disagree with the framing of Noah when it comes to like Hiroshima being fake, as in like it kind of hand waves away a lot of things or just doesn't address a lot of things, whereas you do need to take into account every single aspect when you're going to say that Hiroshima wasn't used by a nuke, because like there were special types of sickness that people got here, so you need to have an explanation for the illnesses that people got, which I don't know if his understanding had that.
He had what I heard the other day. I don't know if it's the same person. He hand waved it. That's the same as napalm.
Also,
Yeah.
I think I did find a video that shows the Navy personnel as well as the Japanese military using Geiger counters to test the radioactive area and debris in Nagasaki. Let me post that real quick.
Even the video,
Yeah,
nice job.
The largest
job.
concentration of radioactive material was in a lake that was about a half mile out from ground zero. That was also elevated. It's like
Which makes sense
overwhelming
because-
large amount was over there.
Which makes sense because fresh water absorbs radiation. So
Yeah, so a couple of testimonies of people who were at the site. Shigeru Tasaka, a schoolboy in the 3rd grade. About noon, the people who had been out on labor service started coming back in 2s and 3s. Some of them thought the explosion was due to the arsenal blowing up, and in fact, the thump of explosions could be heard. But others said that it had to have been some nuke type of bomb. Yasuhiro Ishibashi, a schoolboy in the 4th grade. To the west, we would hear the sound of explosions, followed by flames rising high into the sky. I vacantly watched a big building burning, its iron framework collapsing in the heat. Ikuko Wakasa, a girl who was 5 at the time, from the fields, I could see that not only part of the town where we lived, but the whole city of Hiroshima was burning. There were clouds of black smoke and big explosions. And I could go on for at least another 3 with what I have right now, but there are more.
What times did you say?
Those explosions as in multiple or just one big?
well, that raises a good point. Where did these towns have like fuel tanks and stuff like that? Like where the heat would cause multiple explosions? That's a good question.
Absolutely. You get explosions during tornadoes.
They both
Someone
have
saying a
significant
thump
military
of explosions.
What
one
time
hearing
did you
the
tell
sound of
me?
Explosions.
What times did you say? You said a time. What time was that?
On which anecdote?
Whichever one had a time.
Yeah, the schoolboy said about noon, the people who'd been out on labor service started coming back in 2s and 3s.
And what city was that?
Let me just confirm that.
We're also getting into
It'll be
a
a
tricky
second.
thing of time zones. Also, like I'm not sure if the Japanese time zone was the same exact thing as like what we had for usually for our time. So I want to be careful with that.
Check and see what time all the clocks stopped in Hiroshima. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so about noon would make sense. About 8:15 in the morning.
Can you explain that?
There was a significant military presence there too.
Larry, we couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I heard one account of the time the clock stopped at 8 o'clock in the morning, but this other person was reading noon. So which one is it?
No, so the explosion happened at noon, or the explosion happened at 8:15 in the morning, about. And this was an account of somebody at about noon, like recalling people coming back, recounting their testimonies of the explosion. So it was a schoolboy in the 3rd grade.
Okay. To be clear, then this is a second-hand account.
That one was a second-hand account. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Yasuhiro Ishibashi and Ikoko Wakasa were not. Jesuit Father John Seams at the place. While we're attempting to put things in order, a storm comes up and it begins to rain. Over the city, clouds of smoke are rising, and I hear a few slight explosions. My big brother, schoolgirl in the 5th grade, my big brother, the one who had been doing voluntary labor, said that an incendiary bomb had exploded right in front of him. His face was a burned mass. I looked at him once, but I couldn't bear to look at him a second time.
Okay, so that's another second-hand account. Got it.
Wakaki. It is reported that in a farmhouse near Koi, an incendiary-like bomb dropped into a room through the roof, and something adhesive, oily, and combustible derived from the bomb adhered to pillars and began to burn.
Yeah, link for that one.
What would be the point of dropping incendiary bombs if you're going to drop a nuke or atomic?
You wouldn't. That's why the whole point was it's one plane.
You said it's one flame?
Right. It was only one plane.
What does that even mean?
You didn't need a whole bunch of planes to go over your target. Oh. You only needed one plane.
Planes. Okay.
I just found that podcast and I just watched a tiny little bit. And actually, just looking back at it, this what's his name? Kevin? Let me just have a look. Just post it. I think it's Hickerson. I always forget his name. I always think it's Pickerson, but there's a P there. Kevin P. Hickerson. He sort of alluded to the fact that yes, they can make weapons out of the sort of byproducts of these nuclear. You know, when they have plants and stuff like that. But there's all kinds of regulations to stop that from actually happening. And then Owen's sort of taking the piss out of him a little bit, just saying, well, I just know that all that shit that they showed us in school is nonsense. But Kevin was sort of saying they can make warheads out of such materials and this kind of thing. So, yeah, I kind of strawmanned him a little bit, saying he didn't say they could make weapons out of it, but he clearly does, because I just watched it. So, yeah, now I'm a bit torn. Maybe the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? You know, it's probably not as extreme as we thought it was. You know, like the Cold War, they're going to destroy the literal Earth sort of idea. But they can make weapons out of it, and probably quite devastating as well.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nukes to do that. I mean, it was a little blown over, the damage.
So, I got a speculation here. Maybe the whole idea of having the Earth as a globe, as an object, right, is so that people would believe in nukes and think that the whole Earth could be destroyed by men. Just a speculation. Don't ask me to back up.
It's the interesting thing about a lot of these conversations. They don't provide any support for the fact that the Earth is not a sphere. It's kind of a red herring in some ways, just to back the conspiracy that is behind fighting the sphere. And that's all it is.
Well, just for you non-skeptics out there, I also don't believe in Bigfoot because I saw it on TV.
That is also an argument from absurdity, right?
No, it's not, because people say they believe in the globe because they saw a picture of it.
There's much more than that, Larry. You know that.
Yeah, much more than that. It's daily experience, Larry. Daily experience.
Looks like the Globers have turned on NASA.
Someone in here today said that they believe the Earth is a globe because they saw a picture of it. So that's not really absurd. That's actually
among
pay for that one guy.
Amongst very many other lines of evidence. Very correct. I do believe that it is globe because I have seen photos of satellites. I believe in satellites because I've done testing that has allowed me to download and use satellites. And I've done stuff like a Foucault's pendulum to measure the Earth's rotation. It is an abundance of reasons. This is one amongst many.
Well, the Bigfooters would probably say the same thing. It's not just 8mm video, but it's also the hair they find in the woods, the Bigfoot scalps that they find, and the noises they hear coming out of the woods.
Yeah, but how many barefoot scouts have you been seeing that got tested?
I take it as a personal affront to assume that we can't destroy a flat Earth with radiation and pollution. You think it's invisible?
Gravity. Well, it is invisible. It's just not intangible.
Invincible.
Oh, okay. I got it. Sorry, misheard.
Has anyone asked an astronaut after they got off the ISS what Earth smells like? Like when you've been on vacation, you notice what your home smells like. What's Earth smell like when you get back from space?
You know what? I now want to submit that as a question the next time I have an opportunity.
Sweet.
So
Not
you
like
guys heard
body
about
odor.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You guys heard about the sniff lab, right? This guy that just sits around smelling shit all day, deciding if it's okay to go on the ISS or not.
I appreciate that man's work because every other week my wife will bring home a new shampoo because she likes the way it smells, and then it makes my nostrils explode or my eyes itch, and I hate it. And I wish somebody sniffed it before they left the store. So yeah, if you're stuck in a sealed container for X number of days, whether it's they should probably have that for Navy men on a submarine, although that smells like sweat and swamp ass, I suspect. But yeah, I think pre-screening sense that maybe people may be trapped with is a great idea.
I just watched a great conversation between Alex O'Connor and John Lennox, the mathematician, the Christian. And I just sent it to you, Larry, and I sent it to a few other people. So, yeah, definitely a good watch. They talk a lot about evolution at the start, and I think there's a good bridging of the two people, the two sort of parties, the science people and the religious people. And it's just a really good conversation. Highly recommend. I'll post it in the chat.
Thank you for sending it to me. I just got asked, was the atheist side where they screaming the other guy's name while nonstop interrupting him? Because if that didn't happen, it's not a good debate, and I don't want to watch.
Yeah, funnily enough, they do talk a little bit about debate formats, and that's quite interesting as well. Saying how they don't really get anywhere, not always, but usually it's just it ends up as a egoic type of thing. They didn't put it this way, but Alex O'Connor were talking about he thought about doing it in a different format where they put their argument forward first, and then everybody goes away for a week to think about it, and then they come back and they they offer their rebuttal, and then everybody goes away for a week, and then they come back, and he could put the video together in such a way where it was easy to watch. I thought that was quite fun. Because what it ends up, yeah, well, what it ends up being is someone who can think on the feet very quickly. They sort of used an analogy as a sort of boxing match, right? And it was quite interesting because I know for me, I've said many times, I need to go and chew something over for a little bit. I need to contemplate a thing, right? Whereas Witzy, he can just bang, bang, bang. He's just there, and he's, I do like Austin. I hope he's okay. I haven't seen him for ages. But yeah, I need to go and chew a thing over for a bit. I just, I'm not that quick.
Andy, I remember one of the first few dozen times I met you, you'd always say that you didn't really like the whole debate thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, give him time, he'll come around.
Yeah. I used to say that a lot, Larry, because it never really got us anywhere. I didn't feel it was progressing the conversation at all. In fact, I dare say it was holding us back. So.
Well, the first time I talked to Dr. What's-His-Face from Australia, he said that he couldn't hear anything I had to say because I was a flat earther and I wasn't trustworthy. And then I fired right back and said something I probably shouldn't have said. But the last time I talked to him, we got along, I guess the word swimmingly, right? Is that what they say? And it's kind of crazy because if there's no personal attacks, then everybody can benefit from just listening to the debate and hearing both sides. Unless you're like the second kind of stupid where you can't learn anything because you already know everything. Or the first kind of stupid where your IQ is really low and you can't learn anything.
Yeah, I would just, because I sent it to Oscar as well. I sent it to loads of people, and I was just saying in the chat to him, like, hour 40 just flew by. I was playing my little dumb game, Last of Us, and I was just listening to it in the background, and I thought, this is just so good. I need to listen to it again, to be honest. It was that good.
Larry, to clarify, I never said I wouldn't listen to you about anything. I said I wouldn't listen to you about physics. There's a slight but subtle difference. If you're going to say the story, correct it around.
Is your name Dr. What's-His-Face from Australia?
Did I say it was? Did I say it was? I don't think I did. I don't think I even referenced that part of your conversation. I don't know why you're bringing it up. Clearly, you lost track of what you said.
No, I'm pretty sure I wasn't even talking about you. I don't even know your name.
Uh-huh.
So what are you talking about?
The last part of what you said. I've already told you this. It's fine. I get it.
Can somebody help me out here? Because this guy's not willing to. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
I have helped you out. The last thing you said, Larry, do you not know what you said?
I'm just asking what you said. What are you referring to?
What you said last, Larry.
Which is what?
About people who don't listen to you about anything because they're smarter than you. The clarity that I'm offering to you is I didn't say that. I said I wouldn't listen to you talk about physics.
Okay, I wasn't talking about you. What are you talking about? My favorite thing is when the Glover says, everything that comes out of your mouth is a lie, and I say, right after that, your mother is a nice lady and definitely not a prostitute. I fucking love it when you guys give me that one because I get to say the nicest thing about your mom, and it's actually you that twisted into she's a whore and not a nice lady and totally a prostitute. So whenever you guys do that favor for me, I love it. I just really appreciate it if you do it again.
Oh.
Well,
big
I mean,
score.
the problem that is if you use the word "and" when logic, I can just say no, it's actually a lie because my mom is not the nicest person in the world, and that solves that.
All right, you've got mommy issues noted.
Man, logic is fun, isn't it?
So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that debate. The listening all day. Man, should be
You're roboting way too hard right now, Larry. You're incomprehensible.
Yeah, I need to put on my other ones.
Yeah, the toroidal vortex is influencing the ether wind, breaking up your transmission.
Or it could just be that I got my $10 headset on and I need to put on my more expensive one. That could be it.
No, it's the ether.
As good an explanation of why Bluetooth sucks as I've ever heard.
The Riley criterion that's getting in the way.
Yes. Raycons sponsoring Globe channels. Rayleigh Criterion. Yeah.
Yeah, Raycon everyday earbuds.
Is this better?
You are comprehensible.
That sounds better, Larry.
I don't know how much more you spent on those expensive ones, but they were worth it.
Not very much. I did do a little bit of time researching a bunch of different ones, though. Well, everybody was chomping at the bit to get in earlier, and now everything's pretty chill.
It was always chill.
No, when I came in, SC Montreal was trying to have a conversation, and everybody disagreed with him at the same time and felt the need to like talk while he was talking.
No. I'm not going to say I condone.
Larry, what do you want to talk about?
understand.
You guys think if you shoot a bullet horizontally to the earth and then drop a bullet, they both hit the earth at the same time?
Yeah, I'd believe that. Maybe there might be some other factors like lift from going through the atmosphere that might make it different.
Yeah.
But like without an atmosphere and considering no drag, yeah, I would consider that true.
Well, that could only work on a flat earth.
No.
A long bow to
Give us
draw.
some numbers to look at. Let's see.
Yeah, because
Oh, I see what he's
if the
actually.
earth
He's
is
sort of
curving
right.
away, if the earth's
he's
curving away
actually
from
truly-
you.
He actually makes a good point.
Yeah, no, that actually might work. Yeah, actually.
Gentlemen,
Maybe.
start your engines.
Well, no, because it's going to be in a gravitational equipotential, right? So it's going to keep along the curve anyway. As it.
Well, no, because if you drop a bullet, it doesn't have any velocity, so it would there's a shorter distance to the ground. Whereas when the bullet is shot horizontally, it's basically in orbit. So the faster the orbit is, the longer it would take to reach the ground. So
Yeah,
if you
but
could fire a bullet fast
It
enough,
also depends
it
on
would
how
never
far it
actually
goes.
reach the ground.
It
Well,
also
that's my
depends on
point.
how
So,
far
like,
it goes.
Yes. So
What-
if you could
that's
fire
why
a bullet
I'm-
fast enough, it would never actually reach the ground because it would be in orbit 5 feet above the ground or whatever.
Correct, but that assumes no drag.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, and it also assumes a certain speed, and then it also assumes that, all right, we're not losing energy. All right,
This
if we
is
just
what they
assume we're not
teach.
losing energy, then
This is how they
would
teach children to figure out, how far a baseball is gonna go and stuff. This is what you're taught in school, that you treat the earth like it's flat. And then
yeah, I know,
you go,
I got what you're thinking, but I'm thinking about the equations right now.
Yeah,
So
and it
I'm
only
not
works for
sure
short
what the
distances, right?
I'm not sure what the spiraling of the bullet does to generate lift on the bullet. I'm not sure if that does that or not, but that would be one of the factors.
Coriolis would go that way.
I think if we
And
set it
these
up, we
things-
should do it that we shoot the bullet like in both directions, you know, like east and west, maybe even north and south. We do it in all four directions, and then we drop one right in the middle.
The
I
largest
think
issue, I think, is drag, right? So, like, if we think about drag, then when you shoot it, you're going to be limiting the amount of energy it has. So at some point, it's going to fall, and then it just depends on how much. But I think generally you're correct. If you fire something, it should take longer to vertically on a curved surface. It should take longer to fall than the other. And I mean, we could probably measure that some way.
Yeah, I think the
but the
slow-mo
problem
guys.
is the bullets hit at the same time.
How are
The
you
slow-mo
proposing we
guys.
know when the bullet hits the ground? Because this is your test you're proposing. How are you going to know when a bullet hits the ground a mile away?
Well,
Well,
this
if you-
experiment's been done already. It's not like
If
I'm
you know-
making it up. This is an experiment
Why
that's
are
been
you
done.
talking about it?
If you
Because
know
it's
where,
exclusive to a flat Earth.
if you know,
Okay, then you know the numbers from that experiment. What are the actual
yeah,
results?
can you link this?
It would,
Can you link this,
yeah, if this
please?
was true,
On
if this was true, it
Mythbusters.
was true. Yeah, it
I
would
mean,
bust
you know
everything,
what's
yeah.
funny though? Like, you know what's funny? He's not actually proposing a bad experiment. It's actually not a bad
No.
experiment.
Agreed.
It's a great idea. I'm trying to think through the logic to get to the prediction.
Well, I've seen
And,
it
like,
done in a room.
You know,
I would have to
mean,
sit
you
down
could
with
do
the
the-
equations, I think, and like actually plug in some velocities and try to get a feel for how it rolls.
And then, so
because
would
you
he,
could,
and
like,
then we can
for
compare.
example, yeah, we could go, for example, to like the Salt Lakes or whatever, like that area. We could like figure out the range of a bullet to see like where you can shoot it safely, where like, you know, the velocity would eventually die down, like so you can see where the bullet falls. And maybe if you could get some like expensive cameras or whatever where you could time it, you could easily do this experiment. I don't see why this
Do it over
experiment is
water,
not-
and you can see the splash
No. Well,
zoomed in
I
on
don't
it.
know if you'd be able to see
Time
the
it that way.
splash. I don't know.
I mean, it
What
might
was
take a
No
few
Tank
tries.
saying? Did No Tanks have something to say? I thought I heard him.
No,
It just seems like we have,
it would prove. I was just adding it. It would prove gravity. Like everybody's like, hey, listen, this would be a gravitational experiment. It would prove it.
It definitely shows the acceleration due to gravity. I think the slow-mo guys have done this. They did it in an aircraft hangar, or it might have been Veritasium, but one of those science communication YouTube channels.
Yeah, I've
And
seen it
so
done
they
at that
shot a high-speed projectile and dropped one at the same time, and they had high-speed cameras at both ends, and verified that the falling bullet and the one that was shot landed at the same time. But then, as the
gravity
other guy
proven.
was saying, there's a whole bunch of assumptions, right, that you've got to make about drag and lift. And then if you want to have something go very far, you've got to drop it from a long height, because from a big height, because you need time for your projectile to cover the distance. So you've got to get higher and higher up. So you can't just do it from ground level.
Oh, and then you have to deal with the terminal velocity problem.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of issues you've got to deal with. And eventually you'll end up having to lob a projectile. You won't be able to just drop it. You'll have to shoot it, with an elevation angle to get enough range. But there will come a distance and a speed
like
that you'll be able to differentiate between the flat Earth and the globe.
Yeah, this does seem like a mutually exclusive demonstration, or experiment, if you want to say that.
The only
It's
issue
a bit
with
like
it is
measuring
you would
verticals,
have
though,
to
right? You need
accept-
enough range.
You would also have to accept our like mathematical formulas as to like when it refers to terminal velocity, gravity, acceleration, and all those other things for your control of the drop bullet versus the bullet that's being fired horizontal. And I don't
That's
think
easy.
you guys
Yeah,
do
that's
accept those things.
That's easy. Yeah, that's all of kinematics. So all we have to do at that point is just we could do that with a catapult and boulder and derive every single one of the equations we need. As long as we know the amount of force we place into the catapult, and then we measure the distance the boulder goes, we could get all those numbers, no problem.
Wait, no, I know
You'd
how
have
to
to
make a
develop some
prediction.
new equations.
No. I want your where do you think it'll do before. Don't do a measurement, right? The measurement is how you confirm your model. It's not how you build your model. Like I
So
can
that's how it
derive.
was built. Are you saying catapults didn't come until
listen.
after the globe, bro?
Tora, stop. I can derive.
Stop.
I can derive from just the fact that there's a downward acceleration. My equation.
Yeah, because you stand on you stand on the shoulders of giants, bro. That's why.
That doesn't matter, Tora. And then I can build my
so
equation.
egotistical.
Tora, can you stop?
Can say that
can you
doesn't
stop?
matter.
Can you stop
Tora,
interrupting me?
Stop it, Tora.
Tora.
Stop it.
I can just go with the fact that there's a downward acceleration and using calculus build my equation and then make a prediction before any sort of boulder is fired. That's what I want from your experiment.
Stop it, Tora. Stop it.
I mean, it's just ridiculous to think like these equations didn't exist before Newton. It's really crazy, in my opinion.
I didn't say they didn't exist before Newton. I'm just asking you to provide me a prediction prior to the point of firing the boulder. I want to know where you think it will go.
Yeah, we're going to assume a flat Earth, and then we're going to make predictions, and then we're going to assume a globe Earth, and then we're going to make predictions. But the bottom line is, which one hits the ground first? Because originally, when I posed the question, everyone said the bullet and the one that you shoot fall and hit the ground at the same time.
Because physical intuition is hard, Tora. Yeah. Now, again, you just got told that you have to fire at an upward angle to get more time to increase your range, and that you have to go higher to get more time to increase your range, all which is consistent with the globe model. So, like, either you're not listening,
we're going to
or I don't know. But either way, I'm still talking, and what I would like for you to help me here is that I want your numbers before you measure. Can you do that?
You're going to need to get some numbers by growing up, little boy.
Okay,
well,
got
Tora,
it. So
the other
I'm just...
issue is yes, yes, a question was posed, and we had our first thoughts, and then we started thinking about it a little bit more. There's nothing wrong with thinking about something and revising your answer.
His globe.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all wrong with that. At all.
But then why did you just bring it up?
When the experiment occurs, and these bullets fall at the same rate and hit the ground at the same exact time, what do we do then?
So what we do then is the fact that I have a prediction from the globe, and you have a prediction from the flat, and we compare who was closest to the time, Tora.
Yeah, globe prediction is they don't fall at the same time, and they don't hit the ground at the same time.
No, incorrect, Tora. Incorrect, Tora.
So, Tora, hang on, Tora. Let me ask you something.
Hang on, Tora, shut up. Shut up, Tora. All right, go ahead. Everybody else.
I'm talking. So anyway, would you agree that we first
Tora every time he spoke, right?
No, he's been over talking me this entire time. He just did it again.
So you agree, Tora? Like, okay, say we figure out the range of a bullet is 1 mile. You would then have to drop the other bullet from a mile up. Do you agree that we have to account for terminal velocity of that bullet that's just dropping down from, say, for example, a helicopter? Is that one of the factors we would have to think about?
Yeah, I would think updraft is another. There's a few factors we would definitely have to take into consideration for sure. It would be ultimate to do this like in a vacuum. You know, you would want to, but I know that's not like a possibility. So if we can control the environment as much as possible, like maybe in a building or something, you know what I mean?
I don't need it in a vacuum. I can still make the predictions whether or not it's there. Or the point that I'm trying is that they need to be made.
The issue with doing it in the building is that over 1 mile we're talking about a difference of 8 inches, right? So like, what would be the difference between those 8 inches and the bullet that's dropped? It wouldn't be that much difference of a time. So all these
like a second, millisecond.
Think about like it would be like it's 9.8 meters per second square. Yeah. So what is it? A millisecond? You said? But yeah, we have the capability of measuring those, right? Milliseconds. That's what our computer.
You've got a millisecond of error in your launch time, probably. By the time the terminal velocity is going to be
Oh,
hundreds
okay,
of
so it's
kilometers an hour.
impossible to figure out. Yeah, too much errors of margin.
No,
yeah,
no.
never mind. Bad
No, it's not
experiment.
impossible.
Throw it out,
No,
guys.
no,
We're not
not
gotta
saying
hard
shoot
at
it
all.
further, right?
impossible. We're not saying it's impossible. It's just we have to acknowledge that these are factors that we have to acknowledge are an issue for the experiment, and we just have to figure out a way to control for it.
Or account for them in the math of our prediction.
Okay, so the trigger is not going to be pulled by a person. We'll make it be pulled by like a computer that is less than a millisecond of a error.
Yep. So we test that, make sure that it drops and it's accurate and reliable. Good. So that's one assumption cleared up.
Unless we have a building that's a couple miles long, I don't think it's feasible to do it inside a building.
Mythbusters did it.
Inside a building?
It looks like inside a building, yeah. I haven't clicked
Yeah,
on
it's
the
in a
video.
hangar. Yeah.
So what was
Step
the
one,
experiment in
access.
Mythbusters? I'm not familiar with it.
There's a link in the chat.
Both the bullets hit the ground at the same time, which requires a flat Earth.
What was the range, though? What was the
Not-
range?
Like, it looks like a building. It doesn't look that far. But it still doesn't result in flat Earth because, again, we haven't made a prediction other than, like, trying to figure it out. Like, the actual prediction tour requires math and a number.
I understand that. The prediction is that the bullet, if it's flat, that it'll hit at the same exact time, and then if it's not
Which part of
flat,
that was a number? Which part of that was a number?
same
The
time.
zero.
Yeah, the zero.
But that's not the prediction. Nobody said that.
That is the prediction. Yeah. That would be
Nobody
the
here has
prediction.
said that's the prediction.
Well, if gravity is uniform across a level surface, is constructed and two bullets, one fired, one dropped, hit the ground at the
Sure,
same.
that's yours. I'm talking about the
Well, there you
globe
go.
one. I'm talking about the globe one there, buddy.
I don't know. You tell me in the globe.
Yeah, that's
how
your
you
job,
construct,
dude.
level surface
Yeah,
on the globe.
and that's why we're discussing things. Thank you.
Okay,
for
so
bringing
what's
that
your
up.
prediction? So far I've said there's zero difference between the times. What's yours?
Well, I have to do some math. So give me some time to do some math.
Okay, I watched the experiment.
Oh, you don't understand what a prediction is, and it's hilarious.
And what you'll come up with
predicted he
in
would
the
say
math is
something
not
like
just an answer, but you'll come up with an answer that's a function of height. And you'll be able to say, right, when the height is less than X, we will have a margin of error that is beyond differentiation between flat and globe. And then we'll have to get beyond a certain height before we're able to accurately measure any difference between the two models.
Okay.
And
So height.
so-
Height. Okay. Keep going. No, you're brainstorming. Keep going.
yeah, so when you've developed this prediction, it's definitely going to be a function of height and all of your other parameters, right? Basically, the time of flight is going to have a big impact on everything.
So this would be. I think this would be great because it would incorporate all of the things I've been asking for. Like we're going to establish points of equal elevation, height, and then get a drop from that known height.
I was waiting for that.
The 3 points of equal elevation established in reality, height.
No, we need 3 points in a straight line.
Okay. What are we going to use to establish that? We got to build this.
Use
thing.
GPS. Use
We're gonna
GPS.
GPS it.
So
This is going to be quite big, right? It's going to be miles long.
You think bullets go
real
for
quick, I just
miles?
looked at the real quick. I just looked
maybe
at the
if you're a
video.
Ukrainian
They shot
soldier.
a distance of 360 feet, which is basically about just over 100 meters. So it would be less than an inch difference between the vertical drop between the Mythbusters bullet and the one that was dropped.
What was the time? Did they tell the time at the chance?
I wasn't concerned about the time. I was just concerned about the distance the bullet traveled.
But if we get the time, then we can figure out how fast it was going, like when it reached the same height it should have been, and then you can figure out the extra time that we.
Now, which way would we?
I get it.
Shoot the bullet here too. We got like north, south, or east, west.
But again, that was my point of bringing up the distance, is because, I mean, let's just say using the Earth's radius, what would the difference be for the vertical drop over the distance of 360 feet? What would the difference be?
Very small. Well, I can just what? Fucking hate that formula. It's
I thought you said, the
square.
distance would be about 1 inch. But so
I mean, it would be actually about half an inch, wouldn't it?
How many feet are in a mile?
Yeah, it would be less than an inch.
It's basically 1,600 meters to the mile, so basically 1 meter for every 3 feet. So 360 feet, you're talking about roughly 120 meters. So roughly about 1/15 of a mile, 8 inches per mile, 1/15 of an inch, you're about half an inch.
No, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. It's like a millimeter of drop at a little over 300 feet.
I'm giving them like even. I'm giving them as much extra as possible.
We don't give extra. We don't give extra around here.
I don't know. I feel like Left Lane's giving it all he's got. Don't ask him for more.
I mean, can we do we acknowledge that the difference in the height between the fired bullet going horizontal versus the drop one is about half an inch? Do we acknowledge that?
I would agree with that. So I put feet. So there's 5,280 feet in a mile. So I put 300 feet over 5,280. So I got the fraction in mile. Multiplied by 8, I get 0.45 repeating. So if you'd like me to be more technical, 5/11 of a mile of an inch.
And for those science skeptics amongst us, what we're actually doing now is science. We aren't following the scientific method, but this is how science is conducted, right? You come up with the ideas, you float things around, do some back of envelope thoughts, and then you do your formal experiments.
Oh, this isn't my idea. I just want to make that clear. I've never had an original thought ever in my life.
I think the bullet was dropped from about like 2 feet. So now we can calculate the difference between the time it would take 2 feet versus 2 feet and a half an inch.
So for the pseudoscientists in the room, you do science when you actually do the scientific experiment, and everything like before that, it may be like a part of science, but it's not the whole of science. So if you're familiar with the division fallacy, you would know that I don't drive my alternator to work, right?
Well, I mean, technically,
Larry,
by the verb drive, you actually do. But by the verb drive, you do in fact drive your alternator.
But that's why I tried to even make a point.
According to the Globers, I drive my alternator to work. Okay.
Correct. That is a grammatically correct sentence in which you have taken your alternator with you to work.
Okay, well, part is not the whole, so I drive my car to work.
Do you drive your friends to any location?
Oh, you're talking about like the legal definition.
Tier 10 Globers are driving me nuts.
Oh, are you? Oh, you're a sovereign citizen too. Oh my God, he's a sovereign citizen. That's what's going on.
Okay, now we're dropping labels and ad hominems. No, I actually drive for a living. You guys are making mistakes.
You travel with your alternator to work.
Y'all are stupid. I have a driver's license. I have insurance. I've registered my vehicle, and I tell other people they should probably do the same unless they like dealing with cops. So how does that make me a sovereign citizen?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. They're purposely at this point intentionally missing the point of what you're saying because it's detrimental to their position, dude.
So the same way you drive your friends to a location, you drive your alternator to a location. Same way.
So I'm driving my alternator. Can I get you to put that in writing?
Sure.
Do you think people drive their alternators? Because I would love to tell like other Globers that are just like normies that you guys think that we drive alternators to work.
Is your alternator in your car?
There we go.
Alternator in your car, Larry.
Yeah, but a part is not the whole. Do you not understand that? Like if I owe you
Yes, I do
$5,000
understand that.
and then I give you $1, is that $5,000?
Okay, so your
Is it?
alternator is
Larry,
in your
what
car.
was
Your
Larry, what
alternate,
was the
Larry,
like
your
this is a
alternator's
because
in
I'm
your
kind of a
car, right?
nerd, right? What was the main point to your science, like pseudoscience versus science thing? What was the
Well,
main point?
he said we're doing science right now, and then later we do the experiment. And it's my contention that the experiment's the whole fucking point of science.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what we're trying to
But
say.
it's not the
Yeah.
whole process, right? It's not the whole process. You learn a lot
That's my
through that
argument.
formal
It's
experiment.
yeah, it's not the whole process. So calling it science is a division fallacy.
No, science covers
Quality
more
of
than
science
just the scientific method.
So I've just posted the time difference. As one might guess, it's quite minuscule. Like
It's pretty close to millisecond. That was-
It's a quarter of a millisecond. If we're honest here.
What height is that from, Melodic?
Well, I used this freefall calculator to calculate the freefall time, and then I went with the half inch, and then I just put in the two different heights, 2 foot and 2 foot.
Oh yes, 2 foot. Sorry, yes,
0.04167, which is what is a half inch in feet.
Yeah, that was a generous half inch.
So if we're doing science without doing the scientific method or the experiment, please review the definition of pseudoscience. Thanks.
I mean, if you'd like, we can go repeat the experiment right now.
Science is more than just a formalism, right? You're putting a label on it that doesn't need to be there. Science is the whole process of discovery and everything that goes on around it. The scientific method is just one particular aspect, right? Where we actually turn ideas. So this is the hypothesis development part of things, right? We're working at what might be going on, what the variables might be. And then if you want to turn it into a formal scientific process, that's when you follow the rest of the flow.
What do you mean by formal scientific process?
Science.
You're putting labels on things.
It has to be done to do
doing
science.
the experiment,
You have to
the
have
writing stuff
conversations
down.
like this.
Well, can you just define pseudoscience for me so that I know where to delineate the line between science and pseudoscience?
Depends what kind of pseudoscience you're talking about.
Oh, there's lots of kinds, but there's only one line to delineate between science and pseudoscience. Can you read the definition of pseudoscience for me?
No, I won't. I'll look it up later. But
Because I'll destroy
Larry,
your argument,
Can I
that's
ask
why.
you a
Just
you a
evidence. Claims without evidence. That's all.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know what's funny? The MythBusters video, the bullet that was fired dropped like 39 milliseconds later than the drop bullet. So experiment done, flat Earth disproven.
I like the question mark at the end.
So the definition I have here of pseudoscience, Larry, says
the bullet that's fired drops later than the bullet that was dropped. Your experiment shows that it took longer for the bullet fired to drop. So
how far did it travel?
360 feet.
Oh, that's an extra 60 feet. Hold on. Let me revise my prediction here.
Yeah, the definition is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific.
Are you guys
611
upset that the hypothesis says that the fired bullet would drop later? Like according to you guys, the bullet fired does drop later. So according to you guys, globe Earth proof is flat Earth disproof.
Hold on. According to you, you said that experiment was no good. Hold on, real quick, dude. According to you guys, you said that experiment was no good because we don't know how the amount of time.
No one said that. That's why I said according to your experiment that you wanted to prove that the Earth was a sphere, the bullet fired dropped later than the bullet dropped. So your hypothesis was that if the bullet was fired would drop later, that would prove the spherical Earth, right?
I don't know if I stated it in that aspect. I said it would bring more exclusive evidence for one or the other, but I'm not.
Which one?
Which one?
If it takes longer, I think it's a stronger argument for the globe for sure.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you
I'm just
accept that
having
this
a discussion.
experiment is evidence for a globe?
Yeah, well, yeah, it would be either it's a globe or flat. Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
And this
whatever.
experiment shows more evidence for a globe than a flat Earth.
Well, I tried to explain it, but you guys said the experiment was done all wrong.
No, we were just thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's good the way they did it. It was good then. Yeah.
I don't think
It's so weird.
Suddenly, like, wait. Does this? Do I want this to be proved?
So you guys are going with the 39 milliseconds? Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
It's a calculation. It's a good number. It should
Melodic,
really
hold on
please
one second.
Yeah,
Hold
but-
on one second. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, isn't that the Texas sharpshooter fallacy? Like, if you're just kind of cherry picking what you want to be proof.
A little bit like that. Yeah. Maybe it's a lot like that, actually. Drawing targets after you shoot the bullets.
We're finding out what we know already and what assumptions we have to deal with so that when we go to design our experiment, we can do it. Some stage in the scientific method, you have to understand all of the assumptions around your hypothesis, right? Based on your natural observation of some phenomena. And so we've observed the phenomena. We're looking at what all the assumptions would be around our hypothesis so that we can properly design an experiment. So it's not pseudoscience.
Well, according to the Einsteiners, there's all these hidden variables and the unknown variables.
Oh, actually, fun fact: hidden variables. That was shown to be false by John Bell. He's a wonderful physicist, perhaps the best physicist, I think personally. And he's
that's a good point, Larry. Those are pseudo forces. You're accounting for pseudo forces?
What do you think pseudo forces means, my friend?
Forces that aren't something
Forces
we need
that act
to
like
account
forces?
for.
That sounds like
Pseudo
that's what that means.
forces that we don't are forces we don't need to account for in equations.
No, that's not what pseudo forces means. Thanks for playing.
Well, anytime you qualify a word with a grammatical qualifier, it changes the definition. So pseudo force is not force.
I'm ready to give you the definition. Don't worry. Oh, this is an inertial force, also called a fictitious force. That just means that your frame is not inertial. No worries. Doesn't matter.
I also want to point out that I was kind of stupid for bringing up terminal velocity, considering we're talking about the height of the bullet. The distance of the bullet being fired only has to do with the difference between the height due to the Earth's curve. So the terminal velocity of it's not relevant.
Because
depending on the
you were in between two different options of dropping something from the top and then shooting a bullet. So you slipped it in there with the dropping, and then
But I'm glad
Yeah,
we agree on that fact now.
I was wrong for thinking terminal velocity played a factor.
You're not wrong. Well, I mean, you're wrong objectively.
I am wrong
You know what I mean.
because we're talking about
it's good
the
in the
terminal
process.
velocity of a thing being dropped from a couple feet in the air.
Right.
So
right. What I'm
terminal
saying is
velocity really isn't a factor.
What I'm saying is it's
Yeah,
good
so it
in the
wouldn't reach
process.
terminal velocity is what you're saying.
It's already being fired faster than it, but it's good for the process is what I'm trying to get at. That you suggested it,
Because we've got multiple terminal velocities to deal with here. One is the forwards terminal velocity of the bullet and any lift that might be generated as part of that forward velocity. Then both have a terminal velocity towards the ground as well in that component. They'll be different, the terminal velocities of the two objects, even though they're the same, because the bullet is traveling forwards, generating lift and all sorts of other aerodynamic effects, whereas the other one's dropping at a relatively low speed, so it's just straight free fall.
Yeah, break it down for us, Dazza. You're the expert on this pseudoscience stuff, right? So things are accelerating 9.8 meters per second squared, all things, right, towards the ground. Yet they reach terminal velocity. Oh no.
Yeah, okay.
Well, my point, Daz,
That's
was
a
that
common
the vertical terminal velocity is not a factor in the bullet experiment.
Yeah, it'd be very low
Correct,
impact in such a short time. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Why do we have
No
this
tanks.
terminal velocity of all things falling?
Yeah, so
Because of air
you
resistance.
sound like you know a bit of physics, right? You have in physics, in classical physics anyway, the acceleration of something is dependent on its mass and the net force acting. So if you drop something, initially the dominant force will be gravity. So if you've got something heavy like a bowling ball, you drop it, dominant force is gravity. But there is another force present, which is in the opposite direction to its velocity, which is drag. Drag is proportional to velocity squared or something like that, and the coefficient of drag. So as it gains velocity, that drag term increases to the point where the drag term equals the gravitational term. And at that point, we have a constant velocity and we get no more acceleration. So that's the fundamentals of these kind of equations. And you can write that down as a single equation and plug in velocity, plug in time, and you'll be able to work out your velocity at any time.
Yeah. So what? I mean, so your explanation on why we have terminal velocity at all is because there's air. Yeah, because of the air and the surface area of the bowling ball or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. So would that mean that like one thing is moving and one thing is not?
What do you mean?
Like is the air stationary and the bowling ball is moving, or are all things going down at a consistent rate?
It's the velocity of the relative velocity, right? So this is something I want to talk about with your perspective one day. It's about the relative velocity of the bowling ball compared to the air. So it doesn't matter how fast the bowling ball is moving through the universe. All that matters is how fast the bowling ball is moving through the air in terms of how much
it's all
drag.
stationary.
I think he's trying to talk about the fact that, like, I mean, because air does have mass, which means it has inertia, which means it doesn't want to be moved out of the way. So yes, the air does have to move out of the way of the object, which causes the drag, because air does not want to move because it does have mass, which is helping us out, really.
Yeah, and that's the three variables in a simplified drag equation are the coefficient of drag, surface area. So a sphere has a coefficient of drag about 1, I think, and the velocity.
Now that I sit here and think about it, the velocity is only going to be in the x direction, so drag doesn't matter. Like it should just be the vertical velocity.
Yeah, all the horizontal stuff with the bullet just has to do with how far the bullet will actually travel. The vertical stuff is what's important because that's what we're trying to figure out. I think Dazza hit it right with where he was saying, like, we just have to figure out if the spinning bullet creates lift. That's like the main factor I think we would need to figure out.
Which they do. So like when you fire a bullet from a gun, they hitch up right out of the barrel.
So that would be something that, like, the other side would be a valid point to bring up. That's why the bullet is taking longer.
Wouldn't you have to take that into account when firing? Like when you're aiming, you got to aim a little low because your bullet's going to rise. Is that your claim?
You do. You sight your AR in at 25 yards, and it should be spot on at 100 yards. But at 75 yards, you'll be shooting a little high.
Okay, yeah. So these bullets are taking a curved up trajectory. Are they also? They're also depending on direction, taking a left or right. Which direction does the bullet go straight? Is it north or south? If we shoot it north or south, or what? So I know you guys say the Coriolis affects it as well, but in that short of a distance, not really.
And
right?
now short of the distance, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
And Tor, the important thing would be to make sure, because they were using like high-speed cameras, they could probably track to see if the bullet firing from the gun is increasing its vertical height first. And I would assume that they probably edited it down to, I mean, if they were doing a good control experiment, they probably edited it down to not like do that and just made sure it was the case. But I could be wrong.
You can't take measurements with optics. Everybody knows that.
Don't tell.
That's true. Now we have lasers, so like we can like line lasers up and just track it with laser sensors if we wanted to.
Well, don't tell that to the people that got the survey from my company where I used a drone.
Oh, Concave is here, dude. He's probably gonna want to know about this experiment. Ugh.
Oh yeah, because taking longer. That's not going to work on a concave. The floor should be rising up to meet it.
I mean, so we figured out one of the factors could be the bullet might be on a slightly upward angle. I would say the other point of attack that if I was on the other side would be, I mean, I'm not surprised they haven't gone there yet, is show me the designs of the building. How do we know the floor is actually level? If it's level, then is it level by your definition or is it horizontal? Like, I'm surprised they haven't gone there yet.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you're gonna want to know what tolerance it was built within. But Concave, basically the idea is you drop a bullet or you shoot a bullet horizontally, and they both hit the ground really close to the same time. Well, we're trying to find out how close to the same time. So on Concave, the bullet you shoot out is definitely gonna hit the ground first, right?
I don't know.
No, it has to hit the ground at the same time as reality.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I was thinking
Which is the
you
globe
were
model,
doing
right?
the
Because the globe model
pseudoscience.
will predict this. The irony here is we've actually done this experiment that we're discussing already. We've done it from our minimum altitude. The very first one was about 120 miles elevation over the projectile, and the velocity was about 20,000 miles an hour. So, we've done this before. We know what the outcome is.
And what is the outcome?
Orbit.
Earth's a sphere.
Oh no. Okay,
Yeah.
orbit. You're saying
Yeah,
okay. I
it's
see.
pretty
So
well
it's just
established,
continually
right?
falling at the same exact rate as the Earth, and
It
then
is,
traveling
yeah.
in different
And
directions.
that is
Right?
the
'Cause
second
it
bit of
has to
physics you learn, right?
accelerate. Yeah, no, I understand that, but you're saying in free fall, the satellite is actually changing directions around the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
and
of
this is
the inward acceleration due to gravity.
It's
So
crazy.
going back to what No Tanks was asking about terminal velocity, which we explained, I hope, that your next physics lesson will be about circular motion, and you will learn how an acceleration perpendicular to a velocity will give you a generally circular path.
But yeah, we just can't put this in a lab or anything because
Oh, we can.
we need
We
the
can
math.
swing things around on the end of a string and know exactly how much force on the end of the string is
No,
required
I
to
mean
keep something from sinking to the ground, right? It's the
yeah,
same
yeah,
physics
complete.
exactly,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Instead of like completely having this free falling thing.
Well, we can do the
Yeah.
free fall part. We know what the free fall acceleration is. We can predict these things, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know being an issue with this. I mean, have you ever been in one of those like spinny rides at a carnival? Like, what do you think would happen if you took a level into there? Before it starts spinning, like if you held it horizontal, it would be level. As soon as you started spinning, it wouldn't be level anymore, right? If you held it the same way. I don't understand why you deny this.
Yeah. And if the spinning thing was a swimming pool, the surface of the water, there'd be no flow in the water would be stationary as far as you're concerned. The surface of the water would form a parabola. There'd be sloping water with no motion because of hydrostatics.
If there's like no forces acted upon it.
No, so if you turn one of those carnival spinning rides into a swimming pool, and
No, like
spun
the
it up to
water
speed,
thing. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
If you filled it up with water and let it get up to speed, the water wouldn't be flowing. So within the water, there'd be no currents. It'd be stationary, but the surface of the water would form a parabola. It'd be much lower in the middle than the outsides. This is predicted by hydrostatics and acceleration vectors. It's the same way we can describe the curving of a level surface like an ocean in a radial acceleration field like the gravitational field.
I've seen a video or a picture of someone doing that with the fish tank, and all of the fish reorient to be parallel to the surface of the water, but the surface is a parabola, so the fish are they mimic that shape. And I can't find it again. If anyone's seen that or has that bookmark.
That'd be a good one, yeah, because that makes sense because they would think down is perpendicular to the surface because that's the surface basically orientates itself perpendicular to the down vector.
Yep. It was a big tank, and there's like lots of goldfish. They were all over the tank, and then they were all conforming to the surface of the water.
If you got a surfboard out or a boat and sat it on that surface, it wouldn't go towards the center; it would stay where it was. So you'd be sitting on this sloped water and not moving. It'd be quite a weird experience, I imagine.
Sorry. But it's fun because all of this is just some ordinary differential equations, and you can just go with like, here are my forces, go, and then you can figure out your equation for acceleration, and from there you have position as a function of time.
I wonder what the vector would be if you gave the acceleration an equal 9.81 meters per second squared on the horizontal axis. Where would the pendulum lie?
It would only be that at one radius from the center of the spinning disk, right?
I'm not sure.
Because if you can stand in the middle of one of those playground merry-go-rounds and not get pulled towards the center, but if you're on the edge, you're hanging on for dear life. So there'd be one spot where you're being accelerated 9.81 towards or out from the center, or you have to, so that's a pseudo force. That's where that gets weird, but that'd be interesting. It would be at the point where the water is 45 degrees to the ground. I expect.
I would expect it.
Spinning objects are fun, right? Because it looks like the bottom's getting pushed down, but really it's just the force that's pushing everything to the sides. The stuff starts climbing the sides. Did your dishes just die?
I found the goldfish video. One sec.
Also, hello, Tony. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, it's another day. I found out that my due date on my AAS poster and final paper just got pushed up by a week. So, getting ready to panic, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully you've at least started on them both.
Yes, I have ideas. I just need to get them written down.
Yep.
Well, we were talking about how long it would take a bullet to drop first, in like fired versus just dropped. So that's what you've walked in on.
Of this vertical bullet drop versus the horizontal
Fish at the
shooting.
timestamp fish tank with the fish in the rotating tank that orient.
There's
You got
not
Einstein's any minute. Look out.
there's not a
Einstein.
huge difference.
So yeah, the flat earthers told us that a bullet fired should drop after a bullet that is just vertically dropped, and we found the video and it does that, and now they don't accept their own experiment.
Unbelievable. So you did the calculation for the drag on the vertical drop, and it should be in favor of the flat earthers even more, and still.
So there are. What's the argument here? That there are aeronautical forces on a bullet in motion that that make it drop?
Mr. Know-it-all. Imagine like when an airplane is calculating its trigonometric pitch for landing. Well, it would have to calculate like drop over the distance of Earth curve, for that triangle there.
Yeah.
So something similar to that, the drop over the distance.
Yeah.
Oh man. So when you initially fire, Tony, from my experience in the military, the bullet initially hops up right out of the muzzle. So I think that's where I'm at thinking about the problem.
That could be it. I like that even asking the question is enough to excite abuse from a flat earther.
He's been kind of excitable today. We had a really long fun talk about how
who's she talking about?
You can't know things with certainty.
Well, listen, that was just your conclusion. That's all. Your conclusion was that you conclude based on whatever assumptions that you can't know anything. That's your thing.
So it's not logically possible that you're delusional.
Listen, then it's just the case. It's just the case that it's reasonable that you're just getting smacked around by an illusion. It's not really a flat earther doing this to you. You're doing it to yourself.
Okay.
No, it's the question was about you. I'm not.
How do you differentiate between you and me? I don't even know. I mean, how do you differentiate?
Because I don't say the stupid things that you say.
I mean, is it possible that there is that I'm just an illusion within your mind? Is that possible?
It is possible. Yes, I admit that. Yep, it's possible.
All right, so it's just you smacking yourself around. It's not a flat earther.
No, that's my mind's conception of somebody who isn't me.
Yeah. So don't blame me for what you're doing.
That isn't me.
Don't blame me. There is no me.
That's not it's amazing your capacity to misunderstand.
Look at it. You're even like amazed at your own delusion. You're like, look how amazing my delusion is. You're really full of yourself. But
your incapacity to understand English is not my problem, sir.
So here's the problem. We have someone it's like a creature. It's trapped in the corner, and it's just getting very defensive right now. So it's just throwing out like everything it possibly can because it's just trying to just make sure that like its worldview can still just hold on. It's just struggling. That's what's going on right now.
Sorry, that's not true. Tanks does that regardless all the time. That's all he ever does. So no, that's not accurate.
Oh, is that right, Andy? Oh, did your mumsy tell you everything's all right and it's just the bad people? Make the bad people go away. Get a spot of tea. Who knows? It could be a flat Earth. Could be concave. Maybe tomorrow gravity will be up. It'll be down. Who knows? It's wherever the wind takes you.
You're killing
it's
it.
Amazing that you.
I haven't laughed this hard.
The fact you. Sorry, off you go, Rob.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. I think we started talking at the same time. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I think you're right. We did, but I was ceding the floor to you. Off you go. I talk enough. Go on.
That was nice. I just wanted to say that all the thought experiments that we were doing earlier. Did we ever get to the science part or no?
No, we didn't. I was done anyways, Tony.
Well, they were touching on it a
close,
little bit, Larry. They were a little bit. They were touching on it, like when the one guy said, "Listen, it could be drag." That would be like a physical interaction of and then you could then I guess you could put in different density of substance or fluid to see what's causing this bullet. Then he said maybe it's because it's firing up at a different trajectory. So they were getting into like some sort of testable physical.
Well, that's just identifying variables, right? You could do that with a quote-unquote thought experiment, and we know that the grammatical qualifier means thought means that it's not an experiment, or you just say experiment. But actually testing it, that's the fun part, right?
Yeah, but you can't just go and test it, right? You've got to be in a good position in your thoughts before you can even consider designing an experiment.
And it's helpful to have a prediction.
Discovery process, right? Yeah.
Like if I make a prediction about how long it's going to take, and I just guess, and then I go out and I shoot my gun, and it ends up like going through somebody's house, that's an issue that I didn't make a prediction, so I should predict for that.
My favorite one is when you ask them, like, okay, observational science, if that's a real thing, if I watch a movie about bouncing boobies, am I doing science? And then they start like trying to explain how it is.
No, you can.
Go ahead.
Literally,
Larry. Go ahead.
Like Larry, you could put on like some boobies on the TV and see if you have any reaction, and then you can watch like what was that movie? Full Monty. You can watch the Full Monty and see if you have any reaction.
That's it. And one of the variables you might measure is whether you use excess tissues in your house or not.
Yeah, I predict that a lot of the Globers in this room, if they put on Brokeback Mountain, then they would need to get more tissues. Yeah, I make that prediction.
You know what's funny, No Tanks, is I wouldn't know because I never watched that movie, but it seems that you must have watched that movie to know something about it like that.
You're incorrect, sir. I have seen the cover, though. I've heard. I haven't yet watched it.
Oh, so you just judge books by their cover, or movies in this case?
Yeah. Like,
isn't that the original? It's even worse than that. No Tanks just believes what people tell him.
Listen, you guys can't trick me into watching this movie. It's old news anyway. I'm not watching it.
I'm not trying to trick you into doing anything at all. It's just fun, just revealing things and watching your brain not see them.
Well, that's an interesting reaction to me because it suggests that No Tanks is scared that watching a movie will make him gay.
That is true. That is a good guess.
True. You're telling me like there's a chance I could like what I see. I don't know. What have you guys seen in the movie that made you use up all these tissues? What happened? Just describe it to me in detail.
Nah, you got to do your research yourself. Man. We don't want to preach to you.
That was a manlier than a cowboy.
And there's another aspect. There's another aspect to this, which is that he has a negative association of people being gay. So if this movie did turn him gay, that would be a bad thing. It wouldn't make him happier in his life to find out to finally find out more about his sexuality. It would be a bad thing if he found out more about his sexuality. So he has this preconception that gay is bad for some reason. I don't care why.
I'm not saying it makes you a bad person. I'm not saying it makes you a bad person.
Nobody said you did.
I think you do think it makes you a bad person. Otherwise, you wouldn't be scared of it.
That would be what we call No Tanks explicit versus implicit.
I feel like the Globers are about to ask No Tanks, have you ever had your shit packed?
Yeah, like, dude, don't knock it till you try it, kind of thing. You don't even know. Maybe you'll like it. Try it. I knew they would. I knew that's what they were going for.
You all literally brought it up yourselves.
Yeah, No Tanks was the one. Who was it? The one that brought up boobies? Who brought up the sexual nature of the conversation?
That would also be No Tanks.
Yeah,
No, that was Andy. It was Andy.
Oh, was it Andy?
Andy.
Excuse me. I think you'll find
No,
it
it was Brian Larry. It was Brian Larry. Sorry, my mistake.
Larry.
My apologies. My
My
apologies,
apologies, Andy, and No Tanks. Sorry.
Nothing against boobies.
Yeah, but you know, and to get back to Larry's question, which is an interesting one, you know, there are many things that can be described as scientific, like children are born not knowing how to walk, and not knowing how to swallow, and not knowing how to focus their eyes. They learn to do all of these things, and they learn by trial and error. You know, they try various things, and until they find something that works, right? And in the case of walking, it takes them, you know, the better part of a year, in 2 years to actually be able to walk properly. In some cases, 3 years. But and you can say that's scientific. This kid is undertaking experiments. They haven't formalized it in any sense, but they're undertaking experiments. They don't take notes. No, they don't. But they do take results. I fall over when I do this, therefore I should not do that. By the same example, animals that hunt often experiment with different techniques until they find the effective technique. You could, if you wanted to, say that that's at least an organized way of studying the process. You could argue that it's inherently scientific in its formalism. I think that the distinction between science and these events that I'm describing is science tries to learn things that weren't previously known to anyone. So science is trying.
I was going to say, to add to Tony's point, look at what killer whales do to seals. They form in a pack and they ride towards an ice to generate a wave to crash up onto the iceberg to wash it off.
I've been particularly intrigued by their treatment of billionaire yachts lately.
Okay, I just want to say I agree with Tony about developing, fine-tuning proprioception. It's very scientific when they do a series of, you know, quote-unquote movements to figure out what works, and also agree with him about the carnivore animals. The creature will use what has been successful in the past. That does not only work with animals, it also works with, you know, mankind. So I agree that this is scientific, but earlier we were just kind of talking about what would happen if we dropped a bullet at the same time as firing a bullet. And there was a guy on here, I believe with British accent, he was saying that, you know, we're doing science right now. And I had a problem with that, because if we had actually, you know, gone through everything and fired the bullet ourselves and then documented everything, that would be the test, right? And in my opinion, I think some might share the opinion with me, that the actual hypothesis test is the so-called science, not just sitting around and having thought experiments while drinking tea. Thanks.
Well, I would push back on that a little bit, because a lot of what appears in scientific journals is people putting forward hypotheses that they test against the observations we have currently available, but they don't do experiments or get new data in order to test the hypotheses. So it gives us something more to test. So they have advanced the cause of science by saying, well, here's another possibility you could test. And I feel that that is part of science. You know, the science is not just experimentation, data, you know, observational campaigns before which you didn't know anything and after which you now know something about the topic. I feel like that's a part of science. You know, there are multiple dimensions of science. Does that sound reasonable, Larry?
No, because you're conflating philosophy with science. So all science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy, like bird watching, qualifies as natural science. So a part is not the whole. I said earlier, I don't drive my alternator to work. That's the division fallacy. And I think that's where we're going to agree to disagree. I'm going to pass the mic.
Now, not
Didn't John
bird watching
Nash
can be
come up with
science.
Didn't John Nash come up with mathematical formulas based off of the movements of animals?
He may well have done, but I just wanted to say that yes, this is a perfectly valid. What Larry just described is a perfectly valid, I feel, disagreement on the nature of what constitutes science. You can hold that, but I do feel that you need to be careful because there's another definition of science that I've heard from one of my favorite science lecturers. He said, science is what scientists do, and physics is what physicists do, which is not philosophically helpful, but nor is it indeed necessarily completely accurate. But it's it does point out that there are differences in approaching such a complex topic as the scientific process through a strictly rigorous philosophical underpinning. Philosophy often falls over at the edges when you try and fit it into reality. But again, it's a reasonable disagreement to have, and I'm not going to attack Larry.
If I might join in for a little bit, I would disagree with Larry's assertion of the division fallacy because I feel like he's using the division fallacy on me because I would describe the whole thing as the scientific process. I wouldn't single out any particular chunk as being integral to being the scientific process. I would call the whole process.
Okay, so let's say I'm watching Bigfoot, right? And Bigfoot has enormous bouncing boobies, right? And I'm just watching. Like, that's observing a natural phenomenon, right? Hypothetically, right? This is science to you, like Bigfoot bouncing boobies?
Are you writing down where you saw it, how you saw it, where are you writing anything down?
Just an observation. Just a simple observation.
In this particular instance, you're just fapping around, whereas science is usually writing stuff down.
I mean, I could think of Jane Goodall, who spent a couple years with chimpanzees studying their behavior, just sitting there and watching them and taking notes.
But her purpose was scientific from the get-go. And here's a boundary. So you could. Everybody has seen objects fall, and Newton saw an object fall, and this sparked in him, a series of intellectual questions. And I would argue that he wasn't doing science when he saw the phenomenon. He was doing science when he started analyzing the phenomenon and when trying to explain it. So just looking at something isn't scientific. It's when you start formalizing the hypotheses, processing the data, or if you've decided to gather data with a scientific aim, that is science.
Tony, doesn't that sort of contradict your baby doing science analogy?
It does, because I was about to clarify, and I feel that this was missed. I would not define that. I would not define the baby walking as science because there are humans who already know how to walk. So that's what distinguishes science from these other analytical pursuits. These pursuits are systematic. They are analytical. But science is producing information we didn't have before. It is advancing the state of human understanding. We knew how people worked before. It was just a case of that individual not knowing how to work. And that's what I feel distinguishes science from what's going on there.
Yeah, the only thing here would just be just understanding that science isn't the only valid method of discerning and analyzing the world to come to a greater understanding that can lead to better,
a complete
more fruitful
falsehood,
outcomes.
sir. Again, like most things you say, that is just a self-serving falsehood designed to justify you in being unscientific in everything you analyze. There is no real-world epistemology that provides valuable results. You cannot design a computer using any other epistemology. So that makes any other epistemological process you introduce to this worthless until you can use it to achieve real world results, which you can't.
Tony, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I think you'd probably just bite the bullet on this, but does that mean that like anyone that's doing any experiment or what we would call a science experiment that's already been like basically proven and tested is no longer doing science?
It depends on the they may be being trained in how to do science. That does not make what they're doing scientific in and of itself, though reproducibility is part of science. So they are reproducing previous experiments to see if they work, right? So reproducibility in that sense is part of the scientific process. And if their experiment produced novel results, it would very much be an important scientific result. We just tend to assume that they're not going to.
I've never heard any definition of science that requires it to have novel results that nobody else in the history of humanity has gotten before. Never heard that definition.
That's not what I said, sir. And again, your inability to understand basic English. The purpose of science is to advance human understanding.
I mean, that is a purpose. That is not something that is de facto part of science. Because, like, you know, it is simply a process, and that process can be used to reaffirm something that has been, figured out in the past, reproducing something. Like actually testing it out for yourself.
Yes, reproducing something. I just said that reproducing something is part of science, and now you're here saying, well, that isn't true.
Yeah, but it's not advancing the understanding of the world at all if it's something that's been reproduced 1,000 times.
But the experiment had not previously been done at that location in time and space. Therefore, the fact that the experimental results occur in that time and space, the fact that they have occurred in all time and spaces where we've tried to do it, is expanding our reliability, our confidence in the result that we're achieving. And again, I'm going to bring this back to what is your formal qualification in science? That you are presuming
you talk outside of your qualifications all of the time. Like you're very selective on your outrage on that.
Name an example. Name an example, sir.
Talking about abortion, racism, any of these things. Like you're not an expert in these things, yet you talk about them all the time.
Tony, before you go down this rabbit trail, I just want to the only thing I would say is if you are going to include like repeatable experiments, then I know this is going to be like sort of sounding like an asshole, but then to bring it back to the baby, then the baby would qualify as science then. I know I'm being a semantic asshole. Like you can call me that. Like I'm just pointing out.
No, it's a correct observation. It's a correct observation. So in this sense, if replication is part of science, then that means that everything in science and science has
the question, I get to answer it. Maybe since I was asked the question, I get to answer it.
You didn't talk for like 10 seconds, my guy.
So the baby is not advancing human knowledge. Why not? Because the baby isn't communicating its knowledge to other people. The baby has not formalized its observations, nor is it communicating them to other people in a form that can be processed. Therefore, or retroactively assessed. Therefore, the baby is not doing science.
All right, you squared the circle for me, Tony. I appreciate it.
Yeah, which this would affirm what I'm saying, and that there's.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, which would affirm what I'm saying, and that there's more valid ways of discerning and analyzing the world than science, because what that baby is doing is incredibly valuable, and the baby is gaining a greater understanding of the world. And because they're not writing it down, it's not science, which shows that, you know, they are doing something of value that is not something that would qualify as science.
Nobody
What do you
said
think about,
other things didn't have value. I don't understand why we're talking about value when it hasn't been brought up.
But the whole point of the baby example is that their methodology is the epistemology that they are bringing to bear is very much analytical and scientific. It is making observations. It is testing parameters. So they are using a scientific methodology, even if they aren't performing science.
Well, then Flat Earther Drusilla is going to jump back in here because it's another.
No, I'm not, because he perfectly explained it to me. So I
The baby
understand what he
didn't
meant.
The baby didn't write it down.
He squared the circle for me. I understood it. He was completely coherent and made sense. You're good, Tony.
No, yeah, so it's an example of something that has aspects of science, but is not strictly science because it doesn't follow all of the necessary parameters to be science, can still have value. In the way that, you know, if I'm testing a particular methodology of working out, of like, you know, here's this injury that people have, and then here is an example of like, oh, hey, have you tried this particular solution for it? And then I personally try it. It's an n=1. I'm not necessarily doing every single step of the scientific experiment, but there is a lot of value in that n=1 of like, okay, this was tried. Here is my testimonial. There is value in this testimonial, even if it's not strictly science.
Well, yeah, but it would only obtain value by being scientific. You could not say that technique works, right? Or fails to work. You can only say that it didn't work to you. It's only when you get a statistically significant cohort together and test the procedure against possible placebo or nocebo effects, and examine it for reasonable long-term consequences, that you can start having any confidence in the observations, right?
Yeah, and if we take that standard, then there's essentially no claims that are in exercise science that actually hold up to that standard. But we clearly don't operate in the world like that. We clearly have different, like, we cannot go to that significantly high bar of a standard of evidence. Therefore, we have to work with what we have, which is not to that level.
That's absolute nonsense, sir. Medical research holds to that standard all the time.
I said exercise science.
You talk about medical research is scientific, sir. When you're examining for the adverse drug reactions, and you know this is something. So my dad.
I said exercise science. Medical has nothing to do with that.
So medical has nothing to do with what?
Medical has nothing to do with exercising, apparently.
I said exercise science. Medications and pharmaceuticals have nothing to do with that.
That's not what medical means. Oh my dear Jesus.
I never said medical. I said exercise science.
Correct. Tony said medical, and medical includes exercising.
Yes, and that would include a control cohort.
Exercise science, as in like biomechanics, is so far removed from pharmaceuticals. Like they are not the same
still
industry
medical.
at all.
I didn't say pharmaceuticals. I said medical. Tony said medical.
Yes, so this
I
subset
said
of
medical. I said medical. You're bringing in biomechanical science, okay, which is what you meant to say rather than exercise science, or kinesiology. I would have accepted kinesiological studies, but the
we don't even have to bring up we don't have to bring up medical stuff. We can just see what chemicals, for example, Gatorade, what effect Gatorade has versus water as far as including exercise performance. That's not pharmaceutical, but it is chemistry, it is medical.
It is, you know, and very much to sort of formalize the understanding. You take chemical samples and you measure the heart rate and the blood pressure You take oxygenation data through the process. This is very formalized. So the claim that it isn't, the claim that it is not, that there is no formal sampling, or just because it's very different from pharmacological studies, somehow it's a completely different process. No, they're scientific in all cases. And this, again, getting back to the accusation that I don't have expertise in fields that I opine about, I am actually I have done mathematical analyses for adverse drug reaction publications. My father worked in adverse drug reactions, and I did the mathematical and statistical analyses for him. So I know this field quite well, and it's and your characterization of it as potentially unscientific is just a calumny and a self-serving deceit in order to make it seem like your claim that there are non-scientific, completely unscientific methodologies that can be used to obtain real-world results. There aren't. Give it up.
I specifically said exercise science. Every single point that you brought up about medications or medical stuff in that context is entirely irrelevant because it's a completely separate field that has, there is no connection. There's no connection between, double-blind placebo medical tests and exercise science. It's just well understood that exercise science is very, very limited because of how many factors that are just essentially impossible to control for. So you effectively can't do real science in exercise science.
You can obviously bring up a citation for this, correct? I'm gonna assume not, but I'm gonna ask.
It's plainly obvious, and if you don't understand it, you've never worked out in your life.
Prima facie.
No, this is again just a lie, and this is a common thing that science denialists appeal to, is you haven't considered every possible variable, therefore what you're doing cannot possibly be scientific. We only need to consider those variables that have been demonstrated to be significant in their impact relative to the error margins of the experiment. If there are other variables that do have a significant effect on the experiment, they will make themselves apparent over time as we reproduce the results. The claim that because we haven't considered every possible variable, therefore the results are inherently unscientific, is just meretricious. And the fact that exercise science is regarded as a science tells you that Yaskay's claim that it is not scientific is gibbering nonsense.
How many exercise science papers have you looked at, Tony? How many?
I mean, there's a literal class in my university that meets in my STEM building. Like, there's a doctor teaching the class. I assume he had to write a paper of some sort to get.
I've looked at some exercise science case studies. I've never read an exercise science paper, but there are journals dedicated to exercise science. There are multiple names for this discipline. So I'm not exactly, there are, and indeed professional football and professional athletic teams use exercise science to achieve repeatable, reliable results in situations where money depends on success. So the claim that exercise science does not produce valid, useful results and is inherent and is implicitly unscientific is again proven to be fatuous nonsense.
Yeah, when football players and like sports athletes take oxygen on the sidelines, why do they do that? Is it based off of some exercise science?
I mean, that wouldn't even be exercise science. I mean, you could make like tangential relations to it, but also if you look at the training that these teams do, there is no coherence in that you look at multiple different teams in the exact same sport and they're doing dramatically different training. So there isn't any level, there is no level of standardization in training, which shows that either there's only a couple.
What about the
shows
exercise science
again,
that shows
and that,
that?
no, I want to
that-
address this. I want to address this. The claim that there is no unique solution, therefore there has been no science done, is not true. There is a lot of ink being spilt in mathematics about whether or not solutions to particular problems are unique. Non-uniqueness is not an indicator that something is either non-mathematical, non-analytical, or non-scientific. That syllogism doesn't hold water. You are again just making shit up.
I don't even know where you got me saying that. Like, I have no idea where you.
10 seconds ago
that
on
from.
the 10 seconds ago on the YouTube video. We can go watch it again if you want.
10 seconds ago, you said because multiple different teams use multiple different techniques to achieve their results, therefore it isn't scientific. That is not a valid syllogism. It does not follow.
No, the point is that there is no coherence, as in there is not any seeming, like scientific consensus in this, because these teams are doing polar opposite training philosophies.
Tony, then Yusuka, why is it that every single team gives their players oxygen on the sidelines?
There can be certain things that they agree upon, and like a lot of them are sponsorship based.
It's the exception that proves the rule.
With other things.
Okay, what's the
And so
sponsor
they're
for
also-
oxygen? What's the oxygen sponsor for the NFL?
I was just giving an example. The point is, like, there are many exercises that are being done. Like, you just look at the training of these teams. There are many exercises that are being done that there is not a single study ever, like, that is actually analyzing the validity of this particular exercise.
Is there a reason
Many of them,
when
in fact.
Is there a reason when I bring up a specific example, you talk about something that's not relevant to the example I bring up?
Yes, he's talking out of his ass. He's talking out of his ass.
So again, the fact that there are multiple valid and effective techniques for training does not indicate incoherence. You would have to suggest that in order for it to be incoherent, would require that there are exercise techniques that one group regard as valuable and the other group regard as strictly harmful, and they both achieve success. That is not what is occurring. They all agree on what is harmful and what negatively affects performance. There is therefore a Venn diagram. You say that, sir, you are, as usual, lying out of your ass. There is not a single football team that says that bashing your athletes in the knee with lead pipes is a good way of training. Is there?
Did you see that one team whose players get drunk during every game?
Yeah. So there is an overlap. There is a Venn diagram of commonalities between these exercise programs, and you claiming that there isn't is just you talking out of your ass.
I'm not saying there are no consistencies at all and no things that they share whatsoever. Like they all probably sprint. They all probably sprint, Does that mean that there's actually any coherence to them? If they share some...
It does, by definition. If there are things that they all do, that makes them coherent, yes.
You're getting it.
That's just a sharpshooter fallacy at that point.
No, it's not. That's the definition of what a coherent thing is.
When you do enough things, you are guaranteed to have overlap.
Incorrect.
So what do you guys make of there being these teams that are doing, like, you can plainly look at their training, they post it publicly. They are doing exercises that have never had a single study on them before.
They might be running an experiment. That's what I think.
Why would you run experiments when you're looking for performance?
I would imagine that the coach that decided to do that probably hypothesized that this might improve them.
Yes,
and why would you
game
take
theory? There's game theory. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
and he just asked why wouldn't you take experimental drugs when you have cancer? Like, this is just.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. There's a game theory element. If you're doing something that is beneficial that other teams are not doing, then there is a huge game theory incentive to do that, right?
Okay, so they think that they can get an edge based on something that they have learned, not through the scientific method.
Yes, that's because they're trying to add new information
not
to
exactly.
humanity.
Not exactly. Because
Note the conflation. Note the intellectual dishonesty here. He is saying football teams are necessarily doing science, and if they do something that is unscientific, therefore science doesn't work. This is not in any way a valid argument. Well, it is at essence the argument that you're trying to make. They are trying to acquire scientific data, and indeed, you don't even have evidence that the exercises that they're doing haven't been the subject of a study. All you have evidence of is that they haven't been subject to a published study. It is possible that the coach has access to studies that you do not, isn't it?
And just to add to Tony's point, even if a coach does come up with like a brand new thing, just out of completely whole cloth that's never been done before, I guarantee you he's coming up with that thing based off of previous observations and what he thinks would improve.
Yeah, which wouldn't be based on any type of study.
It doesn't have to be based on a study to be scientific or systematic in nature.
Yeah, things can be systematic without being scientific.
No, that is again a complete mischaracterization. There is no requirement that something that has been systematically determined be published. The person could decline to publish it for whatever value, for whatever reason. Sorry, that does not make the process by which they came to the knowledge they possess unscientific. And no amount of wordplay on your part is going to confuse the fact that what you're angling for is to argue that your religious convictions are somehow a valid and other biases are somehow a valid pathway to knowing things. No, they're not. No, they never will be. And no amount of blathering about examples you think you have from exercise science is going to justify you in the counterfactual conclusions that you've come to.
So emotional.
Man, you people have strange definitions.
No, it really just is that like there's so little coherency in exercise science, as in you will gain conflicting data over and over and over again because it's not a very rigorous field. And this is understood that certain fields are more rigorous than others. Physics is going to be more rigorous.
That's a different conversation.
Physics is going to be more rigorous than social sciences. Social sciences
is a different conversation.
Wait, why are you jumping into social sciences?
I'm giving an example that there is a hierarchy of the confidence that you could glean from the certainty of studies from a purely scientific point of view. And exercise science is one of the lowest fields of study in terms of the amount of confidence that you could get from studies.
A, you haven't given me a citation.
On what basis?
B, this is a different conversation than the conversation we were having. We weren't having a conversation about where they rank on scientific rigor. We were having a conversation about whether or not they were scientific.
And also, I just want to add is, Yusuke, do you think that physics and biology have a part in exercise science?
I mean, obviously they do to a certain degree, but the problem is like actually getting it to be something that is applicable to real world usage.
But and the core of this argument, and also the claim that I'm so emotional. Trust me, when I get emotional about something, everyone in the chat will know when I get emotional about something. The your claim was that there are techniques other than science and other than scientific processes by which you can attain knowledge. Please provide an example, because you're talking around the fact that what you want to do is use your theology and your metaphysics as justification for the positions that you hold.
I've never once brought up theology in this conversation. The example that you gave of the baby, that you gave of the baby, which you admitted yourself was not science, it is still valuable, and the baby is still getting valuable information despite not actually doing a science.
But it is scientific, right? It is based in scientific analysis. It is the form that the baby is using. Let's assume that there were no other people, that there were no humans, that this was the first baby ever. Then it would be science, what it's doing. The only reason that it doesn't count as science is because of the epistemological context in which it is occurring. Other people already know how to do this. So it is an inherently scientific process, and it would count as science if we didn't already know this stuff.
But you've already conceded that replication is science, and that's exactly what the baby is doing. The baby is replicating something that people have done over and over and over again.
No, the baby isn't doing replication, because it isn't formalizing its results and presenting them so that other people can analyze them.
Yeah, so the important part is the formalization of the results, yet the baby is still getting useful knowledge despite not formalizing the results, which means that it's not science, which means that they're gaining value of something that is not science.
But it is sister. So in a context where the baby constitutes the entirety of your humanity, it would be science. So it's just context that distinguishes it. The methodology involved is the same. Give me an example of a completely unscientific epistemology or analytical tool that you can use to come to knowledge.
I'm pretty sure you're aware of how much you're caught yourself up in a little circle right here, but you're just too prideful to admit it.
I asked you a direct question, sir. Please answer it.
It's actually just hilarious.
Okay, so note the deflection here and the intellectual dishonesty. What he wants to argue is that there are techniques that are unscientific by which you can gain useful knowledge. He is unwilling to describe what these techniques might be. He insists on going back to the baby example, where I have described in great detail that the process that the baby is using is scientific. It isn't science, but it is scientific. It is based on scientific principles. So what I want from Yasuke is a discussion of how you can come to knowledge without applying scientific principles.
Yeah, so in this sense, if we're saying that something is valuable because it's scientific, because it holds some aspects of science, then n equals that. I mean, that's exactly what he said. The baby is doing something valuable. So the baby is doing something valuable. They are gaining knowledge that it is of value, and it is scientific, but it is not science. Correct? Is that your viewpoint?
That is my viewpoint of what's going on with the baby, yes.
Okay, so you can gain value from things that are scientific, but not science. And
yes.
What is scientific is things that hold certain aspects of science, but not the whole thing, not the whole picture, yes?
Yep.
So when you do certain things like, in exercise, doing an n equals 1 of, oh, here's this thing that I, saw as an idea and I'm going to try it out. And then, it works for me or it doesn't work for me. There is a scientific aspects to it, but it is not science. But it is still a valuable way to glean information.
Tony, can you relax for a second?
To some extent, because you can gain a positive result from, for instance, taking a drug or eating a food that is entirely placebo related, which is to say that it has no effective value beyond your sort of psychological preconceptions where the topic is concerned. But you have failed to answer my question. please describe an unscientific process by which you can come to knowledge.
I mean, if you're saying that anything that has a single aspect of science is scientific, then like you're stacking the deck to an impossible degree. Because any observation, any observation of something would be scientific. Therefore, anything that you observe would be scientific. And so, if anything has observation, then it cannot be not scientific. But obviously, any way that you glean information has to require observation. So there's no way to gain information that's not scientific, because we've broadened out what it means to be scientific to essentially just mean any external stimuli that you get in any context.
No, that's perception, sir. So the you are making you're trying to say anything that's based on perception can't be unscientific. Yes, it can.
I mean, you said that something is scientific if it has aspects of science. It doesn't have to be all of. It doesn't have to be all of something that is science. All of the bars. It just has to have some of them.
It has to have a certain minimum subset in order to qualify as scientific.
And what specifically are those bars?
Okay, so observation, analysis, and experiment.
Okay, so a kid who sees a jar, right? And they think, if I drop this jar,
no, don't even do that. Just maybe he thinks if he closes his eyes, the jar won't be there. He just blinks. Do that one.
I mean, that wasn't what I'm going, but sure, yeah. Observation, seeing the jar. Analysis, if I disappear, the jar will also disappear. And then experimentation, close my eyes, open my eyes, and then jar is still there. Boom, science.
Okay, that isn't science. Why?
Well, okay, boom, scientific.
No, it's not. It's not scientific. Why?
That's a good question. Why is it not?
Because the analysis was not because the analysis. He asked me a question, No Tank, so maybe I get to answer it.
I was asking Yaska, aren't those the specifications that had to be met? It was the observed, analyzed, experiment. That was it.
If the analysis is inherently logically flawed, then it isn't scientific. If you have failed to consider possibility, if you have failed to design an experiment that can effectively exclude other plausible explanatory mechanisms, then you're not doing science. You're not being scientific. So in this case, the child's analysis was flawed, and its experiment was incapable of producing exclusive evidence for its hypothesis.
That seems like it all worked out. Yeah, the little child hypothesized that bye-bye jar. He blinked. Bye-bye jar. He did it. Science.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, that isn't right, and I just explained why it isn't right, and your inability to understand what I just explained is
observation, analysis, experiment. We did it. We did science.
The analysis has to be logically valid, and the experiment has to be capable of exclusively supporting or rejecting the hypothesis.
Hey Tony, I was gonna prove Yasuke wrong for you, but you kept yapping, and he left.
Okay,
so.
Then don't.
Well, he left, so yeah.
Did he leave? Oh, thank God.
Okay.
I think the collective IQ of here just went up like 15 points.
Was it because I had
smarter than you? But I mean,
I blinked my eye. What happened? I blinked, and now he's gone. I did that. I did it.
Yeah.
Science.
So, what was your counter argument, Bob? Please enlighten me.
So there's a bodybuilder named Mike Menser, and he trained. He was, he did bodybuilding like professionally, He eventually went on to train a bunch of clients and stuff. He did it for like decades, and he came to the conclusion that like reduced training frequency yields the best results. Like training a couple times a week builds the most muscle. And he would train clients. He did experiments to prove this.
Yep.
So he experimentally proved that.
I can see where he's coming from, and I think it depends on the style of training that you're doing once or twice a week. I think you can get good results with sort of more moderate training, intense training. Yeah, I think there are alternative training techniques that you can use every day of the week, and then there are training techniques that are best done very intensely 1 or 2 days a week. But yeah, that is scientific.
He says you want to do like one set of whatever exercise you're doing. You just do one set all the way to failure, like you go all the way to your limit, and then you hold the weight at your limit, and then you rest for like 2 or 3 days, and then do it again. And you just keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where he's coming from, and I can see the validity, and that is very cogent evidence addressing his exercise. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Well, is it one set or is it one rep?
One set.
So, for example, like, is it a set of 15, a set of 5? Because
all the way
you can
to
do
failure.
a really low weight. Yeah, right. So you can do like, there's a failure limit for you bench pressing like 15, 20 pounds. You'll eventually reach a failure.
Yep. If you only have 15 or 20 pounds to bench press, you would just do one set until you can't do it anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I can. I just wasn't sure if you're saying like, oh, like you need to go for like the maximum weight, but that's what I just wasn't sure about that.
No, not necessarily. I'm not sure I think he says like, I don't know, I forget, but yeah. But none of his information is peer reviewed. He has no papers. He has no like official information that you guys would accept. It's all just a bodybuilder saying stuff in videos.
I didn't write it down. He didn't write it down.
Well, no.
Yeah.
He's communicating. He's communicating his results to the public. So I would consider it to be basically science. I
Would
can
you
squint
assume
at that and call it science.
Would you assume he's lying?
Well, not necessarily, but like a video
Why not?
essay is technically a form of communication. So even if it's just videos, it's still a form of communication.
Well, why wouldn't you assume he's just lying?
I mean, I don't have to assume somebody's lying to want to get more data points, right? That's not an assumption that somebody's lying. Let's just say, I want more data points.
In general, I don't assume somebody's lying unless they're saying something that I know or strongly suspect to be counterfactual, in which case I will verify them. And I'm not conspiratorial minded. There are conspiracies. There have clearly been conspiracies, but I argue that the vast majority of people are not so malicious as to engage in a conspiracy.
Clearly,
random people
would be very conspiratorial if it was that clear.
No, you trust like all the mainstream stuff, like they wouldn't be lying. But then if someone, on the outside, on the fringe, says something contradictory with decades of experience, you would assume that they're just lying. Because
I want more data.
Pharmaceuticals.
That's the opposite of what I've said, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't I say that I would believe him? I've no reason to consider this individual as lying.
The thing is, I know that I could bring up other people like that, like Mike Mentzer, or basically people who have done their own experiments for decades, 40 years, and crazy amounts of experiments, consulting individuals, thousands of experiments. With stuff like healing diseases and shit like that. And you would say that they're just quacks, they're just lying, they're just crazy. So you
I need more data points.
Those are three very different options, right? Having a belief in something, particularly sort of given. So I'm not sure there have been studies on how powerful the placebo effect is. And let me give you an experiment that was done with the placebo effect. They gave doctors a saline solution, told them to go into the next room and inject the patient with the solution. And they told the doctor not to talk to or engage with the patient. And in 50% of the cases, they told the doctor that this would hurt the patient, and in 50% of the cases, they told the doctor that it would make the patient feel better. And the doctor went in and administered without talking to the patient, administered the injection, and came back. The patients with the doctors who thought that the injection was more beneficial for the patient experienced more positive outcomes than the patients who didn't, even though what was being injected was the same in both cases. The placebo effect is incredibly powerful. If somebody believes that they should get a positive result from something, it will have a positive result for them. So people can be wrong about, particularly in health, people can be wrong about whether or not the technique works, but because they exude confidence and the patient sees that they're exuding confidence, the patient can experience a positive outcome, even though.
All right, Tony. The thing is, the problem with what you're
itself.
saying, the problem with what you're saying is the placebo effect and controlling for that is incredibly elementary and basic. Like, obviously, the placebo effect can affect results, and you're acting like people don't understand that. You're acting like people don't know that the placebo effect is a factor that you would consider in any results. Obviously, it is. It's very simple to know this. So, the results that I'm talking about are not at all placebo effect, and you're gonna just deny it if I even told you. But whatever.
Okay, so the claim here is, if that's true, then they should be able to get through a double-blind trial. If they haven't been able to get through a double-blind trial, then their claim is unsubstantiated.
Well, do they have
Would you
to?
accept it?
Because no. You already conceded that just because something isn't in the literature, it doesn't mean it isn't science. Just like with Mike Menser, which you agreed to, he has decades of experience testing out different methods of working out. He proved that reduced training frequency yields the best results. There's no scientific literature on that.
Okay, what's the distinction? Can you kill somebody with an exercise regime? Can you kill somebody with a faulty medicine?
That's just a non sequitur.
No, it isn't.
Listen.
There are vastly greater risks. So no, you need to let me finish. There are vastly greater risks to allowing a medical treatment or a medication that has not been robustly tested. You can have extremely adverse effects on the health of many, many people if you aren't extremely rigorous. And we have decided on rigorous standards for medications and for medical procedures precisely because of the potential scale of the negative outcomes if we allow them to go, right?
Tony, you already said that, like, if you have decades of experience doing scientific experiments, like Mike Menser, with specific methods of training, just because he doesn't have some published paper doesn't mean his scientific experiments are not valid. Just because it isn't in the literature doesn't mean it's not science, Tony, right?
You said something, Blob, you said something that I'd like to comment on. It is correct. We agree with you that this is science. What we don't agree with you at is that he proved anything. Right, I'm fine saying this is science. I'm not fine saying he proved anything.
All right, that's a non sequitur. I don't care. Tony,
Would you
admit that?
Would you agree that the validity of his science depends on certain factors such as size of the population that he experimented on, the initial
experience,
the initial conditions of each individual, like.
Sure,
wouldn't those be important factors to factor in?
That's just non sequitur to the point, but okay, yeah. Tony,
how's that non sequitur? How's that a non sequitur?
Okay, obviously you can apply his training method, and people with different diets can get different results. But if they had the same diet, his training method would still yield better results than a different training method.
And that
So-
would be
Okay,
a
so
way
that
to
hasn't-
factor out. That's
but
that's
there's
what
people
you
with
call
different.
control.
No, we're
That's what
talking
you
about
call
the
control
actual
group.
training method. We're talking about the training
So-
method, not other shit. Follow the fucking
so
conversation,
there are
guys.
so there are multiple what he did, what that guy did is scientific, but no, it is not science. And one of the
Why?
reasons, and one of the because it hasn't been peer reviewed. So he's basing his entire argumentation on this is the best exercise regime I can conceive, and I've tested it against all of the other exercise regimes that I can conceive. What he hasn't done is gone to other people and say, okay, can you conceive of different experimental exercise regimes that we can test against?
That's
or
literally
different
exactly what he did. That's
confounding-
exactly what he
different-
did. You don't even understand,
Um,
Tony. Listen.
well,
He was a
you
listen,
do-
Tony.
okay,
Tony,
no, I
relax.
was in the middle of
Tony, relax.
speaking, and you don't get to
Tony,
cut me off
relax.
just because
Yeah, I'm
you
going
don't
to.
get to cut
Relax,
me off and
Tony.
talk over me
Stop with the
just
panic
because
attack.
you withheld
Stop with the
information
panic
from
attack,
me. No, you don't,
relax.
sir. I'm in the middle of
Relax,
speaking,
Tony.
and I'm going to finish my point. Okay,
No,
you
you're not.
withheld information from me. Do not attack me for not having the information that you said, nor even if he has approached other people, there are more people that he hasn't approached for their input on the validity of his science. So even if he had done what you said, my point would still be valid.
Okay,
There
but
will
Tony,
be other
you made
exercise
the
regimes,
point.
and
We
other.
got
I
it.
am
We got
still
it.
talking, and the more you interrupt me, the more I'm just going to talk.
We heard you.
Okay?
Tony Baloney.
Tony,
Yes.
you got it.
Great,
Let's
you've
go a little bit
identified
back
who
to
I
front,
am.
guys, so
I'm
I'm
gonna nuke
out.
your
Have a good
And
night.
so, look, you're just interrupting me at this stage. You ask me questions, and then as soon as I get two sentences into defining my position, you interrupt
You
me over.
literally already made your point twice. You made it twice already.
No. You don't get to interrupt me over when I'm answering the fucking question. You can wait your turn until I'm finished.
We heard you 2 times.
He's
Okay.
swearing.
So now I'm going to continue my answer. What he is doing is scientific in principle. It is not science in fact. There has been no reproducibility. There has been no peer review. There has been no formal assessment. This is not science, and it is certainly not safe to be inflicted on the public without these 3 pillars. And what you're suggesting is medicine, which is even more dangerous, that should be inflicted on the public.
All right, this is the 3rd time you've said your point. Now let me respond. Okay. So Mike Mentzer, the pro bodybuilder, who knew a whole shitload of other bodybuilders, and their whole goal is to put on as much muscle as possible, get as big as possible. He had other bodybuilders who had already been training for years and years apply his methods, and they all said, I got the best results doing his method. So that's peer review with people who their whole entire profession is putting on muscle. So get fucked, Tony.
Okay, but so you're criticizing me for criticizing what happened when you didn't tell me what happened.
I
So
literally
fuck
told
you, Bob.
I told you. I literally told you.
No, but my point still stands for the medicine, right? Even if we accept Metzer, it still applies to the medical case because they haven't submitted for peer review their results to people we regard as qualified in medicine.
Okay, but Tony, you already said that if we got a bodybuilder who does all these training methods and scientifically proves with experiments, with a bunch of clients, a bunch of other colleagues that are also bodybuilders on himself.
Which you left out of the original description. Thank
No,
you
I
very
didn't.
much.
No, I didn't. I literally brought that up. I said he had
No, you
tons of
didn't,
clients.
sir.
I said he had tons of clients that all used his methods.
Yes, but not lots of
I was
colleagues that
explaining-
similarly use the technique. You left that out.
No, I didn't. I was explaining how he did experiments. Obviously, I wouldn't just say, oh, he tried something and got good results, so it's science. I said he would literally, he had all these clients, and he literally changed the way that they train, and they got better results. And this was with every single person. So that's scientific. That's science. Okay. He doesn't need a paper. So are you now going back on that? He needs a paper for it to be science?
No, I am not going back on that. What I am saying is that he needs assessment by peer review. and he needs assessment by other experts, which you have retrofitted into your explanation of what happened, because you left out the peer review element from your description. And when I was criticizing the peer review element, you decided to chime in with, "Oh, well, he did do peer review, so you're wrong." No, you left it out, so I get to criticize it until it's put in. Your other medical, but this does not extend to the medical case where they have not submitted their research for peer review by people we regard as qualified medicos.
Tony, if you had a bunch of clients, say they're not professional bodybuilders, they're just people who work out, okay? And in every single one of them, they get better results than they've ever gotten using this one specific method of training. Is that peer review? Because these people are not professionals, they're just random people who work out.
Yes, that's not peer reviewed.
Okay, but is that not science now?
No, it's not science. It is scientific. It is not science.
How is it not
science? Okay, so you wander up to a bunch of people who don't know the discipline that you're in. You say, do this, and they get better results than they've ever gotten before. Great work, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other people out there who can get better results. You need to submit it.
The point isn't, there's some secret training method where you can get even better results. That's not the point. The point is this method.
That very much is the point, sir.
No, it's
not.
That
very much is the point. And so you asserting that you win the debate because the debate has moved on.
It's not a debate.
The discussion has moved on to whether or not I should accept medical results from people with no medical training or limited medical training who have applied unauthorized techniques and they think they work just fine.
Okay,
that's not
Tony,
how medicine works, and this is the point that we're discussing now. And you are trying to leverage the bodybuilding experiment in as though it validates the medical experiment. I am describing why your medical experiments will not be accepted as valid until they have been submitted to formal assessment by subject matter experts. The simple fact is that bodybuilding can't really kill you. Medicine can.
Do you need a degree in order to do a scientific experiment?
No.
Okay, so if we have a person with no degree, no education, and they have decades of experiments with thousands of individuals, and they prove what they're trying to prove with every single experiment. You're telling me that that's not science because they don't have a degree?
No. What I am saying
so what's your
is
point?
no. So you need to let me answer this. What I am saying is that we need to have confidence that they have correctly composed their experiments, right? Mm-hmm. And if they have, then those experiments should stand up to external review.
Okay, but do we need the external review for it to be valid?
We do in medicine, yes.
So unless someone with a degree said, okay, that's true, it's not true until that happens. Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't accept it as validated until it has been validated. We don't accept somebody claiming up and going, trust me, bro, I did it and it works, until somebody has investigated, replicated, and can get the same results independently. We do not accept the results as valid.
So the person who did all those experiments, you're saying, we're just going to hand wave dismiss it and assume that you might be lying until someone with a lab coat actually replicates it?
No, that's not what we're doing. What we're saying is, okay, you've made this claim. Now, if what you are claiming is true, then anybody should be able to achieve these results. We then get a group of people, we then get a group of subject matter experts together to try and replicate the results. Until that happens, we don't accept what the person is doing.
It's already been done.
And again, I have to say this. We're not saying he's lying. We're saying more data needed.
Why? If there's experiments, what more data does there need to be? You need an authority to give it the green light. Essentially, is what you're saying.
Because the person. So it is possible, and this is the fallacy. This is the fallacy that you're using. It is possible that this person not only knows their discipline properly, but knows how to properly formulate an experiment. But it is also possible that they know their discipline extremely well, and they don't know how to properly formulate an experiment.
Okay, what if it's all proper experiments then?
Okay, but we won't know that until after it's been peer reviewed.
Okay, so the person that the experiment was done
You'll have
on
fun.
just comes out and talks about it. What about that?
That is not, again, because of the placebo effect, that is not a valid result. No,
Okay,
you need a statistically significant sample size with proper procedures applied before you can get to that point.
Okay, Tony, if we go back to the bodybuilding example, people have placebo effect when it comes to any form of working out. They're like, okay, if I work out, I'm going to get stronger. Now, the guy with the specific training method who got all the best results, obviously he's controlling for the placebo effect. It's isolated. All his results are not explainable by placebo. That's retarded.
Yeah, but in his case, God, you are so fucking confused about this. In his case, you admit already he went and got peer review.
Well, he had other professional bodybuilders just do what he said and it worked.
Yes, that's peer review.
Okay, so if we get other people to do all the same stuff and get the same results, then why is it not peer review all of a sudden?
Okay, because we need some guarantee that the people doing the experiment know what an experiment is, particularly in medicine. Our standards, no, you are not getting around this. If a person is proposing a technique that cannot be validated independent of his operational principles or the operational principles of unqualified people whose validity has not previously been established in evidence, then we don't accept them until somebody whose qualifications in this matter we do accept.
Tony, are you telling me that you can't? You're telling me you can't do an experiment on someone with like Down syndrome, like someone who has Down syndrome, right? You do the medical experiment on them, and they achieve the results that were predicted. And the person with Down syndrome, they could talk a little bit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I did what they said, and then now I don't have this problem." You're telling me because they have Down syndrome, that's not science, that's not valid?
Well, again, you're not talking about a statistically significant sample size, are you? You're talking about one dude. You also don't have any indication that the result that's been achieved, how long does this feel good lasts? Is it a permanent fix?
Yeah, we're talking about permanent.
Without you sort of, all I can say is in general terms, when you want something to be treated as valid by the medical community, there are standards by which we do that. If you have not passed those standards, then we do not accept your results as valid.
Well,
and you can come up with I'm still talking. You can come up with whatever fucking justification you want for why you should skip the validation phase. No. We've come up with standards for a fucking reason, and it's because people die when you get them wrong.
Okay, but I was describing a whole shitload of scientific experiments, and you said those experiments are not valid because we need someone to say that they're valid, meaning you have an unscientific standard for accepting scientific evidence.
No. So you have asserted as an axiom. Shut up long enough for me to answer. You have asserted as an axiom that the experiments were correctly formulated. That is an axiom in your argument. We do not know that.
No, I'm just saying hypothetically if they were, right?
Because he has not formally presented his results, we do not know that his experimental technique was valid. So until his experimental technique is established as valid, we do not accept the experiments as valid. This is simple. And then you're coming back and saying, well, of course the experiments were valid. It's part of what I described. We don't fucking know until we validated the experiments.
Who's we?
Oh.
So all the people that did the experiments didn't validate it?
We don't
He's
know
walking you
whether
like a
that.
dog,
We
Tony.
don't know. We don't know until it has been formalized.
Okay, it's been formalized, and all the people that did the experiments personally
Where is the
verified it.
publication where it was formalized, sir? Show it to me.
Does it need to be published?
Yes, it does. In order to be formalized, that's what formalized means.
So hold on a second. You're saying we can have science, and we can have a whole shitload of scientific experiments, but if it's not published and if it's not formalized, then it just doesn't matter.
No, we're saying we don't accept it as valid until it has been formalized.
Why?
Because formalization is an important part of the procedure to make sure that the people who did it, who conceived these experiments, who implemented these experiments, weren't biased. They were actually they weren't guilty of excluding confounding variables. You're asserting that these people's expertise inherently suggests that they wouldn't do these things. That's an assumption on your part. Until they formalize what they've done, how they did it, and what results they achieved, this is entirely anecdotal and needs to be validated. And I don't know how many different ways I need to express this for you to understand it.
You're saying the experiments that you previously said were scientific experiments. You're saying
yes.
Now it doesn't matter because we don't know if they're scientific experiments because it's not published. How the fuck does that make any sense?
So that again, that's like something scientific. Okay. Let me know when you finish.
What step of the scientific method is getting your results published?
Peer review.
Okay. What step is that? Is that in the scientific method?
Yes, it is in the scientific method because it goes to experiment design. If your experiment design or your hypothesis, there are 2 points at which you may fail. One, hypothetical structure. You may have failed to consider alternative explanations. You may have failed to consider confounding variables that will distort your experimental results. You may have misapplied statistical techniques. This happens quite frequently in larger samples.
Published science.
Then there is experiment design. You may not have designed your experiment properly. And then there is interpretation of the experimental results. There are 3 steps where your reasoning, your methodology need to be assessed independently to make sure that you have not been subject to bias. And if you cannot get past those, then what you have is your personal opinion about what happened. You don't have a scientific result.
Can I get in just real quick?
Yeah,
I promise I'll be super quick. Okay. When I was in school, in the mid-90s, I started working out. I was trying to, get into college through scholarship, playing football. A lot of effects of creatine at the time. So while they were doing creatine and the coaches were telling them to do 80% of their max, 8 reps, 3 times. And I was like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to work on my endurance and my strength. So I would do 40% of my max till I burnt out. By the time I was in the 9th grade, because I had free access to the weight room all throughout summer and everything, I was maxed out on a few machines. That means that I stacked as many 45 weights as the machine could hold, like the butterfly machine, and I was just ripping it up. Fuck 8 reps. I was doing like 15, 20 reps before I finally burn out. And the leg extensions also. Like I was extremely, not just strong, I wasn't fast, but I was strong and had endurance. And usually, you give one and get a little with those 2 things. But doing that routine where I would burn out on 40%, I think it definitely, now I already had good genetics and I was already very lean, but I definitely believe that those routines that I was doing set me apart to where I was tight end, defensive end, kickoff return, deep snapper, and I was on the track and field with shot put and discus. So this is a 4A school that I went to. So I definitely believe that my routine that I had crafted for myself worked out very well, in my opinion. That's anecdotal evidence, not claiming it's science.
No, but well, A, that's very impressive. B, your conservatism about the long-term effects of drugs is well adjusted. There was a survey done of college athletes. Suppose you were given a drug that would allow you to win every competition you entered up until the age of 25, at which you died. Would you take the drug? And 60% of college athletes would take the drug, knowing ahead of time that they'd be dead by 25. So the pressure to do things that are damaging in the long term is very strong. For these are people whose desire for success is irrational. But getting back to the conversation with Blob, we're not saying a priori that what has happened is wrong or right. We're not saying a priori that we should accept it or reject it. We are saying that until it has been formally validated according to the standards of scientific analysis, then we don't accept it as we by default are conservative about it. Mm-hmm. And the same to point to something from my field. I was reading a textbook by Feynman on the basics of science, and he was saying, well, we just don't know what causes earthquakes. And I, as an earth scientist, I was like stunned, like how could this great scientist not know this? He was writing in the 1950s. In the 1950s, we had no fucking idea, because we didn't have the theory of plate tectonics. When the theory of plate tectonics was first proposed in the early 20th century, but was rejected. And then in the 1950s, 1960s, we started getting geomagnetic data that actually these rocks are not in the position where the lava solidified relative to the magnetic poles. These rocks have moved, and they've moved in systematic ways. But it took a decade for the scientific community to accept that. And that's good, because it should not be the case that science should just accept every fucking idea that comes along. We should test, we should push back, we should only accept a new hypothesis when the evidence supporting it is overwhelming. We should we should not accept it just because somebody has come up and claimed, well, I did this and a bunch of other people did this, therefore you should accept it. No, we'll push back on it, and we'll prod it and poke it, and once it's come through, it will be the most robust result it possibly can be. That's science is ideal.
You're saying like someone who tests something themselves and it has the hypothesis is proven correct, and a bunch of other people do it, and everyone does it, and they're like, oh yeah, it works. You're saying it's not actually valid until we need the science police to say that it's valid for it to be valid? That's what you're saying. Now, Tony, I want to send you a clip. It's about 1 minute, okay? And I want you to watch it. Police? That's a good question.
Well, I'm asking.
Tony, I want you to. I needed to DM it to you because I can't post this. I guess it's PhD Tony. Okay, the clip is 58. The clip is 58 seconds. All right. Now, just watch that, and then tell me what you think about that.
While he's watching that, can you tell me who the science police are?
PhD Tony.
Pergamon Press. Ghislaine Maxwell's father owned Pergamon Press, so I guess the intelligence agency would be the Pergamon Press, right?
No. So what I'm describing here is the concept of peer review, and peer review is an important and vital component of the
scientific consensus.
No, it's not just scientific consensus, sir. And indeed, I just explained why, we require such a high standard of evidence in order to accept a new hypothesis, because we are trying to destruction test hypotheses. If there is a way for a hypothesis to fail, we are trying as viciously as we can to expose it. We don't just accept stuff because somebody's done this for 30 years of their life. and they claim to know everything. That's not we are not sentimental in that fashion. We argue that a destroyed hypothesis has scientific value, and even if it's somebody's darling that they've been nursing for years, we will try and rip that shit apart in peer review.
Okay, Tony,
Yeah,
I DM'd you
right.
a minute long video, and I would love your response to that. I can't put it in the server, but the video is a guy talking about his success rate with cancer patients. He has a specific diet. He talks about how his success rate is over 95%, and I want Tony's reaction.
I mean,
okay, my reaction is without I'm not even going to watch it. This claim has been made many times. There are lots and lots of people who will come up and swear blind that their diet will cure people of cancer. It's never been demonstrated. It's never been demonstrated.
95%. No one says 95% success rate. So,
yes, he's telling a bigger lie.
You got to show the mechanism.
No,
he's telling a bigger lie. He's telling I'm still in the process of responding. He's telling a bigger lie. Why? Is there anything more than his personal testimony?
Yes. He talks about someone else who peer reviewed it. So watch the clip.
Okay. So he has two people who are willing to testify to it. No, not enough.
Not just two people, because obviously all the people involved testified. The other person was the chief neuroscientist of Columbia University. I'll go watch the clip and then respond.
Well, surely there's a mechanism. Surely they can demonstrate the mechanism, how it interacts and does its thing, right?
Of course.
Of course not.
Yeah, they can easily. You just don't understand. Tony, please watch the clip and respond.
No. Where is the peer-reviewed evidence supporting this claim?
He talked about it in the fucking clip, dude.
Okay, well, you can tell me. I'm not watching this fucking clip. I don't care. You're going to tell me where the peer-reviewed evidence is. I don't care about personal testimony.
Okay, listen.
No.
The chief neuroscientist of Columbia
University. Care about his personal testimony any more than I care about your personal testimony.
Yeah, that's someone else.
Yes, I know. I know.
Okay, so the scientist...
I know. Look, no, let me say something. I don't care what individuals say. I don't care what individual scientists say. I don't care what Einstein fucking said. I don't care what Maxwell said.
Why do you care about peer review?
I don't care what individuals say.
You care about peer review, though.
I do care about peer review, and once this has been submitted to peer review, I will start caring about it. But it hasn't, has it?
You don't care what individuals say. You don't care what people say, though. So why does that matter?
Because peer review is about more than that. Even something that has passed peer review isn't necessarily true. The majority of papers, for instance, in theoretical physics that pass peer review will turn out to be wrong. Their hypotheses will be. They are valuable because they give us a possibility to test for. This is a possible explanatory mechanism that we should be testing for that has not been considered previously. Therefore, it's worth.
Wait a minute, Tony.
Therefore,
you're telling me that if someone does an experiment, and then like they do experiments like extensively, and then it gets peer reviewed, it can be untrue.
Yes.
Okay, explain
that.
The
guy claiming he has a 95% success rate with cancer based on diet does not have a peer-reviewed study on that.
He literally does. Okay.
He literally does not.
It doesn't have a
he literally does
paper
not. That is not true.
They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't publish that.
So in order for it to be peer-reviewed, it has to be published. No? So what he has...
It also doesn't give the study either. There's no study associated with it.
Peer-reviewed.
No, you already got dunked on because PhD Tony admitted that Mike Mentzer telling other bodybuilders to try his method, and they said they all said they got the best results.
Eat a fucking liver.
That's not a published paper, okay? But that's peer review.
So this is another syllogism that you're getting exactly wrong. There is no peer-reviewed publication in bodybuilding. They don't have a scientific journal for bodybuilding. So him going to his colleagues and having his hypothesis tested is the closest to peer review he can have. But that does not mean that the same standard applies to other disciplines in which more formalized standards of peer review are there and must be adhered to before a result is accepted. Once he can publish this, and once his publications start being critiqued by other oncologists, then I will start paying attention. I'm not an oncologist, so I don't have any expertise to bring to this discussion. But until he's got it peer reviewed, it remains hypothetical at best.
Well,
and I would suggest that actually it is a scam.
Okay, of course, everyone's lying except the pharmaceutical industry. Why couldn't the bodybuilders
That's not at all what I said, you fuckwit. I know full well how unscrupulous the fucking pharmaceutical industry is.
If it's not mainstream, they're lying. That's what you think.
No.
But why couldn't the bodybuilder just get his results peer-reviewed and published in a paper?
Which journal would he submit it to? I'm not saying he couldn't, and again, you're misinterpreting what I said. I didn't say he couldn't.
Okay.
I said he didn't, and there is no journal in which his expertise would be necessarily respected, and that was dedicated to the subject matter he wanted to discuss.
Yeah, but
there are journals nowadays that will peer review any fucking thing as long as you pay them for it.
Oh, it's corrupt. Oh, that's weird. You already said it was valid, though. You already said it was valid, so what's the point? No, let's go through this again, apparently. So, it has to be subjected to valid... No, feel free. Feel free to continue. Once you've finished, then I'll talk. Are you finished? All right. Yeah, I'm finished.
Are you finished? Okay. So, if you interrupt me now, we'll know it's you being rude, right? Okay. So, there can be circumstances in which a valid system is corrupted. Yes, there can be corrupt journals. Yes, there can be corrupt peer reviews. Yes, there can be, and indeed have been, people who have managed to game the system and have completely false scientific results published in the most prestigious journals in the world, and they have been caught eventually, but it took some time and it took some effort, and it took a compromise of the peer review process in order to get these people to publish in their journals, because what they seemed to be publishing was right. Imperfections or corruptions by individual actors do not incriminate the validity of the entire system. That is not a valid syllogism. That some police are corrupt does not mean all police are corrupt. That some politicians are corrupt does not mean all politicians are corrupt. These are not valid syllogisms. Do you understand?
Yeah, your point is just because it can be corrupt doesn't mean it necessarily is.
Well done. Yep.
Okay.
So, part of how we test is what I was alluding to earlier. Just because a result is published, people will still look at it, review it, read it, analyze it, and see what holes they can pick in it. And this is how there's a case of a guy who was on the short list for the Nobel Prize, and I've forgotten his name. It's a German surname.
Kuhn, right? Kuhn?
Pardon?
Kuhn?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
The plastic guy, right?
Yeah, well, it was the organic superconductors.
Yeah. That's
the
Kuhn.
organic, the organic superconductor guy, who was publishing results, and people were trying to replicate them, and they couldn't replicate them, and and his co-authors had no idea that he was just making shit up, and this persisted for years.
How did they find out he was lying?
Because some students went through his papers and looked at his diagrams, found out that the diagrams were inconsistent between different papers, and then they looked at some of his figures and showed that while the diagrams were different, the figures were exactly the same. So he was and he had excuses for all of this. And he would go away and he would rework things so that they were in a more plausible fashion. But this encouraged the students and the researchers doing this to look in more detail, because the fact was that nobody could replicate his results. So he was under a cloud of suspicion already. Then he had this shoddy, these shoddy diagrams and these shoddy figures, which suggested that his papers weren't very clearly written. And eventually, the organization that he worked for Bell Laboratories, decided to do an internal review and actually get him to demonstrate how he had come to the results that he had, because he hadn't shared that with his co-authors. He'd just gone off and said, "Here are the results."
And he couldn't demonstrate it.
He couldn't demonstrate it. No.
So
he was.
If we're getting told that there's like science out there that's valid, how would you know if it's valid unless you tested it yourself?
Well, this is the question that somebody else was raising earlier. Science doesn't claim certainty. We claim confidence. So what you're saying is perfectly true. I cannot have confidence unless I have replicated the result myself. And even then, there are cases where that doesn't work. There's a famous case with Louis Pasteur. Louis Pasteur was doing a chemistry experiment with lactic acid, and there are two different geometries or isomers of lactic acid molecules, left-handed and right-handed. And he did this experiment where he crystallized the lactic acid, and just by looking at the crystals, he could pick out, there were 50% that looked like this, and there were 50% that was shiny, and 50% that weren't shiny. And he said, well, this is due to the isomers, blah, 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 published his results, bang, done. And then people all over the world tried to replicate his results, and they couldn't. They failed to replicate his results.
Yeah.
And in the end, a committee was sent to his laboratory, and it turned out that the result that he had published was true, provided you did the experiment in Paris in summer. You had to have the precise pressure and temperature. So even personal replication, he had done this experiment many times himself, but it wasn't possible for other people to do it. So we don't claim certainty. All we claim is confidence. The more that something has been replicated, the more confidence we have in the result. And you're right. I am relying on the fact that other scientists are doing their job when I rely on a published result. But
taking
the
people's
more
word for it.
I beg your pardon?
You're taking people's word for it.
Yeah, but there's a
I
difference
am
between
ultimately taking people's word for it.
There's a difference between taking a scientist's word and a bodybuilder claiming that he has a special diet that's going to cure you of cancer.
You completely mixed
It's
that
not
up.
a special. It's not. So the claim. Yeah, there are very real differences in what claims I find plausible and what claims I find implausible. I cannot make sense of the double slit experiment. It does not make sense to me. But enough people have done this experiment. I have no reason to question their results. Bell's inequality doesn't make much sense to me, but enough people who know more about this discipline than I do have analyzed it and have done the experiments, and enough that my failure to understand is more my personal failing than it is a reflection on the science. So yes, I do take people's word for it, but the fact is that that's a necessity. There is so much science around, no one person can replicate every single scientific result.
Well, so real quick, Louis Pasteur, Freemason, and he said he got his idea for like injecting people with. He said he got it from the Talmud. That's a side thing. Maybe he's not trustworthy just based off that. What would you say about this experiment? This experiment was done where there was a bunch of animals like dogs and cats that had diseases. I forget specifically what diseases, but they had like parasites. They were chronically diseased, and they were given split into two groups. One was given raw meat that was unfrozen, and one group was given raw meat that was previously frozen. And the animals on the raw meat that was unfrozen, they healed way faster. And the animals that were given the previously frozen meat, it took them a lot longer to heal, and then they all developed skin diseases like meningitis, or not meningitis. I forget exactly what it was, but then those animals, scabies was one of them. I forget. But then those animals were split into two groups: the ones with skin diseases, and they were given unfrozen raw butter and previously frozen raw butter, and they all healed. But the ones that got the frozen butter took 5 times longer to heal.
You can show this, right?
Just off hearing that, Well, yeah, we could show that, but the point is you're taking people's word for it. So just based on me telling you that, do you think that that's true or untrue? That
I have no idea.
Previously frozen, like freezing a food would affect its quality and healing properties.
I have no idea. I've got no idea. I don't know.
Well, Pasteur's work was documented. Can you cite the paper or whatever that documents this study you're talking about?
Now,
I could cite my source, but I don't know if I can post it.
I will point out one thing. Freezing a material does cause cellular damage, right? You get ice crystals that can grow large enough that they puncture cell walls, so you are changing the geometry of the material on a cellular level by freezing it. And so it is possible that you are damaging structures inside the material that turn out to be useful to animals. So it's not entirely implausible, but I don't know enough cellular chemistry or biochemistry.
You're saying theoretically it lines up, like that would make sense based on.
I'm saying that theoretically there is a mechanism by which it could be explained. But I am not saying that it lines up because I am not an expert in biology, medicine, or physiology, or indeed cellular chemistry. So
All right,
I have zero.
You're going to have to take my word for it.
No, I'm not. I'm going to ask you to refer me to the peer-reviewed publication.
The guy who did it had a PhD in nutrition.
Where's his peer-reviewed publication? Again, I don't give a rat's ass. I don't give a rat's ass what some guy said. He could be delusional. He could have suffered a massive hit to the head. He could be trying to sell a supplement from which he wants to make billions of dollars. He could be biased. There are multiple reasons not to trust a small cohort of people. This is why the scientific process requires lots and lots of people looking at the result and assessing it.
You're saying if someone's selling some shit, then it's more likely that they're lying? Like
no, I'm saying well, yes, I am. I am saying that if they are selling some shit, it is more likely. It is not a certainty.
Okay, he wasn't selling anything. He actually says all supplements are bad.
I don't care what one person says. I'm never going to care what one person says.
Man, you're contradicting yourself again.
No, I'm not, and I can appeal to everybody else in the chat. Did I say ever that I cared about what single individuals say?
I'm about to start creaming out of my ass.
I would like to add something, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Off you go.
Okay.
+1.
I know I'm just one man, and you don't care what I have to say, but as far as freezing, like, let's say food, if my wife, she froze a 4-liter jug of milk, and then when it thawed, it didn't taste very good afterwards. Is there something we could glean from that?
Yeah, there are multiple. There are sort of. You've got. I'm inclined to believe you. Like, I certainly that agrees with my experience. When you freeze somebody and then something and thaw it out, some of the water will just drain away, and it will take water soluble vitamins or chemicals with it. When we're talking about meat or butter, but in milk, you have physically. You've got this solution or this emulsification, and you've frozen it. That physically changes it. Yeah, there's no reason to believe that wouldn't have an effect on the taste. But Blob, am I alone here, Blob?
I told my wife not to freeze the milk ever again.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. I have had milk that has been frozen, and it just doesn't taste good.
No, it tastes like water.
Yeah. But Bob, I don't know. Was I being coherent there? I'm genuinely curious if Melodic or somebody or Left Lane or anybody can. Was I being incoherent? Because it seemed I just couldn't communicate with that guy.
I don't think so. But I also think he's. So we ended up going round and round this morning over. I don't think that I can know anything with 100% certainty. So that means I don't have any basis for my knowledge. So.
Well, as I was explaining, it's a matter of confidence, right? It's
exactly.
And this is something that a lot of people say is, you either believe something or you don't believe it. Well, I have confidence in my beliefs, and the confidence that I have in my beliefs is proportional to how much evidence I have supporting those beliefs. So it's a very it's not an absolute. It's not binary. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's like in astronomy, right? Like,
yep.
I have to take so many samples before I could really say anything. Like to say I had a detection of a star. Because it's all just Poisson statistics at its heart.
Did the guy level leave? Did the guy leave?
But the idea the idea that I should believe somebody who's who's promising a 95% remission rate for cancer patients, fuck that. That's somebody who is trying to lure cancer patients away from the most effective treatment for their condition.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, everyone about killed my sister-in-law. I'm just, that's anecdotal, yes. Factual, yes. Yeah, they about killed her.
I had my family trying to get into a medical facility to pull my uncle out of chemotherapy. It's like there are people who really think you're going to chemotherapy to be executed.
Me too.
Yeah, it's just that's why I pay a bit more attention to this stuff, because it's really scary when people get when they get going and they start to go off the rails.
Is this getting into medical talk?
Oh yeah, well we went there. We shouldn't. Well, not that I agree, but it is the rule.
I'm not saying I'm opposed. I thought we had a rule around
Yeah.
Of Earth
it went that way. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. But it's crazy to me. It's really terrifying stuff.
Yeah, I'm just not trying to get Earth's Life's channel taken down. That's all.
Well, going back to what Tony was asking, was he not being coherent? I mean, it's very simple. The peer review process is some guy comes up and says, hey, guys, I've got this new thing. It's miraculous. I take A and I put it with B and I get C. Well, the peer review process, they're going to take A and put it with B and see if they get C. They're going to do, he's going to have to tell exactly what he did. This is how I came to my conclusion. And peer review is going to do exactly what he did and see if they draw the same conclusion. And, a good result, then yeah, we're going to accept it. Bad results, and if you can't show your method and how you came to these conclusions, you're not going to go anywhere.
I mean, that's why we don't have cold fusion anymore, right? Two chemists, I think, were like, oh my God, look, we did cold fusion, and then nobody could replicate it. And then they got really angry and moved out of the country.
I couldn't believe that he didn't understand Tony. He was certainly intentionally misunderstanding it. There's no way. No chance. When Tony brought up the example of the laboratory in Paris and just explaining how it can stop dishonest people and people who are honestly making mistakes, and he wasn't trying, I don't think.
No, he said do you have to have a degree to do science? Tony says no, you do not. And it is he rebutted as if Tony said yes, you have to have a degree, because he's like, oh, so you're saying if you don't have a degree, you can't do science. It was weird how dishonest it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tony engages them far too honestly at times. Tony, he's too generous.
There's a German guy that Tony was talking about earlier in chat. If anybody wants to read further, there's also a really good book on it called Plastic Fantastic.
Okay, well, thank you for the validation, because I just I was just bereft. Like, he just didn't seem to be following where I was leading. And you know, sometimes I can prattle on excessively long, and sometimes I'm sort of meandering. But I thought I was being clear.
Sometimes, Tony.
Well, I'm not a scientist, and you were very clear. It was not hard to understand at all. I didn't think the essence.
Yeah,
of it
yeah,
anyway.
Rob. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Dazza. Rob, you do your best to keep me concise and on point, and
I
and I'm
try.
grateful to you.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you now.
Because
At
you're
least you
exactly right.
recognize
You're
ahead.
exactly right. I prattle on and I waffle, and sometimes I just need to make my point and shut up.
Yeah, well, just because there's so many people, and a lot of people want to get in and say something too, and then if we're just waiting for you to finish, sometimes we forget what we were going to say, even if it was important.
Yep.
Thank you.
No, you're exactly right, and sort of, I'm far from perfect in that regard. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't yell at you to shit on you or say you shouldn't talk. I just want you to wrap it up. That's all.
Yeah, and good point. Well made. Sometimes I feel like I just need to finish with these past few words, but other times I sort of said what I mean to say, and I should already have shut up. So I just want you to know that I do. I am open to being criticised, and and there is validity. The people who say I am too frequently shouting, they've got a point as well. You know, people who say that I'm a cranky old fuck, they've got a point. And the people who say I talk too much, they've got a point. So
you got passion, Tony. You got passion. I'll give you that.
Oh,
really, the only way you can get to a PhD.
Yeah, if you're not dedicated, you're not getting there. That's for certain.
Well, in his mind, though, I want to know what you think. What do you think he was achieving when he said, when you listed the potential biases and you listed, oh, he might be trying to sell something, and he responded with, well, he wasn't selling the supplement, so he was effectively saying he's trustworthy. What's he trying to achieve by saying that?
I think actually this leads into other topics. There are people who have. There are people who have been in the news for medical matters who have been receiving money for services that they've provided, and I think this is often, and I'm talking in particular about Fauci. He received an incredibly small amount of money from something that he had done, and people have used this as evidence of his corruption, etc. And what he wanted me, I think what he wanted me to say was, if somebody receives money from something, then they're definitely corrupt. All I can say is that, in my opinion, it increases the likelihood that they're corrupt, depending on how much money they're likely to receive. But it is by no means, a certainty that they are corrupt.
Yeah, that's so myopic, because you're talking about the process of gaining knowledge, gaining understanding by science. Why does he want to steer it that way? It seems that to me is very disingenuous. It's clear.
Well, sort of as soon as he was talking about medical results that aren't peer reviewed, sort of alarm bells go off. My dad worked in sort of assessing whether or not treatments were safe and effective. And as I say, I helped him write a few papers by doing the mathematics on them, and it was just there are very robust procedures in place precisely because people's lives depend on getting this stuff right. That's why that in terms of research funding, certainly in Australia, medicine receives more funding than the rest of science put together.
I think the argument to make, the core argument, is the rigor involved that should be presented to him.
That's like, but you were making that. You were making that argument very clearly. That's.
Well, you have to make him see it, and that's.
But I don't think PhD Tony. Well, this is. I like. I think Planet Peterson does a good job of this. You're not. I know you're not that guy, Tony. You're a very different guy to Planet Peterson. But Planet Peterson will construct arguments knowing where they're going, and he not inevitably, but he's more likely to get where he wants to get to. Whereas you might engage it in a step-by-step way without knowing what's coming up. And I think that's what Negator is saying. You know, you have to get him to see what you want. It's not easy to do. It's really hard to do when you're talking to someone who's not honest.
There's a friend of mine who points out that Dunning-Kruger works two ways. So there are two ways in which Dunning-Kruger works. One is that stupid, ignorant people think themselves intelligent and well-informed. But at the other end, intelligent people, and he was referring to me, which is going to sound incredibly arrogant, but whatever. He said that one of my problems is that I overestimate how intelligent everybody else is. So when I lay out a chain of reasoning that I think is easy to follow, I'm wrong. It's easy for me to follow, but it's not easy for a person in general to follow.
Now, I've told you that, Tony, quite a bit, that when you use large words and stuff, they just don't follow you.
Yeah, I mean,
you're just really smart, and a lot of people just aren't, and you know, it's just it's a disconnect. But go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to say
no, that's fine. And sort of I rely on over mathematical analysis. I rely on sort of I think that I've given people the stuff that they can logically combine to get to the result. And then it frustrates me that they just don't logically combine the elements that I've given them to get the result. Whereas Planet Peterson is a much more effective science communicator. He's a much more effective educator compared to me.
I think part of what you have to do is figure out what game they're playing, because they're never going to be playing your game, and that requires kind of a meta-analysis and outward analysis of what they're saying in order to convey your idea to them. Yeah, and I kind of that is weird to me, because I think I'm on the Asperger spectrum, and that's going to get real hard.
and I don't tend to think, if they're playing a game rather than trying to be honest interlocutors, then that really frustrates me, and it sort of and I get upset with that very, very quickly, because I don't think that they're being honest in what they're doing. But you're right, they're playing a game. I'm just not playing the same game as them, because I think that it's a matter of trying to transfer information, not play a game.
I don't know if intelligence though is the right metric, like, because there's different forms of it, Tony. Like, I don't know if you're artistic or not, right? Great artists are intelligent. I think it's more of just like a knowledge of the subject matter that you're presenting. Not that they're stupid, right? Or they're not intelligent. They just don't have the knowledge, the training, and the expertise, because it's a different field. Anyways.
I think there's validity to that. Yeah.
But I think the game can be a lot more complicated than you think, because they can get into the worldview, because something in their life is not happy. I know people like that. Their life is not in a great spot, and then they turn to conspiracy, and they build on a foundation that is so ridiculous, and it comes from such a difficult position that they'll never get out of it until the underlying problem is fixed. To me,
Could I maybe push back on that point a little bit?
I'll finish. To me, Ranty is the opposite of that. Ranty was really, really logical. It didn't take a lot. You didn't have to go through too many hoops with him. He understood it. You can go for it, Rob.
No, I was just gonna push back on that conspiracy part because, like, I have a pretty good life, right? Like, in my opinion.
I never said everyone. I never said everyone.
No, maybe I took it to heart when I shouldn't have, but like I look into a lot of conspiracies and I believe some. I entertain a lot. I don't believe them all, but it has nothing to do with how my life is. I have an interest in secrets. You know what I mean? Like, people keep secrets in positions of power. And to think that they don't conspire against people, I find hard to believe.
Yeah,
you know, it has nothing to do really with my lifestyle. Like, my lifestyle is great. Most people don't even know that I look into these kind of conspiracies. Unless you go to my Facebook page, then you'll know I do. But
I mean, I think
so if I can,
Go ahead, Tony.
I don't say instantly that conspiracies don't exist, because obviously they do. They have been malicious, but conspiracies are very rarely as dramatic or as well constructed as as you see in movies. The
I
example
agree with that, Tony.
The example that comes to mind is Watergate, right? In Watergate, Libby, the guy who was tasked with organizing the Watergate break-in, he was told, like, their lockpicker had forgotten to bring the right tools and suggested that they should go back and get the right tools. And he said, no, fuck that, because it would increase their chances of getting caught, because he didn't have the right tools. And Libby said, no, fuck that. You fucked up, and if we get caught, it's your fault. And they got caught, right? In the movie version of that, nobody fucks up. They get in, they do their stuff, they get out. And Libby also offered to be standing on a street corner if Nixon wanted to have him assassinated or run over by a car or whatever the hell. And it didn't happen because that's not what politicians do. They don't just kill random people to get what they want.
They hire hitmen.
Sometimes, there are occasions on which some people have hired hitmen. I'm not convinced that any American politician has ever hired a hitman.
LBJ.
Yeah, LBJ. Okay, if you're going to go there, I can't follow you there. But
Tony, if you're talking about Watergate, like I would highly suggest you research the Cubans that were involved with that and their ties to the assassination of JFK. I get your point on like how conspiracies aren't as like Hollywood-esque or a lot of times, but honestly, man, and I'm an analyst by trade, right? Over 2 decades, I've just been an analyst. The problem is, and why we have flat earthers, why we have 9/11 truthers, why we have all these people that think, is because like the conspiracy theorists are often right, and that's the problem. I mean, COVID was a perfect example of that.
But they're certainly not right in terms of the JFK assassination, because we know that what's his face, who was the alleged shooter in that? We know he was taking pot shots at, Lee Harvey Oswald. We know that he was taking pot shots at judges he didn't like with the same weapon in the weeks leading up to in the weeks leading up to the JFK assassination. This was a man who was this was a man who was spiraling out of control in increasingly violent and erratic ways in the weeks leading up to the event. So we know he was in control of the weapon. We know he was using the weapon to try and assassinate people before JFK. So the suggestion here is not plausible. And so, many people point to, well, JFK, the JFK assassination justifies all conspiracy theorists. No, If you want to get into the conspiracies, let's get into the Iran-Contra scandal. Let's get into the MK Ultra. Let's get into Putin's let's get into Putin's black flag operations to justify his wars in Chechnya. These are three separate criminal conspiracies undertaken by governments to the harm, to the detriment of their population. Well, Iran-Contra wasn't necessarily to the detriment of the American population, but it certainly had harmful effects on Nicaragua, which to some extent has destabilized Nicaragua to the point that there are still Nicaraguan refugees turning up on the American border. So this is a problem of America's own making in some regard. They've destabilized so much of the Central America that they no longer function properly, and you've got hordes of refugees heading towards America. But there are real conspiracies that we can demonstrate occur with the malicious intent of heads of state. Vladimir Putin has been involved in multiple violent intelligence operations against his own populations and against other populations.
You left out the Gulf of Tonkin, which is a really good one. But as far as the JFK assassination goes, and with Lee Harvey Oswald, like the Warren Commission, like all of this stuff, man, like if you actually read that thing, like it is impossible that Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter. It's impossible. It literally is impossible. I get the fact that like the CIA have these narratives about him doing all this crazy shit. By the way, he was also a quote-unquote Russian defector. But if you look at his relationship with the agency, like the guy was a patsy. And then, of course, he was silenced, right? Jack Ruby was the one that did that. And Jack Ruby went insane because Jolly West went and visited him. You said MK Ultra, right? If you read the book Chaos, you'll find out how Jolly West is connected to the Charles Manson LSD experiments and him visiting the cell, and Jack Ruby goes insane. So, like, there's a lot there, man, that before I would say Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter. This goes back to, it's not that you're not intelligent, it's that you're not, it's not your field, I guess you could say. But I could go on for hours.
No, sir. It goes on to the evidence available. I have looked at the evidence available. I have looked at the Warren Report Commission, and you'll claim that Lee Harvey Oswald, it's physically impossible for Lee Harvey Oswald to have been the shooter, is simply an overstatement. And I require you to either present evidence substantiating your claim or to retract it.
Have you read Chaos?
Sir, that isn't relevant to what you just claimed. You claimed You claim to be able to demonstrate that Lee Harvey Oswald was not. It was impossible for him to have been the shooter. Please substantiate that claim.
The bullet trajectories.
Sir, the bullet trajectory argument is quite simply fallacious. The dynamics of bullet trajectories are extremely complicated, especially given the fact that JFK was wearing a corset at the time that he was shot, which made the physical reaction of the impact with his bodies extremely chaotic. This whole JFK movie nonsense is backwards and to the left, backwards and to the left, backwards and to the left. No, that's got no indication. That's got no correlation whatsoever as to where the bullet came from. The dynamics of human bodies under under bullet impacts are not as predictable as people like to make it sound.
Tony, I know that. I'm in the military. I've been to combat. I was infantry for the first half of my career. I invaded Iraq and Afghanistan. So I'm totally with you on that. But the angles of the bullets and where they impacted JFK means Lee Harvey Oswald was not the one that hit him because he wasn't in the right location.
Please present the analysis. And also bear in mind also bear in mind that one of the arguments is that the bullet must have deflected after it passed through JFK because it hit somebody on the other side of JFK. But that ignores the fact that the seat in which JFK was sitting was actually elevated at the time of the shooting. That seat could actually be elevated from its default position. So he was at a different angle relative to the person in front of him in the vehicle than he was when they did that test, showing that the angle was too low.
So what they're saying is it went through JFK, and then it went out of his body, through the guy in front of him, out his body, through his wrist, out his wrist bone, and into his knee. And then the picture of the bullet looks almost unscathed. That's what they're talking about. It made a trajectory that was beyond imagination.
Even so, bullet deformation, the dynamics of bullets are also extremely chaotic. These are high energy projectiles. It all depends on the angle at which they meet the various objects that they meet, and the crystalline properties of the object in the orientation that they've been structured.
I can agree with that, Tom.
Up and down so many times today.
Rob, are you hot micing or are you trying to contribute?
What are you gonna do?
He might be hot.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm hot
micing. He's definitely hot micing.
So Tony, your last statement is partially correct, but also partially false. For example, again, I can go for days on this because this is actually my field, right? Especially when it comes to weapons. Depending on the caliber of the round, depending on the velocity of the round, right? There's different effects that can happen. The reason why the 5.56 was selected by the U.S. military is because it's a small caliber round, it's lightweight, and when it hits the body, what it's designed to do is tumble, and it just ricochets everywhere, right? So your point about being chaotic, yeah, that's a true statement. But if I shoot somebody with a 45, right, that slug just goes straight through him, and there's a hole that I can pitch a baseball through, right? So it also depends on the round. The rounds that Lee Harvey Oswald was supposed to use, and the angle from where he shot in that building, it is impossible. I promise you, it is impossible that he was the shooter.
I'm going to need you to explain in detail why it's impossible. Because
I'm driving.
Other highly qualified individuals have presented evidence that in fact it is not impossible.
Yeah, I'm driving. I'll pull up the stuff and I'll get it in there.
Okay, just DM me when you got it. There's no rush here.
Yep.
So,
all right,
fine.
all good.
I just want to say I was born in Dallas, so JFK was obviously my first conspiracy theory. I lived in Dallas till I was 5. But yeah, the whole JFK assassination is interesting because we learned in school that JFK was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald, but Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial. So by American standards, that's a false statement, right? Because you're innocent till proven guilty. So every time someone's told you that, I believe it's misinformation or even disinformation, because most people know about that standard of innocent till proven guilty in America. So the whole, he got killed and then Jack Ruby died shortly after. It tends to make most people think that it was some sort of cover-up. And during the footage of Lee Harvey Oswald after the arrest, he allegedly didn't even know why he was being arrested. Now, he could be lying, right? I'll give you that. He could be lying. But if you just shot the president and you wanted to, get away with it, you probably wouldn't kill a cop. It could be that the cop confronted him and he killed him. But all these things together make it look like, somebody said, hey, he killed a cop, let's get him, and then they got him. But to me, I don't think it was a one-man job. So if you guys understand cause and effect, I'm sorry, I always talk about cause and effect. But you have to think about it. Who killed JFK? Was it the shooter or was it the guy who gave him a convertible? That's all I got.
So there are multiple failures of in the security side, and that has to be conceded. But the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald shot and killed a police officer when a police officer approached him surely speaks to a guilty mind, right? He was this was somebody who was already violently deranged. Normal people don't just shoot and kill police officers for approaching them.
To piggyback off Tony there, also, so innocent until proven guilty is a governmental standard. It's not a societal standard. So I am free to consider anybody guilty of whatever the hell I want. Thank you.
And it's also a legal standard, not a factual standard. Okay. Legally, O.J. Simpson was not guilty of the murders he was accused of. Factually, it seems extremely likely that he was guilty of the murders he was accused of.
Well, that's just like your opinion, but it's going to go down in history that he was innocent.
But he was legally innocent, and more specifically, he was legally not guilty. And it's interesting to me that that we have defaulted to those being the only two options, because in Scotland, under Scottish law, there are three verdicts that a jury can return: guilty, not guilty, or not proven. And not proven is for the case where the jury think that the guy did it, but they don't think that it was demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt. And so, we don't have that legal standard, but as was pointed out, legal standards don't relate to what the facts are, nor do they relate to to normal discussions and social utterances.
Well, I also think that we should consider the fact that when it comes to government, often there's bigger actors than just one guy alone. For example, Herbert Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, he was allegedly in Tyler, Texas that day, but some people say that they saw him in photographs in Dallas. And some people do believe the CIA was involved in taking out the president. But what I think everyone needs to consider, what do you believe about the assassination of JFK? It's not really that important, but the fact is that he was trying to do away with the Federal Reserve and have a gold-backed currency without a Federal Reserve Bank. And I think it was Executive Order 1110 or something like that. And as soon as Johnson got sworn in, the first thing he did is repeal that executive order. I do believe that the Federal Reserve banking cartel, privately owned banking cartel, would do whatever it takes to retain their cash cow of the United States. Thanks.
But Larry, every time someone in politics dies, can't you make that claim because there's someone who's opposing them in some manner? Is it you might be correct. You could be correct in everything you said, but anyone can come up with an idea that's similar to that, change a couple details, and also they could be correct.
I think it's bigger than that.
I think
I think it's bigger than that for anyone who wants to try to do anything like that. It's just a gimmick to put out like a commercial, don't do drugs, kids, right? So it's a commercial for don't mess with the government.
I would put forward that it took one man to actually kill Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and that was down to pure luck because he happened to see him while eating a sandwich after an earlier attempt on him. And so, I would argue very much that one person can change the course of history.
Yeah, but so
I would. It's extremely difficult to say that one person can't change history. It's very much an open question. Would the Nazis have risen to power if they didn't have Hitler as their front man? If they didn't have somebody who was able to fire up crowds the way that he did? the individuals Genghis Khan was an individual. Would the Mongols have done what they did if somebody else had, if somebody other than Temujin had risen to kingship over them? These are all imponderable questions we'll never know the answer to. But individuals in the right place at the right time do have an outsized impact. It's one of the reasons why I've studied history formally. I find medieval history fascinating because more frequently in medieval history, individual people have a disproportionate effect on the course of history. Their individual actions tend to rise to significance than in later history, where it's more sort of organizational or societal level processes.
Like Joan of Arc, for example. Please continue.
Yeah. Joan of Arc is a very good example. But I just find that phase of history very romantic for that reason. But individuals can have extremely large, extremely outsized influence. The thing is that what I find is happening here in Larry's utterances and in other utterances, there exists a conspiracy. You're saying that there exists a conspiracy before the event. Therefore, the event must have been shaped by the conspiracy, whose existence is confirmed by events after the watershed moment. And this is just evidence free as far as I'm concerned. I don't consider the Federal Reserve to be a cash cow. I don't consider JFK's decision to have gone back to a gold-based currency standard to have been a good one. And I can see why a following politician would have reversed it in economics. I'm not fully up on the nuances of it, but we seem to have decided more or less as a global society that that gold-based currencies aren't the way to go. This need not be
Mic
the
check.
result.
1, 2, 3. Darth Vader in the room again. Ready. I'm ready for irrational, loud noises to be made whenever a point hurts your feelings.
Okay, well, that you are uniformly associated with loud, irrational noises is a you problem, not an anybody else problem. But anyway, I was in the middle of speaking. You have failed to demonstrate to me that the conspiracy exists in order to undertake the act that you claim was undertaken by the conspiracy. And so until I've got evidence supporting the various elements of your conspiracy theory, I'm not going to believe it. And I'm not going to accept it as true until you have better evidence than you've presented me so far. And I feel like that's a reasonable way to go.
Ontology. Who here knows what ontology is?
Ontology is the argument that something is what it is, right? It's the argument about being.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Larry brought up the JFK thing, and then for maybe the reasons for it or whatever, like why they would have did it, for if he stood for some type of thing. And then there's the idea that Tony's saying it's a conspiracy, like always. And then there's another point of view that all TVs speak louder than one guy ever thought he could. And if you have the free money, time, and space, some speakers, you can preach to whoever you want, and you're going to build a crowd, no matter what you're talking about.
What I said was, just to be more accurate, is that I don't believe conspiracy theories for which I do not have adequate evidence. I don't believe the JFK assassination conspiracy theory because I have yet to see adequate evidence that it is true.
Yeah, whatever you think, if it was a shooter in a fucking female bush or whatever, the video they gave you is edited. So whatever happens, you know they fucked with it. You know they fucked with the footage.
Listen, that's
Noah,
what I
are you
said.
still driving, Noah?
That's the very evidence, is they have a video that they show you on national television like the Challenger and all that. It's evidence. That's the evidence. They don't show normal shit like that on TV. Even on YouTube, you got to sign into a thing, put your account, do some other shit if you want to see any actually gruesome things happen. Now, they supposedly show these live to kids and everybody else forever. Hey, kid, watch the president get his head popped off. Hey, kid, watch these people die in this tin can we sent them in. No, that's not. None of that's real. Guaranteed.
Nowadays, we can't even talk about vitamin D and K2
Exactly.
without people fearing to get their hard work on their channel or Discord server lost. I mean, that's the reality of it. Back in the Vietnam War, we can watch a Vietnamese guy get his head. You know what?
Okay, well, this conversation has gone to places that I don't particularly want to discuss. So you guys have a good time, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, and it's gone to reality. Tony doesn't like reality. What about that
That's all we needed to do? Fuck, wait, that's all we needed to do the whole time to get him out? Oh my god, that's great.
That's what I'm here for, boys.
Wait, what did someone mention that caused him to leave so I can mention it every time?
Demok. Say the name Demok.
And the Vietnamese guy getting his head, you know what?
You guys were talking about the nukes. I'm going to try to talk over you later. You guys were talking about the nukes and the radioactive or whatever, right? And when you go gold mining or do anything, there's built up gas, there's built up stuff, there's metal, there's material. Stuff can get mixed in, stuff can happen, earthquakes, temperature, pressure, heat. Like, what do they say? And they're on a volcano or a mountain. My proof that the nuke doesn't exist is the mountain is still there. There's still a place called Japan or Nagasaki or Hiroshima. If it's a little dot in the ocean, just a little piece of fucking dirt, and a nuke couldn't destroy it, what do nukes do again?
How big is Japan, do you think, Demont?
Not as big as the
even
Earth.
Demont gets it. Even
Not
Demont
as big as
gets
the
it.
Earth, the thing that the nuke is supposed to be able to destroy, pal. The big
Nah,
Earth.
even Demont gets it, bro.
Not a single person.
Listen,
You understood
not a single
what these guys
person.
They
refused.
told me a nuke could blow up the whole world.
Nobody ever said one nuke could blow up the whole Earth, Demont.
What does the nuke blow up? What does the nuke blow up, and what's
Not
your
a
reference?
city. Not a
What
city.
does
It doesn't blow up cities. Yeah, churches and banks and buildings are all standing after a nuclear bomb goes off, so it doesn't blow up buildings either.
Hold on, don't
Definitely basically wiped out 2 cities off the map for a couple of years.
Except for all the buildings.
Except for the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
if I was
the dirt that never got blew away by a nuke.
Larry, the flag that was still there.
Larry,